So you're saying that if you smack the cabinet door 3 times with your left hand, then make a fist with your right hand and knock twice on the cabinet door with your knuckles, then knock hard once more, then take 3 steps back and bow devoutly 3 times on the spot. When you open the cabinet, a bottle of Coke will spawn inside, and it'll even be ice cold? Yes, I swear I'm absolutely not lying, and this is definitely not some kind of prank. This is too terrifying. Something is seriously wrong with this world. Please, save me. My mind is about to break down. All right, I got it. Don't worry. This is just a tiny bug. Bug? What does that mean? A loophole, a rule, or whatever you want to call it. In short, after you do certain specific things, the world will undergo certain specific changes. This isn't anything new. For thousands of years, humanity has coexisted with bugs. Look through the ancient texts. They record plenty of similar things. Bugs like the 5 ghosts transporting wealth, palm thunder, turning stone into gold, and so on. The ancients called these bugs spells, and the methods used to perform those spells were called rituals. The story begins. Welcome to the dreamland cold. Shaking. Ugh. Sue jolted awake on a metal bunk bed and looked around. It was a dorm packed with 8 sets of metal bunk beds. Rain pattered outside the window. It seemed to be pouring, and the rushing sound of rain was strangely comforting. Where the hell did this dump me? Is this even still my country? Hadn't he just gotten hit at home by that 100-ton king? Could it be? He been reborn? Reborn back to high school. In this life? I'll take back everything I owe, cough, cough. Wrong script. Sue gave 2 dry coughs to cover up his embarrassment. Ding. You have arrived in the dreamland. During the Dreamland Symphony, a trait has been triggered. Please choose. 3 glowing cards appeared in front of him. Dreamland traits? What the hell was this? His cheat. He looked at the detailed information on the cards. Visitor from another world. Quality goal. Trait effect. Your fate is mysterious and unfathomable. So no fate-related method can detect or influence you. One blessed by great fortune. Quality goal. Trait effect. Your luck is greatly increased. Bug. Quality prismatic. Trait effect. You can see the bugs in the world. This really did seem like his cheat. But was it only for him? Or did everyone have one? Cough, cough. He stopped overthinking it. The most important thing right now was which one to choose. He had to think about it deeply. Where was Dobao? Hurry up and analyze this for me. He instinctively reached for his phone, searched all over himself, and then realized he didn't have a phone on him at all. Holy shit, no phone? Then what the hell was the point of living? No. He had to calm down. Could it be that without Dobao, he couldn't think independently? Enter deep thought mode immediately. The most direct, most brutally obvious choice was, of course, pick bug. Prismatic quality was definitely higher than gold. And bug sounded bug as hell. He took a deep breath and directly chose bug. Selection complete. Trait acquired bug. It worked. He let out a sigh of relief. Another world, I'm fucking here. Curious, he looked around. Let us see where the bugs are. The surroundings looked just like an ordinary high school dorm. He first went out to the balcony and took a look. The balcony was full of clothes hanging out to dry, but he didn't spot any bug. What did bugs even look like? Black holes? Cracks? As he guessed inwardly, he left the balcony and came to the dorm door. Ding! Bug discovered. Smack the cabinet door 3 times with your left hand, then make a fist with your right hand and lightly knock twice on the cabinet door with your knuckles. Then knock hard once more. Finally, take 3 steps back and bow devoutly 3 times on the spot. Open the cabinet, and you'll find a bottle of Coke. What the hell was that? He was completely dumbfounded. This was a bug? Why did it look so unreliable? Should he try it? He looked at the storage cabinet beside him, a little hesitant. Might as well try. He took a deep breath. The storage cabinet beside him was wooden, with 4 vertical rows, each row containing 2 small compartments. He stretched out his left hand and smacked the door of the middle cabinet 3 times. Then he made a fist with his right hand and lightly knocked twice on the cabinet door with his knuckles, then knocked hard once more. He looked behind him. It was kind of narrow. It didn't seem like he could really take 3 full steps back. After a little thought, he shifted backward in 3 small steps. 3 steps were still 3 steps. That should be fine, right? Finally, he bowed devoutly 3 times on the spot. Done. Did it work? Suin waited a while, but he felt nothing at all. He opened the cabinet. There were some books inside. Most importantly, though, there was actually a bottle of Coke lying in the middle. It was in a can, with a layer of condensation on the surface. It even seemed to be chilled. It actually worked. Suin was utterly shocked. No. There was also a chance that this cabinet had already had a bottle of Coke inside to begin with. Tried again. He took the Coke out of the cabinet and set it aside. Then he closed the cabinet door and repeated the same actions from before, or rather, that strange ritual. Suin opened the cabinet door expectantly. Sure enough, another ice-cold Coke had appeared inside. Holy shit, this bug was actually real. Did that mean he'd never run out of Coke again? Though, it didn't seem all that useful, did it? Was he supposed to go out and sell Coke, or something? Suin thought to himself that he should first see whether there were any other bugs. He wandered around the dorm again, but unfortunately, he didn't find any new bugs. A little disappointed, he decided to go outside and take a look. For some reason, nobody had come back to the dorm the whole time. He walked out of the dorm and looked around. The tiled corridor was covered with puddles of all sizes. And on top of that, there was still not a single person in the hallway. Ding. One-time bug discovered. Pass through a section of corridor with standing water within 10 minutes without getting a single drop of water on yourself, and you will obtain a new trait. A one-time bug? He was a little puzzled. It seemed a bit different from the previous bug, and this whole thing felt kind of childish. Who would actually do something like that? Su carefully stepped forward on the slightly raised tiles that weren't covered in water. Like he was playing hopscotch, he hopped from one exposed dry spot to another. He kept going until he reached the stairwell corner at the end of the corridor. Only then did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, perfect clear. Ding. You have completed a high-difficulty athletic activity. During the Dreamland Symphony, you have obtained a random related trait. Athlete. Trait quality, green excellent. Trait effect, accumulation. While resting, your stamina recovery speed is greatly increased, restoring 1 point per second. This effect is doubled on rainy days. Athlete trait, accumulation, doubled on rainy days. Su fell into thought. It felt kind of abstract, but the effect was pretty good. He continued down the stairs. When he reached the landing at the turn of the staircase, Su lifted his head for one look and froze on the spot. Holy fuck! The stairs below and the lower floors were completely submerged in standing water. He glanced at the floor sign beside him. It said 4th floor. That meant the 3 floors below were completely submerged in floodwater. Had he transmigrated into some apocalyptic world where the global sea level had risen? No. Su was devastated. In an ordinary modern city world, he had 9 different ways to make money and rise to the peak of life. A full 9 ways to live a happy, carefree life. But now my beautiful life. Just as he was drowning in grief. Down in the flooded 3rd floor corridor below, a thick giant python with a net-like pattern slowly swam out and locked eyes with him. Holy shit, a python. Su's pupil shook. Bug discovered. In front of any snake, perform a dance, then say the first sentence that appears in your mind. If the snake watches the entire dance, you can gain the ability to communicate with snakes. The ability to talk to snakes sounded ridiculously strong, but he probably didn't have time to use it. Su thought fast, then turned and ran. In 2 steps, he rushed up the stairs and sprinted down the corridor. The giant python, with a head over 1 meter wide, froze for a second before chasing after him. Its enormous body wound up the staircase, and the thickest part of its body was over 2 meters thick. Su ran for his life in front, stomping mercilessly through the water pooled on the tiled floor, sending pitiful splashes flying everywhere. Catch me, and I'll even give you my life. He rushed back to his dorm, slammed the door shut, and dropped the latch. He caught his breath for a moment, then his expression changed. No. If that giant python rammed the door, this flimsy latch definitely wouldn't hold, even if he shoved the cabinet beside the door over to block it. Against a python that huge, he looked at the 8 metal bunk beds behind him. There was also the separate balcony deeper inside the dorm. He could hide there. He directly yanked down the 2 nearest double-decker metal beds. The metal frames crashed onto the floor with a loud bang. He climbed over the fallen bed frames and, along the way, dragged the other beds crooked too, laying them across the dorm. Some clutter from the bunks fell down one after another. Pillows, weird wads of toilet paper, clothes, and a small mirror all crashed to the floor. He ducked into the balcony and hid behind the hanging clothes. If the giant python broke through the door, those crooked, crisscrossed metal bed frames should be able to block it for a while. He breathed lightly, trying to steady himself. Bang! Something seemed to be slamming into the dorm door. Bang! Another huge crash, and the door was smashed open, slamming hard into the wall. The screws holding the latch in place flew right out. With a clang, one struck the door frame in front of Su, almost hitting him in the face. Holding his breath, he stared fixedly at the doorway. The giant python's head slowly poked in, its amber vertical pupils staring at him coldly. He swallowed. His heart pounded wildly, his hair stood on end, and chills crawled over his scalp. The python shoved its body farther into the dorm, forcing another section of itself inside. The upper half of its body arched slightly, gathering force, then suddenly launched forward. Su's heart leaped into his throat. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, bang, bang. Crash, crash, crash. The giant python slammed hard into the crisscrossed metal bed frames. Several frames overlapped and jammed against each other. Under the python's monstrous strength, they locked together tightly and wedged hard against the wall. Su let out a breath of relief. Looks like putting the metal beds in front really was somewhat useful. The python still refused to give up. It arched back slightly again, gathered force for a moment, then slammed hard toward him again. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, bang, bang. Crash, crash, crash. Its attack was blocked by the metal bed frames again. Su finally relaxed completely. This giant python was way too lame. So what was he supposed to do now? Right, that bug seemed like something he could test. But he didn't know how to dance. Gritting his teeth, he started dancing anyway. The only thing he could do was a running man dance. He stepped in place, raising and lowering his arms. So embarrassing. But thankfully, the giant python in front of him was just a mindless wild beast. The python stared without blinking as Su finished the running man dance, then awkwardly said, hello? Suddenly, Suwon felt a chill spread across his whole body, like a cool snake had pressed itself against him. He couldn't stop himself from shivering. What is this weird, skinny little monkey doing? I wonder if it tastes good. If I eat it, will it affect my intelligence? He heard a soft, girlish voice. Could that be the giant python's voice? Did this giant python actually have intelligence? Though what he had just done? Suwon looked up at the python. Its amber, vertical pupils were cold as they met his gaze. My meat is sour. It doesn't taste good at all. This skinny little monkey can actually talk. The soft, sweet female voice sounded again, this time with a trace of surprise. Of course I can talk. Where did you come from? Suwon tried to sound friendly. I have cola. Do you want some? Unfortunately, the python gave no response. It turned around and awkwardly shifted its way back out. Hello, I'm not a bad person. Can we be friends? Hello, hello. He kept trying to communicate, but there was still no response. Damn, it's actually a cold and aloof snake. Did she already leave? Should he go out and take a look? He quickly killed that idea. If the python was hiding by the door, waiting to screw him over, then he'd really be done for. By chance, he caught sight of the broken little mirror on the ground in front of him. Wait, he could use the mirror to check whether the giant python was still outside. He could tie the mirror to a stick, then stretch it out and see where the python had gone. He searched around on the balcony. The balcony wasn't very big, only 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. On both sides were rows of tiled sinks. There was no bathroom. A mop stood in one of the sinks. He pulled it out and looked at it. The mop handle was a little too short. Wasn't there any other stick? Something he could connect to the mop handle. He searched all around, but couldn't find any other stick. Then what was he supposed to do? His gaze landed on the clothes hanging above. He took the wire hangers off the clothes and threw the drying clothes onto the metal bed frames outside. He twisted one hanger into a spiral, then twisted it together with the next hanger. Very quickly, he ended up with a long iron rod that was fairly sturdy. Then he fixed the small mirror onto the twisted wire rod and adjusted the angle to make sure he could use it to see the corridor from inside the dorm. He slowly pushed the twisted hanger rod outward. The little mirror slowly extended past the dorm doorway. He squinted and looked, because the mirror had shattered into pieces. The corridor and the reflection was split into fragments too. Within the broken mirror, those broken images pieced together. A gigantic python was lying in the corridor, coldly staring this way. Holy shit! Suwon jumped in fright. That damn old six of a python really was outside the door. And she hadn't said a single word the whole time, just acting all cold and aloof. What was he supposed to do next? He felt troubled. It seemed like he was trapped inside the dorm now. Hello. He tried once more to communicate with the giant python, but unfortunately it was useless. He allowed a sigh. What was he supposed to do next? It seemed like there was nothing else he could do. He raised his head and looked at the torrential rain outside the window. Right when he got the athlete trait. Didn't it seem like there was also a prefix about completing a high-difficulty sport? Could he still gain traits by completing exercise? What should he do? Suwon thought for a moment. If he did a few push-ups, would he get trait? Ding. A one-time bug has been discovered. Immediately complete one workout, and you will obtain a new trait. Another bug. This time it was a one-time bug. Suwon seemed to have noticed a pattern. Could it be that one-time bugs all provided traits? While long-term bugs were the kind that could be used continuously. As he thought, he dropped to the floor and started doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 10. Can't do it anymore. Suwon's arms kept trembling. He couldn't get back up. So tired. But why hadn't the entry triggered yet? He forced himself to keep doing push-ups. 11, 15, 23, 35, 50. His body had completely reached its limit. Ding. Hearing the sound, Suwon seemed to lose all strength at once and flopped straight onto the cold floor, gasping for breath. Ding. You have completed one exercise session. In Dreamland Symphony, you have obtained a random related entry. No limits. Entry quality, blue rare. Entry effect. Each time your body reaches its limit. Constitution +1. No limits. Suwon's eyes widened. An entry that could increase without limit. And was the Constitution stat related to endurance? He moved his sore arms a little. Next, while the iron was hot, he should keep training and see if he could get another new entry. Even if he couldn't he could at least train himself to the limit again and see what the effect of Constitution +1 was like. This time, sit-ups. Suwon thought to himself that his arms were aching so badly now that even his hands were trembling nonstop. If he kept doing push-ups, his arms might really be done for. Suwon lay on the ground and started doing less than standard sit-ups. 1, 2, 51, 100. His whole body trembled as he desperately tightened his abs. Even his legs lifted up. In the end, he completely reached his limit and couldn't get up again. Unfortunately, the effect of no limits didn't trigger. Could it be that he actually hadn't reached his limit yet? Gritting his teeth, he sat up and started doing sit-ups again. 102, 103. A tearing pain came from his abdominal muscles. No, this was really the limit. Why still hadn't the entry effect triggered? 104. He kept gritting his teeth and enduring. 110, 120. A buzzing seemed to appear in his ears, and then the whole world seemed to go silent for an instant. Then came an incomparable clarity. It was as if he had come to know the whole world all over again. He could even hear the sound of sweat dripping onto the floor. He could sense the path of the air flowing across the lines of his skin. 150, 200, 300, 400, 500. Ding. No limits entry effect triggered. Your constitution +1. It finally triggered. Suwon sprawled limply on the concrete floor, his chest heaving violently. He had never expected that he could actually do a full 500 sit-ups. A warm current surged from within his body and flowed through his limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, all soreness and exhaustion vanished. He stood up again and clenched his fist. It seemed that an increase in constitution wasn't just endurance. His strength also seemed to have improved a lot. It felt like he could punch a cow to death with one blow. Too bad, no new entry had triggered. Should he keep training? As he was thinking that, a fierce wave of hunger suddenly hit him. So hungry. Suwon's stomach hurt from hunger. That limit-breaking workout just now had consumed too much energy, right? The student-athlete entry could restore stamina while resting. Could it relieve hunger too? Suwon sat down in the corner by the wall. This should count as resting, right? A few minutes later, hungry. No effect at all. If anything, he felt even hungrier. Where was there anything to eat? His gaze swept back and forth across the dorm room. There should be some snacks in the cabinet. But the cabinet was by the dorm entrance in that giant python. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the small mirror. Crap. That giant python was still dozing in the hallway outside the door. It looked like it was sleeping, but if he went to the cabinet by the door to look for food, what if she suddenly lunged in and bit him hard? Getting bitten by that giant python definitely wouldn't feel good. Suwon shuddered, as if he had already imagined something bad. But he was really so hungry. He rubbed his stomach and looked toward the metal bunk beds he had messed up into a chaotic pile. Maybe there were snacks or something on the beds. Hopefully there was a little glutton in this dorm. He quietly left the balcony area and carefully searched through the metal bunk beds. Found it. He found a chocolate bar under a pillow. Sure enough, there really was a little glutton in this dorm, someone who liked sneaking snacks. He impatiently tore open the wrapper and ate the chocolate in one bite. The hunger eased a little. Then he switched to another bed and kept looking for snacks. One chocolate bar was still not enough. Suwon's hand fumbled under the bedding. His fingertips suddenly touched a hard plastic corner. He pulled it out and saw that it was compressed biscuits, and they were still brand new, unopened. His eyes lit up. Compressed biscuits didn't taste all that great, but they were filling. At a time like this, they were basically life-saving. He tore open the package and took small bites. Before long, he had finished the whole pack. The hunger eased a little more, but then he started to feel thirsty. He swallowed. I really want water. The cola from earlier had been left by the door. He and T brought it with him. The cabinet was by the door too, so there was no way to use the cola summoning bug. Should he collect some rainwater from outside to drink? Suwon hesitated. What if the rain in this world contains some kind of virus too? Better keep looking and see if there's anything else. He continued carefully searching through the metal bunk beds, checking the small mirror by the dorm door from time to confirm the python's condition. Very soon, he had searched every bed, and even the suitcases under the beds hadn't been spared. In the end, he only found 2 small packs of pork jerky. There were way too few little gluttons in this dorm. Suwon sighed, and there was still no water. Holding the food, he quietly retreated back to the balcony, tore open the 2 packs of pork jerky, and stuffed them into his mouth. Now, he was even thirstier. Where was there water? Did he really have no choice but to risk drinking rainwater? Just a little shouldn't be a problem, right? Suwon's gaze swept over one of the suitcases he had searched under the bed. Sigh. Why couldn't a suitcase count as a cabinet? It had storage space, and it had a door that could open and close. Suwon pulled out the suitcase and brought it in front of him. He took all the clothes out and set them aside. Then he placed the suitcase in front of him and closed the top half again. He took a deep breath, then slapped the suitcase 3 times with his left hand. Then he made a fist with his right hand and knocked lightly on the suitcase twice with his knuckles. Then knocked hard once. Finally, he stepped back 3 paces and reverently bowed to the suitcase 3 times on the spot. The ritual complete, he impatiently opened the suitcase. Sure enough, there was a bottle of cola lying inside, and it was ice cold. He popped the tab and started chugging it down. So good. After finishing 1 whole bottle in one go, Suwon still wasn't satisfied. He performed the ritual on the suitcase again and got another bottle of cola. Suwon took the iced cola out of the suitcase and slowly savored it. What should he do next? Now that he had eaten and drunk his fill, Suwon started thinking about the future. He definitely couldn't stay in this dorm for long. There was a giant python glaring at him outside the door, and there was barely any food left here. That python couldn't possibly keep ignoring him forever, right? Suwon decided to try communicating with the giant python at the door again. Hello, where did you come from? Where's your mother? Suwon said a whole bunch of things, but the giant python at the door gave no response at all. Crap, what was wrong with this python? Was she looking down on him? Once he discovered some kind of powerful bug, he definitely had to. Suwon let out a sigh. Looks like he could only leave the dorm. But how was he supposed to get out? The door was definitely not an option. Suwon looked at the window. Leave through the window? That seemed possible. Suwon fell into thought. But outside the window, there was still a layer of anti-theft bars. He would have to get those open too. He walked over, slid open the glass window, and a violent wind and rain immediately came pouring in from outside. He shut the window a little more, then braced himself against the storm and looked at where the anti-theft bars connected. The iron plates at the joints had actually been welded directly together with the screws and bolts. Suwon tried twisting the screws, but they would not budge at all. What now? He fell into thought again. Should he just kick the bars open by force? Right now, his constitution stat was only 1 point. Suwon was not exactly sure how many kilograms of force that translated to, but it felt like he could punch a cow to death with one blow. Suwon took a deep breath and climbed onto the windowsill. He pushed the window all the way open, and the howling wind mixed with heavy rain smacked loudly against his lower body. Suwon grabbed the upper edge of the window frame, found a stable point to brace himself, then kicked hard at the anti-theft bars. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening crashes rang out one after another. Outside the dorm, the giant python, sleeping there, slowly raised its head. Under the tremendous force, the anti-theft bars bent inward, caving toward the outside. Suwon kept kicking. The iron plate connecting the bars to the wall bolts gradually developed a crack. The crack grew bigger and bigger, until finally one side of the anti-theft bars tore free from the wall. Finally, it worked. Suwon let out a breath of relief, jumped down from the windowsill, and quickly shut the window. He shivered. His pants and half his clothes were already soaked through by the rain, clinging wetly to his skin in a way that felt extremely uncomfortable. Suwon glanced at the pile of clothes stacked on the bed beside him. They had been hanging out on the balcony before, and when he took down the hangers, he had casually tossed them onto the bed. He thought for 1 second, then directly picked out a suitable set and changed into it. Next, he had to climb out through the window. He would check the 5th floor first and see what was there. Then Suwon thought again. The wind and rain outside were too fierce. If he went out like this and caught a cold or got sick, that would be troublesome. He looked at the pile of clothes again and rummaged through it until he pulled out a windbreaker. A windbreaker should at least block some of the rain. Suwon put on. After thinking for a moment, he reached under the nearby bed and took out a roll of black plastic trash bags. He had found them earlier while digging around for snacks. Suwon spread the plastic bags out and wrapped them around himself layer by layer. He looked at himself in the mirror. His whole body was wrapped in black plastic trash bags. He had even tied a plastic bag around his head. A little ugly, but waterproof was all that mattered. Suwon took a deep breath and opened the window. The violent wind and rain outside immediately poured in, slamming fiercely against him. Bracing himself against the storm, Suwon climbed onto the windowsill, bent the cracked side of the anti-theft bars aside, and squeezed half his body out. Squinting, he looked around. About half a meter below the window was murky, standing water. Under the bombardment of the rainstorm, ripples kept splashing across the surface. Beside it was a white outdoor air conditioning unit, and it seemed like he could step across in one stride. Suwon looked at the murky water below. Visibility was terrible, and there was no telling what kind of monster might be hidden inside. Swallowing, he stepped over onto the slightly higher air conditioning unit beside him, then grabbed the anti-theft bars on the 5th floor window and climbed up. Standing on the windowsill, Suwon found himself in a bit of a bind. It was hard to exert force in this position. How was he supposed to tear open the anti-theft bars and get inside? He could not think of any especially good method, so he could only open the window inside first. Then, with one hand gripping the window frame and the other grabbing one of the aluminum alloy square bars of the anti-theft frame, he pulled hard. Crack! One of the square bars let out a crisp snap and was ripped right off by Suwon. It worked. The light rose in Suwon's heart. Using the same method, he continued removing several more aluminum alloy bars. After that, he bent the lower bars downward and the upper bars upward, making a large hole. He directly squeezed through, jumped down from the windowsill, landed on the balcony, then turned around and shut the window that was letting in wind-driven rain nonstop. Suwon jumped a few times to shake the rainwater off the plastic bags on his body, then looked around at the surroundings. Balcony, metal bunk beds, cabinets. The layout was exactly the same as the previous dorm. Suwon first went to the cabinet by the door. It was a large cabinet like a wardrobe, with many small compartments on it. All the small compartments were locked with absurdly tiny locks, some of them not even much bigger than Suwon's thumb. Suwon grabbed one of the little locks and twisted lightly. Click! With a crisp sound, the little lock snapped right off. Suwon opened the compartment and took a look, only to feel a little disappointed. It was filled with textbooks and all kinds of notes. He switched to another compartment and twisted off that lock too. This time, the compartment was filled with snacks. Oreos, Sakuma, instant noodles, there were all kinds of snacks. Suwon was overjoyed. He had finally run into another little glutton. He found a backpack nearby and stuffed all the snacks into it, filling up half the bag. Suwon nodded in satisfaction. These snacks would be enough to keep him fed for quite a while. He searched the other compartments too and found half a case of milk, several cans of 8 treasure porridge, and some small bread rolls. There was nothing else in this dorm. Time to check the others. After searching the entire dormitory building, Suwon had gathered a backpack stuffed full of snacks. He set the backpack on a nearby bed, then opened the dorm door and carefully stuck his head out to check the hallway. Very good. There was nothing there. That giant python was probably still sleeping. Move fast. Do not linger in the hallway any longer than necessary. Thinking that, Suwon quietly walked to the neighboring dorm and took a look. The door to this dorm was actually locked. Could there be something good hidden inside? Suwon grabbed the normal-sized lock and twisted hard. Snap! With a crisp sound, the lock shackle was bent right off by Su-Wen. The boost from that 1 point of constitution seemed incredibly large. When he had time, he could test the limit of his strength. Thinking that, Su-Wen gently pushed the door open a crack, then carefully pulled it open while holding onto it. Su-Wen stuck his head in to look inside the dorm. It was completely empty. The metal bunk beds only had bare bedboards left. Damn, it was actually an empty dorm. Then why was it locked up so tightly? Oh right, in the school, it did seem like only the empty dorms were kept locked. Su-Wen had been away from school for a long time. He had already forgotten a lot of things. He checked several nearby dorms as well. And anything that might be useful, along with all the snacks, Su-Wen moved back to the dorm he had entered from on the 5th floor. Looking at the supplies piled across several beds, Su-Wen felt deeply satisfied. There were all kinds of snacks, plus flashlights, watches, raincoats, and umbrellas. Su-Wen even found a medical kit with some cold medicine, alcohol, gauze, and band-aids inside. He shut the dorm door properly, picked up a small bread roll, opened the package, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he held a cola summoning ritual beside the cabinet and obtained a bottle of iced cola. First, he needed to fill his stomach. That piece of chocolate from earlier seemed to have already been digested, and Su-Wen was getting hungry again. After eating and drinking his fill, he would try exercising again and break through his limits. With that thought, Su-Wen started wolfing down food. After eating until he was about 80% full and moving his body a little, what kind of exercise should he choose? Su-Wen thought for a moment. Squats then. Hands behind his head, squat down, stand up, squat again, stand up again. 100, 200, 300, 500. He even felt it was a little easy. He was still far from his limit. Was a single point of constitution really such a huge boost? Su-Wen kept going until he had done more than 2,000 squats before he finally felt a little tired. Then he gritted his teeth and forced himself up to 4,000. At last, he triggered the effect of Constitution 1. Ding, the unlimited entry effect has been triggered. Your Constitution +1. A warm current appeared inside Su-Wen's body and flowed through his limbs and every part of him. Wherever it passed, all the soreness and fatigue in his body vanished. Su-Wen stood up again and clenched his fists. His physical quality seemed to have increased by far more than double. He looked at the iron bunk bed nearby, grabbed the railing with one hand, and directly lifted the whole bed up. A double iron bunk bed like this had to weigh at least 200 Gene, yet he could actually lift it with one hand. Every time the Constitution attribute increased by 1 point, his physical ability seemed to rise exponentially if he broke through his limit a few more times. Would that giant python become easy to handle too? Su-Wen was a little excited, but breaking through the limit was also getting harder and harder. This time, he had done 4,000 squats and spent more than 2 hours before finally breaking through his limit. What about next time? Would it take 10,000? Or even 20,000 or 30,000? Su-Wen couldn't be sure. Maybe he would only know after doing it, once he found out what his current limit really was. He looked up at the window. Outside, the rainstorm was still pouring down and the sky had grown a little darker. Should he keep training? Su-Wen thought about it. If he kept exercising, it seemed like it would take too much time. And he didn't have that much food left, either. These snacks looked like a lot, but they really wouldn't last. There were still too few supplies in this dorm, and there was also that giant python eyeing the place. Later, he could make a raft and leave this place to check out the nearby supermarket. Su-Wen then remembered the textbooks in the cabinet. There should be quite a few bugs and entries related to books, right? Maybe reading could trigger something. Su-Wen pulled out a book and opened it. The text on it was in Chinese characters too. Ding, bug discovered. If you face any book and blink 100 times continuously within 1 minute, you can temporarily gain photographic memory. Ding, temporary bug discovered. 9 minutes 59 seconds. If you memorize all the contents of a book within 10 minutes, you will gain a new entry. He had actually found 2 bugs, 1 temporary bug and 1 permanent bug. Su-Wen looked carefully. The permanent bug could temporarily give him photographic memory. The temporary bug required him to memorize an entire book within 10 minutes. Damn, these 2 bugs perfectly complemented each other. First, he could use the permanent bug to gain photographic memory, then complete the temporary bug and obtain an entry. Su-Wen took a deep breath and started blinking like crazy at the textbook in his hand. Buzz. Su-Wen felt a brief wave of dizziness. It was as if extremely fine streams of glowing text flashed across the inside of his eyelids. When he opened his eyes and looked at the textbook again, every single word on the page was deeply engraved into his mind. It worked. Su-Wen's spirits lifted, and he quickly started turning pages, only glancing once at each page. Very soon, he had flipped through the entire textbook. When he closed his eyes, all the contents of the book surfaced in his mind. Ding! You memorized the contents of an entire book within 10 minutes. In the symphony of illusory dreams, you have obtained a random related entry. Reading comprehension. Entry quality, green, excellent. Entry effect. Your depth of understanding of book content is greatly increased. Reading comprehension. This entry seemed pretty decent. If he ran into some cultivation technique or secret manual in the future, maybe he'd be able to understand it. Though, did this world even have cultivation techniques and secret manuals? Su-Wen looked at the textbooks in the cabinet and pulled out a math textbook to test the entry's effect. He opened the math textbook. The obscure formulas and theorems that had once been incomprehensible now seemed, in his eyes, to turn into beating notes, automatically combining in his mind into a symphony of rigorous logic. So that's how it is. Suwon muttered to himself. The principles of calculus that he could never understand back in his student days had now become clear and transparent. He could even directly feel the beauty of mathematics. Was this the world seen through the eyes of a math genius? What a pity. Suwon closed the textbook and gently shook his head. Even if he completely mastered mathematics, it didn't seem all that useful in this world. Suwon flipped through the other textbooks and tried to trigger more bugs. Unfortunately, he didn't see any. There were still too few bugs in this world. A little disappointed, he decided that next he should keep training and break through his limit. Let's try push-ups this time. Thinking that, Suwon dropped to the floor. 1 hour later, it's already over 10,000. Why do I still not feel tired at all? And the accumulation effect of athlete seems to keep triggering. It restores 1 point of stamina per second, and on rainy days it doubles. So it's directly restoring 2 points per second. Why? Didn't the athlete entry say its effect only triggers while resting? Could it be that with Suwon's current constitution, this level of exercise counted as relaxing? Suwon felt a little despairing, but he still held onto a sliver of hope. Let's keep going a little longer. Maybe I'll hit the limit soon. Another hour passed. Suwon was completely despairing now. Damn it. He had already done more than 20,000 push-ups and still didn't feel even a trace of fatigue. Instead, he was getting a little hungry. Did he need to increase the difficulty of the training? Did this world have something like a gravity chamber that could increase gravity? If he trained under 10 times or 100 times gravity, maybe he would hit his limit quickly. Suwon let out a sigh and climbed up from the ground. He patted the dust off his palms, sat on the iron bunk bed nearby, tore open a pack of Oreos, and ate them one by one. Huh, what's this? While eating snacks, Suwon suddenly noticed that through the crack under the dorm door, a patch of water was slowly seeping in and rapidly spreading inward. He quietly walked to the door and listened. There was no sound outside. After waiting a while, water was still pouring in through the gap under the door. Soon, it covered the whole floor, and the water level was still steadily rising. He carefully opened the door crack. Splash! The accumulated water in the hallway immediately rushed in. Holy shit! Suwon jumped in fright. He stuck his head out for a look. The hallway was already completely covered in standing water. It was a full 4 or 5 centimeters deep, and the water level still seemed to be rising. This was the 5th floor. He found it hard to believe. How could the water level be rising this fast? He shut the dorm door and slid the bolt into place. The speed of the inflowing water slowed a little, and now it could only slowly squeeze in through the crack under the door. What should he do next? It seemed like even the 5th floor was no longer safe. Should he go to the 6th floor? At the current rate the water level was rising, the 6th floor probably wouldn't hold out for long either. He might fall asleep and wake up underwater, go straight to the rooftop, climb up from outside the window. He made the decision in his heart. He couldn't take the stairs. That giant python might already be awake. Snakes probably couldn't stay underwater for long either. That giant python might already be climbing up. Maybe he was already lying in the 6th floor hallway. If he went up the stairs to the 6th floor himself, he'd end up face to face with the python. He grabbed his backpack and started packing things up. Snacks, flashlight, watch, first aid kit. As Suwon stuffed supplies into the backpack, he thought things through. There didn't seem to be any staircase leading to the rooftop in a high school dorm building. If he wanted to get up there, he probably had to set up a ladder and climb through the skylight. He yanked the zipper shut with force. The backpack was now completely bulging, carrying a weight it was never meant to carry. Wait, no. It felt like the backpack had always been like this. Suwon shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked at the first aid kit beside him. The first aid kit was a box a little over 20 centimeters long, a little over 10 centimeters wide and tall. Putting it into the backpack took up too much space. So he took all the medical supplies out and stuffed them into the backpack instead. Should he throw this box away? Suwon thought about it. The first aid kit could probably also count as a cabinet for summoning cola, and it was fairly convenient to carry too. He found a rope, tied it to the handle of the first aid kit, then fastened it around his waist. He put on the backpack and tried to put on the raincoat. But after putting the backpack on, the raincoat wouldn't fit. So he could only put on the raincoat first, then carry the backpack. After thinking for a moment, Suwon rummaged through the storage cabinet nearby and pulled out a brand new blanket too. Once he got to the rooftop, he'd have something to cover himself with while resting. He folded the blanket up and stuffed it into the first aid kit hanging at his waist. It fit just right. After buckling it shut, he headed for the balcony. When he got there, he climbed onto the windowsill and tried to crawl out through the huge hole torn open in the security bars. Ugh, he got stuck. Looking back, he saw that the backpack was too big and had wedged itself into the bars. Suwon sighed, slowly backed up, took off the backpack, and set it on the inner windowsill. He kept one hand on it to keep it from losing balance and falling. Suwon squeezed out through the security bars, stepped onto the outer windowsill, grabbed the bars beside him, and steadied himself. Then he carefully pulled the backpack out from inside. He slung the backpack onto his back, looked at the outdoor AC unit beside him, and carefully stepped onto it. After steadying himself, Suwon narrowed his eyes and looked up at the security bars on the 6th floor window above. The torrential rain washed over his face, making his vision a little blurry. After confirming the position of the sixth-floor window bars, he rose onto his tiptoes and reached up to grab the square metal frame of the bars. Suwon climbed up the bars hand over hand. Once he had his footing, he raised a hand and wiped the rainwater off his face, then looked up again. About 20 centimeters above the sixth-floor window, there was a protruding slab of concrete. It was probably there to block rain or maybe debris. If he stood on the very top of the security bars, he should be able to reach that slab, Suwon thought. But the slab stuck out several dozen centimeters. To grab it, he'd have to lean back, and it would be very easy to fall. He lowered his head and glanced at the murky, standing water below. Who knew what monsters were lurking under there? Then Suwon noticed the drainage pipe to the right of the window. If he grabbed the pipe to steady himself a little, it should work. Thinking that, he shifted to the right. Once he reached the far side, he used both hands and feet to start climbing upward along the bars until he reached the top. Suwon reached out with his right hand and grabbed the iron clamp on the drainage pipe beside him. He gave a shake. Good. It was solid. Suwon let out a breath of relief. His left hand also grabbed the drainage pipe, and bracing himself against it, he slowly straightened his body. Then his left hand reached back a little and caught the edge of the concrete slab. At the same time, his right hand released the iron clamp, and his whole body hung from the slab. He put strength into both arms, pulled himself up, then pushed against the slab and climbed on top of it. Sitting on the concrete slab, Suwon relaxed a little. Then he stood up, braced himself against the eaves that came up to his waist, and easily flipped himself over. He looked around. The rooftop was a wide open concrete platform. Several rows of solar water heaters were set there, along with several huge silver sheet metal water tanks. Crisscrossing pipes ran across the ground. There didn't seem to be anywhere to shelter from the rain. Suwon looked around, thinking, was he supposed to hide under a solar water heater? With rain this heavy, a solar water heater couldn't block much at all. His gaze locked onto a huge silver water tank over a head taller than a person beside one of the solar water heaters. If he drained all the water out of it, laid it down, and climbed inside, he should be able to stay out of the rain. With that in mind, Suwon walked over to the silver tank and circled around it. There were two valves beneath the silver tank. One was connected to a pipe leading downstairs, while the other wasn't connected to anything. It seemed to be for draining water during maintenance. He opened the drain valve. A bit of warm water still gushed out from inside, spraying several dozen centimeters away. After waiting about a dozen minutes, the stream gradually weakened and curved downward. In the end, it turned into a weak trickle, taking forever for even a little to drip out. The water inside should be mostly drained now, Suwon thought. He closed the valve, then pulled out the water pipe connected to downstairs. Suwon lowered the silver water tank on the ground, opened the lid, and checked inside. There was still a bit of water left pooled there. So he tipped the silver tank over again and shook out the remaining water. Then he looked at the gap between two solar water heaters and laid the silver tank sideways in that space. That way it wouldn't accidentally roll off the building. He slipped the backpack off his shoulders and tossed it into the silver tank. Then he shook the rainwater off himself and climbed in too. He took off the raincoat and placed it near the opening of the tank together with the backpack. Suwon crawled deeper into the tank, untied the first aid kit from his body, undid the latch, and took out the blanket inside. He spread the blanket out, then folded it again into a rectangle and laid it inside the horizontal tank. He lay down on the blanket, resting his head on the first aid kit like a pillow. He stretched his body a little. This tank was about 1.8 meters long. He couldn't fully straighten his legs, or his feet would stick out into the rain, so he could only bend his knees a little. Suwon lay comfortably on the blanket, using the first aid kit as a pillow, listening to the clang-clang of rain hitting the metal tank, and watching the sky outside gradually darken. What a wonderful thing this was. He closed his eyes and rested for a while. Once it was daylight, he put away materials and tried building a raft to go check out other places. Maybe the process of building the raft would even trigger a bug. The downpour hammered ceaselessly against the metal skin of the water tank, producing constant clanging sounds. And since the tank was a round enclosed space, the noise was amplified even more. No good. It was way too loud. Suwon really couldn't stand it anymore. He had to think of some way to deal with it. What way? He looked at the blanket beneath him. What if he covered the metal tank with the blanket? No. If he lost the blanket, the tank would probably feel way too hard and uncomfortable. Go downstairs and get another quilt? Climbing up had been easy. Climbing down was hard. If you want to climb back down again, it would probably be a little difficult. Right, there should be a skylight on the rooftop. Maintenance workers used it to get in while servicing the water heaters. He could open the skylight and climb down through it. Thinking that, Suwon sat up, moved to the opening of the metal tank, put on the raincoat, and dug the flashlight out of his backpack. He climbed back out of the silver tank. By now, the sky outside had already gone completely dark. He switched on the flashlight, and a beam of light illuminated the concrete ground beneath his feet. Sweeping the flashlight around again and again over the things nearby, he found it. Suwon took a few steps and spotted a raised skylight in the middle of the rooftop, something like a short chimney. The skylight was covered with a sheet of metal, and beside it were some things covered with felt blankets. Sigh, could he just use the blanket next to it? He walked over to the skylight, picked up the felt blanket, and took a look. It was blackish purple. This kind of blanket seemed to be called geotextile fabric, the kind commonly used on construction sites for insulation and protecting cement. Some greenhouses seemed to use it for insulation too. Suin pulled the geotextile fabric aside. Under were some building materials, several rolls of black waterproofing membrane, neatly rolled up, though the edges were a little worn. They were obviously leftovers from a previous repair to the roof's waterproof layer. A few half-open bags of cement and sand were stacked in the corner, with part of the bags soaked by rainwater. There were also several white polystyrene foam insulation boards of different sizes. Some edges were damaged. They were probably leftover scraps from insulating pipes or water heaters. And finally, some scattered metal fittings, rusted angle iron, several galvanized steel pipes of different lengths, and a box of expansion bolts and screws that looked barely used. Maybe these things could still be useful tomorrow when he built the raft, Suin thought. Then he looked again at the geotextile fabric beside him. This piece of geotextile fabric was very large, and it had been folded several times. If he split it in half, one half should be enough to cover his metal water storage tank, and the other half could be used to cover these building materials again. Holding the flashlight, he rummaged through the construction materials for a bit. He didn't find any scissors, but he did find a utility knife, probably left by construction workers for cutting waterproofing membrane. Suin picked up the utility knife and cut the geotextile fabric in half. One half he used to cover the construction materials again. The other half he folded up, carried it, and returned to his silver metal water tank. He set the geotextile fabric down and looked at the silver water tank. Should he just throw it over directly? But then Suin looked toward the solar water heaters on both sides of the silver water tank. It seemed like he had a better idea. He spread the geotextile fabric out and laid it directly over the two solar water heaters in front and back, making a little tent, or rather a shack. Then Suin thought about it again. With such heavy rain, once the geotextile fabric absorbed water and got heavier, the unsupported part in the middle would definitely sag. He went to the outside of the solar water heater and firmly tied the two corners of the geotextile fabric to the heater's iron frame. He did the same on the other side, pulling the fabric tight. Suin returned to the side of the metal water tank and patted the tightly stretched geotextile fabric above his head. Satisfied, he nodded. Now, this place looked like a simple shelter, and all the rain was being blocked by the geotextile fabric overhead, so not a single drop could hit him anymore. He took off the raincoat, shook off the rainwater, and spread it along the outside of the silver water tank. Then he climbed into the silver water tank himself, lay down on the soft blanket, and used the first aid kit as a pillow. He turned off the flashlight and listened to the dull thudding of rain hitting the geotextile fabric outside as he gradually closed his eyes. Suin suddenly opened his eyes. A strange ceiling, a soft big bed. Where the hell did this take me? Is this even still the country? Suin looked completely dumbfounded as he carefully examined the surroundings. The bedsheets were pink, and the bed was piled full of plush toys. This looked like a girl's room. A thought came to him. Could it be? His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly felt over his own body. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. His body was still his own. Then what the hell was going on? Had he transmigrated again? He sank into thought. Or had someone picked him up while he was sleeping? He got off the bed. A thin layer of dust had built up on the floor, as if no one had lived here for some time. Suin pulled open the curtains. Outside, a light drizzle was falling. There was a single car or pedestrian on the road. What kind of world was this now? As he pondered, he noticed the bedside cabinet, or rather, the vanity table, off to the side. There was a large mirror on the table, along with some cosmetics. He directly opened the drawer beneath it, trying to find something useful. That was when Suin found a pink notebook. On the side of it was a plastic combination lock. It looked like a diary. Suin felt a little expectant, wondering what things about this world might be recorded inside. But peeking a young girl's diary and all seemed a little immoral. Suin felt conflicted again. Crack! Right as he was hesitating, the hand holding the diary applied a little force by accident and broke the fragile combination lock. Oops. I accidentally snapped it. Guess I can only look at what's inside now. With some regret, he opened the notebook and eagerly started checking the contents inside. The first page being blank was normal. After all, it was easy to wear out. The second page being blank was pretty normal too. The third page, the fourth page, the fifth page, every single one was completely blank. Suin fell into deep thought. No, cease. If you weren't going to write anything, why did you even prepare a diary? And lock it up so tightly too? Letting out a sigh, he put down the diary in his hand. Better look for some other clues. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, knocking came from outside. Suin's heart tightened. Who could it be? The owner of this room? What was he supposed to do? His thoughts were a complete mess, but he still gathered his courage and opened the room door. Outside was a living room. The knocking was still going on. Suin walked into the living room and went to the entryway. Pressing himself against the security door, he secretly observed the situation outside through the peephole. There was actually nothing there. He jumped in fright. The hallway was completely empty. There was no one there at all, but the knocking was still going on. What the hell was this situation? Cold sweat started breaking out on him. Could this world be some kind of strange supernatural world? Was whatever was knocking outside a knocking ghost? As soon as he opened the door, would he trigger the knocking ghost-esque killing pattern? For a moment, he He didn't dare move. Then another thought hit him. If he kept refusing to open the door, would that also trigger the knocking ghost-esque killing pattern? Suwon was completely at a loss. What the hell was he supposed to do? This looked like a dead end. Open the door already. I know you're in there. An impatient, cool female voice came from outside. She sounded like a cold, domineering older sister type. This knocking ghost could actually talk too. Suwon's mind was still a little chaotic. No. Was it possible he was overthinking it? Maybe there was no knocking ghost at all. Maybe the peephole was just broken? Right, what was the principle behind a peephole anyway? Could it break? He fell into thought. Open the door now. The voice outside urged impatiently. Who are you people? Suwon asked, summoning his courage. Silence fell outside for an instant. His heart clenched. Oh crap. Did responding just now trigger the knocking ghost-esque killing pattern? We're here to check the water meter, the voice outside replied after a moment of silence. So they were just here to check the water meter. Suwon let out a sigh of relief and opened the security door. Standing in the doorway was an adorably soft little lowly with an extremely displeased expression. Only about 1.5 meters tall. No wonder he couldn't see anything through the peephole. Suwon suddenly understood. Behind the little lowly, a man and a woman emerged from the hallways on both sides. Their expressions were extremely serious, and all of them were wearing matching uniforms. But he felt like those two looked just a tiny bit like they were about to lose it. They seemed to be holding back laughter. The little lowly looked up at Suwon, and a trace of confusion flashed through her eyes. Captain, something seems a little off here. The bun-faced girl behind him asked, holding back her laughter. There really is something off. The little lowly nodded seriously. Why is it, Male? Did you get some weird entry? The two people behind her seemed even closer to losing it. They pinched themselves hard and barely managed to hold it in. You just came back from the dreamland, right? The little lowly leaned her nose close to Suwon and gently sniffed, then said in a cool, mature-sounding voice. What dreamland? I have no idea what you're talking about. Suwon tried to play dumb and see if he could fool her. Captain, I have something very important to take care of. The bun-faced girl suddenly raised her hand and said with a solemn expression, Go ahead. The little lowly waved her hand. The bun-faced girl ran down the stairs with thump, thump, thump footsteps, and then, ha ha ha, a burst of wild laughter came from the corner of the stairwell. Report. Captain, I also have something very important to take care of. The boy's whole body was trembling, as if he were deeply uncomfortable. Go ahead. The little lowly gave a slight nod. The boy rushed down the stairs. Ha ha ha. Another wave of laughter came from the stairwell corner. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The nonstop laughter made it sound like they were about to laugh themselves to death. Is it really that funny? Suwon was completely baffled. Was his lie really that terrible? Oomph. The little lowly snorted coldly and said in an icy voice, The residents of this city have already been evacuated in an emergency. The only ones left are those who entered the dreamland. Stop arguing. Then yeah, I guess there is no way around it. Are you going to keep exploring the dreamland or leave this city? The little lowly asked again. Of course I'm going to keep exploring the dreamland. After thinking about it, he gave his answer. He had only just built a crude shelter and was about to start making a wooden raft. This dreamland is extremely dangerous. It has already started invading reality. Are you sure you want to keep exploring it? Yes. He hesitated a little, but still nodded. This dreamland has already been sealed off by the administration. If you want to continue exploring it, the only way is to join the administration. The little lowly continued in that cool voice. Suwon felt like he had fallen into a trap. There are many benefits to joining the administration. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, formal establishment, assigned housing. The little lowly recited it without the slightest emotion, as if she were just completing some task. And you can also obtain the entry acquisition methods summarized by the administration and match them with your initial entry. The little lowly continued. Could he beat her? Suwon fell into deep thought. This little lowly seemed to be part of this world's official organization. If he resisted, would he get shot? And it seemed like everyone could obtain entries. He had no idea whether this little lowly entries were strong or not. Better to play along for now. I'll join. In this situation, now that he had already been discovered, refusing to join didn't seem like it would lead to anything good. Very good. From the stairs nearby, the bun-faced girl walked back up with a serious expression. Young man, you have a very promising future. Join our team. Our captain is very strong. The boy also came back up with a serious face and said the same. All right, let us head back to headquarters. The little lowly cut the two of them off and spoke. Yes, captain. The two of them saluted the little lowly. The little lowly turned and headed downstairs, and the other two followed. Suwon took a look around. It didn't seem like anyone was guarding him. If he ran now, could he get away? After thinking it over, he gave up on the idea and obediently followed them. Suwon followed the little lowly group downstairs from the residential building. An SUV was parked by the roadside below. The bun-faced girl got into the front passenger seat, and the boy got into the driver's seat. The little lowly opened the rear door and looked back at Suwon. With light rain falling, Suwon got into the back seat of the SUV. The little lowly sat down beside him and shut the door hard. The SUV slowly started up and drove forward along the empty city roads. My name is Su Ching. You could just call me Sister Ching. What is your name? The bun-faced girl turned around and asked. Suwon nodded and answered. The one driving is Chio Wu. Just call her Brother Wu. Brother Wu, Suwen greeted him. Xiaowen, after you join the administration, come to our team. We'll take you on missions. Very safe, Qiao Wu said, trying to sell him on it. Sure. Suwen felt a little awkward. He still didn't understand this world very well. This is our captain, Lingdi. You can call her Sister Lingling. Sister Lingling was and T always. Just call me Captain Ling. Lingdi cut Su Qing off. Suwen looked at the little lowly. Sister Lingling? Hearing how Suwen addressed her, Lingdi shot him a fierce glare. Suwen gave an awkward smile. Not scary at all. She was actually kind of cute. The SUV quickly arrived in front of an extremely tall skyscraper. This used to be the tallest building in U City. After the rainstorm Dreamland invaded reality, this place was requisitioned. Su Qing explained from aside. Suwen nodded and followed the group out of the car and into the building. Security in the skyscraper was extremely lax, or rather, there was no security at all. There were no ID checks, no access control systems, nothing. Lingti brought Suwen into the elevator and pressed the button for the 32nd floor. The elevator slowly rose. Sister Lingling is taking you to handle your onboarding procedures. You just need to fill out some forms. It's very simple, Su Qing explained from aside. MHM. Suwen gave a slight nod. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Lingdi walked out first, and Suwen quickly followed. 3202. Lingdi knocked on the door and pushed it open. Inside was a female clerk. Sister Lingling. There's another newcomer? MHM. Take him through some procedures. Lingdi gave a slight nod. Okay, Sister Lingling. The female clerk also seemed to be holding back laughter. Suwen was a little confused. Why did everyone in this world look like they were on the verge of cracking up? Had some kind of tea hold it in, virus invaded them? Come with me first. The female clerk brought Suwen into a room, handed him a sheet of paper, and said, My name is Zhang Li. You could just call me Sister Li. Fill out a form first. Suwen took the form and looked at it. The first question, what is your initial entry? It was obviously bug. He definitely couldn't write that, Suwen thought. Should he write P? He student or no limits? Both of those were physique-type entries. It felt too easy to get treated as cannon fodder or meat shield. After thinking it over, Suwen decided he might as well write the snake communication bug instead. It was an entry, but since it was a special ability, he could disguise it as one. And it was especially strong or especially weak. Just right. Having made up his mind, Suwen wrote Snake Whisper on the form, then looked at the next question. How much do you know about the Dreamland? Completely nothing. Suwen wrote, I know a little. Very soon, Suwen finished filling out the entire form and handed it back to the clerk. Zhang Li took it, glanced over it, then pulled a book from the nearby shelf and handed it to Suwen. This contains some basic information about the Dreamland. Read it first. I'm going to go handle something. MHM. Suwen nodded and took the book. Zhang Li left the room, and silence fell over it. Suwen looked at the book's cover. Title, A Preliminary Introduction to the Dreamland. If there's a preliminary one, does that mean there's a deeper one too? Suwen thought as he opened the book. The dreamscape had appeared 3 years ago. Some people, while dreaming, had accidentally entered another world. At first, they thought it was just a dream, but those worlds seemed to be real. Those worlds were all different, and some of them even had bizarre creatures. However, everyone who entered a dreamscape for the first time would obtain an initial tag. Initial tags were semi-random and were very likely related to a person's life experiences. Some items carried on one's person could be brought into the dreamscape and also taken back out. Every dreamscape formed around a core. As long as the core was found, the dreamscape could be dispelled. The core could be anything, but it was always related to the dreamscape's outward manifestation. Originally, the dreamscapes had no connection to the real world at all. But 1 year ago, more and more dreamscapes began showing signs of affecting reality, and some even descended completely into the real world. Some creatures from the dreamscapes also appeared in reality. At the same time, some people who had obtained tags began using them to commit crimes, rob by force, and seize what they wanted. That was how the administration came into being. The administration was originally founded by Wushin and a researcher. Wushin had originally been a martial arts enthusiast. At the age of 13, he had taken a master and learned a large number of traditional martial arts. After growing up, he also learned modern combat techniques, merging traditional martial arts with modern fighting skills. Later, he entered the dreamscape and obtained the Martial Dao tag. The book was not very thick. Suwen quickly finished reading it and got a rough understanding of this world, though not much more than that. This world's past development had been more or less the same as the world from Suwen's previous life, except for the addition of the dreamscape. As Suwen was thinking, Zhang Li pushed the door open and walked in, carrying a box. She placed the box on the table and said, There's a snake inside. Let's test your tag. All right. Suwen note that. Other than exchanging a few words with that giant python he had encountered at the very beginning, he had never used the Snake Whisperer ability again. He himself wasn't very clear on just how far Snake Whisper could go. Suwen opened the box. Inside, a snake was coiled up. Judging from the shape of its head, it was probably non-venomous. The snake inside immediately arched its body. This terrifying upright ape. Terrifying upright ape. The snake's voice entered Suwen's ears. It sounded a little dumb. Hello. Suwen tried greeting it. The snake instantly froze on the spot. In all her life as a snake, she had never sensed such a clear, direct message with such complex meaning. Her brain crashed on spot. Spin in a circle. After thinking for a moment, Suwon gave the command. The snake obediently spun in circles, head and tail nearly connecting. Suwon thought for a bit. Stop. The snake obediently stopped. Nod. The snake obediently nodded up and down. Zhongli closed the box and handed Suwon an ID booklet. Mr. Suwon, you're now an intern employee of the administration department. After 1 month, you'll be transferred to a formal position based on your performance. Thank you, sisterly. Suwon took the ID and thanked her. He opened it and looked. Inside were his photo and an official stamp. But in this world, he seemed to be an undocumented person. He didn't even have an ID card. He wasn't sure what kind of impact that would have, and Suwon felt a bit worried. For now, follow Sister Lingling's team and let them take you along. Zhongli brought Suwon back to the office and handed him over to the several people waiting inside. Mama, Suwon, not that. You'll be carrying out missions with us from now on, Chiu said as he looked at Suwon. What does your initial tag do? Su Qing asked curiously. I can communicate with snakes and control their actions. Suwon thought for a moment before answering. Wow, that fits our team perfectly. Su Qing was overjoyed. Xiaowu has a body enhancement type tag. Mine is a healing type tag. Linglingja has a teleportation type tag. And now with your support type tag, our team is pretty much complete. Holding Lingti in her arms, Su Qing pleaded, Linglingja, after Suwon's internship ends, let him stay on our team. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Lingti didn't give a direct answer, but Su Qing already knew she was tempted. Suwon, let me tell you a huge secret. Su Qing leaned over again and whispered. What secret? Suwon asked, a little curious. Linglingja used to be a super beautiful woman, but recently she accidentally got a tag that turned her into what she is now. Su Qing said mysteriously. Suwon's eyes widened. This little lowly had actually been a mature beauty before. No wonder those people all looked like they were barely holding it together whenever they saw Lingti. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to hold it together either. But what exactly had Lingti looked like before? Were there any photos? Suwon felt unbearably curious. Did anyone ask you to say that? Lingti shot Su Qing a fierce glare, but didn't say anything more. Hee. Su Qing stuck out her tongue, then said, It's about time to eat. Let's go to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was on the second floor. In the middle were rows of tables and chairs, while the surrounding area was lined with food counters. The food here is free. Eat whatever you want, Su Qing said with a grand wave of her hand. Free? Suwon's eyes lit up. He had nearly starved in the dreamscape and had only eaten a little bit of snacks. Now he wanted meat. Big mouthfuls of meat. That's right. Sui Nadif. I'm going to get food first. Suwon immediately started wandering around excitedly. One serving of braised pork. The cafeteria Annie scooped out a heaping plate of braised pork and handed it to Suwon. One serving of braised pork ribs too. The cafeteria auntie gave him another full plate of braised pork ribs. And one roasted lamb leg too, carrying several meat dishes. Suwon found Lingti and the others and started wolfing the food down. How's team 3 doing? Lingti and the others started talking, seemingly discussing matters related to other teams. But Suwon didn't care and continued stuffing himself. At last, Suwon rubbed his belly in satisfaction. He was finally full. Let's take Xiaowen to see our team's exclusive base, Su Qing said after noticing Suwon had finished eating. Suwon followed them into the elevator and went up to the 12th floor. This whole floor belongs to our team, Su Qing said proudly. Suwon looked around at the surroundings. It was just an ordinary office building floor. Xiao Wu, taken to see our training room, Lingdi instructed. Okay, Linglingya. Xiao Wu nodded and brought Suwon to a huge room. Suwon looked around. It resembled a stadium, but it had been modified. There were climbing facilities, giant sandbags, a baseball launcher, and even a small shooting range inside the training area, not to mention all kinds of equipment for training reaction speed and observation skills. How well do you know the radio calisthenics? Xiao Wu asked. Radio calisthenics? Suwon looked baffled. Why was he asking that? The nationwide radio calisthenics promoted 2 years ago. Not very well. Suwon shook his head. He hadn't been very good at the radio calisthenics in his original world, let alone the version in this world. Then do a round with me. This set of radio calisthenics is a simplified form of martial Dao created by Wushan. As long as you perform it once inside the dreamscape, you can obtain a martial Dao-related tag, Chiu Wu explained. I see. Suwon nodded and started practicing with Chiu Wu. The new calisthenics were about the same as the broadcast exercises from his original world, with only a few minor differences. On top of that, his physique had already broken its limits twice and reached 2 points, so he mastered it very quickly. Your foundation is pretty good. Did you get some trait in the dreamland that boosted your physique? Chiu Wu asked curiously. That's right. Suwon note that. Chiu Wu had him go through the calisthenics once more, then use the other equipment in the training area to train Suwon's reaction speed and observation skills. All right, that's it for today. Go back and get some good rest. Chiu Wu led Suwon out of the training room, opened a door to a room, and said, You might enter the dreamland again tonight. Find a high place to hide first. I'll train you more tomorrow. Suwon nodded, walked into the room, and Chiu Wu closed the door. He looked around at the room. A big bed, a wardrobe, a computer desk, a bathroom. It had everything. He took a shower first, then lay down on the brand new bed. I wonder if the dreamland bug can be used in the real world too. As if remembering something, Suwin suddenly sprang up. He went over to the wardrobe, quickly completed the cola summoning ritual, and eagerly pulled open the door. Sure enough, there was an ice-cold bottle of cola lying inside. Suwin picked it up, popped the tab, and took a sip. It tasted amazing, so the bug works in the real world too. As he drank the cola, Suwin sat down at the computer desk. He turned on the computer. It lit up immediately. There was no password, and it went straight to the desktop. He opened the browser, planning to learn about this World S situation. But he couldn't search directly. The bureau could probably see what he was doing on the computer. Suwin casually clicked into a few news articles on the browser homepage, trying to learn about the world indirectly through them. Most of them were ordinary news. But one article caught his attention. Recently, due to a gas explosion in U City, all residents of the city have been urgently evacuated. U City seemed to be the city Suwin was in right now. Wasn't the evacuation caused by the Dreamland invasion, not some gas explosion? Could it be that ordinary people in this world didn't know about the Dreamland at all? Suwin read a few more articles and gained a deeper understanding of the world. Its technological development was more or less the same as his original world, but some famous figures were different, and information related to the Dreamland hadn't been made public. It seemed the news was still being suppressed. As Suwin thought about it, he yawned and started to feel sleepy. Based on what he had learned before, he knew this was a sign that he was about to enter the Dreamland again, so he didn't resist the drowsiness. He lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Suwin zuka upai, only to slam his head into the cramped metal water tank above him. Rubbing his head, he climbed out of the silver water tank. It was already fully daylight outside. Although it was still pouring rain, the sun was nowhere to be seen. Suwin stretched lazily. The geotextile above his head had already soaked up as much water as it could, and droplets were falling from the low spots one by one, almost forming a stream. I heard from Brother Wu that if you do the calisthenics once in the Dreamland, you can get a new trait. I wonder if that is true. He took a deep breath and slowly began doing the calisthenics. Good thing there was nobody around. Otherwise, if someone saw this, it'd be pretty embarrassing. Suwin thought in relief. Behind him, beneath the water by the dorm building wall, the head of a giant python covered in grid-like patterns slowly emerged and watched him curiously. Ding! One-time bug discovered. Perform the 10th set of broadcast calisthenics once with standard movements to obtain a random effect trait. It actually triggered a bug. So it's true. He had only just finished the first movement when the prompt popped up before his eyes. Suwin was thrilled, but his movements didn't go sloppy at all. He seriously completed the entire set of calisthenics. Ding! You have completed an entire set of profound martial arts. Within the Dreamland Symphony, you have obtained a random related trait. Martial Yang Qi. Trait quality, Purple Epic. Trait effect, your body can generate Yang Qi. Yang Qi can slightly increase strength and has extremely strong lethality against entities and ghosts. Holy crap, purple. Suwin was stunned. Martial Yang Qi. Just hearing the name sounded awesome as hell, but he didn't seem to feel anything. Suwin did the calisthenics again. A scorching current of heat was born inside his body and flowed through every part of him along with his movements. Once he finished the calisthenics, the Yang Qi hid itself inside his body again. For now, he still seemed unable to control this Yang Qi. He could only mobilize it while doing the calisthenics. Suwin shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. If he practiced more in the future, maybe he'd be able to control it freely. Right now, the most important thing was to build a raft first. He put on his raincoat and walked out of his little shelter. When he came to the edge of the rooftop and looked down, he was startled. Holy shit, how did the water rise this fast? Only one night had passed, and the floodwater had already reached the top floor. It was only a little over 10 centimeters away from flooding in. Suwin felt worried. He wondered how that giant python was doing. Was it still trapped in the dorms below his feet? Snakes probably couldn't breathe underwater, right? Maybe that giant python had already drowned. A wooden classroom desk floated past in front of Suwin. With quick eyes and quick hands, he fished it out. This wooden desk can probably be taken apart to make a raft. Suwin's eyes lit up, but one desk alone probably wasn't enough. He looked into the distance again. There seemed to be more desks floating over there. I need to find something to pull them over. What can I use? A grappling hook? But I don't have one. As he thought, Suwin searched across the rooftop. He pulled back the construction materials covered by the geotextile to see if there was anything useful. He spotted a triangular piece of angle iron around a little over 10 centimeters long. It seemed like it could work as a hook, as long as he tied a rope to it. He searched around some more, but unfortunately didn't find any rope. What was he supposed to do now? Suwin fell into thought, and by accident, his eyes landed on a nearby electric wire. This wire could work as a rope. I just don't know if it's live. The floodwater was almost up to the rooftop already. The power should have been out a long time ago, right? Did he know if he touched it? Suwin took out his utility knife and cut away a bit of the insulating rubber, exposing the copper wire inside. He swallowed nervously and carefully stretched out one finger to touch it. Nothing. The power really has been out for ages. Suwin let out a sigh of relief, grabbed the wire, and yanked it hard off the wall. He got a length of wire around several dozen meters long. That should be enough to use as a rope. Then he tied the wire to the triangular iron piece and weighed it in his hand. Very good. A complete success. Su-Wen came to the edge of the rooftop, aimed at a floating wooden desk in the distance, and lightly threw the makeshift grappling hook in his hand. Splash. The hook fell into the water. Looks like it landed a bit short. He pulled the hook back by the wire. He tried again, holding the hook in his hand and throwing it out once more, this time using a bit more force. Splash. The hook hit the water again. This time, it landed not far from the desk. It should be able to catch it. Su-Wen gave it a light flick, draping the wire over the desk, then carefully tugged on it. The triangular iron beneath the water slowly rose and then caught onto the desk. Success. Su-Wen didn't dare be careless. He slowly pulled the wire at an even pace, and the school desk kept moving closer to him. At last, it reached him. He grabbed it and set it by his feet. I'm a genius. Su-Wen looked at the desk. There were still some books and miscellaneous items inside the desk compartment. He picked up the desk and gave it a shake, dumping out everything inside. A small plastic box fell out. Su-Wen curiously picked it up. It looked like a glasses case. He opened it. Sure enough, there was a pair of glasses inside, along with a few lens cloths. Ding, bug discovered. As long as you wipe the lenses 3 times, then breathe on them once, and immediately put on the glasses, you can temporarily see information about the objects around you. See item information? This bug seemed pretty useful. Su-Wen took out the glasses, wiped the lenses 3 times with the cloth, then breathed on them once. He forcefully resisted the urge to wipe them one more time and hurriedly put the glasses on. This bug was insane. Who could possibly stop themselves from wiping the lenses again after breathing on them? Even someone like him who didn't wear glasses had almost failed to hold back. Su-Wen looked at the things around him. First, the desk beside him. 2 words floated above it, wooden desk. He waited a while, utterly dumbfounded. That was it? Just that? Wasn't that way too brief? He looked at the other things. Solar water heater, water tank, water pipe. It really could only show a name. Su-Wen let out a sigh and turned his gaze toward the water surface. Water, water, giant python, water, water. Wait, did I just see something? Su-Wen looked back at that spot. Water, 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 water. There was nothing there. Could it be that he had seen it wrong? Su-Wen was doubtful, but he was sure he hadn't seen it wrong. He took several steps back. That giant python had already slithered out from the dorm building. It was hiding beneath this murky stretch of water right under his feet. What was he supposed to do? The water was still rising nonstop. Sooner or later, it would flood the rooftop. It might not even take more than 1 hour, and making a raft required wood. By the time he got to the edge of the building to salvage desks, Su-Wen felt a little desperate. Was he supposed to make a raft without wood? He looked at the water tank nearby. Could he just sit inside the tank and paddle out? It would probably flip. No, it would definitely flip. Su-Wen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He decided to keep salvaging desks and make the raft as fast as possible so he could get out of here. Besides, snakes should have poor eyesight. It probably couldn't see him on the surface of the water. And with rain this heavy, its infrared vision probably wouldn't work well either. Su-Wen encouraged himself, changed positions, and continued salvaging desks. After about 1 hour of salvaging, Su-Wen had already pulled up more than a dozen desks. He had also found some useful things inside the desk compartments. For example, a lighter that still worked, a roll of transparent tape, and a bottle of 502 glue. And throughout all that time, he never saw the python again. Maybe it had already left. He looked at the pile of wooden desks stacked nearby. These should be enough to make a raft. Thinking that, Su-Wen went back to the pile of construction materials and searched around again. Then took a piece of angle iron. He got to work, using the angle iron to pry the desks apart one by one, dismantling them into planks and wooden strips. He gathered all the nails he pulled out into a small pile. Then he could just nail everything together into a simple raft. Su-Wen lined up the planks in a row and picked up the old nails he had removed, just about to start. Ding. Temporary bug discovered. 9 minutes, 59 seconds. If you create a raft capable of floating within 10 minutes, you will receive a related random entry. A temporary bug. Make a raft within 10 minutes. Su-Wen's heart tightened. He no longer cared about how it looked. Using the angle iron as a hammer, he quickly nailed the wood together in a chaotic mess. 7 minutes later, Su-Wen had made a square, heavy raft, crookedly stacked from countless wooden planks. It was a little ugly, but it should work. He shoved the raft into the water. The raft dropped into the water, rocked a few times, then floated back up. Success. Su-Wen took a deep breath and carefully stepped onto the raft. The raft sank downward, and the floodwater kept rising over it, even washing over the tops of Su-Wen's shoes. Is it going to sink? Su-Wen's heart clenched as he looked at the steadily sinking raft with some worry. Fortunately, after the water covered his shoes, the raft seemed to stabilize and stopped sinking. Ding, you have created a usable raft. In Symphony of Illusory Dreams, you have obtained a random related entry. Skillful hands. Entry quality, white common. Entry effect. Your hands are more dexterous than ordinary people's. Hand flexibility increases by 30%. It worked. Su-Wen let out a breath of relief and quickly returned to the rooftop. Skillful hands, white common. It seemed kind of average. Thinking that, he dragged the raft out of the water. This raft definitely couldn't be used. It couldn't even float properly. Su-Wen took the raft apart again. Thankfully, because he had been rushing earlier, the nails hadn't been driven in very firmly, so it came apart very easily. Suwon looked at the planks on the ground and felt troubled. Just how was he supposed to make this raft? His eyes accidentally swept over the silver water tank beside the blanket and backpack, and suddenly he had an idea. If he split the water tank in half, wouldn't that become a canoe? Suwon went over to the other metal water tanks and opened the drainage valves underneath them. Warm water continuously flowed out. It would probably take another tens of minutes to fully drain them, Suwon thought. Then he returned to his little shelter. The geotextile fabric over the top of the shelter had already sagged a bit, bulging with heavy rainwater. Suwon reached out and shook off the pooled water caught in the fabric. This little shelter probably wouldn't last much longer. He had to finish the raft quickly and set sail as soon as possible. Suwon took off his raincoat and climbed back into his silver water tank. He took out the first aid kit he had been using as a pillow. Suwon set the first aid kit on top of the metal water tank and performed a cola summoning ritual at it. He impatiently opened the first aid kit. Sure enough, there was a bottle of ice-cold cola inside. He popped the tab and took a sip. Drinking cola like this really was one of life's great pleasures. Suwon then took some snacks out of his backpack, small bread rolls, biscuits, and the like, and ate them down with the cola. After stretching lazily, he put his raincoat back on and walked out of the shelter. By now, the water in the tanks outside was almost fully drained as well. Suwon tipped over a water tank that was taller than a person. He pulled out his utility knife and looked at it. The knife alone didn't seem quite enough. He found a nail nearby and once again used the angle iron as a hammer, punching a row of dense little holes into the metal water tank. He went to the tank opening, braced the lower opening with his foot, grabbed the upper opening with both hands, and tore hard. The entire metal tank split into two halves. Then he set one half of the tank aside. Now he had two canoes. All he needed was a paddle to row out. However, the tank opening was lower than the bottom of the tank by a section, which directly cut its carrying capacity by more than half. Was there any way around that? Suwon thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He then placed the front ends of the two half tanks together. As long as he smeared on glue and stuck them together, he would have a canoe with much stronger carrying capacity. He only had one bottle of 502 glue. Using it to bond such a large sheet metal tank probably wouldn't be enough. Where else was there glue, right? Suwon went over to the pile of building materials and started rummaging through it. He seemed to remember seeing a bottle of glue before. Found it. He dug out a bottle of PVC glue. This kind of glue was specially used for plastic water pipes. He had no idea whether it could stick sheet metal. Suwon took the glue, dragged over the two half sections of the metal tank, and returned beneath the lean-to. The sheet metal couldn't get wet, or the glued connection might not hold firmly. Thinking that, Suwon used his clothes to wipe the water from around the mouth of the metal tank and let it air out for a while. Then he coated the area within about 20 centimeters of the opening with glue and placed it together with the other half of the metal tank. Suwon tightly pinched the two sheets of metal together with both hands, making the glue bond them firmly. After pinching them like that for several minutes, he slowly loosened his hands. The glue should be almost dry by now. This PVC glue dried very fast too. To be safe, Suwon waited a few more minutes before finally taking out the 502 glue. Carefully, he dripped a ring of glue along the seam between the two sheets of metal. The 502 glue dried extremely fast, hardening in just a few seconds. This should be about enough, right? Suwon took a look. There was still a slight gap between the two sheets of metal. If it stayed submerged in water for too long, the glue would probably soak loose. Suwon fell into thought. Then he accidentally caught sight of the wool blanket inside the metal tank he had slept in before, right? If he tore off some fuzz and stuffed it into the gap, then dripped 502 glue over it, water probably wouldn't be able to get in. Suwon got to work immediately. He took off his raincoat, climbed into the intact metal tank, found the edge of the blanket, and pulled off the fine fuzz on it. He tore all the way around the blanket, gathering a full handful of fuzz. That should be about enough. Suwon thought as he crawled back out of the water storage tank. He stuffed the fuzz bit by bit into the ring-shaped seam between the two sheets of metal, filling every gap completely. Then Suwon took out the 502 glue and once again dripped a ring of glue along the seam of the metal sheets. The 502 glue reacted strangely with the fuzz, instantly becoming as hard as iron. That should be about enough, right? Suwon thought about it and still felt it wasn't quite safe enough. He should wrap a ring of clear tape around the outside too, right? Suwon suddenly thought of another idea and dug a roll of gauze out of his backpack. He had taken this out of the first aid kit before. On the outside of the metal boat, at the seam on the raised side, Suwon spread a layer of PVC glue, then pressed the gauze onto it. The glue quickly seeped into the gauze and fused tightly with it. That made it even more waterproof, but it could still be upgraded a bit more. Suwon cut the gauze into short strips. After the glue had fully dried, he spread another layer of glue over the gauze at the seam, laid the strips across it one by one horizontally, pressed them down firmly, and finally coated another layer of glue over the top to form a protective film. Now, that was about enough. Suwon nodded in satisfaction. All that was left was to wait for the glue to dry completely. He set the metal boat aside. The metal boat he had made was about 90 centimeters wide and 3 meters long. As long as he nailed a ring of wooden boards around it and built a canopy on top, it would be perfect. But after thinking it over, Suwon felt it seemed a little too narrow. He wouldn't even be able to turn over properly. Suwon suddenly remembered a kind of boat made by joining two small boats together. He had seen it in videos before. What was it called again? Right, a catamaran. As long as he nailed boards onto the two metal boats and connected them together, that would do it. Suwon put on his raincoat and came to another sheet metal water storage tank nearby that had already been drained. He tipped it over, repeated the same process, punched a ring of dense little holes, split it into two halves, and dragged it back into the lean-to. Following the same method he had used for the first metal boat, Suwon glued the two halves of the metal tank into another metal boat. He set the new metal boat aside to dry, then reached out and touched the glue on the previous one. It had already fully hardened. He could move on to the next step. Suwon brought back some table legs and iron nails from outside. He laid one table leg on the ground, then turned the metal boat sideways, aligning its edge with the edge of the table leg. Suwon took out a nail and hammered it in from the inside of the metal boat, fastening it firmly into the table leg on the outside. Very quickly, Suwon nailed a full ring of table legs around the outside of the metal boat. That would make it easier to connect the two metal boats later. He checked the glue on the new metal boat too. After confirming it had fully dried, he nailed a ring of wooden table legs around that one as well. Suwon placed the two boats side by side. Next, he just had to use wooden boards to connect them together. He carried over several boards from outside. These were all desktop boards from school desks. The style of these desks was rather old, and the desktop itself was made from a single wooden board. Still, the boards were very sturdy. The materials were solid. Suwon held up a board to measure. The distance between the two metal boats couldn't be too wide. Otherwise, he was worried the connecting boards wouldn't be strong enough and would just snap. Suwon measured again. The boards were only about 60 centimeters long. Still a bit too short. If there were one full long plank, the result would definitely be better, Suwon thought, and went out again to look for a longer board. Unfortunately, after searching all around, Suwon still didn't find any board that long. Where could he find a longer board? Suwon's gaze turned toward the distant surface of the water as he searched over it. No good. The rain was too heavy. He couldn't see clearly at all. All right, he could use the bug. Suwon took out his glasses and glasses cloth from his pocket. Then he wiped the lenses 3 times with the cloth and breathed on them once. Suwon immediately put the glasses on and looked at the water ahead. The bug that let him see the names of all things lasted for 5 minutes, which should be enough. The names of all sorts of floating objects on the water immediately appeared. Plastic bottle, wooden school desk, weeds, plastic bag, wooden pallet. Found it. Suwon saw those words above a dark shadow that was almost completely submerged beneath the surface. A wooden pallet. It should be pretty big, right? Suwon threw out his homemade, simple grappling hook, caught the wooden pallet not far away, and slowly reeled it in. He pulled the wooden pallet up in front of him, reached out, grabbed it, and hauled it out of the water. The wooden pallet was about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. There were 9 wooden planks on its surface, with gaps of several centimeters between each one. Striking while the iron was hot, Suwon pried all the long wooden planks off the pallet, carrying the pile of boards. Suwon returned to the lean-to and picked up one long plank to measure it. The long plank was a little over 2 meters. Its 2 ends could line up with the edges of the metal boats. The gap between the 2 metal boats was only a bit over 10 centimeters. It should work, but there weren't many long planks, so he couldn't cover the whole thing. 9 long planks, with each one spaced 30 centimeters apart, would be just right. Just as Suwon was about to nail the planks on, he looked at the seam where the middle of the metal boats joined. Once it went into the water, would uneven force distribution cause the 2 ends to tilt upward because of buoyancy while the middle sank? In the short term, it might be fine, but if too much time passed, it could cause the glue to crack and the metal boats to split into 2 halves on the spot. What could he do? Reinforce it with nails too? That would probably cause leaks. Suwon fell into thought. Right? He could make an eye-shaped wooden support structure. A long wooden strip was pressed against the bottom of the boat from below, and another long wooden strip braced against the deck from above. Then short wooden pieces were used to connect the 2 long strips, so the force it endured could be evenly distributed across the entire bottom of the boat. This thing seemed to be called a keel in ancient times. Suwon quickly made the keel, and even adjusted it slightly according to the shape of the iron-skinned boat. Around the eye-shaped beam, he set a ring of wooden strips that fit snugly against the bottom of the boat, further dispersing the pressure. Suwon placed the semi-cylindrical keel into the iron-skinned boat, and it fit perfectly, without the slightest gap. I really am a genius. Looking at his masterpiece, Suwon felt rather pleased with himself. Of course, the nimble hands entry had also provided a tiny bit of insignificant help. Suwon then nailed 9 long wooden planks onto the iron-skinned boats at intervals of 30 centimeters, connecting the 2 iron-skinned boats together. Finally, on top of those 9 horizontal planks, he nailed smooth classroom desk boards vertically in a staggered pattern. It was finally done. Suwon circled the catamaran once. Below were 2 semi-cylindrical iron tanks providing buoyancy, and above was a layer of smooth wooden boards. It was a little over 3 meters long and a little over 2 meters wide, all roughly estimated by Suwon since he had no ruler. All that was left was to build a canopy to keep out the rain. As Suwin thought this, he began planning to first build an arched wooden frame. Then he would cover it with geotextile fabric. Suwin looked up at the geotextile fabric overhead. But geotextile fabric was not waterproof. Would covering it with 2 layers work a little better? Suwin had once seen some temporary shacks at construction sites built with geotextile fabric. How had they made them waterproof? After thinking back, it seemed they had coated a thin layer of cement over the geotextile fabric. Once the cement dried, they no longer had to fear the rain. There seemed to be a few bags of cement in that pile of building materials. Could he use the same method? Apparently not. It had been raining heavily all day. There was no chance at all for the cement to dry. Who knew when the rain would stop? Should he wait until the rain stopped before building the canopy? Suwin shook his head. Better think of another way. What if the rain in this world simply never stopped? Covering the geotextile fabric with plastic sheeting should work for blocking the rain. But there was no plastic sheet that large nearby. Suwin took out his glasses and held the ritual, gaining the ability to see the information of all things. Then he came to the edge of the rooftop and looked over the water, trying to find plastic sheeting. Unfortunately, all he saw were some plastic bags. There was no large plastic sheet at all. Suwin sighed. Did he really have to stitch together all those little plastic bags into a patchwork plastic sheet? Not only would that look ugly, it would also take a long time to salvage and make. Suwin looked at the water. During this time, the water level had risen another stretch and was already level with the rooftop. It probably would not be long before the flood completely submerged this dormitory building. A sense of urgency rose in Suwin's heart. What could cover the top of the boat, be waterproof, and still look decent? His gaze turned to the few silver water storage tanks remaining nearby. He could dismantle the iron skin and cover the top of the boat with it. Suwin took a nail and a piece of angle iron to one of the silver water tanks. First, he punched a circle of dense little holes around the tank's round bottom. Then he punched a row of dense little holes along the side of the tank. And only that single row. Following the line of tiny holes, he slowly tore open the iron-skinned water tank bit by bit. He gradually tore it all the way to the bottom, then ripped off the round base of the tank. Suwin thus obtained a rectangular sheet of iron skin. The iron sheet was less than 3 meters long and 1.8 meters wide. Next, he only had to cover the top of the boat with it. Suwin first set the iron sheet aside, then returned to the catamaran. He first took 3 thick wooden posts, each about 1 meter long and dismantled from a wooden pallet, and set them upright at the bow, stern, and middle of the catamaran. He nailed them to the deck. Then beside the sturdy upright posts, at intervals of about 30 centimeters, he nailed on table legs that grew shorter one by one. Suwin dragged over the rectangular iron sheet from the side, covered it over the tops of the posts, and nailed the sheet onto the wooden uprights. The iron sheet hung down from both sides of the catamaran, with more than 10 extra centimeters left over on each side. He bent the hanging iron sheet on both sides inward with the angle iron and nailed it to the side planks of the catamaran as well. Once he covered both sides with geotextile fabric, it would be complete. Suwin first went to bring over the geotextile fabric covering the building materials, draped it over the arched iron canopy, and nailed it in place. First, move my stuff into the boat, Suwin thought, though he did not have that much stuff to begin with. He crawled into the iron tank where he had previously slept, took out the blanket and backpack, and put them into the catamaran's canopy. After moving his belongings, Suwin dismantled the little shack that had accompanied him for so long. He then covered the arched canopy with the geotextile fabric he had removed and nailed it down firmly. Suwin went to the edge of the rooftop again and pulled off several sections of electrical wire. He draped them across the arched canopy and tied them to the side planks on both sides of the catamaran. This tightly pinned down the geotextile fabric. That way, no matter how strong the wind was, it would not blow the fabric away. Suwin took a deep breath and carefully pushed the catamaran into the water. The catamaran dropped into the water and floated steadily on the surface. Success. Suwin climbed onto the catamaran. The boat only swayed slightly, and the waterline did not change much. The weight of his whole body had almost no effect on this boat. Suwin let out a breath and could not help shouting, venting the emotions in his heart. From morning until afternoon, he had finally made a boat that could actually sail. He crawled into the canopy. It was a little dark inside. The excess geotextile fabric at both ends hung down like door curtains, blocking both ends. Although it kept the rain outside, it also blocked the light. He could make a brazier too. It could provide fire for warmth and also light. Suwin took the round iron sheet he had removed earlier from the rooftop back into the canopy. Using wooden table legs, he hammered the center of the round sheet inward, forming an iron basin. He then made a stand and set the iron basin on top of it. Next, he could light a fire. Suwin looked at the wet table legs in his hand, not knowing whether they would catch fire. He first carried all the boards, wood chips, and wood pieces that had previously been dismantled from classroom desks on the rooftop into the canopy. After thinking for a moment, he found a few nails and drove them into a table leg, then pried the table leg open from the middle. Suwin let out a breath of relief. The deepest part of the table leg was still dry. He took out a utility knife and carefully removed the dry wood from inside the table leg. He split open several more table legs and collected a whole iron basin full of dry wood. He took out a lighter and lit the dry wood in the iron basin. Orange-red flames danced, driving away the damp cold around him. Suwin quickly took some damp thin wood pieces from the side, held them over the fire to dry out the moisture, then threw them into the brazier. The fire burned stronger and stronger. Once he judged it was about right, he snapped apart the table legs that had previously been split vertically down the middle and tossed them into the brazier. The blazing flames scorched the damp table legs, quickly drying and igniting them. Suwin finally relaxed. He warmed himself by the fire for a while, then used table legs and wooden boards to make a simple paddle. Pulling back the curtain, he came to the bow. By now, the catamaran had already been blown away from its original position by the wind. It was already 4 or 5 meters away from the rooftop. He quickly grabbed the paddle and rowed like crazy. After rowing for a while, Suwin was practically swinging the paddle hard enough to make smoke, but the catamaran still didn't return to the rooftop. In the end, he gave up struggling. The paddle in his hand was too small, and the catamaran was too big. A tiny horse pulling a huge cart. Such a small paddle simply couldn't control the direction. It could only let the boat drift wherever the wind and waves took it. Still, it was fine. Suwin had already planned to leave the rooftop anyway, so this could be considered helping him make the choice. He tried to make the best of it. Besides, he had decided where to go anyway, so he might as well let the boat drift with the wind and waves and see where it ended up. Suwin stood at the bow as the catamaran drifted with the current, slowly moving forward. Beneath the murky water, a long black shadow was following closely behind Suwin's boat. This city was somewhat similar to U City. There were high-rise buildings everywhere. The catamaran slowly passed between those skyscrapers that had been submerged halfway underwater. As it drifted, the boat's direction started to veer off, and it headed straight toward a nearby wall. Suwin quickly took out the paddle and rowed frantically, but it was mostly useless. The catamaran still slammed toward the wall. He gave up paddling and hurriedly used the paddle to brace against the wall. It almost crashed. Suwin let out a breath of relief. Even if the catamaran hit the wall, nothing much would happen, but it was better to be careful. He looked up at the high rise in front of him. It seemed to be an office building. Should he go in and take a look? Suwin thought for 1 second, then went to the other side of the catamaran and used an electrical wire to tie the boat to the metal frame of an outdoor air conditioning unit nearby. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about the boat drifting away. Thinking that, Suwin climbed in through a nearby window. This was an office. There were more than a dozen desks inside. On the desks were computers, documents, and printers. He wondered what supplies might be here and started searching the room. He pulled open a drawer. A stapler, a seal stamp, gel pens, documents. There didn't seem to be anything useful. Suwin went to the next desk. He opened the drawer, and inside were nuts, biscuits, chocolate, chips, and all kinds of snacks. So instead of working properly, you were sneaking snacks at work? Huh? Good job. Suwin was overjoyed. He found a bag and stuffed all the snacks inside. He tied up the bag and set on the desk for now. He would take it with him when he left. Suwin continued searching the other desks. He only found some snacks and cold medicine. There wasn't much else useful. Just as he was about to leave the office, the corner of his eye caught sight of the water dispenser and the bottled water beside it. Suwin picked up a disposable paper cup nearby, filled it with water, and took a sip. The taste was pretty good. It probably hadn't gone bad. Suwin drank it all in one go, then had several more cups. Even though cola could quench thirst too, drinking all the time wasn't a good idea. Suwin looked at the intact water jug nearby. He could bring it back later too. After leaving the office, he looked left and right in the hallway. There was a red fire safety cabinet nearby. Suwin's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and opened the cabinet. Above was a rolled fire hose. Below were 2 fire extinguishers and a fire axe. He took out the fire axe. It was about 90 centimeters long. Suwin hefted it in his hand. It was incredibly light, as if he were holding a plastic pipe. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes. The weight seemed a little off, right? His physique attribute had improved. He wasn't the same as before anymore, so that was why it felt so light in his hand. Holding the fire axe, Suwin continued searching the other offices. He found some more snacks and medical supplies, and piled them all in the office where he had first entered. After searching all the offices on this side, Suwin walked past the corner of the hallway. Behind the corner was a small room, which looked like a storage closet. Suwin pushed on the door. It was locked. He looked at the fire axe in his hand. After thinking for 1 second, he directly raised the fire axe and smashed the door open. Suwin opened the door to the storage room. Inside was a cramped little utility closet with some mops, brooms, and similar things. He squeezed inside. There was also a shelf next to him, and on it were some tools. A claw hammer, pliers, screwdrivers, rope, a crowbar, gloves. Great. Suwin was delighted. He quickly found another bag and packed all those tools inside. The crowbar could be used as a weapon. The rope could be used to tie things down, and the other tools were useful too. Carrying a bulging bag full of tools, Suwin left the storage room and returned to the office where he had first entered. The office was already filled with all kinds of supplies, snacks, bottled water, gauze, alcohol, anti-inflammatory medicine, and so on. It seemed like the supplies were already enough. No matter how much more there was, his little boat wouldn't be able to hold it. Suwin felt a little regretful. He came to the office window and stuck his head out to look. His catamaran had already been carried off to the side by the current. Good thing it was tied with the wire, or it would have been swept away. Suwin climbed out the window, grabbed the wire, and slowly pulled the catamaran over until it was pressed against the window. Then he began moving the supplies from the office onto the boat bit by bit. After several trips, he finally moved all the supplies into the canopy. Suwin crawled into the canopy and looked at the piles of supplies all around him, his heart filled with satisfaction. This should last for a very long time now. Suwin glanced at the brazier. The fire had weakened a little, so he added a few more sticks of wood. These table legs had been soaked in water the whole time and were almost completely saturated by now, so they were very hard to burn. Should he find new firewood? After thinking for a moment, Suwin crawled back into the office again. He dismantled the wooden office desks into planks, then carried them back into the canopy. Suwin snapped one desk plank into several pieces and placed them in the brazier. The dry wood quickly caught fire, and the flames grew stronger and stronger. Nodding in satisfaction, he returned to the office and dismantled several more desks in a row, getting a large amount of dry wooden planks. Then he carried them back to the canopy in several trips. This time, the canopy truly had no extra space left. It was stuffed completely full with all kinds of supplies. The front of the canopy was packed with snacks. The back was piled high with dry wooden planks. And in the middle he left a small space, about 50 centimeters wide, as a place for Suwin to rest. Suwin crawled out of the canopy and came to the bow. He untied the wire fastened to the metal frame of the air conditioning unit. Then he used the paddle to shove hard against the wall. The catamaran received the reaction force, moved away from the wall, straightened its direction, and slowly drifted forward again. The catamaran bumped and scraped along the way. Suwin stayed tense the whole time, using the paddle every now and then to make minor adjustments to the direction and push away floating debris that got too close. At last, the boat left that cluster of high-rise buildings completely intact. Suwin braced the paddle against a wall ahead and pushed the catamaran around a corner. His view suddenly opened up. Finally out, Suwin let out a breath of relief and looked around. The water around him was very wide, with almost no obstacles. Most of the buildings were submerged underwater, with only a few scattered structures poking above the surface. Even the parts above the water weren't very tall, only about 1 or 2 floors high. This might be the suburbs or some underdeveloped area, Suwin thought, as the catamaran drifted slowly forward with the current. After drifting forward for a while, Suwin vaguely saw something in the distance. It looked like an island, but how could there be an island in the middle of the city? He was a little puzzled, but the catamaran was already drifting slowly in that direction with the current. The distant island was getting closer and closer. Suwin widened his eyes. This island was actually an island made of garbage. All kinds of floating trash, wooden furniture, plastic bottles, foam, and even several tall trees had gathered here in huge amounts, forming a massive island. And this island was still continuously growing. Nearby floating debris was being carried by the current and collecting onto it. It was as if all the water was flowing toward this garbage island. Could there be something magical on the island? He guessed that maybe whatever was on the island was what had triggered the endless heavy rain. The catamaran had already reached the edge of the garbage island. The hull shook, then rammed straight into it. Should he go up and take a look? Suwin looked at the huge island in front of him and thought for a moment. Carefully, he stretched out a foot and stepped onto a wooden cabinet not far ahead. The wooden cabinet did not budge at all. It seemed there was plenty of floating garbage beneath it supporting it. He let out a breath of relief, tied the catamaran to the trunk of a large fallen tree nearby with electric wire, then took the fire axe out from inside the canopy and stepped onto the garbage island with it in hand. The accumulated floating debris on the garbage island was thick enough to fully support his weight. There was a huge amount of wooden furniture on the island. Many pieces were stacked together, forming one small hill after another that blocked the line of sight. Holding the fire axe, he carefully explored the area, staying alert for danger that might appear at any moment. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. He heard a few frog calls and felt his way toward the sound. After circling around a mountain of wood, he saw a frog squatting on a table ahead, croaking loudly. The table legs had already sunk into the plastic bottles below, leaving only the tabletop exposed. A frog, Suwin thought. If he sneaked around from behind and grabbed it in one go, crunchy chicken flavor. Suwin quietly approached the frog. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. The frog was still croaking, not noticing anything at all. He grabbed it in one motion and lifted it up. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. The frog croaked loudly and struggled wildly in his hand. Ding! Bug discovered. Tap a frog on the top of its head once. Then tug its left hind leg 3 times, and a symbol showing tomorrow's weather will appear on its belly. A weather forecast? Suwin was a little curious. He tapped the frog on the head once, then tugged its left hind leg a few times. He flipped the frog over. On its clean white belly, a symbol clearly appeared, a cloud with several raindrops below it. That should mean tomorrow's weather will be rainy, Suwin thought as he looked up at the sky. At the moment, the rain was pouring down in sheets. It seemed like there was no need for a weather forecast at all. Still, predicting the weather was a little useful. Thinking that, he stuffed the frog into his pocket. Rib, the frog let out a short cry, then went still. He continued exploring the garbage island, and the sky gradually dimmed. He turned on a flashlight and kept exploring by its light. After giving the island a rough search, Suwin did not find anything on the garbage island that looked strange. He returned his catamaran once more and crawled into the canopy. It's getting late. I'll search carefully again tomorrow, Suwin thought. He snapped several dry wooden boards in half and tossed them into the brazier, which was about to go out. He blew on it, and the flames in the brazier slowly started burning again. After stretching, he took out the blanket and spread it out vertically, with both ends braced against the curved sheet metal. It was a little cramped, but as long as he did not raise his head, it was fine. Suwin lay down on the blanket. His drowsiness grew heavier and heavier. His eyelids sank lower and lower, and in the end, he completely fell asleep. Suwin opened his eyes and found himself back in the staff dormitory of the Administration Bureau. He stretched and yawned. He had a vague feeling that he had not slept well. Ribbit! A strange cry came from his body. He reached over and felt around, then pulled a frog out of his pocket. A frog? He fell into thought. Where did this frog come from? Right? He had picked it up earlier from the garbage mountain in the dreamscape. He had not expected living things could be brought out of the dreamscape too. Suwin tapped the frog on the head and tugged its left hind leg. Ribbit! He flipped the frog over. A symbol appeared on its white belly. A cloud, with only 2 or 3 raindrops below it. There were far fewer raindrops than last time. That should mean it would rain tomorrow. Suwin looked up out the window. It was still drizzling outside. Was it influenced by the dreamscape? He got dressed, got out of bed, and brushed his teeth and washed his face. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knocking sound from outside. Who is it? Suwin asked. It's me, Chiu Wu, came Chiu Wu's steady voice from outside. Your uniform has been made. I brought it over for you. A uniform? So he had to wear a uniform, too. Thinking that, Suwin opened the door. Chiu Wu was standing at the door, carrying a box. This is a combat suit specially made by the management department. It's bulletproof, stab-resistant, and automatically regulates temperature. Extremely valuable. Chiu Wu handed the silver case in his hand to Suwin, and Suwin reached out and took it. Meal times are around 8 in the morning, 11 at noon, and 5 in the afternoon. You can go eat by yourself when the time comes. Got it, Brother Wu. Suwin nodded. All right, I'll be going first. Chiu Wu nodded. If you have time, come to the training room and train with me. Suwin nodded. After Chiu Wu left, Suwin closed the door and opened the silver case. Inside lay a silver-white uniform. It looked like a spacesuit, except more fitted and flexible. He picked it up and looked at it. The uniform was thick, around several centimeters thick, and the middle seemed to be hollow, or maybe filled with some kind of extremely lightweight material. Suwin changed into the uniform. It shrank slightly and fit his body perfectly. Damn, it can even automatically fit your body shape. Suwin was greatly shocked. Then he tried moving around a bit. It fit extremely well and did not hinder his movements at all. There were also many pockets on the uniform, which made him very happy. What he liked most was clothes with lots of pockets. Suwin moved around some more and found that there was also a small booklet in the case. It seemed to be the manual. He picked it up. It really was the manual. He opened it and took a look. It could perfectly block bullets from small caliber pistols and submachine guns, greatly reduce damage from rifle rounds, buffer impact, resist stabs, automatically regulate body temperature, and slightly adapt to body shape. There was even a communication device on the arm connected to squad communications. Suwin was a little curious, so he raised his left arm and looked at it. A liquid crystal screen was embedded in his left forearm. He tapped the screen, and it slowly lit up. It looked a bit like a phone home screen. There was a messaging app with a speech bubble icon, a map-like app, and a supply request app. They were all functional apps, with no entertainment ones. He tapped the speech bubble icon, and several profile pictures appeared on screen. They belonged to Lingti, Su Qing, and Chiu Wu. Tapping them allowed him to call or chat. There was also a chat room below, where squad members could chat by voice or text. But at the moment, no one seemed to be speaking in the squad chat room. Let's eat first, Suwin thought. He walked out of the room and got on the elevator. Which floor was the cafeteria on again? Suwin fell into thought. The second floor, I think. He pressed the button for the second floor, and the elevator slowly descended. When he arrived on the second floor, the elevator doors opened. Suwin took a look. The cafeteria really was on the second floor. Better eat something light this morning, Suwin thought. He grabbed a few beef and green onion buns. The pot stickers looked pretty good too. As he passed the stall, he thought for a moment, then took a few pot stickers as well. The xylongbeo looked good too. The soup dumplings seemed even better. Before long, he was carrying a plate piled high with all kinds of buns and sat down nearby. There are way too many good things to eat. Suwin painfully came to a realization. I definitely can't eat this much in the future. But his appetite seemed to have grown a lot. He definitely couldn't eat this much before. As Suwin thought about it, he stuffed one bun after another into his mouth. It was probably because of the increase in his constitution attribute. Very soon, he finished every bun on the plate, but he still wanted more. Only about 80% full. Suwin thought, I'll eat more at noon. Better head to the training room first and try to break my physical limit. With that in mind, Suwin left the cafeteria on the second floor and took the elevator to the 12th floor. He pushed open the door to the training room. Inside, Su Qing and Chiu Wu were training, seemingly practicing some kind of fist art. Shaowen, you're here. Seeing Suwin walk in, Su Qing greeted him. How was in the dreamscape last night? Did you run into any danger? Chiu Wu also asked. Last night, Suwin thought about it. I didn't run into anything dangerous. That's good. Xiaowu nodded and continued practicing a set of fist techniques. What kind of fist art is that? Suwen looked at the set Xiaowu was performing, a little curious. This is a fist art I deduced and comprehended from the 10th set of radio calisthenics. Xiaowu stopped moving and explained to him, if you practice martial arts comprehended from radio calisthenics in the dreamscape, you can also obtain a new martial path trait. A new martial path trait? Suwen was curious. Yeah, that's right. In the future, if you keep comprehending deeper and more profound martial arts, you can keep obtaining new traits too. Suwen not that Tao Gu Fun. The martial path seemed pretty powerful, able to continuously provide traits. But what were martial path traits like? Could they be similar to the martial yang qi he obtained, some kind of energy? You should have gotten a martial path trait yesterday too, right? Xiaowu asked again. Yeah. Suwen nodded. You can use the boost provided by the trait to comprehend related martial arts, Xiaowu reminded him. For example, if the trait boosts the strength of both arms, then you can explore the parts of radio calisthenics related to fist arts and try to comprehend a fist art of your own. A trait that increases arm strength? Why was his trait the martial yang qi type instead? Suwen was a little confused, so he probed indirectly. Are there any other types of martial path traits? Aside from ones that increase strength, there are also ones that increase skin defense, bone hardness, reaction speed, and so on. They all sound kind of ordinary, Suwen thought. Then asked, then are there any higher level ones? Higher level ones. Xiaowu fell into thought. I've heard there are also martial path traits that grant extraordinary energy. Extraordinary energy? That's right. It seems there are 3 types. Inner qi, blood qi, and yang qi. Inner qi has extremely strong, penetrating power. It can strike through a mountain to hit the ox and directly shatter fragile internal organs. Blood qi can greatly strengthen the physical body. As for yang qi, while its damage isn't especially high, it has special effects against ghosts and evil entities. Inner qi, blood qi? Suwen hadn't expected there to be other extraordinary energy traits as well, and he fell into thought. Brother Wu, can all 3 of these traits be obtained? Would they conflict with each other? They probably wouldn't conflict. Xiaowu stroked his chin. But the chance of obtaining martial path energy traits is very low. It's basically impossible to collect all of them. Suwen not that. He wondered what would happen if someone really gathered all 3 extraordinary energy traits. Alright, practice the 10th set of radio calisthenics more. Maybe you'll suddenly gain insight. Xiaowu patted Suwen on the shoulder, then started practicing his self-created fist art again. Suwen not that. I'll do a few rounds of radio calisthenics first. He went to an open space at the side and began doing the radio calisthenics. Doing radio calisthenics did feel a little strange, but this 10th set of radio calisthenics really could work every part of his body. Of course, that was only if he did it properly. A strand of yang qi inside Suwen's body slowly began to flow through every corner of his body along with his movements. After completing 1 set of radio calisthenics, the yang qi in his body increased by a trace, but the increase was too small for him to notice. So he continued and did several more sets in a row. Suwen noticed something. The strand of yang qi in his body seemed to have expanded to more than twice its previous size. Was it because of the radio calisthenics he was doing? One more time, making a guess in his heart, he did another set of radio calisthenics. Sure enough, the yang qi in Suwen's body increased by another trace. Doing 1 set of radio calisthenics could increase his yang qi a little, though it also seemed to consume extra stamina. This is a good thing. He had been worried that the stamina recovery effect granted by the athlete-student trait was too strong, making it impossible for him to fully exhaust his stamina and reach his limit. Suwen struck while the iron was hot and continued doing radio calisthenics. Xiaowen, we're going to eat. Su Qing called out to Suwen. It's time to eat. You should head over soon too. I'll be there in a second. Suwen waved at Su Qing and replied, look at Xiaowen's stamina. It's so good. He's been training all morning. Su Qing walked out of the training room and sighed emotionally while in the elevator. He got a trait in the dreamscape that increases constitution, Xiaowu explained. A trait that increases constitution. Su Qing thought about it. Those traits are pretty rare. Just 1 point of constitution can double a person's physical qualities. That's true. Xiaowu nodded too. At this moment, Suwen had practiced the radio calisthenics over 1,000 times in one morning. The yang qi inside his body had already become like a surging river. Compared to the single strand at the beginning, it had increased by who knew how many times. Yet he still had not reached his limit. Keep going. Suwen gritted his teeth and did another set of radio calisthenics. After Su Qing and Xiaowu finished eating, they came back to the training room to take a look. He was still practicing radio calisthenics. Xiaowen, you're still working out? Not going to eat? Su Qing asked. Yeah, I'll go in a second, Suwen replied. All right. Su Qing nodded and left the training room. After Su Qing left, he continued doing radio calisthenics. Large amounts of fat were rapidly consumed and converted into stamina. Now there wasn't a trace of excess fat on his body, and the lines of his muscles were smooth all over. At this moment, an enormous amount of yang qi had completely filled every corner of Suwen's body. It churned inside him, rampaging wildly. His body had been enhanced by the increase of 2 points in physical strength, and its durability had improved in all aspects. allowing it to withstand the havoc of that massive amount of yang qi. What would happen if there were a little more yang qi? Would its quality improve? Would it condense into an inner core? Suwon thought to himself. His body was also close to reaching its limit. His vision was starting to go dark in waves. Just hold on a little longer. Suwon's brain had even started to feel dizzy. After a while more, the yang qi in his body had already started overflowing from within him. The entire training room was filled with a warm, comforting feeling. The yang qi is already overflowing. So why still hasn't there been a qualitative change? Suwon thought to himself that he was about to hit his limit. Ding! Infinite entry effect triggered. Physique +1. The entry effect had triggered. Although his yang energy hadn't undergone a qualitative transformation, his initial goal had been achieved. Suwon thought to himself that he finally didn't have to keep training and could go eat. His will relax for a moment, and the suppressed hunger instantly exploded. Hungry! Suwon's vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground from hunger. But the yang energy inside his body didn't stop circulating. It was as if some kind of muscle memory had formed. It was circulating on its own, constantly consuming his stamina and converting it into yang energy. And the athlete-student entry was also constantly consuming the nutrients stored in his body, converting them into stamina. The two seemed to reach some kind of balance, keeping the yang energy in his body full at all times. There was even a lot of excess yang energy overflowing from his body and dissipating into the surrounding air. But this did not come without a price. All the fat on Suwon's body had already been consumed clean, and it had even started consuming his muscles to provide stamina. Ling Ti quietly pushed open the door to the training room, planning to take advantage of the deep noon silence, while everyone was taking a nap, to practice her entry ability. So warm. Ling Ti narrowed her eyes comfortably. What was going on? Why was the training room so warm, like warm winter sunlight? Ling Ti looked around the training room and discovered Suwon unconscious on the ground to the side. Who is that? Looks like he is asleep. Ling Ti was a little puzzled. She quietly walked closer and took a look. It's Suwon. Ling Ti's eyes widened. Why is Suwon so thin? He has practically turned into a dried corpse. Is he dehydrated? No. Now it's not the time to think too much about it. Suwon is in danger. Ling Ti snapped back to her senses and quickly picked Suwon up. So hot. The moment she picked him up, Ling Ti felt like she was hugging a heater. What happened to Suwon? Did something go wrong with his entry? Like what happened to her? Ling Ti took a deep breath. A pair of fluffy, pointed ears grew from the top of her head, and a fluffy tail extended from behind her. Holding Suwon, Ling Ti charged straight toward the corner wall. Just as they were about to crash into it, their figures suddenly disappeared. This was Ling Ti's initial entry. It allowed her to travel through any angle smaller than 120 degrees. However, when she used the entry, fluffy ears and a tail would grow out. Meanwhile, at the corner of the hallway in the temporary hospital setup on the 3rd floor, Ling Ti jumped out, holding Suwon, and ran straight for the emergency room. Carrying Suwon, Ling Ti pushed open the door to the emergency room and said anxiously, "Quick, check on him." Several doctors on duty immediately took Suwon and began examining him. "Doctor, how is Suwon?" Ling Ti looked at Suwon on the bed and asked worriedly. The support she had just found wasn't he going to die just like this, right? It's nothing serious. The doctor looked at the examination sheet and said, he was just hungry for too long and is severely malnourished, but his body recovers very quickly. A few bottles of glucose should more or less be enough for him to recover. After the doctor left, Ling Ti was a little puzzled. Hungry for too long? That is not right. Suwon ate quite a lot yesterday. Maybe Suwon had some kind of secret. Ling Ti didn't dig deeper. Looking at the gaunt Suwon lying on the hospital bed, as a bottle of glucose entered his body gradually filled back out, and his skin recovered its elasticity. Watching this miraculous scene, Ling Ti curiously poked Suwon's skin. How'd he do that? Was it some kind of amazing entry? As Suwon's body regained energy, the speed of his yang energy conversion suddenly increased as well. A steady stream of yang energy escaped from his body, filling the entire ward with sun-like warmth. Ling Ti comfortably narrowed her eyes, then stretched lazily and fell asleep on top of Suwon. Meanwhile, after hearing that something had happened to Suwon, Su Qing and Xiao Wu hurried over in a panic. What happened? Did he spend too long doing radio calisthenics, and something went wrong? Su Qing asked worriedly while running. Probably. Xiao Wu nodded. He trained all morning and didn't eat. His body definitely couldn't take it. The two took the elevator to the 3rd floor, found a nurse at the front desk, and asked for Suwon's room number. Nurse, which room is Suwon in? Su Qing asked. Let me check. The nurse typed Suwon's name into the screen in front of her and clicked search. Room 0312. The nurse said after glancing at the search result. Okay, thank you, nurse, Su Qing said gratefully. You're welcome. Su Qing and Xiao Wu headed toward room 0312 and arrived at the door. Through the glass on the ward door, Su Qing and Xiao Wu saw Suwon and Ling Ti lying on top of him. Su Qing and Xiao Wu quietly backed away. What's going on here? Su Qing asked in a low voice. I have no idea. Xiao Wu shook his head. After gossiping for a while, Su Qing said. Suwon should be fine now. Let us head back first and not disturb Captain. MHM. Xiaowen nodded and went back to the 12th floor with Su Qing. Ugh. Suwon woke up from hunger. Opening his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling above him. Where's this? Did I transmigrate again? Suwon looked around. It seemed to be a hospital room. A little confused, Suwon lowered his head and saw Ling Ti sprawled over his stomach. Captain Ling Ti. Suwon was startled. What happened? Why is Ling Ti lying on top of me? This looks like a hospital room. Did something happen to me? Suwon fell into thought. He seemed to have fainted from hunger. Did Ling Ti save him? But he was still so hungry. Was there anything to eat? Suwon looked around again. There was no food, but there were several bottles of glucose solution beside him. Can drinking glucose solution replenish energy? Suwon fell into deep thought. Ling Ti Stai, lying on top of Suwon, moved slightly, as if she was about to wake up. Suwon quickly shut his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Ling Ti stretched and yawned. It had been a long time since she had slept this comfortably. Ahem, ahem. Suwon found it hard to keep pretending. So he acted as if he had just woken up and asked, where is this? What happened to me? This is the hospital. You fainted in the training room earlier. How do you feel now? Ling Ti's cool voice sounded out. I feel a little hungry. Suwon looked a bit embarrassed. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else? Ling Ti asked again. No. Suwon quickly shook his head. That's good. Ling Ti gave a slight nod. Then I'll be going first. Suwon watched the 1.5-meter figure leave, feeling a little emotional inside. Captain Ling really is so cold and aloof. Suwon pulled the needle that was slowly delivering fluid into the back of his hand, lifted the blanket, and got out of bed. Better go eat first. Suwon thought as he walked toward the door. After only a few steps, however, he unexpectedly grew weaker and weaker. His head spun, his vision blurred, and even his hands kept trembling. So hungry. Suwon grabbed a bottle of glucose solution from the side and chugged it down. The glucose solution entered Suwon's body, was quickly absorbed, converted into energy, then into stamina, and finally into yang energy that overflowed outward. Only after drinking several bottles of glucose solution in a row did he feel his body fill with strength again. What's going on? Why is my body's consumption so huge now? Suwon was a little confused. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed his condition. Then he felt it. Inside his body, terrifying yang qi was surging and circulating nonstop like ocean currents. Why was his yang qi moving on its own? He clearly hadn't done the radio calisthenics. Yet this yang qi was still circulating along the same route as when he did them. The total amount of yang qi was also continuously increasing. That seemed like a good thing, Suwon thought. But he quickly realized something was wrong. Why was his stamina draining so fast? Every time the yang qi completed one cycle, it seemed to consume a huge amount of physical strength. The energy from these few bottles of glucose solution probably wouldn't last very long either. I need to go eat now. Suwon grew anxious. He couldn't let himself starve to death here. He casually stuffed the last bottle of glucose solution into his pocket, left the hospital room, and ran toward the elevators. Every second counted. He had to get food before he starved to death. Sir, a nurse at the front desk called out, but she didn't stop him. Suwon arrived and frantically mashed the down button. Come on. Faster. Even faster. HM. This seemed to be the 3rd floor. Suwon noticed the floor sign beside him. Then why take the elevator at all? Wouldn't the stairs be faster? Without waiting for the elevator, Suwon directly leaped down the nearby staircase and reached the 2nd floor in 2 seconds. Suwon ran to the nearest serving window and called out to the cafeteria Annie inside like he was begging for help. Annie, quick, I need food. The middle-aged woman who was tidying things up jumped in fright. She hurriedly scooped him a heaping bowl of rice, then served him a plate of dishes. Suwon quickly took them and rushed to the side to start devouring them. That was close. I almost starved to death. Several aunties watched Suwon wolfing down food and whispered among themselves. Goodness, how long has this kid been starving? He looks like he just escaped a famine. Maybe he was starving for too long in the illusory dream realm? Definitely. Another Annie wiping tables leaned over mysteriously. I just saw his pocket bulging, and part of a bottle was sticking out. Looked like the kind of glucose they use in hospital rooms. This kid even swiped 4 stuff on the way out. Just how starving is he? While the aunties were discussing him, Suwon had already finished everything. He went back to the serving window and said pitifully, Annie, can I have another serving? Of course. The auntie serving food gave him another portion. Eat slowly. No ruse. There is plenty of food left. Thank you, auntie. Suwon nodded, then sat down at the side and started wolfing it down again. After eating several servings in a row, Suwon rubbed his stomach. No good. I'm so full. I really can't eat another bite. You full now? If it's not enough, Annie still has more here. One of the aunties asked with concern. It's enough. Thank you, auntie. Suwon waved his hand and walked outside. Take care now. An auntie called after him. Suwon waved back at her and left the 2nd floor. After walking for a while, he started to feel that something was wrong. His digestion speed seemed way too slow. The energy produced from digesting food could barely keep up with the production of yang qi. But as long as he moved around for a bit, the energy supply would no longer be enough. Suwon shakily pulled out the bottle of glucose solution from his pocket, opened it, and took a small sip. Suwon let out a long breath. I'm alive again. I almost became the first person to get starved to death while full. Thinking that, Suwon started to feel a little despair as he looked at the glucose solution in his hand. Was he really going to have to rely on glucose solution to stay alive from now on? Was there any way to stop this state of automatic yang qi circulation? Did he have to ask the Bureau for help? Would they treat him like a lab rat? If the country Suwon was in now had been the same country from his previous life, he would have reported himself to the state without hesitation. But this was, after all, a completely different new world. He had no idea what kind of attitude this country had towards people. He seemed to have transmigrated here in the flesh. Could he even be counted as one of this country's people? Thinking all that, Suwon made his way up to the second floor, took another small sip of glucose solution, and weakly asked the nurse at the front desk for help. "Nurse sis, could you give me a bottle of glucose solution?" "Sir, what seems to be the problem?" The nurse at the front desk looked at Sue when standing in front of her. For some reason, she felt very comfortable. It was like being bathed in the warm winter sun, leaving her whole body pleasantly warm. Today had originally been that time of the month for her, but now all the discomfort had disappeared. Even her cold hands and feet had warmed up. This effect seemed to be related to the person in front of her. Was it because of that person's tag? This tag was way too good. If only she could have this every day. I've been using up a lot lately, so I need to replenish my energy. Suwon came up with an excuse and explained briefly. The nurse crouched down and searched beneath the counter, then found a whole box of glucose solution. She picked up the box, set it on the counter, and said generously, "This is our backup box of glucose solution. You can have all of it." "Ah, thank you." Suwon scratched his head. "Wasn't he this a little too generous?" "Hee, you're welcome." The nurse gave a silly grin. Suwon downed one bottle of glucose solution in one go, then picked up the box and prepared to leave. "Wait." The nurse suddenly called out to stop him again. "What is it?" Suwon turned back and asked, Well, would you like higher concentration glucose solution too? I can apply for some for you," the nurse said after hesitating for a while. Higher concentration glucose solution. Suwon's eyes lit up. That kind of glucose solution should provide even more energy and let him stay active for longer. "Can you really give that to me?" "Of course. Just wait a moment." The nurse patted her chest in assurance, then ran off deeper into the hallway with quick footsteps. After turning a corner, she went into a room. A little while later, the nurse came running back carrying several boxes. "Here." She handed them to Suwon. Suwon took them and looked them over. The packaging was labeled 50% glucose solution, 20 milliliters per ampule, 50 ampules per box. 50% concentration. Suwon looked at the large bottles of glucose solution again. Each bottle was 500 milliliters, but the concentration was only 5%. "Thank you." Suwon looked at the nurse. "Thank you very much. The Bureau's nurses are really dedicated." "Hee, you're welcome." The nurse gave another silly grin. "I'll be going first." Suwon waved at the nurse. "MHM." The nurse nodded. Suwon turned and left, carrying a box of glucose solution and several boxes of high-concentration glucose solution. The nurse stared at Suwon's departing back with a silly smile. Only after the warmth covering her whole body completely faded did she finally come back to her senses. Then she felt a little annoyed. I forgot to ask his name, but it seemed like she had seen him somewhere before. That's right. Earlier, 2 people had come asking for the location of his hospital room. The nurse quickly opened the computer and checked the search records. Suwon. The nurse muttered to herself as she clicked in to look. Sure enough, the person in the photo looked exactly the same as the man just now. The nurse then looked through Suwon's detailed information. He was an intern who had only joined recently. No wonder I hadn't seen him before. The nurse stared at Suwon's photo, daydreaming about something. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Another nurse walked over from the side. Seeing the front desk nurse grinning foolishly at something on the screen, she leaned over to take a look. "Whose photo is that? You in heat or something?" "Sisterly, what nonsense are you talking about?" The nurse hurriedly turned off the screen, her face red. Yo. Suwon returned to his room, set the glucose solution on the table beside him, and lay down on the bed himself. Sigh. Suwon let out a long sigh. How had things ended up like this? Clearly, young energy could grow on its own through cultivation. Suwon sighed again. Pull yourself together. He encouraged himself inwardly. As long as he kept drinking glucose solution regularly in the future, he should still be able to hold on, right? How long could one bottle of glucose solution sustain his consumption? Thinking that, Suwon directly chugged a large bottle of glucose solution, raised his arm, and checked the time. 2:14 and 21 seconds. Very good. Let's see how long this bottle of glucose solution takes to run out. Suwon sat at the computer desk and started messing around on the computer. After a while, this bottle of glucose solution seemed to be used up. Suwon again felt his body growing a little weak, and the circulation speed of his yang energy also slowed down. He checked the time again. 2:36 and 13 seconds. One bottle of glucose solution could only maintain his consumption for around 30 minutes. That meant he had to drink 48 bottles of glucose solution a day just to move around normally. Each bottle of glucose solution was a full 500 milliliters. That was over 500 grams. 48 bottles, 24 kilograms. He needed to drink 24 kilograms of glucose solution a day just to stay alive. Still holding onto a final shred of hope, Suwon wondered how effective high-concentration glucose solution would be. He opened the box of 50% concentration glucose solution beside him. Inside were small reagent bottles. Suwon opened one and drank it down directly. 20 milliliters, not even a mouthful. No idea how long this would last. Suwon checked the time again. 2:37 and 33 seconds. Suwon played on the computer for a while. When he felt this bottle of glucose had been used up, he looked at the time. 2:59 and 56 seconds. This small bottle of high-concentration glucose solution could last 20 minutes. Suwon let out a breath of relief. These glucose solutions were easier to carry, and their energy content was higher too. Wait, why didn't he just eat glucose tablets directly? The glucose content was 100%, and they were even more convenient to carry. Suwon suddenly spotted the blind spot in his thinking. He really had been so hungry before that he'd gone stupid. But where could he get glucose tablets? Buy them outside? He didn't have any money right now either. Suwon fell into thought. He had seen on the screen on his right arm before. He seemed to be able to apply for some material allocations. Suwon raised his left hand and opened the screen on his left arm. He found the material request app and tapped it open directly. It was an electronic form. He only needed to select the supplies he wanted on the form and click send. Then the administration bureau would deliver the supplies, but it would consume his quota. He only had a quota of 6,000 yuan per month. After becoming a full employee, it would increase to 10,000. Holy crap. The administration bureau's benefits were way too good, weren't they? Even 6,000 was more than he could spend. How much could a few sugar tablets possibly cost? Suwon was full of confidence. In the form search bar, he entered glucose tablets, and the page automatically jumped. Anhydrous glucose tablets, 100% purity, 30-gram tablet. Price, 4.2 yuan per tablet. Wait, what the hell, man? This administration bureau was way too shady. One 30-gram sugar tablet was being sold for over 4 yuan. Suwon stayed in shock. If he calculated it like this, he'd be spending 168 yuan a day just on sugar alone. That was over 5,000 a month. If he wanted to apply for anything else, the quota would be completely insufficient. He'd need to pay out of pocket himself. Suwon sighed, selected the anhydrous glucose tablets, and clicked submit. The page jumped and brought him to the quantity page. How many should he get? Suwon thought about it. Let's try 300 first and see how effective they are. That should last a week. He clicked submit, and the page jumped back to the homepage. Suwon let out a breath of relief. This matter could barely be considered solved. The homepage form displayed a lot of supplies. High brightness waterproof long endurance flashlight, fire starter rod, high strength alloy military shovel, mini straw filter. All kinds of supplies made Suwon a little tempted, but when he looked at the prices, a single flashlight cost over 100 yuan, and one fire starter rod was over 20. The junk he'd picked up in the illusion dreamscape wasn't unusable, so why bother buying the good stuff? Suwon lay back down on the bed and looked at the glucose solution beside him. These glucose solutions seemed to be free. If he mixed glucose solution and sugar tablets together, wouldn't he immediately save half the money? But glucose solution had to be requested from a nurse, and he might need it constantly in the future. If he kept asking all the time, would that nurse get annoyed and stop bringing it to him? Forget it. Suwon sighed. He'd worry about future problems in the future. Suwon closed his eyes to rest. Yang energy circulated through his body on its own, continuously expanding. But there was an upper limit to how much yang energy Suwon's body could carry. All the excess yang energy dissipated. That was kind of a waste. Suwon thought, was there some solution? Increase his body's yang energy capacity? But how was he supposed to increase that? If his physical constitution became stronger, then his yang energy capacity should also increase, right? The no limits trait could increase Suwon's constitution attribute, but that required reaching the limit of his body. But right now, trying to train himself to his physical limit might be a tiny bit difficult. He might starve to death halfway through. Suwon shook his head and gave up on the plan of improving his constitution through exercise. Then what other way was there to avoid wasting yang energy? Suwon thought about it. What if he improved the quality of his yang energy? For example, if his current yang energy was in gaseous form, then if he compressed it into liquid or even solid, then his body would be able to store more yang energy. His yang energy capacity would effectively increase as well. Let's first try figuring out how to compress yang energy. Thinking that, Suwon closed his eyes, sensed the flow of yang energy in his body, and tried to control it. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Suwon opened his eyes. Suwon, want to go eat together? To his surprise, Linky's voice came from outside the door. Okay, give me a minute. Suwon answered, still a little dazed. What time is it now? He raised his right hand and checked the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Suwon had been trying to control his yang energy the whole time and hadn't noticed the passage of time. It had clearly felt like only a short while had passed, but in reality, more than 2 hours had gone by. Suwon got up and washed his face. After 2 hours of manipulation, he still hadn't found any way to compress yang energy, but he had gained a little something else. He could now slightly control the circulation speed of yang energy. He could make it run faster or slower. If it sped up, the production speed of yang energy would increase, and so would the consumption of physical strength. More importantly, if it slowed down, the production speed of yang energy decreased, and the consumption of physical strength decreased as well. A bottle of glucose would last longer too. Suin opened the door and saw the 1.5-meter tall little lowly standing outside. Captain? Only then did Suin react. The one who had called him to dinner was actually Lingti. Lingti nodded seriously and said, "You fainted this morning. I came to check how you're doing." "Thank you, Captain." Suin scratched his head. He hadn't expected Lingti to actually be such a nice person. "Let's go. Hurry and eat," Lingti urged him. Suin nodded and walked toward the elevator. Lingti, following behind him, narrowed her eyes and revealed a comfortable expression. Too amazing. Why did it feel so warm staying by Suin's side? It clearly wasn't tea like this before. Could it be that Suin got some kind of trait in the dreamscape yesterday? "Captain." Suin turned back and glanced at her. "What is it?" Lingti's expression instantly turned serious. "In nothing." Suin looked at the serious little lowly and almost wanted to laugh. "Then hurry up," Lingti urged. After Suin and Lingti left, the doors of 2 rooms suddenly opened a crack. Su Qing and Xiao Wu each poked their heads out, then looked at each other. "Nothing is going on between the captain and Suin, right?" "The captain has never called us to eat together before," Su Qing muttered quietly. "True. Usually, the captain only eats with us after finishing a mission. Most of the time, she eats alone." Xiao Wu nodded and agreed. The two looked at each other again, and Su Qing spoke once more. "Forget it. We can't interfere in the captain's business anyway. Let us go eat first." Xiao Wu nodded and went to the cafeteria with Su Qing. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Su Qing swept her gaze across the whole place and spotted Lingti and Su sitting across from each other in a corner, eating. "The captain and the others are over there," Su Qing said to Xiao Wu in a low voice, pointing that way. Su Qing and Xiao Wu got some food, carried their trays over, and sat not far from Suin and Lingti, secretly observing. "The captain and the others are leaving. Let us hurry and follow them." After a while, Su Qing tugged at Xiao Wu beside her and whispered, "There doesn't seem to be anything between the captain and Suin?" Xiao Wu said doubtfully. He had been watching for quite a while and hadn't noticed anything. "What do you know? There's definitely something going on," Su Qing shot back. Based on her experience, there had to be some kind of problem. The two followed Suin and Lingti all the way until they split up and returned to their own rooms. Even then, they still didn't discover anything unusual. "I'm telling you, there's probably nothing between the captain and Shaowen. Maybe the captain is just looking out for the newcomer. After all, Shaowen's trait is pretty rare," Xiao Wu said to Su Qing beside him. Su Qing shook her head, then said with some doubt, "Maybe there really is nothing. You're overthinking it. Tonight we still have to keep searching for the core in the dreamscape. If we can't find it, the administration might give up on the city." Su Qing nodded as well, agreeing with Xiao Wu's words. Suin returned to his room, stretched lazily, picked up a bottle of glucose solution from the side, and drank it. Eating with the captain was still a bit stressful. Suin thought as he walked over to the computer desk. Might as well play some games and relax. I wonder if the games from my previous life still exist in this world. Knock, knock, knock. After playing for a while, Suin heard knocking at the door again. "Who is it?" Suin asked. "The supplies you applied for have arrived." Suin's eyes lit up. The glucose cubes he bought had finally been delivered. Suin opened the door, and the person outside handed him a cardboard box. Suin took the box, returned to his room, shut the door, and impatiently tore it open. Inside the box were sugar cubes, each sealed in a small plastic wrapper. Suin picked one up. It was about 3 centimeters wide. He tore open the wrapper and popped it into his mouth. So sweet. Suin tasted it, then nodded in satisfaction. "I wonder how long one can last." Suin checked the time. It was a little after 6 in the evening. Suin played games for a while. When he felt the energy from the glucose cube run out, he checked the time again. About 40 minutes had passed. One glucose cube can already last 40 minutes? Suin thought to himself, and these sugar cubes were much easier to carry than glucose solution. Suin stuffed his uniform pockets full of glucose cubes. There were roughly dozens of them. That should be enough to get him through tonight's dreamscape exploration. Ding! The screen on Suin's left arm beeped once. He raised his hand and looked. Lingti had sent a file in the group chat and tagged him, saying, "Suin, this is some information from the administration regarding Yusher's dreamscape. You can take a look." Received. Suin sent back a reply. He opened the file and started reading it carefully. Yusher's dreamscape was one where heavy rain had been falling non-stop. Its area was about the same size as Yusher. The administration had searched many times inside the dreamscape for the core that caused it, but had never found it. The water level in this dreamscape had begun rising continuously, even submerging most of the houses. The work of searching for the dreamscape core had become even more difficult, requiring diving suits to go underwater and search. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any dangerous creatures in this dreamscape. Wait, that is not right. Then was the dozens of meters-long python he saw before just a hallucination? Suin felt puzzled and kept reading. The administration had established a stronghold in the city center, a gigantic floating platform. A map was attached below as well. The floating platform was in the city center, while Suin compared the locations. That floating garbage mountain in the dreamscape was in the north side of the city. It seemed to be floating right above a zoo. Suin fell into thought. A zoo? Did it have some connection to the dreamscape's core? Could that giant python have come from this zoo? But the first time he encountered the giant python was in a school, far from the zoo. Suwen Sjet Lavili picked up the box containing the frog from his side and put it into his pocket. He lay down on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. Ugh, hi. Suwen suddenly opened his eyes. He had already arrived inside the canopy boat shelter he had made. Suwen Sjet put on his raincoat, lifted the boat curtain, and looked outside. The torrential rain was still pouring down. He stepped out of the shelter, preparing to head back to Garbage Island and explore it some more. Yesterday, it had been too dark, and the broken flashlight he found didn't shine very well. Suwen had only given the island a rough search before coming back. Today he would thoroughly search this island and see if he could find the Dreamscape core. Suwen jumped from the deck of the catamaran onto Garbage Island and began searching carefully, turning over every place in detail. He even used the glasses bug that could see the names of all things. He searched nonstop for more than 2 hours, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything strange at all. Suwen carried a fishing rod and walked back. Although he hadn't found the Dreamscape core, he had found a fishing rod. Once he got back on the boat, he could try fishing. Suwen's hands were already itching for it. Holding the rod, he came to the edge of Garbage Island. He looked at the large fallen tree lying sideways nearby. No need to go back to the boat just yet. Sitting on this tree, and fishing works too, and it's close to the water. Suwen sat down on the trunk with the fishing rod. What should he use as bait? Gwa! The frog in Suwen's pocket croaked. Suwen took out the little box from his pocket, looked at the frog inside, and thought that using the frog as bait actually didn't sound bad. But he still needed the frog for weather forecasts, so he couldn't use it as bait. Suwen went off to search nearby and caught a few beetles. He had no idea what they were called. Anyway, their shells were black, and they had 6 pairs of little legs. They should be usable for fishing. Suwen hooked one of the beetles onto the fishing hook. The little legs of the black beetle kept waving around, but unfortunately, it didn't do much good. Suwen cast the fishhook far out. There was nowhere to put the remaining beetles, so he put them into the little box that had been holding the frog. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. The frog let out a burst of excited croaks. Suwen ignored it and set the box aside. How could this be? Suwen lifted the rod again. The hook was completely empty. Only the black beetle that had been hanging on it before was left, and now even its legs were no longer moving. It looked dead. Could it be that fish didn't like eating this kind of beetle? Or maybe the beetle wasn't fresh anymore. Suwen guessed for a moment and prepared to switch to another beetle and try again. He opened the little box holding the frog. All the beetles he had caught earlier had been put inside. What's going on? Why is every single beetle gone? Was it you? Suwen looked at the frog and demanded an answer. Ribbit. The frog gave an innocent croak. Damn it. Suwen was furious. If I still can't catch any fish, I'll use you as bait. Ribbit, ribbit. The frog croaked twice more. Suwen snapped the lid shut and caught a few new bugs. These new bugs don't have shells. Fish should like them. He hooked the new bugs onto the line and cast it back into the water. Why still no bite? Do I need to chum the water? Suwen lifted the rod again to check, his face full of suspicion. Or is there actually no fish here at all? Right? Suwen took out his glasses, wiped the lenses 3 times with the glasses cloth, breathed on them once, and immediately put them on. Now he could see whether there were actually any fish underwater. Suwen looked at the water's surface. Wood, plastic bag, plastic bake, plastic bottle, wood, plastic bottle, plastic bake. He looked over the water in front of him. Sure enough, there wasn't a single fish. Suwen then looked over the surrounding water. Plastic bottle, wood, weeds, deadwood, crocodile, deadwood. There's actually fish here. But what kind of fish is that? Crocodile? Wait, no, a crocodile. Suwen jumped back in one leap, grabbed the box beside him, and retreated more than a dozen meters straight away. At the same time, water exploded upward as a massive crocodile shot out from below. Its huge, blood-filled maw slammed down viciously on the section of tree trunk where Suwen had been sitting before, biting it cleanly in half. Holy shit, what a huge crocodile. That thing has got to be 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 meters long. Suwen was badly startled and stared fixedly at the crocodile ahead. Good thing I reacted fast. Otherwise it would bitten me. The crocodile shook its head and looked towards Suwen in the distance. What is it trying to do? It's not going to chase me, is it? Suwen felt a little worried. By Jianghu rules, if I hand over flash, it won't kill me. The crocodile watched Suwen for a while. Maybe it felt that it wouldn't be able to catch him on land, because it slowly withdrew back into the water. It finally left. Suwen let out a sigh of relief, but then grew troubled again. But my boat is still over there. How am I supposed to get back on it? I'll wait first. I'll get on the boat tonight. That crocodile can't possibly stay there all day, right? Thinking that, Suwen climbed onto a small hill made from several cabinets stacked together and looked out over the water ahead. The bug-S time still hadn't run out, so Suwen could still see the names of everything. Wood, plastic bottle, deadwood, plastic bake, wood, plastic bottle, crocodile, python, plastic bottle. The crocodile really is still down there, but there seems to be something else too. Suwen looked again. Plastic bottle, crocodile, python, plastic bottle, python. Did that giant python follow me here too? Suwen's heart tightened. That python had been extremely fast on land as well. If it comes up here and starts chasing me, just as Suwen was thinking that, the water suddenly began to churn violently. A giant python dozens of meters long had wrapped itself tightly around the huge crocodile. The crocodile roared and struggled madly on the water's surface, rolling and thrashing and throwing up waves several meters high. Suwon's eyes widened. The python was actually attacking that crocodile. Why? Suwon was confused. Was it hunting it for food? In the natural world, pythons did seem to kill crocodiles too. Without taking his eyes off the life and death struggle, Suwon watched as the giant python gradually coiled tighter and tighter around the crocodile's body. The crocodile opened its blood-filled maw and tried to bite the python, but it couldn't reach it at all. Its claws kicked wildly, but unfortunately they couldn't touch the giant python either. The python's coils grew tighter and tighter. The crocodile's struggling grew weaker and weaker, gradually losing all movement. Hey, Snake. Suwon tried to communicate with the python. After a python eats its fill, its desire to attack should be very low. But Suwon was sure whether the giant python was hunting the crocodile for food, or killing it to remove a threat. If it was the former, then the python would be fine once it ate its fill. But if it was the latter, then the giant python would probably still come after him. The giant python turned its head and looked at Suwon. Suwon took a deep breath and continued asking, "Are you going to eat this crocodile?" Crocodile attacked little skinny monkey. The python shook its head and spoke in a soft, sweet voice. Suwon looked confused, then asked again, "You attacked the crocodile to protect me?" Little skinny monkey. The python nodded its head. Damn, who would be thought this giant python was actually a good snake with a cold face and a warm heart? Suwon felt a little moved. He summoned a bottle of iced cola, pulled open the tab, and asked Snake, "Do you want to drink cola?" Ding. A one-time bug has been discovered. After feeding food to a powerful creature, you will obtain a random related entry. A one-time bug? Didn't he expect an extra surprise? Cola? The python's soft, sweet voice came over, full of confusion. It's something tasty. Open your mouth. Suwon explained. The giant python stretched its head over and opened its pink, blood-filled maw. Suwon poured the cola into the python's huge mouth. The giant python closed its mouth, smacked its lips, and savored it for a moment. It feels a little strange. Ding. You have fed food to a powerful creature. In Symphony of the Dream Realm, you have obtained a random related entry. Delicacy. Entry quality, white comet. Entry effect. Things you think taste good will also taste good to other beings. Suwon looked at the effect of the entry. It didn't seem that strong. How about another bottle of cola? Suwon tried asking. The giant python thought about it, then opened its mouth again. Suwon performed the ritual, summoned another bottle of cola, pulled the tab, and poured it into the python's mouth. This time, the giant python savored it carefully. Its eyes lit up, and it said excitedly, "Little skinny monkey." So good. Another bottle? Suwon asked tentatively. Hum. The python nodded and opened its blood-filled maw. Suwon summoned another bottle of ice cola and poured it into the python's mouth. More. Suwon summoned several more cans and kept feeding the giant python. The giant python gradually loosened its coils around the crocodile's body and moved closer this way. But by now, every bone in the crocodile's body had long since been crushed. It had been dead for quite a while, so there was no risk of it coming back to life. The python yawned and said sleepily, "Cola is very tasty. Thank you, little skinny monkey." Actually I'm a human, not a little skinny monkey. Suwon et lai. Oh, thank you, human. You're welcome, Snake. Suwon replied. You feel so warm. The python said softly and stickily as her body had already climbed onto the garbage island. I haven't basked in the sun for a long time. The python's body coiled around Suwon. Looking at the thick snake body around him that was constantly shifting and tightening, Suwon felt his scalp tingle in fear. The giant python stopped, resting her head beside Suwon and closing her eyes. Suwon let out a breath of relief. Luckily, she had tightened all the way and had left him about half a meter of space. What should he do next? Suwon thought to himself. Go to the management department's outpost in the city center? But his boat had no power source and could only drift with the current. This seemed to be the lowest point of the water flow, so the boat could only stay here. Should he add a sail? Right? Was this python and that crocodile from the zoo underwater below? That crocodile's size had also been very abnormal. It was a bit too big. Snake, did you come from that zoo down there? Suwon asked. Zoo? The giant python's voice was still a little muddled. I think so. White mice, frogs, rabbits. So tasty. The giant python sounded like she was talking in her sleep, but she really did seem to have come from the zoo submerged underwater below. That zoo might very well contain the core that formed this illusion dreamscape, and it had also caused the python and crocodile to grow larger. But the zoo was underwater. How was he supposed to explore it? Try to get a bug or a trait that let him breathe underwater. How could he get one? By swimming in the water? Diving? He should try first. Suwon braced himself on the python's body and slowly climbed outward. The torrential rain poured down non-stop from the sky, beating against the giant python's scales. Her scales had become slick and slippery, making them very hard to grip. Suwon finally climbed out of the python's coiled body and reached the edge of the garbage island. Human, where are you going? The giant python raised her head and stared at Suwon as she asked. Suwon felt a little awkward. I'm going swimming. The giant python nodded, then laid back down again. Suwon took a deep breath, took off his raincoat, and jumped straight into the water. He splashed around in the water for a while, but never triggered any bug, not even a temporary bug. Did he need to dive underwater? Thinking that, Suwon took a deep breath and dived beneath the surface. Ding! Discovered a one-time bug. After remaining 1 meter underwater with your entire body submerged for more than 1 hour, randomly obtain a related trait. He finally found a bug. Suwon surfaced and greedily sucked in fresh air, then checked the bug's details. Stay 1 meter underwater for 1 hour. And his entire body had to be underwater too. What was the human breath holding record again? A few minutes? There was no way it could reach 1 hour. If he wanted to stay underwater for 1 hour, he first had to get a trait or bug like underwater breathing. But to get the trait, he first had to stay underwater for 1 hour. A dead end had become blocked on both sides. But then Suwon changed his thinking and opened up a new line of thought. He seemed like he could borrow the power of technology. For example, if he found a diving suit and brought enough oxygen tanks, he should be able to last underwater for 1 hour. But where could he find a diving suit? Apply for one from the administration in the real world? A diving suit definitely wouldn't be cheap. His quota absolutely wouldn't be enough. As Suwon thought, he climbed out of the water and put his raincoat back on. The administration uniform on him even had an automatic drying function. It quickly dried Suwon's soaked shirt. Suwon sat on the giant python nearby. The python lifted her head to glance at him, then laid back down again. In the file sent in the link to his group yesterday, the introduction to the administration's outpost seemed to mention some diving suit supply for exploring illusion dreamscapes. They probably didn't require quota points, Suwon thought. He could go check out the administration's outpost in this illusion dreamscape. Now the only problem was that his little boat had no propulsion system at all. If he wanted to go against the current back to the city center, it seemed basically impossible. Suwon fell into thought. Was there any way? Make a super huge oar and row like crazy? Or, Suwon looked at the giant python sleeping beside him. Have the giant python pull the boat for him. The giant python moved, the tip of her tail wrapping around Suwon and dragging him back to the center of her snake body. He didn't know whether the giant python would agree. Snake, Suwon called softly. The giant python's voice was a little groggy. The giant python seemed to be sleeping right now. He asked after she woke up, Suwon thought, sitting on her oval, slick body. Suwon pulled out a glucose tablet from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. The sweet taste melted across his tongue. His body received an energy boost, and the yang energy he gave off became even more vigorous. The giant python comfortably rolled over. But the giant python's body was coiled right now, and Suwon was still sitting on her. Ugh! Suwon was directly crushed underneath the giant python's heavy body. Sorry, human. The giant python quickly moved her body away, wrapped the tip of her tail around Suwon, and placed him on her back. Suwon waved his hand. Oh, human, why is it so warm around you? The giant python asked curiously. It's just like basking in the sun. Maybe because my yang energy is relatively vigorous? Suwon wasn't really sure what kind of warmth the giant python meant by like basking in the sun. He himself didn't feel anything. Yang energy. The giant python seemed thoughtful. Snake, are you still going to sleep? Suwon asked tentatively. The giant python nodded. All right, Suwon said helplessly, pulling an umbrella from his waist. Suwon opened the umbrella, sat on the python's body, and yawned. Should he also go back into the boat canopy and rest for a while? Suwon stood up, preparing to go sleep in the canopy for a bit. Once the giant python had rested enough, he would ask her to pull his boat and take him to headquarters in the city center. Human, where are you going? The giant python asked nervously. I'm going to sleep in that boat over there. Suwon gestured toward the boat. Oh, then I'm going too. The giant python looked at the boat floating on the water over there, then nodded as she spoke. Suwon looked at his little boat, then at the python's body that was dozens of meters long. The boat seems a little too small. It can't fit you. Hearing that, the giant python fell into thought. Then she suddenly had an idea and used her tail to wrap around the catamaran in the water nearby. She directly lifted the boat and placed it on her back beside Suwon. Human, now you can get on the boat and sleep. All right. Suwon looked stunned, but still climbed onto the deck and crawled into the canopy. Suwon took off his raincoat and set it aside. The fire in the brazier was almost out already, with only a few scattered sparks left. Suwon quickly snapped apart a dry plank nearby, scraped off some wood shavings, and put them into the brazier. The flames quickly started burning again. Suwon then added the plank as well, letting the flames catch onto it. Suwon lay down on the blanket and slowly closed his eyes. Right? If he went to sleep early, would he return to the real world? In the past, the way to travel between the real world and the illusion dreamscape had been through sleep. Thinking that, Suwon slowly drifted into dreams. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Suwon was awakened by a burst of frog croaks. He opened his eyes, and above his head was a curved sheet of metal. He hadn't returned to the real world. He had just fallen asleep directly inside the illusion dreamscape. Suwon was a little doubtful. Human, there's a frog. The boat canopy was lifted by a slender tail tip, and the giant python looked at Su-Won with bright, gleaming eyes. Su-Won took the box out of his pocket. Gwa! The frog cried out again. I want to eat it. The giant python's eyes lit up. You can't eat it. I still need to use it later. Su-Won shook his head and refused the giant python. Fine, the giant python looked a little disappointed. Want some cola? Su-Won asked. Yes. The giant python nodded and opened its mouth. Su-Won summoned a can of cola, popped the tab, and poured it into the giant python's mouth. Tastes good. The giant python nodded in satisfaction. Another bottle? Su-Won asked again. MHM. The giant python opened its mouth again. Su-Won summoned another can of cola and poured it into the giant python's mouth. After drinking several cans in a row, the giant python was finally satisfied. Su-Won asked again, Snake, can you help pull the boat and take me to the city center? Human. I would be delighted to be of service, the giant python said with a nod, sounding unusually refined. The giant python carefully pushed the boat toward the water. With a splash, it rocked a few times and dropped into the water. Su-Won climbed out from under the boat canopy. The giant python circled the catamaran once and asked in confusion, Human, how am I supposed to pull the boat? Su-Won thought for a moment, tied the electric wire to both sides of the hull, then handed the middle section to the giant python. Just pull this rope. The giant python took the rope in its mouth, kept its head above the water, and its body submerged, and swam forward. All right, Human, where's the city center? As it swam, the giant python seemed to remember something and asked. It's over there. Su-Won raised his left arm, tapped the screen on it, found the map of the illusory dreamscape, and pointed south. Go that way. MHM. The giant python nodded and quickly swam south, dragging out ripples across the water. Passing through crisscross skyscrapers that looked like strings of beads, with only half of each building exposed above the water, Su-Won arrived not far from the city center. The giant python stopped, turned back to look at Su-Won, and said, Human, so many little skinny monkeys. They're humans too. Su-Won looked ahead. There was a huge floating platform pieced together from many parts, and on it were a lot of crudely built rooms. Humans are humans. Little skinny monkeys are little skinny monkeys. The giant python shook its head and spoke stubbornly. There were many little skinny monkeys, but it only had one human. All right, stay here for now. Don't bite the little skinny monkeys. MHM. The giant python nodded. Su-Won looked ahead. It was a massive floating platform pieced together from multiple sections, with many crude rooms built from rainproof tarps and sheet metal. Holding a small paddle, he rowed frantically, slowly approaching the floating platform. The giant python quietly gave Su-Won's boat a little push with the tip of its tail. The catamaran shot toward the floating platform and slammed straight into the edge of it. Several people inside heard the noise and came out. When they saw Su-Won and the bureau uniform he was wearing, they curiously asked, Which team are you from? Why haven't we seen you before? Su-Won thought back. Which team was the Greyhound in again? He had heard them talking about it during a meal before. Team 2. Su-Wen an Sua. Team 1. Team 2, and so on were not official divisions, but groupings made by the Bureau's field personnel themselves. You're that in turn from Team 2? A young man seemed to remember something. That's right. Su-Wen not that. Come on up. The young man waved him over. Su-Wen jumped onto the platform and tied the boat to a nearby post. I'm logistics staff from the Bureau, the young man said from the side. For this to be your first illusory dreamscape, you're already pretty lucky. At least this world is very safe, aside from the constant rain being kind of annoying. Su-Won thought of that giant python again. Had the Bureau really never discovered things like the giant python and the crocodiles, those abnormally huge creatures? I want to borrow a diving suit. You're planning to look for the illusory dreamscape core too? The young man asked curiously. But diving is pretty dangerous. Much more dangerous than this world, he reminded him. Do you have any prior diving experience? No. Su-Won shook his head. Then you'll need some training first. The young man nodded. All right. Su-Won not that. Come with me first. The young man ducked into a shack built from waterproof tarp nearby. Su-Won followed him. Above his head was a plastic sheet ceiling supported by wooden poles, and sheet metal divided the surrounding space into little rooms. The young man led Su-Won into one of the rooms. It was not very big. There were 2 metal racks on either side, with several large boxes placed on them. Those boxes should contain diving suits, Su-Won thought. The young man pulled down a large box from the metal rack, carried it over, and set it on the ground. Then he opened the box and took out a spherical glass hood. What is this? Su-Won asked, a little confused. Obviously a diving suit, the young man said, putting the glass helmet over Su-Won's head. Then he took out a white square backpack-like object from the box. It looked like it was made of metal or plastic, with sharp edges and corners. 4 tubes extended from both sides of the pack. The young man then strapped the pack onto Su-Won's back and inserted the canisters into the circular plastic plates on both sides of Su-Won's uniform. Su-Won turned his head and took a look. He had not expected those circular plastic plates to have this kind of function. He had thought they were just decorative. The young man then took out 3 small steel air canisters from the box, each about a dozen centimeters long, holding the canisters in one hand. The young man opened the panel on the backpack on Su-Won's back with the other, then screwed the canisters in one by one. After closing the panel, the young man said to Su-Won, Check the settings on the screen on your left arm and find air circulation mode. Suwon nodded, raised his left arm, turned on the screen, found settings in the lower left corner, and kept searching through it. Found air circulation mode. Suwon tapped air circulation mode. Buzz. A faint humming sound came from where the spherical glass hood connected to the collar of Suwon's uniform. Then it tightened and locked firmly in place. The connected tubes along both sides of his body also tightened and fixed themselves in place. Suwon heard something like a fan spinning, and then the air inside the glass hood began to circulate. All right, now you can go into the water, the young man said. This is enough for diving? Suwon was a little puzzled. He had not expected the bureau uniform to be modifiable into a diving suit. These 3 canisters can sustain 1 hour of consumption. The young man explained to Suwon, but a single dive can't exceed 20 minutes. Why? Suwon asked curiously. Do you know the rule of thirds in diving? The young man asked. What rule of thirds? Suwon looked confused. 1/3 of the gas is for going down, 1/3 is for returning, and the remaining 1/3 is kept as a safety reserve. Suwon nodded, but he only gained entries after staying underwater for 1 hour. Are there any larger air tanks? Suwon asked. This is already the largest size of tank that could be brought into the illusory dreamscape. The young man shook his head, then pulled down another box and equipped himself with diving gear as well. Let us go get familiar with the underwater environment first. The young man headed outside, and Suwon followed behind him to the edge of the floating platform. The young man slowly waded into the water and waved at Suwon. Come on, get in and give it a try. Suwon nodded, braced himself on the edge of the floating platform, and slid into the water. Keep up. Seeing Suwon get into the water, the young man spoke to him and dove straight underwater. His voice came from inside the glass helmet. It probably had some kind of built-in wireless communication. Suwon nodded and followed him down. After passing through the murky layer near the surface, the accumulated water below was still fairly clear, though it was somewhat dim. The young man switched on a high-powered flashlight, and the beam lit up the underwater world around them. The flashlight beam cut through the dark water and landed on the nearest building. It was a high-rise office building. Its outer wall had probably once been beige, but now it was covered in a thin layer of green algae, as if it had been wrapped in a sticky felt blanket. The algae swayed gently with the faint movement of the current, making the whole building seem alive, as if it were slowly breathing. Suwon followed behind the young man, paddling forward bit by bit. The flashlight swept across one window after another. The glass was completely intact, without even a crack. The light underwater was dim. When the flashlight shone inside, he could vaguely make out curtains floating behind the windows, rising and falling slowly with unseen undercurrents. In some windows, the algae were even thicker than on the exterior wall, densely smeared across the inner side of the glass, like someone had splashed a layer of muddy green paint onto it from inside. When the flashlight moved away, those windows sank back into darkness, leaving behind only blurry outlines. It looked eerie and unsettling. Suwon could not help shivering. The young man seemed already very familiar with this underwater high-rise district. He did not stop and swam toward an alley between 2 buildings. The flashlight beam wavered ahead, dragging out a flickering band of light. Suwon quickly followed. The 2 passed through the alley. The buildings on both sides pressed in around them, and the water surface overhead grew distant while the light became even dimmer. Suwon could even hear his own breathing, a steady rhythm echoing inside the spherical glass helmet. At the end of the alley was an open area. It had probably once been a plaza. As the flashlight swept over it, Suwon saw half of a pavilion pillar. The pillar was also covered in algae. Several cars were parked beside the pavilion, their bodies coated in a gray-green film. Their headlights looked like dead fish eyes, staring emptily ahead. We'll move around freely here for a while. The young man's voice came through beside Suwon's ear. Okay, Suwon Zeeplit. He raised his left arm and glanced at the screen. It showed the remaining air in the tank, dive depth, and time. The remaining air could still last 50 minutes. But according to what the young man had said, they would head back in another 10 minutes. The dive depth was only 12 meters, not very deep. Suwon glanced at the young man nearby, thought for a moment, then swam downward. He touched the ground. The plaza floor was paved with light-colored tiles, and the gaps between them were filled with fine silt. But the lighting was a bit too dim, so he could not see clearly. There should be a light on the diving suit. Suwon fumbled around on the screen on his left arm, and a light turned on over his helmet. The light swept close across the ground, revealing the original geometric patterns on the tiles, arranged in neat order like a carpet ruined by soaking in water. Suwon swam along the plaza, circling around the edge once, then headed toward the center of the plaza. In the center was a circular fountain pool. There was still a bronze statue inside it, its surface also covered in a layer of green algae. Suwon circled the fountain once, and saw several coins lying at the bottom of the pool, flashing as they reflected the light. Looks like someone once made a wish here, Suwon thought. We should head back. The young man's voice came through beside Suwon's ear, carrying a faint crackle of static. All right, Suwon replied. He looked at the screen. The remaining air could still last 45 minutes. Suwon swam upward and caught up to the young man waiting above. The young man led Suwon upward with him, swimming toward the surface. After breaking the surface, The young man swam toward the floating platform not far away, and Suwon followed close behind. Climbing onto the floating platform, the young man pressed something on a screen on his arm, ended air circulation mode, and then took off the glass helmet. Copying him, Suwon raised his left arm and turned off air circulation mode. A light click came from the transparent helmet, and the sound of the ventilation fan stopped as well. Suwon took off the glass helmet. How did it feel? The young man asked. Not bad. Suwon not that. The young man tapped the screen on his left arm. Found nearby people. Opened Suwon's profile picture and sent a file over. These are the places the Bureau's field team has already searched in this illusory dreamscape, as well as the places currently being searched. You can take a look. Thanks. Suwon nodded and opened the file the young man had sent. Inside was a map with many markers on it. Search time. Discoveries made during the search team. Most of the city had already been searched. The Bureau's judgment was that the core of this illusory dreamscape might be something extremely inconspicuous, making it rather hard to find, the young man explained from the side. Suwon nodded. From what he had seen before, the core of an illusory dreamscape might be some strange statue, or some kind of tool or weapon. Illusory dreamscape cores all possessed magical powers, like spewing flames or releasing invisible slashes. The core of this illusory dreamscape should be able to summon rainwater or control water currents. I'll also give you a device for refilling the air tank. You can explore on your own, or go join up with the team. As he spoke, the young man ducked back into the cluster of simple structures made from rainproof plastic sheets. After thinking about it, Suwon still followed him. The young man arrived at a room that looked like a workshop. All kinds of tools were placed inside, and several people were in the middle of dismantling a few two-wheeled electric scooters. The young man picked up a small square machine from the side, handed it to Suwon, and said, "This is a machine for refilling the air tank. Just screw the tank onto the port and turn on the switch. It'll shut down automatically once the tank is full." Suwon took the square machine and looked it over. It was around a dozen centimeters long, and its structure was very simple. One connector and one switch. "All right, do you want to modify your boat a bit?" The young man remembered seeing Sue when rowing with an oar and asked, "We can add a power system." "What kind of system?" Suwon was a little tempted and asked. "It's a propeller modified by our logistics team. We made it using these electric scooters. Come take a look. We happen to have a set here." The young man waved and walked into a room beside the workshop. Suwon followed him in. This room seemed to be the workshop storeroom. It held some mechanical materials, along with a few finished products. The young man stopped in front of a crude, rough-looking propeller. The propeller had been modified from an electric scooter wheel. Several blades had been welded onto the hub. The blades had been cut out from iron sheets. Their shapes were not very regular, and the welding marks were obvious. A drive shaft was connected to the center of the hub, and at the other end of the shaft was a motor. It's a little ugly, but the thrust is decent. The young man patted one of the propeller blades. "We took the motor out of an electric scooter, rewired it, and waterproofed it. The battery is from the scooter too. Fully charged. It can run underwater for more than 2 hours. What do you think?" "Very good. Suwon not that. Then it's yours. We'll carry it to the boat with you and install it." As the young man spoke, he walked to the tail end of the propeller and lifted it up. With one hand holding the motor and the other supporting the drive shaft, Suwon worked together with the young man to carry the propeller outside, to the side of his boat. Suwon pulled the boat out of the water. The young man carefully examined his catamaran. He had thought it was just an ordinary raft, but it turned out there was more to it than that. "You made this boat yourself?" the young man asked. "That's right. I built it myself." "Suwon not that. Nice craftsmanship. Want to consider joining our logistics department?" The young man looked at the boat again, trying to recruit him. "Better not." Suwon shook his head and refused. The young man wasn't too annoyed. Instead, he said, "It's fine. I was just saying it casually. Field personnel are still pretty dangerous. Once your 1-month internship period is over, think about it carefully again. By then, the Bureau will also give you a way to obtain a word entry. We'll talk about it then." Suwon shook his head. "All right." The young man nodded and worked with Suwon to install the propeller at the stern of the catamaran, then fixed it in place with screws. "All done." The young man clapped his hands, then thought for a moment and added, "I'll get you a waterproof cover too, to cover the motor." The young man ran back into the room. After a while, he came out carrying a piece of waterproof cloth. He spread the cloth on the ground, then found a few short wooden sticks and measured them out. First, he arranged the sticks into a neat square frame and tied the 4 corners tightly with rope. Then he draped the waterproof cloth over it, tucked the edges into the frame, and pulled it smooth and flat. Carrying the waterproof cover, the young man walked to the stern and carefully slipped it over the motor. Then he nailed the cover onto the deck. With this cover, the motor wouldn't be afraid of rain anymore. The young man stood up, stepped back 2 paces, looked it over, and spoke. "Thank you." Suwon walked over, touched the waterproof cover, and thanked him. "No need to be polite." The young man waved his hand. "Set off early." Suwon nodded, pushed the catamaran into the water, then jumped from the floating platform onto the stern of the catamaran. He waved at the young man and said goodbye. "Goodbye." The young man waved back at Suwon as well. Suwon switched on the propeller. The motor gave off a buzzing hum as it spun, and the propeller, modified from electric vehicle wheel hub, also began turning. The propeller churned up the muddy yellow floodwater making heavy puffing sounds. The catamaran slowly left the floating platform, dragging a gradually lengthening trail across the water. Suwon tested out the functions of the propeller. It had 3 different power settings, and it could even turn. There was a lever in front of him. As long as he pulled it to the left, the stern propeller would angle toward the other side. That was how it turned. However, the turning radius was probably quite large, so it couldn't make sharp turns. First, go pick up the snake. Then head to Garbage Island and try exploring the underwater zoo, Suwon planned to himself as he adjusted the propeller to its lowest power setting. The catamaran slowly moved forward. After turning past a high-rise building, Suwon stopped. This was where he had separated from a snake. Suwon looked around and found no trace of it, so he called softly, "Snake, snake, we're leaving." "Human, you came back." The giant python's soft, sweet voice rang out. Its head poked out from the window of a nearby skyscraper. So it had hidden inside that building. "Mama, Suwon not that. Let us go." Hum. The giant python agreed and wriggled out through the window. As expected, its plump body got stuck. The giant python struggled for a while, but remained firmly wedged in the window. In the end, it gave up struggling and cried out to Suwon for help. "Human, I'm stuck. Come save me. Don't move yet." Suwon covered his forehead, somewhat speechless, and steered the little boat up against the building's glass wall. Suwon first took a look. One side of the building wall was entirely made of glass, and a window opened on it. The window frame itself wasn't too small, but the giant python's body was too thick. The bulging middle section was jammed tightly in the frame. Its scales had been pinched up by the aluminum alloy frame, exposing the tender pink skin underneath. "Why didn't you go through the main entrance?" Suwon touched the window frame and asked. The frame seemed to be aluminum alloy. "You should be able to bend it. The main entrance is below." "I wanted to come out faster," the giant python said pitifully. "Try and see if you can back out." "Oh." The giant python tried to move backward, but its scales were caught on the window frame, and it couldn't move at all. "No, human, it hurts so much." "Then don't move for now. I'll think of a way to widen the window frame a bit." Suwon glanced around, then turned and went back into the boat canopy. "Human, where are you going? Don't abandon me." The giant python shouted in panic. "I'm just going to get a tool. I'll be right back." "Oh." The giant python quieted down. Suwon found the angle iron and returned to the window. He smashed all the other glass panels around the window. The giant python watched Suwon's movements curiously from the side. Suwon stepped on the window frame with one foot, grabbed the top of the frame with one hand, and climbed into the frame. "Human, what are you doing?" The giant python turned its head to look and asked curiously. Suwon didn't answer. With his feet braced on the lower window frame, his knees slightly bent, and his shoulder pressed against the upper frame, Suwon drove upward with his legs, forcefully pushing against the frame. The aluminum alloy window frame kept deforming. Creak, creak. The aluminum alloy let out groans of strain. Bit by bit, Suwon forced the upper part of the frame to bend upward. The warped section bulged into an arc from the middle, and the frame that had been tightly squeezing the giant python's midsection finally loosened by the slightest gap. It moved. "Human, I feel it loosened a little." The giant python cried out in surprise. Suwon gritted his teeth, his shoulder braced against the frame, and continued driving upward with his legs. He forcibly pried the upper and lower edges apart into a larger opening. The bent corners exposed sharp broken edges. "Try again. See if you can back out now." The giant python carefully contracted its body. The trap scales slid one by one past the edge of the bent window frame, making rustling, scraping sounds. At last, it completely withdrew back into the floor inside the building. "Human, you're amazing." The giant python nudged Suwon with its head. All right. Go out through the main entrance below. No need to rush." Suwon patted the giant python's slick head. Hum. The giant python nodded its head, turned around, and crawled forward. Suwon glanced around. This floor seemed to be a shopping mall, with a few restaurants nearby. The giant python crawled down along the escalator. After waiting until even the tip of its tail disappeared, Suwon returned to the boat. After waiting a while, the giant python swam up from underwater. It affectionately rubbed its head against Suwon and said, "Human, I'm back." Then let us go. We're heading back to Garbage Island." Suwon nodded and started the propeller. "Human, do you still need me to pull the boat?" "No." Suwon waved his hand. "I installed the propeller." "Oh." The giant python seemed a little disappointed. Driven by the propeller, the boat cut through the water and headed north, while the giant python stayed close beside it. After passing through the dense cluster of high-rise buildings, Suwon returned to Garbage Island. Off to the side, the corpse of that huge crocodile had been pushed by the current until it was pressed tightly against the edge of Garbage Island. Floating trash like plastic bottles and foam boards had also piled up all around it. Before long, it would probably completely merge into this Garbage Island. Suwon steered the boat close to Garbage Island, jumped off, and tied the boat to the island. Suwon returned to the boat, took the 3 air tanks out of the diving pack, screwed them onto the inflator, and turned on the switch. The inflator rumbled to life, continuously compressing air into the tanks. "Human, I'm hungry." The giant python stuck its head out from the water nearby. Want a bottle of cola?" Suwon didn't have any food. Hum. The giant python nodded and opened its mouth. Suwon performed the ritual, summoned a can of cola, popped the tab, and poured it into the python's mouth. The giant python drank several bottles in a row, then swam away in satisfaction. Suwon took out a piece of candy from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. He also summoned himself a can of cola and took a sip. Holding the icy cola, Suwon sipped leisurely while watching the giant python. The giant python swam over to the crocodile's corpse, coiled its body around the crocodile, opened its mouth, and slowly swallowed the 7 to 8 meter long crocodile bit by bit. Its body swelled by a whole circle. After eating the crocodile, the giant python swam to Suwon's boat and said, "Human, I want cola." Suwon looked at the giant python, performed the ritual, summoned a can of cola, and poured it into its mouth. The giant python drank several more bottles of cola, then crawled onto the garbage island nearby, in complete satisfaction, yawned, and lazily closed its eyes, letting the rain keep beating down on its body. Ding! A sound came from the machine beside Suwon. The air tanks were full, and had shut down automatically. Suwon unscrewed the tanks and reattached them to the diving pack. Suwon put on the diving pack, wore the diving helmet, raised his arm, and tapped air circulation mode. A metallic tightening sound rang out like hydraulic machinery. The diving helmet sealed to the suit, and the ventilation fan began to spin as well. Suwon jumped into the water and sank about 1 or 2 meters below the surface. I'll stay here for 1 hour first. Once the entry activates, even if something happens, I can surface quickly, Suwon thought. Then he closed his eyes to rest, reducing the circulation of yang energy within his body to the absolute minimum to lower consumption. After a while, an electronic synthesized warning sounded by his ear. Gas has been consumed by 1/3. Please return as soon as possible. Please return as soon as possible. Suwon ignored it and continued resting with his eyes closed. After a while, the warning sounded again. Gas has been consumed by 2/3. Please return as soon as possible. Please return as soon as possible. Suwon still ignored it and continued waiting underwater. About another dozen minutes later, the piercing warning sounded by his ear once more. Gas is about to run out. In 3 seconds, a distress signal will be broadcast to the surroundings. Suwon suddenly opened his eyes. What the hell? Why is there even an automatic alarm function? Suwon definitely did not want his secret to be discovered. He quickly raised his left arm and looked at the screen. Could he cancel the automatic alarm? On the screen was a red warning box that kept flashing. Gas is about to run out. Broadcast distress signal to surroundings? 3-2. Suwon quickly tapped no. He had just let out a breath of relief when, not long after, the warning box popped up again. Gas is about to run out. Broadcast? 3. Suwon quickly tapped no again. About 1 more minute later, the warning box popped up again. Suwon tapped no once more. Over the next few minutes, a warning box popped up almost every minute, annoying Suwon to no end. The oxygen content inside the diving suit kept dropping, while the carbon dioxide concentration kept rising. Suwon started feeling dizzy and lightheaded. His breathing became rapid, and his heartbeat grew faster and faster. Looks like the oxygen is about to run out, but the entry still hasn't deactivated. Should I go up? Suwon has dita. An electronic warning sounded by his ear. Ding. The gas in the tank has been completely exhausted. Emergency oxygen generation function will now activate. Hiss. Suwon heard a sound from the diving pack, like some kind of chemical reaction. Then fresh oxygen spread through the suit. Suwon gasped deeply for air. The fresh oxygen carried a faint metallic burnt smell and a light salty bitterness. I didn't expect it to actually have a hidden backup power source. Suwon let out a sigh of relief. The Bureau really thought of everything. This seems to be some kind of chemical oxygen generation method. It should be one-time use only. Still, as long as it lasts until I get the entry, that's enough. Maybe I'll directly get an underwater breathing entry and 1T need the diving suit anymore. Suwon waited for a few more minutes and finally saw the system prompt. Ding. You have remained underwater continuously for 1 hour. Within Symphony of Illusory Dreams, you have obtained a random related entry. Swimming expert. Entry quality, white, common. Entry effect. Your water resistance while swimming is reduced by 30%. What the hell is swimming expert? System. Where's my underwater breathing? Suwon's face was full of fury. Could it be that the system no longer favored me anymore? Suwon surfaced in disappointment and climbed back onto the boat. He raised his left arm, turned off air circulation mode, and took off the diving helmet. Suwon took a deep breath of fresh air. He hadn't managed to get an underwater breathing entry, so exploring animals next would probably be more troublesome. Suwon sighed, took the 3 air tanks out of the diving pack, screwed one of them onto the inflator, turned on the switch, and the inflator began running continuously again, making a low, buzzing sound. Suwon glanced at the giant python lying on the garbage island nearby, then turned back and continued watching the inflator. I wonder if I can still find a way to trigger a bug. Ding. The first air tank was full. Suwon removed it, replaced it with the second tank, and continued inflating. The giant python rolled over, and its belly had already shrunk by a whole circle. Suwon continued staring at the inflator. After a while, the second tank was full as well. Suwon replaced it with the third tank and kept inflating. After waiting a bit longer, the third tank was also full. Suwon installed the tanks back onto the diving pack, then put the pack on again. Suwon put on the transparent diving helmet once more, raised his arm, and activated air circulation mode. After the suit was fully sealed, Suwon switched on the headlamp on the diving helmet and jumped into the water. This time, I'll explore the zoo first, Suwon thought as he dived downward. The surroundings gradually grew dim, and the light from the helmet only illuminated a range of a few meters ahead. Suwon continued descending. After going down about 15 or 16 meters, he finally saw the part below. The diving helmet's light was not very strong, so Suwon could only make out part of the zoo. Rusty iron fences stood crooked in the silt. The submerged ornamental shrubs had long since died. Their leaves had rotted away, leaving only jagged branches behind. Suwon adjusted his breathing and continued swimming forward. Suwon swam past an arched bridge covered in dark green algae, and a building appeared ahead. Suwon circled the building once, but found nothing. He came to the main entrance, where a signboard stood beside the doorway. Written on it were 3 words, Elephant Hall. Suwon slowly swam inside. The elephant hall was even darker inside, with not the slightest bit of natural light. It was lit entirely by the lamp on Suwon's helmet. Suwon carefully explored the elephant hall in a full circle, searching every corner in detail. He found nothing at all, and Suwon let out a sigh of relief. Although he hadn't found anything useful, at least he also hadn't seen any drowned elephant corpses. If there had been elephant corpses soaked in water for this long, their appearance would probably have been a little horrifying. Suwon swam toward the doorway, preparing to leave. Searching like this was still too slow. Once he got back to shore, he would first use the glasses to perform the ritual and get the bug that let him see the names of all things. Then he could search the zoo again for the Dreamland core. With one glance, he would know whether there was anything special, and the speed should increase by a lot. However, the bug that let him see the information of all things only lasted for 5 minutes, so he would need to keep coming back up to activate it. While thinking, Suwon swam toward the doorway. His foot accidentally brushed against the silt settled on the ground. The fine mud was stirred up and instantly spread through the water. The water rapidly turned murky, and visibility dropped to less than 1 meter. Now, all Suwon could see in front of him was yellowish-brown muddy water. He had no idea where the doorway was at all. Suwon panicked a little. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Based on his experience from watching dozens of cave diving videos in his previous life, now was not the time to swim around blindly searching for the exit. If he did that, he might directly lose his sense of direction and end up trapped to death inside this elephant hall. Suwon raised his arm and checked the display screen. He still had 5/6 of his oxygen left, enough to last 50 minutes. That was completely sufficient. Suwon looked forward again. The doorway should be somewhere not far ahead. He carefully swam forward. After a few meters, a wall appeared in front of him. He reached out and felt the wall. The doorway should have been straight ahead, so he must have swum off course. Still, the structure of the elephant hall was fairly simple. If he followed the wall by touch, he should be able to find the doorway. Should he go left or right now? Suwon hesita. Better check the right side first. Feeling along the wall, Suwon swam to the right. After about a dozen meters, Suwon frowned and stopped. The direction might be wrong. He shouldn't be that far from the doorway. There was no way he could have swum more than 10 meters without finding it. He had definitely gone the wrong way. He couldn't keep going right. Having made up his mind, Suwon fell along the wall and swam left. After another dozen meters or so, a faint light appeared in front of Suwon. He continued feeling his way left. Slowly, Suwon found the doorframe, then swam out through the doorway. Finally out, Suwon let out a sigh of relief. Quickly rose upward, broke the surface, and climbed onto the small boat. He took off his helmet and gulped down the damp, fresh air. After resting for a while, Suwon tore open a glucose tablet wrapper, stuffed the tablet into his mouth, and let it slowly dissolve. Then he took the air tank out of his backpack, connected it to the inflation device, and filled it back up. Once the tank was full, Suwon put it back into the backpack, slung it on, and fastened the buckle. Then he took out the glasses again, wiped the lenses 3 times, breathed onto them, and immediately put them on. Suwon put on the helmet, activated air circulation mode, and immediately swam down toward the zoo below. The bug that let him see the names of all things could only last 5 minutes. He had to move faster. Suwon arrived at the rhino hall next to the elephant hall and swept it with a quick glance. Concrete wall, steel fence, concrete wall, stone, concrete wall, wood, explanation plaque, wood. Suwon didn't find anything useful, so he quickly returned, surfaced again, and climbed onto the boat. He took off the helmet, pulled out the glasses, performed the bug that let him see the names of all things again, then put on the diving helmet and dived back underwater. Zebra hall, hippo hall, gorilla hall. Suwon kept diving down and surfacing, using the bug that let him see the names of all things to rapidly search the zoo. Suwon surfaced once again and climbed onto the small boat. He removed the diving helmet and ate a glucose tablet. He had already searched nearly half the zoo, yet still hadn't found anything strange at all. Suwon sighed. The sky had already gone completely dark. He would come search the zoo again tomorrow. A powerful wave of sleepiness hit him. Suwon yawned, then crawled into the boat canopy. His uniform was still damp and hadn't fully dried. To avoid getting the blanket wet, Suwon rolled it up and lay down on the wooden planks, using the rolled-up blanket as a pillow, then slowly closed his eyes. Ugh, HHH. Suwon opened his eyes and had already returned to the bureau room. He stretched lazily, picked up a bottle of glucose solution from the nearby table, and drank it. Then he got up, washed up, and headed out to the cafeteria for breakfast. Suwon got himself a bowl of porridge and some soup dumplings. There was quite a lot of it, with the glucose replenishing his energy. Suwon didn't need to eat too much. He just needed to enjoy the taste a little and take in some other nutrients. After a while, Lingti came over carrying a tray and sat across from Suwon. In a cool voice, she asked, "Why didn't you wait for me to eat breakfast together this morning?" Suwon felt a little awkward. Did the squad have some rule he didn't know about? Like having to eat in pairs? I was a little hungry, so I came out early to eat. Suwon forced out an excuse. Lingti nodded and didn't ask further. Suwon quietly let out a sigh of relief. Eating with Lingti was still a bit stressful. Although she only looked like a little lowly on the outside, her presence was extremely strong. Halfway through the meal, the display screen on Suwon's arm suddenly started beeping. The same happened to Lingti across from him. Suwon glanced at Lingti, then raised his left arm to take a look. Dreamland fluctuation detected. Please proceed to investigate. There was also a map location below it. What is this? Suwon asked curiously. Our squad has another mission, Lingti explained briefly. Let's head downstairs first. Suwon nodded. The display screen on his arm vibrated again, so he looked at it once more. Su Qing had sent a message in the squad group chat. Captain, there's a new mission again. Lingti replied. Gather downstairs first. Su Qing, received. Xiao Wu received. Suwon looked up at Lingti. Should he send a receive too? If he didn't, it would seem a little out of place. But Lingti was right in front of him. After thinking about it, Suwon still sent one in the group chat. Suwon, received. Lingti looked up at Suwon and said, "Let's go." All right. Suwon nodded. He wondered what this mission was about. Suwon followed Lingti into the elevator and went downstairs. Su Qing and Xiao were already waiting there. When they saw Lingti and Suwon come down, Su Qing waved and said, "Captain, over here." After the group met up, they ran through the light rain and got into the off-road vehicle park nearby. Xiao was driving again. "Captain, do you know what caused this dreamland fluctuation?" Su Qing asked curiously. "Most likely still someone entering the dreamland," Lingti said with a slight shake of her head. Suwon nodded. There don't seem to be many living creatures in this dreamland. It probably isn't some life form that ran out from inside. The people in Yu City have already been evacuated. It's most likely someone who sneaked in from outside. Xiao added, "I really don't get why those people insist on entering this dreamland. There's nothing in there except water," Su Qing complained. The off-road vehicle sped down the empty road. The pooled water on the street was crushed under the tires, splashing up into two curtains of water that slammed against the walls on both sides of the street. The off-road vehicle came to a stop beneath a residential building, and Suwon and the others got out. Based on the positioning, the fluctuations of the illusion dreamscape are right here. Su Qing glanced at the display screen on her arm and spoke. "Let us go in," Lingti nodded and said. Suwon followed Lingti and the others into the residential building. "Which floor exactly?" Xiao Wu asked. "Let me check." Su Qing looked at the screen on her arm again. "It's on the 7th floor." The group took the elevator to the 7th floor. There were 3 apartment doors there, 701, 702, and 703. They knocked on all 3 doors at the same time. After waiting for a while, there was no response from inside. Suwon knocked on 703 in front of him again. Still no response. But Suwon heard something, a sound like a window opening, followed by climbing, and the sound of stepping on a metal outdoor AC unit. Inside 703, I think someone opened the window and ran. Suwon said to Lingti and the others beside him. Xiao Wu walked over and tried the security door with his hand. It was locked and wouldn't turn. Xiao Wu took a deep breath and slammed his shoulder straight into the security door, smashing it open. He broke open the security door that easily. I wonder what Brother Wu's physique stat is, Suwon thought to himself, then followed behind Xiao Wu into the apartment. The balcony window across from them was wide open. Xiao Wu and Su Qing ran to the balcony and looked down. Sure enough, they saw a figure nimbly jumping from one outdoor AC unit to another. In no time, the person reached the ground floor, rolled once, scrambled up, and sprinted wildly into the distance. "What do we do now?" Suwon asked. "If we take the stairs, it feels like we one team make it in time. Do we jump down from upstairs too? With my physique stat, it probably wouldn't be a big problem. We still have the captain." Su Qing looked at Lingti. Lingti's expression didn't change. She gave a slight nod, and a pair of furry pointed ears grew out from the top of her head. She rammed toward the corner of the wall and vanished. She actually disappeared. Is this the captain's keyword ability? Suwon was a little shocked. Lingti's initial keyword seemed to be a spatial teleportation ability. Suwon looked downstairs. Sure enough, from the corner of the wall beside the desperately fleeing figure, Lingti shot out, landed a flying kick that knocked the person to the ground, then pulled out handcuffs and cuffed both of the person's hands. "Looks like Captain subdued him. Should we go support her?" Suwon turned and asked Su Qing and Xiao Wu. "MHM, let us go support the captain." Su Qing nodded. "Jump straight down?" Suwon looked downstairs, a little eager to try. Of course we're taking the elevator. Su-Ching rolled her eyes at Suwon. What if you accidentally get hurt from a fall? Suwon looked downstairs again, hesitated for a moment, then obediently followed Su-Ching and Cho Wu into the elevator and headed down. When they got downstairs, Lingti was already escorting a somewhat wilted young man over. Captain, got him? Su-Ching asked. MHM. Lingti gave a slight nod. Let us go back to headquarters. The group escorted the young man into the SUV and sped all the way back to headquarters. Suwon dragged the thoroughly unwilling young man out of the car, escorted him into the headquarters building, and entered the elevator. Su-Ching pressed the button for the 23rd floor, and the elevator rose quickly. Inside the elevator, Lingti and the others all had serious expressions and didn't chat. Suwon could only put on a serious face too. When they reached the 23rd floor, Suwon handed the man over to several middle-aged men, then went back to the elevator with Lingti and the others. What LL happened to that young man later? Suwon asked curiously, breaking the serious atmosphere. He didn't really do anything, Su-Ching said. The LL probably just criticize and educate him for a while, then expel him from your city. So that is how it is. Suwon not that. Looks like the government in this world is still pretty people-oriented. The elevator continued downward. Su-Ching spoke again. If they still can't find the core of this illusion dreamscape, the Bureau will probably give up soon. Then we'll be on break too. What is everyone planning to do for vacation? I'm going home for a bit, Chiu said. Staying at the Bureau, Lingti said briefly. How about we go shopping together? Suinin Baitif. No. Lenny shook her head and rejected Su-Ching's invitation. All right then. Xiaowen, what about you? What are you planning to do for vacation? Su-Ching looked a little disappointed, then turned to Suwon. A trainee like me gets vacation too? Suwon asked in surprise. Of course. The Bureau strictly abides by national laws and regulations and thoroughly implements. I'll stay at the Bureau. After thinking about it, Suwon decided that he didn't know anyone in this world, and he had no family either. There was nowhere for him to go. Fine. So I'm the only one going traveling. Wait, both of you are staying at the Bureau? Su-Ching's gaze swept over Lingti and Suwon. A little suspicious. What is it? Lingti remained expressionless. Yeah, is something wrong? Suwon also looked confused. Nothing. Su-Ching shook her head. The elevator doors opened and stopped on the 12th floor. Suwon walked out, waved at Lingti and the others, and returned to his room. Suwon closed the door, stretched, picked up a bottle of glucose solution from the table beside him, pulled out the stopper, and downed it in one gulp before tossing the bottle into the trash can. The trash can was already stuffed full of glucose solution bottles. In the real world, Suwon basically didn't eat glucose tablets at all. He survived entirely on glucose solution. After all, glucose solution wasn't convenient to carry, and bringing it into the illusion dreamscape wasn't as cost-effective as glucose tablets. Suwon turned on the computer. First he checked the news, then played some games. The day passed quickly. Suwon took a shower, put on his uniform, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. This time, I need to search through the zoo in the illusion dreamscape faster. Hopefully I can find the core of the illusion dreamscape. Suwon opened his eyes and had already returned to the boat canopy. He picked up the transparent diving helmet beside him, lifted the curtain, and walked out the canopy. Stretching lazily, he said, Today, I'll keep exploring the underwater zoo. Human, you're back. The giant python poked its head out of the water. MHM, Suwon nodded. The giant python looked at Suwon expectantly. Want some cola? Suwon thought for a moment and asked. Yes. The giant python nodded its head and opened its blood-filled maw. Suwon performed the cola summoning ritual, summoned several cans of cola, and poured them into the giant python's mouth. Had enough? Want more? Enough. Fully satisfied, the giant python dove underwater and started circling the little boat. Suwon also performed the cola summoning ritual, summoned a can of cola, took a sip himself, then tore open the wrapper of a glucose tablet and held it in his mouth. Suwon finished the cola in 3 gulps, then pulled out his glasses from his pocket, wiped the lenses 3 times with a glasses cloth, breathed on them once, and immediately put them on. At once, a line of small text floated above every object in front of him. Suwon put the helmet on as well, activated air circulation mode, and jumped into the water. He swiftly swam toward the zoo sunken below. This time, searched the hornbill house. The giant python curiously followed along, swimming back and forth around Suwon. When he arrived at the hornbill house, Suwon quickly swept his gaze across it. Everything was just ordinary items. There was nothing unusual. Suwon felt a little disappointed. The bug that let him see the names of all things was almost out of time too, so he could only rise back to the surface and climb onto the little boat. Suwon removed the transparent glass diving helmet and performed the bug to see the names of all things once more. Then he put the helmet back on, activated air circulation mode, and dove underwater again. This time, explore the emu house. Suwon went into the water and came back up several times, but still found nothing. He crawled into the boat canopy, set the diving helmet to one side, wiped the rainwater off his face, pulled out a glucose tablet from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and stuffed it into his mouth. Suwon let out a sigh. He had already searched half the zoo, yet there was still no information at all about the core of the dreamland. He took the air tank off his backpack. screwed it onto the inflation device at the side, opened the switch, and refilled the tank. Suwon tore open another glucose tablet and stuffed it into his mouth. After resting for a while, he pulled himself together again, activated the bug that let him see the names of all things, put on the diving helmet, and dove back into the underwater zoo. Up and down again several more times. Suwon had already explored most of the underwater zoo. Only a few exhibition areas were left unsearched, but there was still no information at all about the core of the Dreamland. Could it be that the Dreamland's core wasn't inside the underwater zoo at all? Suwon couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Or maybe the bug that let him see the names of all things simply couldn't detect what was special about the Dreamland's core. It was already very late. A heavy wave of drowsiness hit him. Suwon climbed onto the little boat, wiped the rainwater off his face, set the transparent glass helmet and diving pack to one side, used a rolled-up blanket as a pillow, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would search the rest of the zoo. Ugh. Suwon opened his eyes and found that he had already returned to the bureau dormitory. He stretched, took off his uniform first, went to wash up, then put the uniform back on. After playing games for a while longer, he figured it was about time, so he pushed open the door and got ready to go eat breakfast. In the hallway, Linky also pushed open her door and walked out. "Captain, good morning." Suwon greeted her. "MHM." Linky nodded coolly, neither warm nor cold. Suwon had long since gotten used to the little lowly's aloofness, so he didn't mind and took the elevator with her. Not long after the two of them left, Su Qing and Xiao Wu also came out. Su Qing yawned and said, "I heard the Bureau might give up exploring this dreamland soon. Giving up is good too." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. "There's nothing useful in that dreamland except water. Total waste of effort." As the two talked, they took the elevator down to the cafeteria, grabbed some breakfast at random, and sat beside Lingti and Suwon. While they were eating, the screen on Su Wen's arm vibrated once. Beside him, Su Qing said in delight, "The field teams can leave early. We're on vacation." Suwon also looked at the display on his arm. It was a message from the Bureau. Bureau notice. Code SMD2077. To all field personnel. After evaluation, the exploration value of Dreamland number 09, Rainstorm City, has dropped to D rank. It has now been decided. From the moment this notice is issued, all exploration missions for this Dreamland are terminated. The Bureau will gradually withdraw from U City. All field personnel may evacuate early. No closing report is required. The Bureau was withdrawing from U City. Field personnel could leave early. Where's he supposed to go after this? Suwon felt a little lost. He had no idea what to do next. "Sister Lingling, we're going out to have fun. Aren't you coming with us?" Su Qing asked. "No." Lingdi shook her head. "All right then." Su Qing wasn't too disappointed. She turned around and happily started chatting with Xiao Wu again. After finishing their meal, Su Qing waved at Su Wen and Lingti and said, "Sister Lingling, Xiaowen, we're heading out first. Bye." "Bye." Suwon also waved at Su Qing and Xiao Wu. "Bye." Lingti gave a slight nod. Su Qing and Xiao Wu left happily, while the atmosphere between Lingti and Suwon turned a little gloomy. Suwon wanted to ask Lingti why she wasn't going home during the break. Did she not have any family? But after thinking about it, he gave up. He was afraid Lingti would hit him. Back in his room, Suwon had nothing to do. When the Bureau had no daytime missions, it was just too boring. He could only play games. After playing for 4 straight hours, it was time for lunch. Suwon stretched, picked up a bottle of glucose solution, drained it in one go, and tossed the bottle into the trash can. The large bottle of glucose solution was almost finished. Should he go ask the nurse Big Sis for another box? He wondered if she would give him one. What excuse could he use to trick a whole box out of her? Suwon felt a little troubled. He pushed open the door, waited for Lingdi, and went with her to the cafeteria. While they were eating, Lingti suddenly said, "A new dreamland has appeared in Yundian. It's a deep mountain area with a lot of snakes inside. Do you want to go take a look? Maybe you'll get a new entry." Suwon thought about it, but he didn't reject Lingti's goodwill. "Then let's go take a look. MHM, we'll go together this afternoon." Lingti nodded and didn't say anything else. After lunch, Suwon returned to his room and started packing. Actually, he didn't have much to pack. The only things he needed to bring were glucose solution and glucose tablets. He pulled a suitcase out from the wardrobe at the side and packed all the glucose solution and glucose tablets into it. Then he looked around. He really didn't have any personal belongings. Suwon stretched and went back to playing games. There was only a tiny part of the zoo in U City's Dreamland left unexplored, and Suwon had already lost most of his hope of finding the Dreamland core. Going to take a look at the new Dreamland over in Yundian this time wasn't bad either. Maybe it would trigger some kind of bug. After playing for a while, Suwon received a message from Lingti. "I made the arrangements. Get your things together. We'll go there directly by helicopter." Helicopter? How far was U City from Yundian? Could a helicopter even fly that far? But since Lingti said they were taking a helicopter, it should be possible, right? Thinking that, Suwon sent back, "Got it." Carrying his suitcase, Suwon opened the door. Lingti was standing right outside. When she saw him come out, she nodded and said, "Let's go." MHM. Suwon answered and followed Lingti into the elevator. The elevator went all the way up to the rooftop. The rooftop had been cleared out, leaving an open space in the middle. A helicopter was parked on that open space. "Get on." Lingti pulled Suwon onto the helicopter. Suwon curiously looked around. From childhood to now, including his previous life, he had never ridden in a helicopter before. He set the suitcase by his feet, just as he fastened his seatbelt. The helicopter's rotors began spinning with a loud roar. The helicopter trembled slightly, slowly lifted off, and flew toward the distance. Suwon pressed himself against the window and looked down. The open space on the rooftop rapidly shrank in his view. The rows of tall buildings, the surrounding blocks, and the outline of U's city gradually spread out before his eyes. The display screen on Suwon's arm vibrated once. He raised his hand and looked. It was a file sent by Lingdi. I sent you the information about that dreamland in Yundian. Take a look. Okay. Suwon nodded and opened the file. That dreamland in Yundian had only appeared recently. The entrance was near a border town called Mengzhe. Unlike the illusory dreamscape in Yushur City, the one in Yundian was a primeval forest, much larger in area. The terrain inside was extremely complex, and only a small part of it had been explored so far. On top of that, the forest was full of poisonous insects and venomous snakes, making it extremely dangerous. About 3 hours later, the helicopter landed in a small town. Suwon and Lingdi got off the helicopter. Captain Ling, over here. Someone not far away waved and came over. Captain Ling, welcome to Yundian to guide our work. The middle-aged man in his 30s said warmly, I'm the captain of Yundian Field Team 3. Emichum. Lingdi gave a slight nod, looking very cold and aloof. Come on, get in the car. I'll take you to the Bureau's temporary base here. The conditions are pretty rough, so Captain Ling, please don't mind it. It's fine, Lingdi replied briefly. The car stopped in front of several small buildings. Suwon got out with a suitcase and looked up at the few buildings in front of him. They were called small buildings, but in reality, they were just 3-story self-built houses. The outer walls were covered in white tiles, though some places had already yellowed and darkened. The conditions really are rough. The captain of Field Team 3 rubbed his hands together, a little embarrassed. This used to be a local villager's self-built house. The Bureau bought it and turned it into a temporary base. Captain Ling, you and this little brother will stay on the second floor. The rooms have already been cleaned up. Suwon followed them upstairs to the second floor. The room wasn't too big. There was a single bed, a table, and a plastic wardrobe. The outlet panel in the corner hung crookedly. The window, though, was pretty large. Pushing it open, he could see the mountains in the distance, dark green ridges rising and falling one after another, their peaks covered in a thin layer of mist. Suwon set down his luggage and walked out of the room, then heard the conversation between Lingdi and the captain of Team 3. How far has this illusory dreamscape been explored by now? The smile on the field captain's face stiffened for a moment. To be honest, progress has been very slow. This illusory dreamscape is too big, and it's all dense forest inside. The layer of humus on the ground is terrifyingly thick. Most importantly, the field captain paused, and his voice unconsciously dropped a little. The poisonous insects in there are no joke. 3 of our team members have already been bitten. Luckily, they were treated in time, so nothing serious happened. Poisonous insects? Suwon cut in. Yeah, all kinds, whether you've seen them before or not. The field captain gestured. Spiders as big as a palm, centipedes as thick as fingers, all kinds of venomous snakes. If you want to explore this illusory dreamscape, you'll have to wear protective gear. I'll take you to get 2 sets. The field captain led Suwon and Lingdi downstairs to the storage room on the first floor. It had probably originally been used for parking. The captain of Field Team 3 carried out 2 large boxes, opened them, and took out a helmet that looked almost like a gas mask. This is an external device that goes with our uniform. It can filter all kinds of poisonous gas and miasma. The captain of Field Team 3 handed the gas mask helmet to Suwon, then took out a pair of gloves and passed them to him. These gloves are also part of the Bureau uniform. Thanks. Suwon accepted the gloves as well. No problem. The captain of Team 3 waved his hand. Then I won't disturb you 2 anymore. Suwon wandered around the area for a bit. The town was very big, and the Bureau's temporary base was in a rather remote spot. It was several kilometers from the town center. Suwon returned to his room, stretched, lay down on the bed, put on the gas mask helmet and protective gloves, and slowly closed his eyes. Suwon opened his eyes. Above him were layers upon layers of tree canopies, packed tightly together like a giant dark green net covering the sky. Suwon curiously looked around at the environment. So this was the illusory dreamscape of Yundian. Huge trees with bizarre shapes grew connected together, blocking out the sunlight overhead. Slippery moss could be seen everywhere, and white mist lingered in the distance. Suwon took a deep breath. The air here should have been very fresh, but unfortunately, he was wearing the gas mask helmet, so the air he breathed in had all been filtered. Suwon turned on the small camera hanging on his chest and took a step forward. Since this illusory dreamscape had only just appeared, he counted as someone opening up unexplored land. So he needed to wear a camera to collect information on the surroundings and terrain in order to draw a complete 3-dimensional map. A black centipede as long as an arm slowly crawled by less than 10 centimeters from his feet, its countless legs making a fine rustling sound across the dead leaves. There were also fist-sized spiders, scorpions, and various strange insects that even Suwon couldn't name, all of them looking incredibly venomous. Suwon Shiva. This place really did look kind of dangerous. He continued forward. Not far ahead, There was a brightly colored snake basking in a beam of sunlight shining down through the canopy. "Come here," Suwon tried calling out to the snake. Hearing his voice, the snake obediently slithered over, raising its body and looking at Suwon. Suwon nodded in satisfaction. It looked like the bug that let him communicate with snakes also worked in this illusory dreamscape. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A dense, rustling sound came from behind him, as if something were crawling through the fallen leaves. With the gas mask helmet on, Suwon's field of vision wasn't very good, so he could only turn around to see what was going on. Behind him, more than 100 venomous snakes had raised their heads and were staring fixedly at Suwon. Holy shit! Suwon was startled, then quickly realized what was happening. This should be the effect of his snake communication bug. He hadn't expected the range to be this large, or that he could control so many snakes at once. "Lie down," Suwon tried saying. The 100+ venomous snakes obediently lowered their heads and lay on the ground. "Roll over," Suwon continued. The venomous snakes lying on the ground began rolling around, exposing their pale bellies. Suwon nodded in satisfaction. The effect of this snake communication bug was even better than he had imagined. "Follow me," Suwon said to the 100+ venomous snakes as he continued exploring ahead. More than 100 brightly colored, triangular-headed venomous snakes followed behind Suwon. As Suwon moved through the forest, he kept calling over the hidden snakes around him, having them join the group and follow behind him. Before long, there were already at least several hundred venomous snakes densely packed behind him. Suwon glanced back. With this many venomous snakes, it should trigger some kind of bug, right? Thinking this, Suwon called the snakes over and had them gather closer. Ding! One-time bug discovered. Spending 10 minutes in close proximity with a group of snakes will grant a random related trait. Close proximity? How close counted as close proximity? Suwon had no idea how close the system's South vague definition of close proximity actually was, so he could only make the snakes come as close as possible. Closer. A little closer. Don't open your mouths. Suwon directed them while scolding them. Even though the uniform on his body was thick and these venomous snakes' fangs probably couldn't bite through it, it was still better to be careful. Very soon, 10 minutes passed. Ding. You have spent 10 minutes in close proximity with a group of snakes. In illusory dreamscape symphony, you have obtained a random related trait. Snake affinity. Trait quality, white common. Trait effect. Snake's favorability toward you increases by 30. A trait that increased favorability. Suwon thought about it. Better than nothing, I guess. After all, he could already directly control these snakes, right? Speaking of controlling snakes, could he have these snakes help him search for the core of this illusory dreamscape? You all go look around the area. If you find any strange statues or objects, come back and tell me. The gathered venomous snakes immediately scattered, crawling off in all directions. Suwon waited for a while, and one of the venomous snakes came back. Hiss, 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 hiss. The venomous snake seemed to be saying something to Suwon. Suwon fell into thought for a moment, then said, "Lead the way." The snake slithered toward the forest off to one side, and Suwon quickly followed behind it. After passing through several half-man-high bushes and going around 2 old trees tangled together, the snake stopped in an open patch of ground. It raised its head and flicked its tongue toward the front. Hiss, 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 hiss. Suwon looked in the direction it was indicating and saw only a broken tree stump that had rotted away for the most part. The stump was covered in gray-white mushrooms, and a few shattered bones from some unknown animal were scattered around it. Forget statues or tools. Even a complete shape was impossible to make out. It really did look kind of strange. I'll use the bug that lets me see the names of all things. Suwon took his glasses out of his pocket and wiped the lenses 3 times with a glasses cloth. Then he exhaled onto them. Suwon removed his gas-proof helmet, breathed onto them once, put on the glasses, and then put the gas-proof helmet back on. He looked at the rotten stump in front of him. A section of rotten tree stump. Suwon fell silent for 2 seconds. This is the weird thing you were talking about? The venomous snake tilted its head, seemingly unable to understand why Suwon was not very satisfied. Fine. You work hard. Suwon sighed and waved his hand, telling it to return to the group. Suwon stood where he was and waited for about a quarter of an hour. Then several more venomous snakes came back one after another. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. One venomous snake led Suwon to a rock. The surface of the rock was full of pits and holes, with several natural openings. It looked like some rough kind of mask. Suwon checked the rock's name. Ordinary weathered rock. What another venomous snake brought back was a curved branch. Probably because it looked like a cane, it had mistaken it for some kind of tool. Suwon checked the branch's name. A section of curved branch. Another one was the most outrageous of all. It had brought back half of a broken eggshell. Who knew which bird's nest it had dug it out of? Eggshell fragment. Suwon was somewhat disappointed. What kind of junk are these things finding? Hiss, hiss, hiss. One venomous snake slithered back at incredible speed, almost skimming the ground as it shot over. After darting to Suwon's feet, it kept circling nonstop, raising its head and flicking its tongue anxiously. The whole snake looked extremely agitated. By now, Suwon no longer had much hope for the treasures these venomous snakes had found. Most likely, It was another rock that looked like a face or some dead branch bent in a particularly unusual way. All right, lead the way. Suwon waved his hand, sounding a little helpless. That venomous snake turned around and drilled straight into the depths of the dense forest. It was moving even faster than the previous snakes that had led the way, as if afraid Suwon would fail to keep up. Suwon had no choice but to quicken his pace, pushing aside the ferns blocking the way and stumbling after it with uneven steps. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, the surrounding trees grew denser and denser, and the light also grew dimmer and dimmer. A thick layer of fallen leaves had piled up underfoot, and stepping on them felt soft and mushy. The venomous snake stopped in a low-lying patch of ground. It did not go any farther. Instead, it shrank back slightly and moved aside. Suwon let out a breath and looked up. A corpse. Suwon froze for 2 seconds, subconsciously taking half a step back, then forced himself to steady his footing and narrowed his eyes to examine it carefully. It was a corpse that had rotted quite thoroughly. Almost all the flesh had disappeared, and large sections of bone were exposed. Fortunately, Suwon was wearing the gas-proof helmet. Otherwise, the smell would probably have been unbearable. Whose corpse is this? Suwon was puzzled. Could it be from the Administration Bureau? Or just an ordinary person who had accidentally wandered into this illusory dream realm? Suwon carefully examined the corpse in front of him. The corpse was wearing a set of dark gray coarse cloth clothes. The style of the collar and cuffs was very old-fashioned, like something from an old photograph. These clothes didn't look ancient, but they didn't look modern either. It seemed more like the modern era. Suwon performed the bug that let him see the names of all things. He took off his gas-proof helmet, and the rotten stench immediately rushed in. Suwon quickly completed the ritual, put the gas-proof helmet back on, and looked at the corpse before him. Rotting human corpse. So it really was a human corpse. But why would there be a corpse from the modern era inside the illusory dream realm? Suwon fell into thought. Based on the information he had seen earlier, there seemed to be no trace of humans inside the illusory dream realm. Suwon took another careful look. It seemed like something had been tucked into the clothes on the corpse's chest, making a rectangular bulge. It looked like a book. After thinking for a moment, Suwon decided to do 2 things first. First, have the snake swarm stand guard around this area and immediately warn him if anything unusual appeared. Second, carefully take out the object on the corpse's chest that seemed to be a book and see what it actually was. Spread out. If anything approaches nearby, tell me at once. Suwon ordered the snake swarm. Several hundred venomous snakes silently slithered off in all directions. Then Suwon crouched down, picked up a dead branch from nearby, held his breath, and cautiously reached it toward the corpse's chest. Suwon prodded at it a few times with the branch, pulling open the corpse's clothing. Inside lay a small booklet with a craft paper cover. Diary filled with writing. A diary. Suwon's eyes lit up. He picked up another branch, lifted the small booklet with it, and set it down on the fallen leaves nearby. The booklet was fairly clean and had not gotten stained with anything. Suwon carefully opened it. It was filled with neat block-like, tiny characters, probably written with a fountain pen. They looked a bit like traditional Chinese characters, but Suwon actually could not understand any of them at all. What the hell is this writing? Suwon looked completely baffled. Even if it was traditional Chinese, I should at least recognize a few of the characters, right? Ding. Bug discovered. Press your finger onto a character you do not recognize, trace the character's correct stroke order, and silently recite, "I am illiterate" 3 times in your heart to understand the meaning of the text. A way to understand the meaning of unknown writing? That actually seems pretty good. Let us try it. Suwon pressed his finger onto one of the characters. What was the stroke order of this character? Was it the same as Chinese characters? Suwon tried writing the unknown character according to the stroke order of Chinese characters, while silently chanting in his heart. I am illiterate. I am illiterate. I am illiterate. Suwon looked at the small booklet in his hand again. The writing was still unrecognizable. What's going on? Did I get the stroke order wrong? Suwon changed the stroke order and tried several more times. Finally, he felt the character beneath his fingertip grow slightly warm. When he looked at the booklet again, Suwon found that he could actually understand the meanings carried by all the writing inside. Suwon began reading seriously. The diary's owner was named Fong Yuan, the 11th generation inheritor of the Southern Border Goose sect. However, the Southern Border Goose sect had long since declined. By his generation, only his father and mother remained. His parents no longer made a living through raising goo. Instead, they had started doing small business in the city. Until the year Fong Yuan turned 8, when the dog warlord attacked. His parents were killed in the chaos of war, and even his 3-year-old younger sister went missing. Fong Yuan wanted to avenge his family and kill the dog warlord, but unfortunately, he was too weak and completely unable to do it. While sorting through the inheritance, Fong Yuan accidentally discovered his parents' secret manuals on goo arts. Only then did he learn that he was actually the 11th generation inheritor of the Southern Border Goose sect. Fong Yuan wanted to use goo arts to kill that warlord dog. He immersed himself in studying the secret manuals on goo arts for getting food and sleep. Unfortunately, most of the methods for refining all kinds of goo insects with strange powers were useless. Fong Yuan only managed to come up with some poison formulas. But goo poison alone was fundamentally incapable of assassinating that warlord dog. Fang Yuan couldn't even get close. After trying nonstop for more than 10 years, Fang Yuan finally barely found one usable method with a strange power. Fang Yuan even recorded it down. Us thing. Bug discovered. Put soil into a box, leave it under the sun for 1 day, then pour it in, leave it under the moon overnight. Finally put in tree roots, close the lid, and shake it 3 times, drip in 1 drop of blood. And you can open up a small world that only the owner of the blood can enter. It had actually triggered a bug. Su Wen compared the information given by the system with what Fang Yuan had recorded. There were some differences in the details, and Fang Yuan's method could only hold some insects and small animals. It couldn't hold animals that were too large. The bug information provided by his system hadn't mentioned that limitation. He didn't know whether that meant there was no limit. He'd try once he got back to the real world. If there really was no size limit, then he could put the giant python into the box and carry it around with him. Su Wen was full of anticipation and continued reading the diary. Fang Yuan had not found any great power in his family's inherited secret manual, but he had found a rumor in one book. Deep within the Shurwanda Mountains, there was a powerful sect called the Wangu sect. However, this sect had been destroyed hundreds of years ago because a great sun fell from the heavens. The Gu sects of southern border had been established by the little fry that survived from within the Wangu sect. So Fang Yuan went to the Shurwanda Mountains to search for the ruins of the Wangu sect, hoping to find true Gu arts. The diary ended there. Su Wen fell into thought. Could this jungle be called the Shurwanda Mountains? And this dream illusion actually had a background story, as if it were a truly existing world. Could it be that a dream illusion was actually a real world? Then was it possible for him to encounter other people too? And the Gu method Fang Yuan had recorded was actually quite similar to the bug information given by the system. For a moment, countless thoughts ran through Su Wen's mind. In the end, he still shook his head. Forget it. No point thinking about so much for now. If he experienced a few more dream illusions in the future, maybe he'd find out. For now, he should keep exploring this primeval forest. Maybe he could find the Wangu sect ruins Fang Yuan had mentioned. There should be some methods related to Gu arts inside the ruins. Maybe he might even discover some bugs too. With that in mind, Su Wen continued exploring the primeval forest and advanced some more distance. The scenery around him was almost exactly the same. The same thick, towering trees, moss growing everywhere, and poisonous insects and venomous creatures all over the place. If Su Wen hadn't been wearing the uniform, he probably would have already been bitten who knew how many times. Su Wen kept moving forward, but the scenery around him still didn't change much. Su Wen suspected he had gotten lost and might have looped back to where he started. So, at a place he passed through, he left behind a snake and let it move around nearby as a marker. Su Wen advanced another stretch and still never saw the venomous snake he had left behind. He let out a sigh of relief. He probably hadn't run into a ghost wall. The surroundings were just too similar. Su Wen found an open area, looked around, then looked overhead. After confirming there were no poisonous insects, he quickly tore open a glucose tablet wrapper, shoved it into his mouth, put on the gas mask helmet, and continued exploring. The sky gradually dimmed. Su Wen found an ancient tree, climbed up it, found a branch fork, and lay down on it. Su Wen had walked for an entire day and had no idea where he had ended up. Anyway, the trees around him were getting taller and taller. Su Wen yawned and slowly closed his eyes. Su Wen opened his eyes and had already returned to the room in the small building. Su Wen took off the gas mask helmet, then pulled Fang Yuan's diary out of his pocket and placed it to the side. Su Wen stretched and took a deep breath. The air here is still fresher. Wearing that gas mask helmet the whole time was way too stuffy. Su Wen thought of that bug for creating a world inside a box again. Since it was still early, he decided to test it first. First, he needed to find a box. Su Wen searched around the room and found a tin tea box in a corner. He opened the box and took out the bag of tea leaves inside. This tin box should work. Thinking that, Su Wen went downstairs, took some soil from beneath a nearby tree, and put it into the tin box. After filling it about halfway with soil, Su Wen stopped, carried the tin box back upstairs, and returned to his room. When he got to the balcony, Su Wen looked at the sky. The sun still hadn't come out. The tin box needed to be sun-dried for 1 day. It probably wasn't too late yet. The bug information given by the system, this time, wasn't very detailed either. Su Wen placed the tin box on the balcony. Next, he just had to wait for the sun to come out. Su Wen, time to eat. Ling T's voice came from outside the door. Okay, Su Wen answered. He went to wash his hands first, then opened the door and went with Ling Ti to eat breakfast. Right? Su Wen thought for a moment and decided to hand over Fang Yuan's diary that he had found. After all, he had already read everything in it. The only useful thing was one ritual, and it wasn't even complete. What is wrong? Ling Ti raised her head. Her cheeks were still puffed out as she chewed, making her look a little cute. Su Wen hurriedly got rid of that thought and said, while I was exploring the dream illusion, I found a corpse and found a notebook on it. Ling Ti nodded, not paying too much attention. Maybe it was some other person who accidentally entered the dream illusion. This person's clothing didn't look like that of a modern person, and although the notebook was written in Han characters, I didn't recognize any of them. Oh, Ling Ti became interested. Where's the notebook now? It's in my room. After quickly finishing breakfast, Linty followed Sue-Won to his room. Here, take a look. Sue-Won picked up a small yellow booklet with a craft paper cover from the table beside him and handed it to Linty. Linty took the booklet and looked it over. It was extremely old, like it had been used for a very long time, and the edges were all worn into paper fuzz. Linty opened the cover. Inside, the contents were all square-shaped characters. They looked very similar to Han characters, but Linty didn't recognize a single one. What kind of writing is this? Linty wondered. Could it be some kind of ancient script? But she should at least recognize a few ancient characters. Yet Linty was strangely unfamiliar with all of these characters. Or could these be the writing used inside the dream illusion? Linty fell into deep thought. Did dream illusions have native inhabitants? Sue-Won, tell me again what that corpse was wearing, Linty said, lifting her head to ask. Sue-Won thought for a moment, then said, that person was wearing a dark gray, coarse cloth outfit. The style looked old-fashioned, not modern. Linty nodded, took out her phone, photographed every page of the booklet, and then returned it to Sue-Won. You can keep this notebook yourself. I'll upload these photos to the bureau. Maybe there'll even be some reward. Thank you, Captain. Sue-Won was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the diary to come back to him. Even though it didn't seem useful, it was still something from inside a dream illusion. Who knew if it might be useful in the future? MHM. Linty gave a slight nod. I'm heading back first. Take care, Captain. Sue-Won waved at Linty. Linty paused for a second, then waved back at Sue-Won as well. After Linty left, Sue-Won first went to check on the box of soil sunning itself. To make the world in a box, he still needed lake water and tree roots. Tree roots were common enough. He could just dig around a bit. But there didn't seem to be any lake nearby. Sue-Won raised his arm and opened the map function on the screen on his left forearm. The map automatically locked onto his current location. Sue-Won zoomed out a little, then dragged across the map, searching for any sign of a lake. A lake. Found it. Sue-Won found a patch of blue on the map. That should be the lake. There wasn't any name marked on it, though. Maybe the lake was too small to deserve one. He checked the distance. About 4 kilometers. He should be able to walk there. Even navigation. Sue-Won spotted the navigation button below and tapped it. A voice immediately rang out. Walking navigation has started. This trip is approximately 4.2 kilometers and is expected to take 1 hour. 1 hour? It was only 4 kilometers. Do people really walk that slowly? Sue-Won was a little surprised. From your current location, head south. Turn right after 60 meters. The navigation voice continued. Sue-Won found a small bucket, then went downstairs. He followed the cement path to the south, then turned onto a wide asphalt road. Continue along the current road for approximately 2.3 kilometers. Sue-Won walked along the road. Tall trees had been planted on both sides. He couldn't tell what kind they were, but they looked lush and green. There was still some standing water in the drainage ditches on both sides of the road, but that probably wouldn't work. The system information had specifically said lake water. After walking for a while, Sue-Won heard the faint sound of an engine in the distance. He turned to look and saw a gray-blue pickup truck coming from the other end of the road. When the truck reached his side, it clearly slowed down. The window rolled down slowly, revealing the dark, suntanned face of a middle-aged man. An unlit cigarette hung from the corner of his mouth as he squinted at Sue-Won. Young man, where you headed? Walking under this blazing sun is rough. Want a ride? Thanks, uncle, but no need. I'm just going a little farther ahead. Sue-Won waved his hand and answered politely. The middle-aged man looked farther down the road. Aside from endless forest stretching ahead, there didn't seem to be any houses around. All right then, take it easy. The road is flat, but the noon sun here is brutal. As he spoke, the man pulled his hand back into the truck, and the window slowly rolled back up. The pickup accelerated again and quickly disappeared around a bend in the road. Sue-Won kept moving. Following the navigation, he turned a corner and stepped onto a dirt road. The dirt road was full of potholes, with 2 deep tire tracks pressed into it by wheels. It looked like vehicles came through once in a while. A raised strip of dirt ran down the middle, overgrown with weeds. Sue-Won stepped along the firmer edges of the road as he moved forward. The bushes on both sides grew denser and denser, their branches reaching out and catching at his sleeves and pant legs from time to time. After going a little farther, the dirt road grew narrower and narrower. The weeds and bushes almost swallowed it entirely. The ground was covered in dead branches and fallen leaves. It felt soft and sunken underfoot, making a rustling sound as he stepped on it. Sue-Won reached out to push aside the branches blocking his view and shuffled forward, one uneven step after another. The navigation prompts were still going, guiding him onward. Is there really a road here? Sue-Won was starting to doubt it. Where had the navigation gotten this road data from? He pushed aside the bush in front of him, and a small puddle appeared behind the thicket. The water was still as a mirror, glowing with a dark green sheen. Half-man-high wild grass grew all around the puddle. A few crooked-necked trees leaned slantwise over the water, their reflections staining the surface in even deeper shade. Sue-Won stood by the puddle and looked at it for a moment. It wasn't too big, about the size of a room, and it was covered with duckweed. We're here? Sue-Won frowned and looked down at the map on his arm. The blue marker on the navigation was still flashing ahead, the arrow pointing to a place about 1 kilometer farther on. According to the map, that lake should be much bigger than the puddle in front of him. Sue-Won stood by the puddle for a while, thought it over, and ultimately decided not to draw water here. The system information had clearly said lake water. No matter how he looked at it, this was just some wild puddle. If he used the wrong thing and failed to make the world in a box, that would be a real problem. Sue circled around the puddle and continued forward, pushing through the bushes. The ground underfoot grew wetter and softer. Water even seeped out when he stepped on it. There were more mosquitoes, too, buzzing around his ears. Sue waved them off impatiently and quickened his pace. Finally, the trees grew tall again, and the bushes gradually receded. His view suddenly opened up. A broad lake appeared before his eyes. The lake water was green and deep, impossible to see through a glance. A breeze stirred layer after layer of fine ripples across the surface, and under the gradually brightening daylight, it shimmered with scattered light. Several thick, sturdy trees grew along the lakeshore. Their root systems were well developed. Some roots plunged directly into the lake, while others were exposed along the bank. Low shrubs and water plants covered the shore. A few unknown waterbirds floated in the distance, and when they saw Sue approach, they flapped their wings and flew off. You have arrived near your destination. Navigation complete. The navigation voice sounded. This is the place. Sue let out a sigh of relief and walked to the lakeside. Crouching down, he took out the small bucket he had prepared in advance, filled it to the brim with water, and set it aside. Next, all he needed was a tree root. Sue stood up and looked around along the shore. There were plenty of exposed roots where the lake water had washed away the soil, thick ones and thin ones alike. Sue picked a section about as thick as a finger. Crack! He snapped it off. A little sap seeped out from the broken end. He weighed the root in his hand. The length was about right. It should fit inside the box. Now that he had everything, it was time to head back. Sue carried the bucket in one hand and the root in the other as he made his way back along the same route. The return trip went more smoothly than before. After all, he had already passed through once, and the bushes and weeds had been trampled down by him. The dirt road was still full of potholes. The sun had fully risen now, casting mottled patches of light through the gaps in the canopy. When Sue got back to the main road, his pace unconsciously quickened a little. By the time he returned to the town, the sun was already high in the sky, baking the concrete road until it felt scorching hot. Carrying the bucket and holding the tree root, Sue walked back along the same route to the cluster of small buildings. As soon as he turned into the yard, he saw Lingti standing at the entrance of the building, holding an enamel cup in her hand. It was hard to tell what she was drinking. When she saw Sue covered in cockleburs and grass thorns, carrying a bucket, Lingti paused slightly. Where did you go? Just went out for a walk. Sue felt a little guilty. He shook the bucket in his hand. The scenery around here is pretty nice. Lingti's gaze stayed on him for 2 seconds, then dropped to the bucket that was still dripping water before shifting away. MHM. Lindy didn't say anything more. Sue let out a breath of relief inside and hurried upstairs with his things. After entering the room, he first put the bucket and the tree root in the corner of the balcony, then glanced at the iron box filled with soil beside them. The iron box was still sitting under the sun. It needed another day of drying before water could be added. Sue washed his hands, sat down on the bed, and then started spacing out. This room was way too bare bones. One bed, one table, one plastic wardrobe. There was tea, even a painting hanging on the wall. Worst of all, there was no computer. Of course, there was no phone either. When Sue transmigrated here, he and T brought anything with him. How was anyone supposed to live these days without a phone? Sue flopped onto the bed and stared at the ceiling, muttering to himself. I can't even watch videos. I don't even have a novel to read. He turned over and thought about it again. Should he go out and buy a phone? There should be a phone shop in town, right? But he had no money. Sue rolled his eyes. The administration's salary hadn't been paid yet. He didn't even have a single coin on him. Should he use his allowance to apply for a phone? Would that count as a violation? And he still needed to use that allowance to buy glucose cubes. Sigh, feeling a little helpless. Sue closed his eyes on the bed. Better rest for a while first. Sue time to eat. It was Lingti's voice, cool and distant. Coming. Sue sprang up at once, patted the dust off his clothes, opened the door, and followed her out. The cafeteria was in a large room downstairs, with several round tables and plastic stools set up inside. Lunch was pretty decent. There was braised chicken, stir-fry greens, and a big basin of seaweed egg drop soup. Sue carried his bowl over and sat down. After taking a couple bites of rice, he was just thinking about how to bring up the matter of salary and whether he could get an advance. Lingti suddenly raised her head and looked at him. You didn't bring a phone? Sue froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Lingti to ask about it on her own. No. Sue nodded. I just haven't had the chance to buy one yet. Lingti fell silent for 2 seconds. She picked up a piece of chicken with her chopsticks and slowly put it into her mouth. Only after chewing and swallowing did she speak. This afternoon, we'll go to town together and buy one. Sue opened his mouth, feeling a little awkward. Well, I don't have any money right now. I'll lend it to you first, Lingti said without even lifting her head. Thank you, Captain. Sue quickly said, feeling grateful. Lingti gave a small and continued eating, her face still carrying that calm, unreadable expression. But for some reason, Sue felt like the corner of her mouth had relaxed just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. After lunch, Sue went back to his room to change into a clean jacket. He waited downstairs for only a short while before Lingti came down. She wasn't wearing the administration uniform today. Instead, she had changed into a simple white t-shirt and black pants, with her hair tied in a low ponytail. She looked a little less distant than she usually did as captain. Suin couldn't help taking another look. What are you looking at? Lingti asked. In nothing. Suin quickly looked away. Let us go, captain. Suin went downstairs with Lingti. I'm going to borrow a car. Wait here for a bit. Lingti said as she walked off to the side. Okay. Suin nodded. He had only been waiting downstairs for a short while when a grayish-green off-road vehicle turned into the yard. Lingti was driving. She rolled down the window and tilted her head at Suwon, signaling for him to get in. The air conditioning inside the off-road vehicle was blasting hard. Cool air whooshed through the cabin, instantly sweeping away the heat he had picked up while waiting outside. The car drove along the road for around 10+ minutes, and the roadside gradually became livelier. 2 and 3-story buildings stood side by side. Most of the first floors were shops, hardware stores, motorcycle repair shops, little restaurants. Now and then, a few electric scooters and tricycles were parked outside. Lingti slowed the car and swept her gaze over both sides of the road. Then she stopped in front of a shop with a sign that read Shinshin Communications. The shop wasn't too big. Several display models were set out in the glass window, along with faded promotional posters. Suin pushed the door open and stepped inside. A faint smell of plastic and electronic components rushed at him. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman with permed hair. She was looking down at her phone and only raised her head when she heard someone come in. Buying a phone? Feel free to look around. Suin glanced across the counter. There weren't many models on display, only 7 or 8, and none of them looked particularly high-end. He looked through the price tags. The cheapest one was only a little over 800. I'll take this one. Suin pointed at the cheapest model. The middle-aged woman looked at him, a little surprised. Not going to look at the others? This one has small storage, and the camera's pretty average. No need, as long as it works. Suin smiled. The woman didn't try to persuade him further. She took out a brand new box from under the counter, opened it, and handed the phone over. Suin took it and tried it out. The screen was pretty clear, and it responded smoothly enough. For him, it was completely sufficient. Lingti had been standing off to the side without saying anything. At this point, she walked over, glanced at the price tag, took out her phone, and scanned the payment code on the counter. Beep. Payment successful. Thank you, Captain. Suin slipped the phone into his pocket, already calculating that once his salary came in, he had to pay her back as soon as possible. Lingti put away her phone, looked at him, and asked, Do you need to buy anything else? Suin thought about it, then shook his head. No, this is enough. He was telling the truth. The main reason for buying the phone was to read novels and watch videos. Buying anything else would just mean spending Lingti's money. Even though the captain had said it was a loan, Suin still felt a little bad constantly spending someone else's money. Lingti didn't say anything else. She gave a slight nod and turned toward the door. Suin followed behind her. Just before leaving, he nodded politely at the shop owner behind the counter. The woman smiled. Young man, your girlfriend treats you really well. Huh? Suin froze, then hurriedly waved his hands. No, that's not it. She is my captain. The smile on the shop owner's face turned meaningful. Oh, you're captain. I get it. Suin felt like she had understood something very wrong, but there was no way to explain it further. So he could only hurry out of the shop. Lingti was already sitting in the car with her seatbelt fastened. She looked at him through the window with a calm expression. It was impossible to tell whether she had heard what the shop owner said. Suin quickly pulled open the passenger door and got in, then obediently placed the phone box on his knees. The car started up and headed back along the same road they had come by. Outside the window, green trees and fields sped backward. Sunlight filtered through the roadside treetops, casting shifting bands of light and shadow across the car interior. Suin lowered his head and touched the edge of the phone box, then turned to glance at Lingti. She was still focused on the road ahead, the lines of her profile sharply outlined by the light from outside. Captain, when do we usually get paid? The 10th of next month. Suin silently calculated it in his head. There was still more than half a month to go, so he nodded and didn't ask any further. The off-road vehicle passed the edge of town and got back onto the road, leading to the administration's temporary base. The distant mountain ridges looked especially clear under the afternoon sun, their dark green outlines layering one over another all the way to the end of sight. The car turned into the yard and came to a steady stop in front of those small buildings. Suin undid his seatbelt and jumped out of the car. He glanced at the phone box in his hand, then at Lingti, who was locking the car. Captain, thank you for today. Lingti stuffed the car keys in her pocket and said without even turning her head, No need to thank me. Just remember to pay me back. After saying that, she walked toward the building, her ponytail swaying lightly behind her. Suin stood there and couldn't help smiling. Then he quickly followed after her. Back at his room, Suin opened the phone box and inserted the SIM card. Lingti had taken him to get one on the way back. Of course, it had been registered with Lingti's ID, since Suin still didn't have an ID in this world. When the screen lit up, Suin suddenly had a strange feeling, like he had reconnected with this world. Suin downloaded a few commonly used apps, then saved Lingti's number into his contacts. He first typed in Captain as the note, thought about it, changed it to Captain Lingti, and in the end, changed it again to Sisterlingling. Playing with his phone and scrolling through videos, Suwon watched time fly by. Outside the window, the sun slowly sank lower and lower. Orange-red light slanted in through the window, dyeing the white walls in warm colors. Suwon got up and walked to the balcony. The iron box filled with dirt was still sitting there. Its lid was open, and, after baking in the sun all day, the surface of the soil had already dried completely. On the distant horizon, only a thin line of orange-red afterglow remained. The outline of the mountaintop had been dyed a deep purple, like a silhouette pasted against the darkening sky. Suwon looked at the setting sun and waited until it had completely gone down. Then he immediately picked up the bucket and slowly poured the lake water into the iron box. All right, now it just needs to sit out all night under the moon. Suwon stood up and glanced once more at the last sliver of light at the horizon. Night was closing in, and the first star had already quietly lit up. Suwon went back into the room, rinsed his hands under the faucet by the door, then grabbed the hand towel draped over the back of the chair and wiped them carelessly. The gas mask helmet and protective gloves were resting on the table. Suwon lay down on the bed and put on the gas mask helmet. Drowsiness washed over him, and Suwon slowly closed his eyes. Suwon's eyes flew open. Above him was a dense canopy of overlapping treetops, branches and leaves crisscrossing and tightly blocking out the sky, with only a few broken strands of daylight leaking through the gaps. Suwon sat up from the tree branch and touched the gas mask helmet on his face. The protective gloves were still properly on his hands. I'm back. Suwon let out a breath, stood up from the ground, and brushed the fallen leaves and dirt off his pant legs. The surroundings were very quiet. There was only the rustling of wind blowing through the treetops, along with the occasional cry of some unknown bird in the distance. Suwon climbed down from the tree and trudged over the thick layer of decaying plant matter, heading deeper in the same direction he and T finished exploring yesterday. The air was humid and stuffy. Even through the gas mask helmet, he could feel that sticky texture. After walking for about 20 minutes, Suwon stopped and swept his gaze over the area. Several venomous snakes were poking their heads out from the nearby bushes. Their triangular heads were slightly raised as they flicked their tongues at him. Spread out. Go scout ahead. Suwon lowered his voice and said softly. The snakes silently scattered, slithering along the ground into the dense forest ahead. Their bellies rubbed against the dry leaves, making faint rustling sounds, and soon they disappeared into the shadows of the undergrowth. Suwon continued forward. The path underfoot became harder and harder to walk, or rather, there was no path at all. Suwon had to keep circling around, and from time to time, he even had to stomp down patches of low shrubs just to get through. About another half hour later, the snakes scouting ahead suddenly stopped. They circled around one spot, slithering back and forth, unwilling to move any farther. Suwon pushed aside a clump of half-man-high shrubs in front of him, looked up, and froze. Ahead of him was a steep rock wall, and a waterfall hung from it. Water poured down from a rock face about 7 or 8 meters high, crashing against the rocks below and sending up a fine mist. Below the waterfall was a deep pool. The water was jade green and so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. The falling water stirred the surface into a gentle churn, while the edges gradually calmed, reflecting the lush shadows of the surrounding trees. Mist filled the air, settling on the nearby rocks and leaves and leaving everything damp. Sunlight pierced down through gaps in the canopy, forming a faint rainbow above the water, hovering in and out of view within the mist. Suwon slowly approached the deep pool, stepping on the slick rocks and carefully keeping his balance. Only when he got closer did he see what was beneath the waterfall. A flat bluish rock was half submerged at the edge of the pool, polished smooth as a mirror by years of rushing water. Crouching on the rock was a toad? A warty toad? Suwon blinked, making sure he wasn't seeing things. That toad was as big as a wash basin, and its entire body was an extremely eye-catching fiery red. Its back was covered in lumps and bumps, packed with protrusions of all sizes. Every bump was a dark red color, as if something were wrapped inside. It crouched on the rock, letting the mist splashed up by the waterfall keep sprinkling over its body. Every now and then its throat bulged and it let out a low croak, as if it were enjoying this natural shower. Suwon crouched behind a rock and observed it for a while. This toad didn't seem afraid of people, and it barely moved at all. It just stayed there quietly, crouching on the rock. Go take a look, Suwon whispered to the snakes by his feet. 3 brightly colored venomous snakes silently slithered forward, moving over the slick rocks toward the red toad. Their bodies were slender and agile, their movements both fast and light, making almost no sound. Suwon held his breath and stared without blinking. The snakes got closer and closer. The nearest one had already reached the edge of a rock less than half a meter from the toad. It raised its head, preparing to move even closer. The red toad moved with almost no warning at all. Its body leaned forward slightly. Its mouth opened. Something shot out from its mouth at incredible speed, tracing a blurred arc through the air and striking the lead snake dead on. The snake didn't even have time to struggle before it was wrapped up by that thing and swallowed straight into the toad's mouth. Then came the second strike. Then the third. 3 snakes. In no more than 2 or 3 breaths, All of them disappeared into the toad's mouth. Suwin's pupils contracted. Good lord. Suwin sucked in a sharp breath and unconsciously took half a step back. After swallowing the 3 snakes, the red toad's throat bulged a few times. Then it returned to its previous state, quietly crouching on the rock as if nothing had happened. Suwin stared at it for a while, and his eyes gradually lit up. This toad is strong. If I can catch it, whether as a pet or for something else, it'll definitely be useful. Suwin began seriously studying the surrounding terrain. The deep pool beneath the waterfall was enclosed by rock walls on 3 sides. Only the direction Suwin had come from had a relatively gentle slope. The rock the toad was crouching on sat at the edge of the pool. Behind it was the mist splashing down from the waterfall, and on both sides were slick rocks. If he wanted to catch it, he could only try from the front. But Suwin hesitated again. This toad was completely fiery red, and those bumps on its back looked wrong no matter how he looked at them. They were probably poison glands. What if it sprayed venom? Suwin touched the uniform on his body. If this toad's venom could corrode the uniform, then that would be a real problem. But if he just gave up like this, Suwin felt it would be a real shame. Such a huge toad, appearing beside a deep pool under a waterfall, and swallowing snakes so cleanly. No matter how he looked at it, this definitely wasn't an ordinary creature. Could be connected to the Wangu sect somehow. Suwin thought for a moment and decided to proceed carefully. He backed up to a relatively safe spot and searched around nearby for a while, finding several branches as thick as an arm. He then used his knife to strip off some damp but tough bark and tore it into long strips to use as rope. Squatting on the ground, Suwin crossed the branches together and tied them up, making a crude cage. The cage was about 1 meter square, with the opening facing downward. He reinforced the middle with several crossbars. It was rough, but looked fairly sturdy. It should be able to trap it, right? Suwin weighed the cage in his hands, then turned and headed toward the deep pool. When he got to about 3 or 4 meters away, the red toad seemed to notice the movement. It turned its head and swept a glance in his direction. Suwin immediately froze. His whole body stiffened, and even his breathing became lighter, like a wooden post planted in place. The toad's gaze lingered in his direction for a few seconds. Its throat bulged once. Then it turned back around. Suwin quietly let out a breath of relief and continued inching forward, like a cat slowly approaching its prey. Every time the toad turned its head, he immediately stopped. Stopping and moving, moving and stopping. After nearly 5 minutes, Suwin finally circled around to the toad's rear flank. The ugly toad still didn't seem to have noticed him. Suwin slowly raised the wooden cage in his hands, aimed at the toad's body, and slammed it down hard. Bah! The wooden cage firmly covered the toad, its edges pressed tightly against the rock surface. Got it! Suwin was delighted. But in the next second, the toad inside the cage suddenly began struggling violently. Its body thrashed hard, its 4 short legs kicking wildly. At the same time, the bumps on its back burst open one after another, spilling out a thick, fiery red liquid. The liquid splashed onto the cage's crossbars and immediately let out sizzling sounds. White smoke rose up, and a scorched smell spread through the air. Suwin's eyes widened. Every spot touched by the red liquid rapidly turned black and carbonized, as if it had been burned by fire. Faster than fire, even. The wood's surface sank inward. One of the originally sturdy crossbars had been corroded halfway through, with only a few splinters still holding it together. The toad rammed again. With a crack, the corroded crossbar snapped completely. The basin-sized red toad squeezed through the gap, its 4 short legs kicking against the rock as it hopped toward the edge of the deep pool in its escape. The ugly toad wasn't fast. It even looked a little clumsy. Each leap only carried it about half a meter. Suwin stood there and lowered his head to look at the cage in his hand. The spots on the crossbars, stained by the red liquid, were still giving off faint wisps of smoke. The char-black marks were shocking to look at. Even the grain of the wood had been burned straight through. Hiss! Suwin sucked in a sharp breath and instinctively glanced at his uniform. This toad's venom was way too corrosive. If it had gotten on his hand just now, he might already be missing a chunk of flesh. Suwin raised his head and watched the red, ugly toad hopping away, little by little, deeper into the forest. Should he chase it or not? That thing's venom was too vicious. If he accidentally got even a little on himself while trying to catch it, and his uniform couldn't block it, then he'd be done for right here. Suwin set the badly corroded wooden cage aside. He didn't leave the deep pool right away. Instead, he stood there for a while, his gaze slowly sweeping around the waterfall. The sound of rushing water echoed nonstop. Fine mist refracted faint rainbow light under the sun and fell over the wet rocks, coating everything in a damp sheen. Could there be anything else here? Suwin slowly walked 1 full circle along the edge of the deep pool, his feet stepping on the slick stones, each step taken carefully. The pool water was deep green and secluded. Near the edge, he could see smooth pebbles at the bottom. Farther in, nothing was visible anymore, only a heavy stretch of green. The waterfall poured down from the stone wall, splashing everywhere. The droplets, landing on the nearby rocks, produced a fine, crackling sound. When Suwin circled to the other side of the deep pool near the waterfall, he lost his footing for a moment and stumbled. Suwin quickly reached out and braced himself against a protruding rock beside him, his fingers hooking into a crack in the stone. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something. It was a stone lying at a slant beside the stone wall. It was about half a person's height, its surface covered in dark green moss and dark brown mud stains. It looked like it had fallen from the stone wall, or perhaps it had originally stood there and was later pushed over by something. The stone's shape was irregular, and its edges were rough, but the front surface was clearly smoother than the other parts, as if it had been polished by human hands. Suwin crouched down and reached out to pull away the moss covering it. The moss made a faint tearing sound as it was peeled back, revealing the gray-white stone surface underneath. There were several words carved into the stone. Suwin narrowed his eyes and carefully examined them. They were definitely writing, and it was the same style as the script he had seen earlier in Feng Yuan's diary. The strokes were hard and rigid, the structure ancient and simple. It resembled modern Chinese characters in some ways, yet was also completely different. Suwin didn't recognize this script, but that didn't matter. He pressed his finger against the 3 characters and tried tracing them on the stone in the stroke order of Chinese characters. His fingertips slid across the cold stone surface. The rough texture came through the rubber glove. At the same time, Suwin silently repeated in his heart, "I can't read. I can't read. I can't read." The stone under his fingertip warmed slightly for an instant. Suwin withdrew his hand and looked at the characters again. Fire toad pool. Fire toad pool. Suwin repeated it in a low voice. The fire toad should be that red, ugly toad. Suwin looked at the words again, his thoughts churning. Although the stone steel had fallen over, it was still clear that it had originally stood beside the pool, like some kind of boundary marker or sign. If this had been a naturally formed pool, there wouldn't be a stone steel with carved words like this. That meant someone had come here before, and had even deliberately erected this steel. Could this be Wangu's sect territory? Suwin recalled what had been written in Feng Yuan's diary. Could the fire toad be a kind of goo insect of the Wangu sect? Could this fire toad pool have been a place the Wangu sect used to raise fire toads back when they still existed? Suwin stood up and carefully searched around the stone steel once more. He pushed aside the nearby wild grass and ferns and turned over several stones that looked like they might have writing on them, but he didn't discover any more text. The stone wall beside the waterfall was smooth and unmarked, and the rocks on the other side of the deep pool only had natural cracks and water stains. There were no other clues. Suwin stepped back 2 paces and looked at the stone steel again. The years had left deep marks on its surface. Moss and dirt covered nearly most of it. If Suwin hadn't happened to walk over to this side, he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. If this really was a place where the Wangu sect raised fire toads, then the environment here should be well suited to the fire toad's life. That fire toad that escaped might come back again. He could try catching another time. If he later obtained some kind of entry or bug that could control frogs or communicate with frogs, then this fire toad would be useful. He needed to make a cage first. The wooden cage from before had been far too flimsy. The fire toad's venom was so corrosive that ordinary would started smoking the moment it touched it, and within a few seconds, it would burn a hole straight through. If he made a thicker wooden cage and nailed on a few more layers of planks, it might last a little longer, but given enough time, it probably still wouldn't hold up. What if he used stone? Suwin looked around. Near the deep pool, there were rocks and pebbles everywhere. If he found a large flat stone slab, carved out a groove in the middle, then sealed it with another slab. But he didn't have the right tools. Carving stone would take far too long. What if he brought in some metal rods and iron wire from outside and made a cage with that? That seemed possible, but it would take too much time. He'd have to go back to the real world first and bring them over tomorrow. After thinking for a long time, several plans circling through his head, Suwin finally decided he should leave the fire toad pool first and explore the surrounding area while seeing if there were any usable materials. First, remember the location. Once he found suitable tools and materials, he could come back. With that in mind, Suwin followed the path he had taken before and slipped back into the dense forest. The sound of the waterfall gradually faded behind him, little by little drowned out by rustling leaves in the wind and the chirping of insects. Suwin walked deeper into the shadows of the trees, lowered his head, and glanced at the tangled roots and vines crossing the ground. His mind was still working through cage designs. He needed to find something that wouldn't corrode easily, or better yet, something that wouldn't come into contact with the poison at all. Some way to net the fire toad from a distance. Suwin traveled through the dense forest for about half a shurchin. The ground beneath his feet rose and fell unevenly. Sometimes it was a thick layer of humus that felt like stepping on a sponge. Sometimes it was bare rock, slick and covered in dark green moss. The trees around him grew thicker and thicker. Some ancient trunks would take 2 or 3 people to wrap their arms around. Massive buttress roots rose from the ground like walls, twisting together and cutting the forest floor into broken sections. Suwin pushed aside a clump of bushes taller than a man, and his view suddenly opened up a little. A ruin appeared before him. It had once been a house, or rather, it had once been something like a house. Now only broken walls and scattered remains were left. Leaning stone walls barely outlined the shape of rooms. The largest surviving sections still stood at about half a man's height, while the rest had already collapsed into heaps of rubble, more than half covered by vines and weeds. The roof had long since vanished. Only a few charred wooden beams remained, stuck at an angle in the debris. They looked as if they had been burned. or perhaps slowly chewed away by time until they became this. Suwin stood at the edge of the ruins and looked them over for a while. The stone walls had been laid very neatly, built from bluish stones of similar size. The gaps were filled with some gray-white binding material that looked like a mixture of lime and glutinous rice paste. Although most of the structure had already collapsed, the remaining portions still showed that the original workmanship had been quite meticulous. This should also be a building from the Wangu sect, Suwin thought. Stepping over broken stones and rubble, he walked into the ruins. Crunching sounds came from beneath his feet. He didn't know whether he was crushing roof tiles or bones. The ground had been paved with bluestone slabs. Although most of them were now covered by weeds and dirt, their orderly arrangement was still visible. Suwin bent down and examined the stones in the ruins one by one. Some of the remaining walls still had faint carve marks on them, but they were so worn that they were almost impossible to make out. Even with the bug-like advantage of text comprehension, he could only make out broken strokes and couldn't piece together any complete meaning. Suwin moved aside the collapsed piles of stone one piece at a time, searching beneath them. No books, no bamboo leaps, nothing with writing on it at all. There wasn't even a single decent fragment of a tool or vessel. There were some scattered pieces of pottery on the ground, but they were too small to tell what they had originally been. There were also a few fragments that looked like roof-in tiles with faint patterns still visible on them, but they looked more like decorations than writing. Suwin searched through the ruins for more than an hour. By the end, his body was covered in dirt and moss stains. Finally, he straightened up and let out a sigh. There was nothing here at all. Suwin stood in the middle of the ruins and looked around. Under the mottled tree shadows, the broken walls and shattered remains felt especially still. A few nameless little insects crawled back and forth among the rubble, busy and aimless. Suwin left the ruins and continued exploring deeper in. Now and then, he could spot scattered stones in the nearby undergrowth, like ordinary chunks that had rolled off collapsed walls. He walked for another hour or so, but this time he found nothing at all. There were no more traces of ruined buildings, either. Did I head in the wrong direction? After thinking it over, Suwin started walking back the way he had come. The light in the forest was dimmer than before. The canopy overhead blocked out the sky completely. Only when the wind occasionally stirred the leaves would a few rays of light slip through the shifting gaps and cast brief, moving patches of brightness on the ground. Suwin quickened his pace, passed through ferns and shrubs, stepped over slick stones, and crossed a shallow stream, then circled around several ancient trees with thick buttress roots. Gradually, the outline of the toad pool came into view. The sound of water was clearer than before. The roar of the waterfall came through the dense forest, carrying a damp echo. Suwin lightened his steps and slowly approached the edge of the deep pool. He hid behind a thick tree, stuck out half his head, and looked toward the pool. Then his eyes lit up. That fire toad was back. It was crouching on the same bluish rock as before, the one dampened by the waterfall's mist. Its whole body was fiery red, standing out sharply against the gray-green stone wall and the dark green pool. Its posture was almost exactly the same as before, crouched there with its throat puffing out and drawing back in a slow rhythm. From time to time, it let out a low croak, as if it were breathing or perhaps sending out some kind of signal. The places where the wooden cage had scraped it earlier didn't seem to show any visible wounds. The dark red bumps on its back were still swollen and spread across it as before, looking completely unharmed. It really did come back, Suwin muttered inwardly. The fire toad really did treat this place as its nest. Even if it got scared away, it would still return. That meant as long as he made the cage properly, there was a very good chance he could catch it. His excitement lasted only 2 seconds. Suwin lowered his head and looked at his empty hands. Earlier, he still hadn't found anything that looked capable of withstanding the fire toad as poison. He still couldn't catch it now. Suwin gritted his teeth and stared at the fire toad for a long while. The fire toad crouched quietly on the rock, completely unaware that someone nearby was watching it. The waterfall roared endlessly and mist hung in the air, blurring its outline slightly. First, go back to the real world. Find some materials. Make a cage. Suwin silently took a few steps back, moving extremely slowly so he wouldn't alarm the fire toad. Only after retreating to a sufficient distance did he turn around and leave along the path he had come by. Suwin didn't go far. About 100 or 200 meters away from the fire toad pool, he found a thick old tree. He climbed up the ancient tree, found a suitable branch fork, and slowly closed his eyes. Suwin opened his eyes. Above him was the familiar white-painted ceiling. A small piece of cobweb still hung from the chandelier, swaying gently in the morning light. He was back in the small room at the Union base. Suwin sat up, took off the protective helmet, set it on the table, and stretched. Noisy sounds drifted in from outside the window. Suwin tilted his head and listened. There was the roar of engines, the clanging of metal, and people shouting something. Mixed together, it all came through the window loud and clear. He got up, walked to the window, pulled the curtain aside, and looked outside. He couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Several construction vehicles had appeared in the open area downstairs. A yellow excavator was parked at the edge of the yard, its bucket resting on the ground. Beside it were two trucks, their beds loaded full of sand, gravel, and bricks. A few workers in reflective vests were squatting beside a pile of cement bags, smoking and chatting. Next to them was a small generator, humming as it ran. Not far away, several brand-new container houses had appeared. Their metal shells reflected a silver-gray sheen under the morning light, lined up neatly along one side of the open ground. Suwon blinked. What was this supposed to be? Everything had been fine yesterday. How had it turned into a construction site after just one night of sleep? Suwon pulled back his gaze and turned toward the balcony first. The iron box was still in its old spot. The upper half held clear water, and the lower half held moist, dark brown soil, the boundary between them distinct. The iron box had sat under the moon all night. Next, all he had to do was put in the tree root. Suwon picked up the finger-thick section of tree root and carefully placed it into the box. The root sank into the water, slowly settled onto the surface of the soil, then slanted into the soft earth, leaving only a thumb-length section exposed above the water. Suwon closed the lid, gripped both sides of the iron box with both hands, and shook it 3 times as the bug information had instructed. On the first shake, Suwon felt the liquid inside slosh once. On the second shake, the sloshing sensation vanished, as if whatever was inside had suddenly become denser. On the third shake, Suwon felt the box in his hands grow a little lighter, as if it had become empty. Suwon stopped, took a deep breath, and opened the lid again. What he saw inside made him freeze. The previously distinct clear water and soil had disappeared. The inside of the entire box was now filled with a chaotic gray mass, like a constantly churning fog, or like a miniature vortex, slowly and silently rotating. Something seemed to flicker deep within the gray vortex, and it also seemed like there was nothing there at all. If he stared too long, his eyes began to blur, as if his gaze were being sucked in. There was no trace of the soil anymore, and no trace of the water either. The whole box had turned into a flowing, uncertain gray chaos. It worked. Suwon muta sokti. It looked like it had worked. Now there was only one final step left, drip in one drop of blood, and this world inside the box would be activated, becoming a small world that only the owner of that blood could enter. Whose blood? His own? Suwon felt a little worried. What were side effects? Should he find another animal to test it on? Right? The bug information didn't seem to specify exactly when the blood had to be dripped in. Did that mean it could be done any time? Could he wait until tonight? When he entered the dreamscape and drip in the fire toad's blood, if the fire toad worked, then he would have completed the first half of the boxed world bug ahead of time. Then, after returning to U City, he could think of a way to get a drop of the giant python's blood into it. That way, he could carry the giant python around too. If he ran into any danger then, he could just release a 40-meter-long giant python on the spot. The more Suwon thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He put the lid back on the iron box and set it in a corner. Next, Suwon planned to go downstairs and look for materials that could be used to make a cage. Downstairs had completely turned into a construction site. The excavator was leveling the ground on the east side of the yard. Its huge bucket scooped up a pile of broken stone with a thunderous rumble, then dumped it heavily to one side. Several workers in hard hats were using a level to measure the ground height. Nearby, someone was welding something with electric equipment, blue sparks crackling and spraying out. Suwon stood at the entrance of the building and watched for a while, wondering whether these people were from the administration bureau or an outside construction crew, when Lingdi walked over from the side. Lingdi came to Suwon's side and rose slightly on her toes, probably looking in the direction the excavator was working. Then she turned her head and said in a lowered voice, "These construction workers don't know about the dreamscape. You can't tell them." Suwon nodded and asked in the same low voice, "Then there." "A construction crew hired by the administration bureau," Lingti said. "They're preparing to build a permanent base here. This dreamscape has relatively high evaluation value, so it won't be abandoned anytime soon." Permanent base. Suwon nodded and swept his gaze around the construction site. Then it stopped beside the pile of building materials. Several bundles of rebar were stacked neatly beside a pile of sand and gravel, giving off a cold, gray metallic sheen under the sunlight. Rebar. Suwon's eyes lit up. A wooden cage would be corroded by the fire toad's venom, but what about iron? Iron shouldn't be afraid of corrosion, right? At the very least, it wouldn't get burned through with a hole in a few seconds like wood. He seemed like he could use rebar to make an iron cage. But when entering the dreamscape, he could only carry some small items. A cage that big probably couldn't be taken in. Suwon quickly walked over, crouched beside the pile of rebar, and measured the thickness with his hand. The rebar was about finger thick, with raised ridges running along the surface. It felt solid to the touch. It seemed a bit too thick. Suwon searched some more and found some thinner steel bars. "Sir." Suwon turned to look at a worker not far away who was cutting steel. "Could you help me cut a few sections of rebar?" The worker looked up. He was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. He gave Suwon a once-over and asked, "How long?" 20 centimeters high, 50 centimeters long. Suwon gestured. The worker paused. "What are you using it for?" Making a small rack." Suwon answered vaguely. The worker didn't ask any more questions. He put down what he was doing, pulled out a few bars from the pile, and placed them under the cutting machine. The machine buzzed to life, sparks flying everywhere. After several harsh, cutting noises, several sections of steel bar were cut. They're broken and still slightly hot. Thanks, sir. Suen picked up the bars. One more thing. Could you help me weld them too? Just 5 side will do. The worker looked at him, then at the steel bar sections in his hands. He took the unlit cigarette out of his mouth, tucked it behind his ear, and asked, how do you want it welded? Suen gets a 50 by 50 top, and 4 walls 20 high. The worker said nothing more. He took the bars, picked up the welding torch, and after a burst of dazzling blue-white light and a series of crackling sounds, several connection points were fixed in place. In less than 10 minutes, the 5 iron grills were welded. As long as they were assembled, they could form a bottomless iron cage. And since it wasn't as big as a full iron cage, you should be able to carry it into the dreamscape. Thanks, sir. This really helped a lot. Suen held the iron grills, then casually grabbed a roll of thick iron wire from nearby and stuffed it into his pocket before turning and running upstairs. After putting the iron cage parts and iron wire back in his room, Suen went downstairs again and stood by the edge of the yard, watching the excavator at work with great interest. The massive bucket rumbled as it scooped up a load of broken stone, then turned half a circle and dumped it into the bed of the truck beside it. Every movement was clean and efficient, carrying the brute force beauty unique to machinery. Suen watched for a while, then turned to look at another excavator leveling the ground. The bucket scraped along the surface, shaving the uneven dirt flat and smooth. Suen stood at the edge of the yard and watched the excavators at work for a while. The bucket rose and fell, crushed stones rolled, and the engine droned and roared, breathing out faint strands of diesel smoke into the still cool morning air. Right? Suen remembered something. Right now, while the sun still hadn't risen high, he could finish the early stage work for the world inside the box in advance. Once he got back to U City, all he had to do was drip in one more drop of the giant python's blood, and he would be able to carry that dozens of meters long giant python around with him, releasing it whenever he wanted and taking it back whenever he wanted. Besides, he had already gone through the process of making a world inside the box once just now. Making another one wouldn't be much trouble. The only thing needed was time. It had to be left under the blazing sun for a full day, then dried overnight. Suen turned and walked toward the storage room. A few rooms on the first floor of those small buildings had been converted into storage rooms, usually used to pile up miscellaneous items and spare supplies. Suen pushed the door open and swept his gaze around the storage room. Sure enough, in a plastic basket in the corner, he found another tea tin. The lid had a bit of rust on it, but overall it was intact. There was also a line of faded golden print on the lid. Suen didn't look closely at what it said. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand. It was about the same size as the one he was using. You're the one. Suen picked up the tin. Seeing a pair of pliers on the nearby tool rack, he casually stuffed those into his pocket too. Suen walked into the yard and crouched beside the roots of the tree where he had taken soil yesterday. Using his hands, he dug out half a tin's worth of dirt. The soil was still damp, carrying the moistness of the morning dew. It was dark brown, soft and fine when pinched. Suen filled the tin halfway, then pressed down on the surface with his palm, flattening the dirt a little. Then Suen went back upstairs and placed the second tin on the balcony where the sunlight could reach it. A little later, the sun had fully risen from behind the eastern ridge. Golden sunlight shone directly onto the balcony, making the tin lid glint faintly. Suen crouched down and adjusted the tin's position to make sure it could be exposed to the sun, then stood up and patted the dirt off his hands. All right, let it dry for a day first. Suen returned to the room, closed the door, and turned on the air conditioner. The stuffy heat in the room was quickly driven away. Cool air flowed along his skin, and the comfort of it made Suen let out a long breath. He dropped straight onto the bed, then pulled out the newly bought phone from his pocket and unlocked the screen. A few basic apps had already been installed on the phone. Although the signal wasn't especially good, it was enough for watching videos or reading novels. The cold air from the AC blew steadily, and the room was very quiet. Only the occasional sounds of machinery operating at the construction site outside drifted in, dulled by the walls, as if separated by some kind of layer. Tonight, when I enter the dreamscape, I'll install the iron cage first, then go wait by the fire toad pool. Suen calculated silently. If he got lucky, he should be able to catch a fire toad before dawn. Suen spent the entire day in the room and barely went out, with the AC running and cool air blowing. He first lay on the bed and played on his phone for a while. Later, when the phone stopped being interesting, Suen closed his eyes and dozed for a bit. Half asleep and half awake, he took a short nap. When he woke up, the muffled sound of excavators from the construction site outside was still going on. At noon, Linky came to call him for lunch. He went down, ate a bowl of noodles, then returned to his room again. Time passed quickly in this kind of idle state. The light outside the window gradually softened from bright daylight, turning from gold to orange-red, then from orange-red into a faint warm glow that clung to the edge of the ridge and slowly slid downward. By the time Suen got up again and walked to the window, the sun was already close to fully setting. The distant ridgeline had been dyed into a deep purple outline by the setting sun. A strip of orange-red afterglow still lingered in the sky, little by little being swallowed by the blue-black rising from the east. The noise of the machines at the worksite in the yard had already stopped. The excavators stood quietly in the corner. A few workers were packing up their tools, chatting and laughing as they walked toward the temporary prefab rooms. Suin stepped onto the balcony. The evening wind blew right at him, carrying the smell of earth and vegetation, along with a trace of plant ash drifting over from the distant fields. There were 2 tins on the balcony. One tin was Suin's first box. One tin was Suin's second box. Ahem. After a full day under the blazing sun, the soil inside the second box had developed fine, dense cracks of a dry light brown color. Suin crouched down and picked up the bucket beside it. There was still less than half a bucket left of the mixture of lake water and mud inside. Suin carefully poured the water slowly into the second tin. The water seeped into the cracked soil with a faint sizzling sound. The dry clumps of earth quickly absorbed the water and swelled. Their color changed from light brown to dark brown. The surface gradually became moist, and the thick muddy slurry slowly settled beneath the water, leaving the upper layer clearer. All right. Suin set the empty bucket aside and glanced at the sky. The sun had already fully set. In the western sky, only a narrow band of dark red remained, like a wound stitched along the horizon. Stars had already started to appear, and the color of the sky was shifting from deep blue toward pure ink black. The moon still hadn't risen, but that was fine. Once the moon came up, it just had to be left out to dry for one night. Suin stood up and shifted his gaze from the tin to the first tin beside it. That completed world inside the box sat quietly in the corner, covered by a towel to block the light. Suin reached out and lifted the towel, revealing the grayish-white metal lid underneath. Bending down, he picked up the tin. It felt slightly cool in his hand and lighter than expected, almost as if it were empty. Suin didn't open the lid. He only tucked it carefully into his uniform pocket. Back in the room, Suin picked up the iron railings placed at the corner of the desk, along with a roll of thin iron wire. There were 5 pieces of iron railing in total, for fence walls and 1 top fence. They had been welded neatly, and the edges had been polished, so they wouldn't cut his hands. The iron wire was coiled into a roll, about 2 meters long. Suin tested it in his hand. The hardness was moderate. It should be enough in the dreamscape. Suin placed the iron railings, the iron wire, and the pliers he had taken beside the bed, then checked his equipment again. Uniform, gloves, gas-proof helmet, glucose cubes. Check complete. Suin sat at the edge of the bed and put on the gas-proof helmet. Then he took the iron railings and iron wire in hand and lay down on the bed. Outside the window, the sky had already gone completely dark. The low hum of the air conditioner echoed softly by his ears. Suin closed his eyes. Urga! Suin suddenly opened his eyes. Overhead was a layered canopy of treetops, branches, and leaves crisscrossing like a net, with only a few thin strands of morning light leaking through the gaps. Suin sat up and first looked down at his hands. The iron railings, iron wire, pliers. Then he felt his pocket. The tin was there too. Everything, without a single thing missing, had entered the dreamscape together with Suin. Suin let out a long breath and climbed down from the ancient tree. After getting his bearings, he set off toward Huachan Pool. The iron railings clinked lightly in his hands, making faint metallic sounds. Suin pushed aside the hanging vines in front of him, and the roar of the waterfall instantly flooded his ears. On the big bluestone directly beneath the waterfall, a basin-sized mass of fiery red was crouching there. It was the fire toad. Its swollen body rose and fell slowly with each breath. The dense pus-filled boils on its back gleamed with an oily sheen in the mist kicked up by the waterfall, like red gemstones that could burst at any moment. Its 2 thick hind legs were tucked beneath it, while its front claws gripped the edge of the bluestone firmly. The whole toad stayed perfectly still, letting the splashing water strike its body. Suin slowly crouched down and lowered his breathing to the minimum. Last time, he had tried to catch it with a wooden cage, and its venom had corroded the whole thing clean away. This time, he absolutely could not fail again. Suin set down the iron grills in his hands. Each piece had been welded from steel rebar. The workmanship from the construction site workers was rough, but the materials were solid. Between the thumb-thick steel bars, there was only a palm-wide gap. Suin laid the 5 grills out on the grass in order, then untied the bundle of iron wire from his waist. He used pliers to cut the wire into sections, then lined up the edges of 2 neighboring grills. The wire passed through the mesh, looped around twice, and was twisted tight with force. Suin did not dare be careless. At every connection point, he twisted at least 3 wires. Little by little, the 5 grills came together into a rectangular iron cage. It had walls on 4 sides and a sealed top, but the bottom was left open. Suin lifted the iron cage and tested its weight. Not bad. It was not too heavy for his current physique. The fire toad was still crouching on that bluestone, without even changing its posture. Suin held the iron cage in front of him and began approaching the waterfall. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Suin circled around to directly behind the fire toad. From this angle, the outline of its back was especially clear. Those boils looked even larger than they had up close. The biggest ones were nearly the size of a thumbnail, and inside them he could vaguely see red liquid flowing. Suin held his breath and raised the iron cage high. At the exact moment the fire toad slightly adjusted its crouching posture, Suwin suddenly slammed the cage down. The iron cage crashed onto the bluestone with a rush of wind, producing a heavy thud. The fire toad was trapped firmly inside. It froze for an instant, then immediately began struggling wildly. Its basin-sized body rammed around inside the iron cage. Every impact carried astonishing force, making the steel bars hum and vibrate. Suwin pressed down on the top of the cage with both hands. Under his grip, the iron cage shook violently, as if it had trapped a small beast. The boils on the fire toad's back burst from the impacts. Dark red liquid poured out from the ruptures, flowing along its uneven skin and dripping onto the steel bars at the bottom. Almost instantly, thick white smoke rose from wherever the steel touched the liquid. Suwin instinctively turned his head aside, but from the corner of his eye he saw those steel bars turning dark red at a visible speed, as if they had been scorched by extreme heat. Water droplets that landed on them were instantly vaporized. Suwin sucked in a cold breath. If this had been a wooden cage, there probably would not even be ashes left by now. After a while, the fire toad was still struggling, but its strength had clearly weakened a great deal. That venom seemed to be its final trump card. Once it had used it up, its own physical strength was not all that great. After crashing around a few more times, it finally flopped down at the bottom of the cage and stopped moving. Its bloated body rose and fell rapidly, and low, croaking sounds came from its throat. Strangely enough, it even sounded a little aggrieved. Suwin did not hurry to let go. He waited a full 2 minutes, making sure the fire toad truly had no strength left. Only then did he slowly release one hand from the top of the cage and take out that iron box from his clothes. The chaotic vortex inside the iron box was still slowly turning. According to the bug-esque description, only the final step remained now, dripping in blood. Suwin cut off a piece of iron wire with the pliers and extended it through a gap in the cage. When the fire toad saw the approaching wire, its body instinctively tried to dodge, but it had very little strength left. It only kicked its legs weakly in token resistance. The tip of the wire lightly pierced a patch of skin on its back where there were no boils. The fire toad let out a low gurgle, and dark red blood seeped out from the puncture. Suwin quickly withdrew the wire. A drop of thick blood hung from the tip, darker than human blood, nearly black-red under the sunlight. Suwin dripped that drop of blood into the vortex inside the iron box. The instant the blood fell into the chaos, the vortex suddenly spun faster. It was as if a miniature storm had formed inside the whole box, spinning faster and faster, more and more violently, until abruptly calmed in a silent burst. The scene inside the box changed, and Suwin's eyes widened. Inside the box was a tiny world, a small crystal-clear lake, its surface calm as a mirror, reflecting some unknown heavenly light. Around the lake was flat brown land, the soil looking soft and fertile. Scattered across the land were few trees. They were not very tall, but their branches and leaves were lush, like a primeval forest shrunk down countless times. This was the world inside the box. Suwin could not help reaching out with his index finger and poking toward the opening of the box. But what his fingertip touched was the cold, hard bottom of the iron box. The lake, the trees, the land. It was as if they were separated by an invisible, thick barrier. He could see them, but he could not touch them. Suwin rubbed his finger across the bottom of the box several times, making sure he had not touched any dirt or moisture at all. This world did not seem to physically exist inside the iron box, at least not in the form of physical space. Suwin frowned and thought for a moment, but could not figure out the principle behind it. So he simply stopped thinking about it. As long as it worked, that was enough. Suwin pushed the iron box through a gap in the cage, and it landed right by the fire toad's feet. The fire toad moved weakly. One of its front claws subconsciously pawed forward, and its claw tip just happened to step on the opening of the box. In the next instant, the basin-sized fire toad seemed to be seized by some invisible force. Its entire body stretched into a blurry red streak, and, with a whoosh, was sucked into the palm-sized iron box. The whole process took less than 1 second. Suwin snatched up the iron box and brought it close to his eyes. The scene inside the box had already changed. On that patch of brown land, there was now a red toad, moving on all 4 legs and slowly crawling toward the small lake. In the world inside the box, its body looked only as large as a grain of rice, but Suwin recognized at a glance that signature red skin and the pus-filled boils covering its back. Suwin looked again and again. Only after confirming that the fire toad was truly safe and sound inside the box world did he let out a long breath. Success! Suwin closed the lid, carefully tucked the iron box into his pocket, and patted it a few times. Suwin stood up and glanced at the now empty iron cage. The steel bars at the bottom still bore traces of corrosion from the fire toad's venom. Several bars had been heated red hot and then cooled again, their surfaces turning a dark bluish black. They were still a little hot to the touch. Suwin lifted the iron cage off the bluestone and casually tossed it onto the gravel by the waterfall. Suwin did not spare it a second glance. The thing was too heavy. There was no need to bring it back. Next, he would explore the surrounding area and see if he could find any buildings or writings left behind by the Wandu sect. Maybe he could even find a new bug from them. But if he couldn't find anything, Suwon planned to head back to U City. By tomorrow morning, the second time in a box will be finished, and he could go straight back to U City and bring the giant python into the boxed world. At that point, he'd have a powerful trump card for himself, a giant python 40 meters long. Who would stop him? Lost in pleasant thoughts, Suwon stepped away from Firetoad Pond and began exploring deeper into the primeval forest. He didn't go back to the place from yesterday. Instead, he changed direction and walked downstream along the flow of water from the pond. Water from the waterfall poured down the rock wall, gathered into a deep pool, then overflowed from the mouth of the pool and ran downhill along a shallow stream. The stream was clear and shallow. He could see the smooth pebbles and fine grains of sand at the bottom. Both banks were covered in damp moss and low ferns. Suwon followed the stream downstream for a while, then veered off and headed toward a higher wooded slope. The trees here were a little sparser than those around Firetoad Pond. Sunlight filtered through gaps in the canopy, scattering patches of interwoven light and shadow across the ground. As Suwon moved forward, his gaze kept sweeping back and forth between the trees and the ground around him. He searched for anything unusual, stones that looked stacked by human hands, tree stumps that looked chopped down, steels or rock walls carved with words. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Everything in the primeval forest looked more or less the same. Suwon went around a massive old tree. Its roots were exposed above the ground, twisting and tangling like a giant hand clutching the soil. He crouched down and rummaged through the dirt around the roots, but found nothing. There were only a few ordinary stones covered in dark green moss. After turning them over, he found gray-white stone beneath, without a single mark carved into them. Suwon continued on, then stopped in a low-lying area where several large rocks were scattered through the grass, looking somewhat unnatural. He walked over and examined them carefully. The edges of the stones were a little neat, but not that neat, and there wasn't a single word on them. Suwon flipped one of the huge stones over. The other side also had no writing at all. Then he used the bug through his glasses that let him see the names of all things. A line of small text floated above the stone as head, ordinary granite. Suwon felt a little disappointed. It seemed it was just a natural formation that made the stone look as if it had been cut by a blade. And so he kept walking and stopping, searching and checking. Before he knew it, the sun was gradually setting. Golden light slanted down through the gaps in the canopy, coating the dead leaves and moss on the ground in a warm layer of color. Suwon took out a glucose tablet from his pocket, removed his gas mask helmet, stuffed the tablet into his mouth, and let it slowly dissolve. It really didn't seem easy to find anything related to the Wongu sect. Had he gone the wrong way? Suwon walked for about another 2 hours. The sky grew darker and darker, but he still hadn't discovered anything useful. He let out a sigh, stopped, and looked around, finally choosing the biggest and sturdiest looking tree nearby. The trunk was thick enough that it would take about 2 people with arms around it to encircle it. The bark was rough, covered in deep vertical cracks and thick dark green moss. The crown spread wide, branches crossing and weaving together like a giant umbrella held in midair. About 3 meters above the ground, there was a thick fork in the trunk, forming a natural hollow just large enough for someone to sit in. Suwon climbed up to that fork in a little over 10 seconds. He lay down on the tree fork and slowly closed his eyes. Ugh. Suwon's eyes snapped open. Above him was that familiar white-painted ceiling. Outside the window came the low rumble of excavators, mixed with the clang of metal collisions and the shouted calls of workers. Suwon sat up, took off the gas mask helmet, and set on the table. He moved his somewhat stiff neck, then instinctively touched the pocket of his uniform. The iron box containing the fire toad was still securely in his pocket. Through the cloth, he could feel the outline of the metal. Only then did Suwon finally relax completely. He stretched and walked toward the balcony. Morning wind slipped in through the gaps in the balcony screen, carrying the damp scent of soil and vegetation, along with a trace of rice, straw, drifting over from distant fields. The second iron box was sitting quietly in the middle of the balcony. Suwon picked it up and took a look. The upper half held clear water, and the lower half held moist dark brown soil. From the windowsill beside it, he picked up the section of tree root he had prepared long ago. Carefully, he placed the root upright into the box, then closed the lid. Holding both sides of the box with both hands, Suwon took a deep breath and began shaking it the way that bug had described. On the first shake, the liquid inside the box visibly sloshed. The dull sound of water striking the metal walls rose from inside the tin, heavy and dense. On the second shake, the feeling of movement suddenly vanished. The box in his hands felt as if it were filled with semi-solid mud, heavy and sluggish, and the sounds inside also became muffled, as if something were spinning inside at high speed. On the third shake, Suwon clearly felt the box become lighter, as if whatever was inside had been sucked away, leaving behind only an empty shell. Full of anticipation, he slowly opened the lid. All traces of water and soil had completely vanished. Inside the iron box, there was only a chaotic, gray, illusory vortex, like mist constantly churning while locked inside a tiny container, or like a nebula glimpsed through a miniature window, slow, silent, and impossible to grasp. Success. Delighted, Suwon carefully closed the lid and slipped the iron box into his other pocket. Now he had 1 box in each pocket. The left held the finished product with the fire toad sealed inside, while the right held the half-finished one waiting for a drop of the giant python's blood. Later, I'll talk to Linty and see if we can head back to U City, Suwon thought as he turned and walked back into the room. Suwon washed his face, then waited for Linty so they could go downstairs together for breakfast. Linty was sitting at the table by the window. In front of her was a bowl of plain congee and a small dish of pickled vegetables, and she was eating at an unhurried pace. Her hair was casually tied behind her head, with a few loose strands hanging by her ears. The pale morning light from outside shone in through the window, tracing a soft outline along the side of her face. Suwon took a bite of a bun, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Captain, let us go back to U City. Linty's spoon paused for a moment. She looked up and asked coolly, how are the gains from this illusory dream realm? Not bad, I guess. Suwon thought for a moment before answering. He didn't go into detail, and Linty didn't ask further. She only gave a slight nod and stirred the congee remaining in her bowl with her spoon. Then let us head back. Okay, Suwon responded, lowering his head to take another bite of his bun. Somehow, he felt a little more relaxed. After breakfast, Suwon went back to his room and packed up his things. In truth, there wasn't much to pack, other than the 2 iron boxes, some leftover glucose tablets, the gas mask helmet and gloves. There was only the newly bought phone. The gas mask helmet and gloves had been taken from here. Did he need to return them? Suwon stuffed everything into a canvas bag, zipped it shut, and went downstairs. Linty was already waiting below, holding a black travel bag in her hand. Captain. Suwon leaned close to Linty's ear and asked in a low voice, what is it? Linty glanced at Suwon. By the way, do we need to return the gas mask helmets we took from here? No need. Just hide them well, Suwon said in a low voice after looking around. Okay. Suwon nodded, a little happy. At a glance, the gas mask helmets were obviously expensive. If he needed one in the future, who knew how much quota it would cost? Linty turned and led Suwon toward those small buildings. Suwon followed behind her, and together they found the captain of the 3rd field team. Captain 3. Linty stopped. We're getting ready to head back. Captain 3 looked up. There was still an unlit cigarette in his mouth, and he gave Linty a surprised look. Going back already? They've only just started exploring the illusion dream realm here. Not staying a few more days? Maybe the LL find something good. No. Linty shook her head, her tone decisive. Captain 3 looked at Suwon again. Suwon also shook his head and added, there's still something to deal with over in U City. Captain 3 wiped his hand on his pant leg, stood up, and revealed a somewhat helpless smile. All right then, I'll arrange a helicopter for you. Wait a few minutes. Captain 3 turned and walked toward the prefab room nearby, taking out his phone and making a call as he went. Less than 20 minutes later, a helicopter flew in from the southeast. The helicopter slowly landed at the edge of the leveled construction site, and the roar of its engine drowned out even the noise of the excavators. Suwon and Linty boarded the helicopter one after the other, fastened their seatbelts, and placed their duffel bags by their feet. Captain 3 stood outside the cabin door and waved at them, shouting, come again next time. Suwon waved back at Captain 3 as well. The helicopter rose steadily. The fuselage swayed lightly, and the people and buildings on the ground quickly began to shrink. After flying for about 3 hours, the scenery outside the window gradually changed from mountains to plains, and from plains to endless clusters of buildings. The outline of U City appeared at the edge of his vision. Gray-white high-rises, crisscrossing roads, rooftops darkened slightly after being soaked by rain. Everything was shrouded in a thin curtain of rain, like a pencil sketch blurred by water. The helicopter landed on the rooftop helipad of the Administration Bureau headquarters building. The cabin door opened, and cool strands of rain blew straight at them, landing on Suwon's face, fine and damp. Suwon took a deep breath of the air tinged with the scent of rain. He had finally come back again. Suwon followed behind Lindy as they got off the helicopter. Suwon and Lindy took the elevator to the 12th floor. When they reached the door of his room, he twisted the handle and pushed the door open. The furnishings inside were exactly the same as before Suwon had left. Suwon set the suitcase on the floor, then took out the 2 iron boxes and placed them on the table. He opened the suitcase and took everything inside out. There were only a few bottles of glucose solution left, and the glucose tablets were almost gone too. Suwon sat down in the chair, raised his left arm, and tapped the LCD screen. After swiping a few times, Suwon found the supplies request page and entered in hydrous glucose tablets into the search bar. The page jumped, and the familiar product information appeared before his eyes. Without even blinking, Suwon directly selected 300 tablets and confirmed the submission. A line of text popped up on the page. Request submitted. Estimated delivery time, before 6 o'clock today. Suwon turned off the screen, leaned back against the chair, and let out a long breath. 300 tablets could only last 1 week, and that was with glucose solution to go with them. Thinking that, Suwon finally made up his mind and stood up. Suwon left the room, came to the elevator, and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. The elevator slowly descended with a faint humming sound. Leaning against the wall, Suwon silently organized his wording in his heart. When it reached the 3rd floor, the elevator doors opened, and he stepped out. The receptionist was still the same nurse. She was lowering her head, sorting something out. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. The moment she saw it was Suwon, Her eyes lit up, and she visibly became more excited. "Suwon, you're back." The delight in her voice was far too obvious, and Suwon was caught off guard by her reaction. Suwon nodded, then felt like something was off. "You know me?" The nurse's face reddened slightly, as if she had realized she had reacted too strongly. The nurse hesitated, then forcibly came up with an explanation. "I handled your admission paperwork before, so I saw your name." Suwon nodded and didn't pay much attention to it. Ahem. Suwon cleared his throat, stepped forward 2 paces, and tried hard to make his expression look more sincere. "Nurse sis, I have hypoglycemia. Could you give me a box of glucose solution?" The moment the words left his mouth, even Suwon himself felt a little guilty. Hypoglycemia wasn't completely made up. Though, before this, Suwon really had nearly fainted from hunger. "Really?" The nurse looked worried and carefully examined Suwon's complexion, as if trying to confirm whether he was actually feeling unwell. "Really?" Suwon nodded. It was his first time lying, and he was still a little unpracticed at it. "I'll go get it for you." The nurse volunteered herself. Without another word, she turned around and jogged toward a room deeper down the hallway. Suwon stood where he was and watched her disappear behind the door at the end of the corridor. Before long, footsteps came from that end of the hall. The nurse came back holding a box. The box was neither too big nor too small. Medical glucose solution was printed on the outer packaging, and it looked fairly heavy. She was holding it with some effort. "Here." The nurse handed the box to Suwon. "Thank you." Suwon took the box, a little moved. There really were more good people in this world. "Nurses, what is your name?" The nurse froze for a moment. Then the tips of her ears turned faintly red. "My name is..." Her voice was very soft, a little embarrassed. "Dongyu." "Thank you, Sister Dongyu." "Hee, you're welcome." Dongyu smiled, and her eyes curved into crescents. Suwon carried the box and walked toward the elevator. Dongyu stood at the front desk and watched Suwon walk into the elevator as the doors slowly closed. Dongyu was still smiling foolishly. Being near Suwon really felt so warm. She didn't know why. It was like being bathed in warm sunlight in winter. Dongyu lowered her head and looked at the documents she had only been halfway through organizing, then looked up at the floor display by the elevator doors, which had already gone dark. For no clear reason, her mood improved. Suwon returned to his room and set the box of glucose solution aside. He sat down in the chair and turned on the computer. Computer games were still more fun. After playing for a while, Suwon suddenly remembered something. He needed something to draw blood from the giant python. He couldn't exactly use a piece of wire like the one for the fire toad and stab it straight into the giant python's scales, could he? He needed a syringe, and he only needed 1 drop of blood. A light pull with a syringe would be enough. Suwon's gaze unconsciously shifted away from the computer screen and landed on the cardboard box beside the table. He had gotten the glucose solution from Dongyu. After lunch, he could stop by the 3rd floor and ask Dongyu for a syringe too. But would asking for a syringe be going too far? Suwon felt a little embarrassed about always troubling Dongyu. Was there anything he could do to help her? Next time, he had to find a way to help her out too. But help with what? Suwon knew almost nothing about Dongyu. In the future, pay more attention to her and see if she needs any help. Give her a hand when the time comes. Suwon came back to his senses and continued playing his game. Rain was still falling outside the window. Fine threads of rain tapped against the glass, making an unbroken rustling sound. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Suwon paused the computer screen, got up, walked over, and opened the door. Lingti was standing outside. She had changed into a different outfit. A white short-sleeve shirt, black pants, and her hair casually gathered behind her head. "Come eat," Lindy said briefly. "Okay." Suwon nodded, turned around, and shut off the computer screen, casually pulled the room door closed behind him, and followed Lindy toward the end of the corridor. The two of them walked side by side through the hallway, one tall and one short, their figures stretching into 2 pale gray shadows side by side across the floor tiles. The elevator doors opened. Lindy stepped in first, and Suwon followed behind her. There was no one else in the elevator. Lindy pressed the button for the 2nd floor, and the elevator slowly descended. Ding! The elevator arrived on the 2nd floor. The doors opened, and the cafeteria's distinctive smell of food rushed over them. There were fewer people in the cafeteria than Suwon had expected. The field personnel had already left, and only some logistics staff remained. Suwon and Lingti each took a tray and sat facing each other by the window. Suwon had already gotten used to the atmosphere of eating with Lingti. He would not deliberately look for topics to talk about, nor would he find the silence awkward. So the two of them simply ate quietly like that, one after the other. Outside the window was the soft rustle of rain, and the sounds of chopsticks and trays lightly clinking were fine and rhythmic. About 20 minutes later, Suwon set down his chopsticks, picked up the egg drop soup, took a sip, and put the bowl back on the tray. Lingti was almost done as well. She wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, stood up, and carried her tray toward the return station. Suwon followed behind her. The two of them put away their trays together, then turned and walked toward the elevator. They stood side by side in front of the elevator doors. The floor indicator showed the elevator coming down from the 5th floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened. There was no one inside. Lingti stepped in, looked at Suwon, and seemed a little puzzled. "I need to go to the 3rd floor first. I've got something to do there." "You go ahead," Suwon said, waving a hand in explanation. Lingti's lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to ask something. In the end, Lingti only responded simply and did not press further. Then I'm going. Lingti stood in the elevator, her gaze passing through the slowly closing doors as she looked at him, then nodded. Suwon withdrew his gaze and took the stairs to the 3rd floor. Dongyu was sitting behind the front desk, looking down at her phone. Hearing footsteps, Dongyu looked up. When she saw who it was, her eyes lit up and the corners of her lips curved. Suwon, what brings you here? Dongyu's voice was full of obvious surprise. Dongyu-ya. Suwon's my. Aren't you going to eat yet? He already ate a while ago. Dongyu turned off her phone screen and sat on the counter. She folded her hands on the desk and leaned forward slightly. You just finished eating, right? Just now. Suwon not that. Do you all usually eat this early? Not necessarily. Dongyu tilted her head. We nurses eat early whenever we're not busy. Oh right. As if remembering something, Dongyu let her gaze circle over Suwon's face. Don't field personnel not have to enter the illusory dreamscape anymore? Are you still going in tonight? I am. Suwon nodded, then asked curiously, do you also enter the illusory dreamscape? I do. Dongyu nodded. She reined in some of her previous chattiness, and her tone became a bit more serious. My initial entry isn't very useful, and I'm not good at fighting either. After my internship ended, I became logistics staff and stayed in the relatively safe illusory dreamscapes found by the administration the whole time, so I wouldn't have to enter other dreamscapes. Otherwise, I'm afraid my entry would only take effect after I die. Logistics is important too. Suwon nodded and comforted her. That is what I think too. Dongyu smiled again, her eyes curving into crescents. I never expected myself to go around fighting and killing anyway. As long as I can help a little, that's enough. The two chatted for a while longer. Suwon calculated it in his heart and felt the timing was about right, so he cleared his throat. Dongyu-ya. Suwon tried to make his tone sound as natural as possible. There is something else I want to ask you for help with. Go ahead. Dongyu answered without hesitation. I need a syringe. The medical injection kind. Suwon gestured the size with his hand. It doesn't need to be too big. A normal size is fine. The kind that could draw blood. You want to draw blood? Dongyu blinked. Who's? An animal S. Suwon gave a vague explanation. Dongyu parted her lips slightly, as if she wanted to ask more, but soon swallowed the question back down. She did not continue to dig deeper and only said, wait a moment. Then she turned and walked toward the storage room deeper in the hallway. When Dongyu came back, there was an individually packaged syringe in her hand. Here. Dongyu handed the syringe to Suwon. Thank you, Dongyu-jia. Suwon took the syringe, pinched the edge of the plastic packaging, and carefully tucked it into his uniform pocket. It's nothing. Dongyu waved a hand, then smiled again. If you need anything next time, just tell me directly. Then I'll head out first. Suwon waved to her. Bye-bye. Dongyu waved back at him too. Suwon turned and walked toward the elevator. Behind him came Dongyu's quiet voice. Come by again next time. Suwon did not turn back. He only raised a hand and waved behind him. The elevator doors opened. Suwon walked in and pressed 12. Ding. The elevator arrived on the 12th floor. Suwon stepped out of the elevator, returned to his room, and put the syringe on the table. Tonight, enter the illusory dreamscape. Find a giant python, draw a drop of blood, and then, outside the window, the sky had already gone completely dark. Suwon was sitting in front of the computer watching a wilderness survival video. On the screen, the blogger was shaving a wooden stick with a small knife while explaining how to start a fire in a damp environment. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Suwon got up and walked to the door, casually switched on the room light, twisted the lock open, and pulled the door open a crack. A middle-aged man in a dark blue work uniform was standing outside. He was of average build, dark-skinned, and holding a cardboard box in his arms. The supplies you applied for have arrived. Thank you, sir. Suwon reached out and took the box. No problem. The man waved a hand and turned to leave. Suwon shut the door, carried the cardboard box to the table, and set it down. A strip of transparent tape was sealing the box, and the surface of the tape was printed with the administration S emblem. Suwon tore off the tape and opened the box. Inside, small individually wrapped glucose tablets were neatly stacked. Suwon impatiently grabbed one glucose tablet, tore open the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. This is way too perfect. Suwon nodded in satisfaction, set the box in the corner of the table against the wall, and placed it beside the box of glucose solution. Then he grabbed a handful of glucose tablets from inside and stuffed them into his uniform pocket. Suwon patted his pocket twice to make sure they would not fall out, then picked up the second metal box and the syringe as well. He turned off the computer screen, laid down on the bed, and a deep wave of drowsiness came over him. Suwon slowly closed his eyes. Yoga. Suwon abruptly opened his eyes. Above his head was the familiar arched sheet metal canopy. Rain drummed against it in a dense, muffled rhythm. The tarpaulin hanging down on both sides swayed slightly, and wind squeezed in through the gaps at the edges of the curtain, bringing with it a trace of coolness from the rainy day. Suwon sat up, bracing a hand against the wooden plank beneath him. He rolled his neck and stretched lazily. A tail tip slipped in from the edge of the curtain, lifting it open through a gap, and then the giant python's head squeezed in through the opening. Human, where have you been these past few days? The giant python's voice was soft and sweet, anxious and aggrieved at the same time. Suwon leaned back a little, making room for her head. Most of the snake's head pushed in from outside the curtain, nearly filling the full width of the canopy entrance. Her breath carried warm, damp heat that brushed across Suwon's face and arms. Suwon thought for a moment, then said, I want to find a way for us to stay together forever. What way? The giant python tilted her head and asked curiously. Let's talk outside. Holding the metal box and the syringe, Suwon crawled out from under the canopy. The giant python's body was coiled on the garbage island, her head pressed close beside Suwon. I need a drop of your blood. Suwon raised the metal box in his hand and gestured toward her. The giant python stared at the palm-sized metal box for a moment, then nodded. Suwon temporarily set the metal box down on the deck by his feet, tore open the syringe's plastic packaging, and pulled it out. The giant python's gaze was immediately drawn to that glint of light. What is that? Looking at the cold, gleaming needle tip, the giant python sounded a little scared. It's a syringe. Suwon lifted the injector in his hand, trying to make his tone sound light and casual. It's specially used for drawing blood. It's very thin. It won't hurt. Are you going to stick it into me? The giant python's voice grew even softer, carrying a cautious unease. That's right. Suwon nodded. Just one poke, one drop of blood, and it'll be over very quickly. Will it hurt a lot? The giant python's tail tip stirred uneasily in the water, sending ripples spreading in circles. Her body curled slightly, as if she were mentally preparing herself, or trying to stall for time. Don't worry, Suwon comforted her. It won't hurt at all. It'll be about the same as getting bitten by a mosquito. Really? The giant python still sounded doubtful. Really? Suwon stepped a little closer. The giant python stared at the syringe in Suwon's hand for a few seconds, then stared at his face for a few more, as if weighing whether she should trust him. In the end, she nodded hesitantly. Her tail tip lifted out of the water and slowly stretched towards Suwon. All right. Suwon reached out and grabbed the tip of the giant python's tail, then lifted one of her scales. The moment the scale was lifted, a layer of pale pink skin was revealed underneath, moist and soft in texture, with the faint patterns of blood vessels barely visible. It hurts, it hurts. The giant python suddenly cried out. I haven't even poked you yet. Suwon froze for a moment, a little helpless. Oh. The giant python blinked her amber vertical pupils, as if only now realizing she had overreacted. Don't move first. Suwon took hold of her tail tip again and lifted that scale once more. I'll count to 3 and it'll be done. Very fast. Then count to 3, the giant python said obediently. 3. Suwon did not count 2 and 1. In the instant while the giant python still had her eyes shut, waiting for the third number, his right wrist flicked, and the needle tip precisely pierced the surface of that pale pink skin before being pulled out immediately. A tiny drop of dark red blood had already gathered at the end of the syringe. Suwon released the giant python's tail tip, picked up the box, and opened the lid. The giant python herself had no idea anything had happened. She was still holding her breath, waiting for the one that had yet to be spoken. When are you going to poke me? After waiting a while, the giant python opened her eyes and asked cautiously. It's already done. The giant python's vertical pupils abruptly widened. What? I didn't feel anything. There was a trace of disbelief in her voice. Suwon tilted the syringe, aimed the needle tip toward the opening of the box, and gently pushed the plunger. That drop of bright red blood detached from the needle tip and fell into the gray vortex. The illusory gray vortex fluctuated violently for a moment, and then the scene inside the metal box stabilized again. The chaos receded, replaced by a clear miniature scene, a lake. The lake's surface was calm as a mirror. Its outline was slightly different from the lake shape in the fire toad's world inside the box. The fire toad's was closer to circular, while the giant python's leaned more toward oval, like an elongated olive pit. Around the lake was flat brown land. The soil looked loose and fertile, and the surface of the land was covered with a shallow layer of light green, as if some kind of low vegetation were growing there. 4 trees were scattered across the land, one more than the fire toad's world inside the box. Try and see if you can go in. Suwon raised the metal box and held it out toward the giant python. Touch the scene inside with your tail tip. The giant python lowered her head to look at the palm-sized metal box, then raised it again to look at Suwon. With a box this small, she poked the outer wall of the metal box with her tail tip, producing a faint metallic tap. I can't get in. You'll know if you try, Suwon said. The giant python hesitated for another 2 or 3 seconds, but out of trust in Suwon, she slowly aimed her tail tip at the box opening and gently reached toward that tiny lake scene. The instant her tail tip touched the surface of the box opening, an invisible suction force erupted from inside the box, like an unseen hand gripping the giant python's body. The giant python didn't even have time to let out a cry before her enormous body, over 40 meters long, seemed to be swept into a vortex. Starting from the tail, she rapidly shrank, turning into a flowing streak of light and shadow. Pulled by that force, she surged toward the entrance of the palm-sized metal box at astonishing speed. Suwon lowered his head and looked at the metal box in his hand. Inside the box, there was now a giant python by the oval lake. Her body was coiled by the lakeshore, with her head resting beside one of the trees, looking around blankly. The giant python looked countless times smaller than she had in reality. By the scale of the box world, she was only about half a finger long, but that distinctive net-like pattern on her body was still clearly visible. Human, where did you go? The giant python's anxious voice came from inside the metal box. I'm here, Suwon said. Where? The giant python craned her head left and right. Why can't I see you? Look upward, Suwon said. The giant python lifted her head and looked straight up. Through the box opening, she saw Suwon's face. Wow. The giant python's voice suddenly jumped up a pitch. Human, why are you so big now? You got smaller, Suwon corrected. Inside the box is an independent small world. After entering, you'll shrink in proportion. So amazing. The giant python muttered softly. Try and see if you can come out. The giant python hesitated for a moment, then raised her head and reached toward that bright circular opening. The instant she passed through the box opening, she abruptly expanded like a balloon being inflated and crashed into the water. The giant python's tail tip slapped the surface excitedly, and the splash it kicked up nearly landed on Suwon. I can come out. She turned back, light shining in her vertical pupils. And I can go in too. As she spoke, her tail tip was already reaching toward the metal box again. Before Suwon could even speak, the tip of that tail had already touched the mouth of the box. Then the entire snake was sucked in once again, shrinking from more than 40 meters down to half a finger in size, sitting coiled by the lakeside with its head raised and looking up. Human. The giant python's delighted voice came from inside the box. Look, I got in again. I came out again. The giant python went in and out of the world inside the box over and over. Suwon set the box aside and let her play by herself. Suwon turned and ducked into the boat canopy, deciding to continue exploring the remaining places in the zoo. The diving helmet was resting in the corner. The diving pack leaned against the wooden planks beside it, and the air tank had already been filled earlier. Suwon put on the pack, and with a click, the buckle locked tight. Then he picked up the transparent helmet and put it on, raising an arm to activate air circulation mode. A soft hydraulic sealing sound came from where the suit connected to the helmet, and the sound of his breathing became clear inside the glass cover. Suwon walked to the stern, stepped onto the edge of the deck, and jumped straight into the water. The headlamp on the helmet lit up, and a white beam cut through the water, illuminating several meters ahead. Suwon swam down in the direction he remembered. Suwon climbed back onto the catamaran's deck, raised an arm to turn off air circulation mode, and took off the helmet. I've searched the entire zoo, Suwon sighed. Still nothing. Could the core of the illusion dreamscape really not be here? As Suwon thought about it, he looked at the giant python playing nearby. One thing, he had no idea what connection the giant python had with the core of the illusion dreamscape. Had she always been this big? Or had she grown this large because of the core of the illusion dreamscape? Snake, Suwon called out. The tip of the giant python's tail froze. She raised her head and looked at Suwon. In her vertical pupils, there was still the sparkling gleam left over from her play just now. What is it? Human? How did you grow this big? Suwon asked curiously. The giant python withdrew the tip of her tail and rested her head against the edge of the deck, as if seriously trying to remember. Her voice was slow and dragging. I don't think I was this big. Then how did you get bigger? Well, the giant python tilted her head, her amber vertical pupils narrowing, as if she were struggling to organize her words. I accidentally entered a place, and then I slowly got bigger. What place? Suwon leaned forward slightly, a little excited. The truth seemed to be getting closer and closer. This city where it keeps raining. The giant python blinked and said, Can you be a little more specific? Suwon said helplessly, Come with me. The giant python thought some more, the tip of her tail drawing meaningless circles on the water's surface. After saying that, the giant python turned and dove into the water. Her body traced a smooth arc beneath the surface as she quickly swam downward. Suwon hurriedly put on the transparent diving helmet, activated air circulation mode, jumped into the water, and followed after her. The giant python slowed down, occasionally poking her head out of the water and looking back to see whether Suwon had fallen behind. After swimming for a while, the giant python led Suwon to the sewer in front of the zoo and said, I was originally in another strange place, living happily. Then for some reason, I suddenly came here. The giant python raised her head and glanced toward the sewer entrance. Then I went into the sewer. I don't know why, but I just kept growing bigger and bigger. In the end, the sewer couldn't hold me anymore, so I could only come out. And the world outside had also been flooded. Suwon nodded thoughtfully. Maybe the core of the illusion dreamscape was inside this sewer. The sewer entrance was embedded at the base of the zoo's outer wall underwater. It should originally have been sealed with iron bars, but the bars had long since rusted apart, leaving only two crooked iron rods sticking out like broken ribs. The opening was about 1.2 meters in diameter, and the edges were covered in a slick layer of algae. Stirred by the current, they waved like countless green fingers beckoning. Suwon hovered in front of the opening and raised an arm to check the remaining air. There were 50 minutes left. That should be enough. Suwon turned back for a look. The giant python was right beside him, her head pressed close to Suwon. Human, I want to go in too. The giant python's soft, sticky sweet voice rang by Suwon's ear. The bug that let him communicate with snakes apparently didn't rely only on sound traveling through the air. It seemed to involve something even stranger. No. Suwon waved a hand. The sewer is only a little over 1 meter wide. The widest part of you is 2 or 3 meters. You'll get stuck 100%. You get stuck. Oh. The tip of the giant python's tail drooped in disappointment. Fine, human. The giant python did not insist again. She coiled up where she was, resting her head on a broken section of concrete pillar. Human, come back soon. Suwon not that. Snapped off the 2 rusted iron bars and crawled into the sewer. The water was very murky, filled with countless tiny, suspended particles. The pipe wall was made of poured concrete, rough on the surface, with a layer of black silt settled along the bottom. If he accidentally touched it, he would probably stir up the mud and sand, block his vision, lower visibility, lose his sense of direction, panic, breathe hard, burn through oxygen quickly, and in the end, run out of air and die. This sewer was very narrow. But luckily, it was very narrow. That let Suwon brace himself against both sides of the pipe and swim forward, or rather, crawl, without touching the silt settle below. After swimming for a while, the sewer turned ahead. Suwon supported himself against the pipe wall and rounded the corner. The headlamp beam swept through an arc and lit up the way ahead. After the bend, something was glittering in the settled silt. Suwon slowed his movements and carefully approached. It was a scale, palm-sized, with a fan-shaped outline and smooth, rounded edges. The scale itself was some kind of light color, maybe white, maybe light gray, but under the headlamp it was hard to tell. Its surface flowed with a rainbow-like sheen. Suwon reached out and carefully picked up the scale. Under the scale, there was actually a feather attached to it, as if the 2 had naturally grown together. That feather was about twice the length of the scale. The shaft was slender and straight, and the veins were full and fluffy, without the slightest damage. Its surface also carried a strange emerald green that was brilliantly multicolored and constantly shifting. They looked as if they had originally grown together. The base of the scale was embedded in the feather's shaft, and the feather filaments were wrapped around the edge of the scale, with no gap between them all. Suwon hovered in the murky water, staring at the 2 objects, his heartbeat quickening slightly. Could this be the core of the illusion dreamscape? It certainly looked extraordinary. No idea what kind of ability it had. Better take it out first, and use the bug that lets me see the names of all things. Suwon clenched the scale in his hand, turned around, and began swimming, crawling back. The return trip was faster than the way in, because he no longer had to search. Suwon braced both hands against the pipe walls, his legs kicking in a steady rhythm, while the headlamp beam guided the way ahead. The murky water flowed past both sides of his body, and before long, Suwon emerged from the sewer. Human, you came out. Did you find something? The giant python was still coiled in place, her head turned toward Suwon. Yeah, maybe. Suwon said, let us go ashore first. As he spoke, he swam upward toward the surface. The giant python nodded. Her massive body traced a smooth arc through the water as she headed upward too, quickly passing Suwon. Suwon followed behind her, kicking hard as his body slowly rose. The water's surface drew closer and closer. The torrential rain was still falling, and raindrops struck the surface, stirring up dense ripples. The catamaran was parked just a few meters away, its hull gently rocking with the waves. Suwon swam over, grabbed the wooden rail, and flipped himself up onto the deck. He first set the strange scale down on the deck, then raised a hand and turned off air circulation mode. The seal let out a soft hiss. Suwon took off his helmet and drew in a deep breath. The air was damp and cold, carrying the fresh scent unique to rainwater. What is this? The giant python had floated up as well, its head resting against the side of the boat, its vertical pupils fixed curiously on the scale. Suwon did not hurry to explain. Instead, he pulled out a pair of glasses from his pocket, used a lens cloth to wipe the lenses 3 times, breathed on them once, immediately put them on, and looked at the scale in his hand. Feathered serpent god, scale, and feather. Suwon read out softly and fell into thought. Feathered serpent god. In the world before Su, when transmigrated, the feathered serpent god was a name that only appeared in history books and museums. The supreme deity worshipped by ancient Mesoamerican civilizations, in charge of wind, rain, knowledge, and life, depicted as a serpent covered in feathers. But that was a god from a vanished civilization, one no longer worshipped by anyone. Why would its scale and feather appear here? Did this world have legends about the feathered serpent god? Could it be that the feathered serpent god really existed? No matter how much Suwon thought about it, he could not make sense of it. He shook his head and gave up thinking. What special ability did the feathered serpent god, scale, and feather have? Human, the giant python said, its voice carrying a trace of cautious curiosity. What is the feathered serpent god? Suwon carefully closed his hand around the scale and feather again. A myth, Suwon said. According to legend, it governs wind and rain. The giant python nodded thoughtfully, its amber vertical pupils narrowing slightly. Its tail tip lightly traced circles on the water, stirring ring after ring of ripples. And is it very powerful? In the legends, it is very powerful. Sue did not explain further. What special function did this scale and feather have? Holding the feathered serpent god's scale and feather, Sue gave them a light wave. A fierce wind suddenly rose all around them, instantly kicking up visible ripples. The catamaran under Sue's feet rocked nonstop in the gale. Right after that, the original rainstorm intensified several-fold, as if the sky had been torn open into a larger gap, and huge amounts of rain came pouring down. Wind wrapped around rain, and rain wrapped around wind. In just a few breaths, the whole world turned into a roaring gray-white blur. About a dozen minutes later, the wind and rain gradually weakened. Sue wiped the rainwater off his face and looked at the feathered serpent god's scale and feather in his hand, somewhat uncertain. Then he waved it again, and the wind and rain, which had already weakened a little, suddenly intensified once more. Sue checked the time. About 10 minutes later, the violent wind and rain weakened again, calling the wind and summoning the rain. This should be the ability of the feathered serpent god's scale and feather. Every wave would bring a violent storm, and each one lasted 10 minutes, but did not seem very useful. It did not have much offensive power. No, Sue thought about it and corrected himself. It was only not very useful to him personally. If he handed it over to the state, it could be used for artificial rainfall in drought-stricken areas. Places like Xinjiang, for example. If he went there and waved it a few times, let a rainstorm fall for a while, then maybe the Taklamakan Desert could turn into the Taklamakan Great Granary. And if he transmigrated back to ancient times, with this ability to call wind and summon rain, he could at least become a state preceptor. He wondered whether the power to call wind and summon rain would weaken in the real world. Sue carefully closed his hand around the scale and feather again, lifted his head, and looked toward the distant city veiled by rain. As long as he took the dreamland core out, this world would disappear. Snake, Sue said, "Get into the box first. We're leaving." "Human, where are we going?" The giant python poked its head out from the water and asked curiously. "The real world," Sue said. The giant python tilted its head, a trace of anticipation and curiosity flashing through its vertical pupils. And its tail tip had already reached toward the opening of the iron box. The moment it touched it, the giant python's body was once again pulled into the box by that invisible force. Sue snapped the lid shut and tucked it into the other pocket. He picked up the diving helmet nearby and crawled into the boat canopy beside him, holding the diving helmet in his arms and carrying the diving pack on his back. Sue lay down on the wooden planks. These things should be expensive. Maybe they would be useful later. He planned to try and see whether he could bring them back to the real world. Drowsiness hit, and Sue slowly closed his eyes. Oh, God. Sue opened his eyes. Above him was the familiar white ceiling. He was already back in his room at the bureau. The curtains were half drawn, and sunlight seeped through the gap, falling across Sue's face. Sue narrowed his eyes, then suddenly sat up. The transparent glass diving helmet and diving pack were right beside him. The diving helmet and diving pack had been brought out. More importantly, Sue lowered his head to look at his palm again. He had brought out the feathered serpent god's scale and feather too. Sue put the feathered serpent god's scale and feather into his pocket, stretched lazily, and placed the diving helmet and diving pack onto the table. Sue narrowed his eyes again. The sunlight was so glaring. Wait, sunlight. Sue quickly walked to the window and pulled the curtains open. Sunlight slanted in, spreading a bright golden white patch of light across the floor. Sue looked outside through the glass. The sky was a clean pale blue. A few sparse white clouds drifted lazily near the horizon like tufts of cotton combed by the wind. The drizzle in New City had actually stopped. Was it because he had brought out the feathered serpent god's scale and feather? Sue thought to himself that he should test the effect of the feathered serpent god's scale and feather. He took the scale and feather out of his pocket and gave them a light wave. The bright sky rapidly filled with dark clouds. Wild winds rose, and torrential rain poured down. Sue checked the time. This time, it also lasted about 10 minutes. He stood by the window for a while, glanced at the sky gradually brightening again, then turned and walked into the bathroom. Sue rinsed off, dried his hair, changed into a clean set of clothes, and washed out his uniform as well. He set the things inside on the table, the iron box, the feathered serpent god's scale and feather, and the unfinished glucose tablets. The bureau uniform's material did not absorb water, and it also had an automatic drying function, so it would dry very quickly. After the bureau uniform dried, Sue put it back on, packed everything into his pockets again, rolled his neck a little, feeling much more refreshed, then pushed the door open and walked out. The corridor was just as bright as the room. The windows were wide open, and a warm breeze blew in from outside, brushing against his face, dry and light. Sue walked to Lindy's door just in time to see her pushing it open and stepping out. Today, Lindy was wearing a light, gray short-sleeved shirt. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, exposing the fair back of her neck. Lindy also happened to look up. Her gaze paused on Sue's face for a moment. Then she gave a slight nod. There was suddenly a huge rainstorm outside just now. Sue responded. trying his best to make his expression look natural. The two walked side by side toward the elevator. The doors opened. No one was inside. Suwon pressed the button for the second floor. The metal doors closed. Lingti leaned against the corner of the elevator, both hands in her pockets, then continued. The rain outside has stopped, and even the sun is out. Did something happen in the illusory dream realm? Suwon, do you have any idea? Suwon's heartbeat skipped half a beat. Haha, I'm just a newcomer. How would I know? True. Lingti turned her head and glanced at Suwon, then gave a slight nod. The elevator doors opened on the second floor. Suwon quietly let out a sigh of relief, followed behind Lingti out of the elevator, and headed toward the cafeteria. The lighting in the cafeteria was much brighter than it had been the past few days. The two ate quietly without continuing the earlier topic. After finishing the meal, Suwon carried his tray back to the return station, then walked with Lingti to the elevator. Suwon returned to his room and closed the door. He had just slid the lock into place and hadn't even made it to the bed when the giant python's voice came from the iron box in his pocket. Human, I'm hungry. Suwon took out the iron box and lifted the lid. Inside the box, the giant python was coiled by the lakeside, head raised as she looked upward. In her vertical pupils was a trace of innocent, perfectly justified expectation. When she saw Suwon's face appear above the box opening, the tip of her tail lightly slapped the lake's surface, splashing up a tiny ring of miniature ripples. The giant python impatiently drilled out, coiled into a ball, filled up the room, and pressed her head against the ceiling. Want some cola? Suwon asked. MHM. The giant python nodded, and her vertical pupils instantly lit up. Her head lowered from the ceiling and moved close to Suwon, opening her bloody maw wide. Suwon looked around the room, then walked to the wardrobe at the side and performed the ritual to summon cola. After completing the ritual, Suwon opened the wardrobe. Inside lay a can of iced cola, its surface covered in a fine layer of condensed droplets. Suwon took out the cola, walked back to the giant python, pulled the tab open, and poured the whole can into her mouth. The cola traced a brown arc through the air, landed on the inner wall of the giant python's pink mouth, then slid down her throat. The giant python closed her mouth and swallowed once. Her vertical pupils grew even brighter. Human, I want more. Suwon performed the ritual again, summoned another can of cola, and poured it into the giant python's mouth. I should find some kind of cabinet I can carry around with me, one just big enough to fit a bottle of cola. That would make the ritual more convenient. Suwon thought, best if it was the kind of small cabinet that could hang from his waist or fit into a backpack. Human, I'm still hungry. Suwon thought for a moment, then took a few glucose tablets out of his pocket, tore open the packaging, and tossed one into the giant python's mouth. The giant python's tongue curled once, and a sugar tablet instantly melted in her mouth. So sweet. The giant python's eyes lit up. She ate a few more glucose tablets, and the tip of her tail happily tapped against the floor, making dull thumping sounds. Still hungry, the giant python said pitifully. Suwon felt troubled. These little things couldn't possibly fill the giant python up. Last time, she had eaten an entire crocodile before she was full. Where was he supposed to find a crocodile now? Right? He could go buy a pig. If he couldn't find a crocodile, could he not at least buy a pig? But his salary hadn't been paid yet, so he had no money. He could check whether he could apply for a pig using his quota. Did the administration even have pigs inside? It probably did. Suwon raised his left arm, looked at the screen, and tapped supply request. In the format search bar, he searched for pig. Live pig price, 500 yuan. Dressed pig carcass, fully slaughtered pig, price, 700 yuan. They actually had it. A live pig was 500, and a dressed pig was 700. A live pig was alive. If he bought one, he would have to kill it himself. Suwon neither knew how to slaughter a pig, nor had the tools. Let the giant python swallow it alive? That was a little cruel, and it would also be filthy. There might even be a lot of pig shit. The dressed pig was already slaughtered. It cost 200 more, but it saved trouble. Suwon selected 2 dressed pigs and confirmed the request. Quota, 1,400. Suwon's heart ached a little. 1,400 yuan. He really didn't have enough money anymore. He needed glucose just to stay alive, and that alone cost 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. As for the giant python, one meal for her required at least 2 pigs. He had no idea how often the giant python needed to eat. Suwon shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He said to the giant python, wait a bit. The pigs will be delivered soon. Pig. The giant python's eyes lit up, drool almost dripping. Suwon ignored her and decided to take the opportunity to see whether there was a small cabinet that could fit exactly 1 bottle of cola. Suwon searched around and looked through the options. Most of them were standard-sized storage cabinets and filing cabinets. They were far too big and impossible to carry around. There was only one safe that was relatively compact. It looked about big enough to fit 1 can of cola, but it was too heavy to carry around. Suwon kept scrolling. Custom service supported, starting from 1,000 points. He hadn't expected there to be a custom option too. Suwon's eyes lit up. He could just customize one, but the price was a little too high. Starting from 1,000 points, right? He could also make one himself, buy the materials, and build it on his own. But the problem was that he didn't have any tools right now. He would have to buy tools too, which would cost even more quota. Right, he also knew someone from logistics, that young man who had told him to go diving. What was his name again? Suwon had forgotten, but he still had his contact information. Suwon raised his left arm and found the chat history on the screen. He found the chat record. The young man who had told him to go diving had the name Zhou Yang under his profile picture. The administration's internal chat software used real names. So Zhou Yang should be that young man's actual name, not a screen name. Suwon thought up an excuse in his mind, typed into the chat box, and sent a message. Brother Zhou, can I borrow some tools from logistics to make something myself? After waiting a while, Zhou Yang sent a reply. Of course. Our logistics department is on the 16th floor. Send me a message when you get here. Okay, Suwon Zipli. He was quite excited. He turned to the giant python and said, Snake, get back in the box first. I need to go out for something. Human, where's the pig? The giant python lifted her head slightly and spoke pitifully. It'll be delivered soon, Suwon soothed. By the time I'm back, it should be about here. Oh. The giant python dragged out the sound, slowly drew back her head, and stretched the tip of her tail toward the iron box. The next second, she was sucked into that palm-sized iron box. Suwon snapped the lid shut, tucked it into his pocket, then pushed open the door and walked out. The hallway was very quiet. On the entire floor, only the low hum of the air conditioning echoed faintly. Suwon walked to the elevator and pressed the up button. The elevator came up very quickly. Suwon stepped inside and pressed the button for the 16th floor. Leaning in the corner, Suwon spent a moment thinking about how to bring it up. Asking directly to borrow tools seemed a bit too stiff, but there really wasn't much room to beat around the bush. He couldn't exactly make up another excuse about studying handicrafts, though it wasn't completely false. Ding. The elevator doors opened on the 16th floor. Before Suwon even had time to open the chat box and send a message, he saw someone standing in the hallway. Zhou Yang was wearing a dark gray work jacket and holding a pair of protective gloves in one hand. He was leaning against the wall, looking down at his phone. Hearing the elevator doors open, he looked up and smiled at Suwon. You got here pretty fast. Zhou Yang put away his phone, waved at him, and said, Let's go. The workshop's this way. Brother Zhou, sorry to trouble you. It's no trouble. I did it anyway. Zhou Yang turned and walked in front, passing through a fire door at the end of the corridor. What do you want to make? A small box. Suwon followed and gestured at the size. About 10 centimeters tall, 5 or 6 centimeters wide. With a door. Zhou Yang's steps paused for a moment. He turned back and looked at him. Just that? MHM. Suwon nodded. Then, that's simple. Zhou Yang pushed open a sheet metal door ahead of them, and the warm white lights in the workshop instantly came on. Use whatever tools you want here. There are materials on the racks. Just clean up the scraps when you're done. Suwon looked around the workshop. It wasn't especially large, but the equipment was pretty complete. A lathe and a milling machine were set against the wall. Beside them was a long workbench with a welding machine, an angle grinder, and several pairs of pliers on top. On the iron rack beside the bench were piled all kinds of sheet metal and tubing in different specifications, from steel plates to aluminum plates to stainless steel, all stacked neatly. Take a look at the materials first. I'm going to get some water. Zhou Yang tossed the work gloves onto the bench. Call me if you need anything. I'll be next door. All right. After Zhou Yang went out, Suwon walked over to the material rack and crouched down, flipping through the plates. Aluminum alloy was light, easy to work with, and not too troublesome to weld. It suited him perfectly. Suwon picked out a piece of aluminum plate about 2 millimeters thick, then found a thin aluminum rod and placed both on the workbench to compare. He had already worked out the dimensions. 10 centimeters tall, 5 centimeters wide, and 4 centimeters deep, just enough to fit a 330 milliliter can of cola. He would weld a ring onto the top too. Normally, it could hang from his waist or be stuffed into a backpack without taking up any space. Suwon first measured the aluminum plate with calipers, drew the cutting lines on the surface with a marker, then picked up the sheet metal shears and snip, cut it into 6 pieces to form the 4 sides, 1 for the top and 1 for the door. There were some burrs along the cut edges, so Suwon carefully filed them down. Next came the welding. Suwon hadn't really used a welding machine before, but fortunately aluminum alloy welding wasn't that difficult. He put on protective goggles and gloves, tack welded the 4 side plates in place first, then ran the torch along the seams in a full circle. The melting point of aluminum alloy was over 600 degrees. Once the welding rod melted, it flowed very quickly. Suwon did his best to control the speed. He wasn't aiming for perfection, only sturdiness. More than 10 minutes later, a neat little square cabinet had taken shape. Suwon then rummaged through a nearby parts box and found 2 small hinges. After comparing the positions, he used an electric drill to make several small holes in the cabinet door and the cabinet body, then fixed the hinges in place with rivets. The door opened and closed smoothly enough, without catching or making any squeaky, creaking noises. Suwon picked up the cabinet and looked it over, then took the drill and made a hole right in the center of the top. He threaded a pre-bent aluminum ring through it and tightened a nut on the backside. That way, a cord could pass through it and it could be hung from a belt or a backpack strap. Suwon examined it for a while and nodded in satisfaction. He looked around. Zhou Yang still hadn't come back, so he decided to test the effect first. Suwon placed the little cabinet on the table, closed the cabinet door, and performed the cola summoning ritual toward it. Suwon opened the cabinet, and sure enough, an ice-cold bottle of cola was lying inside. It worked. Suwon was delighted. He popped the tab and took a sip. Just then, Zhou pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the cola in Suwon's hand, he looked a little puzzled. Where do you get the cola? Ahem. I brought it from outside. Suwon came up with an excuse. Zhou nodded and didn't think much of it. Instead, he asked, finished with the little cabinet? Need any help? It's finished, but I still want to make a few more boxes. As Suwon spoke, he pulled a few more leftover scraps from the material rack. The remaining aluminum plate for making the cabinet was not too big and not too small, just enough to cut a few more little metal boxes. Zhou saw the little cabinet on the table, picked it up, and looked it over. Nice craftsmanship. You really want to consider joining our logistics department? We'll talk about it later. Suwon didn't waste any time. He quickly measured the dimensions, then cut out 4 bottom plates and 4 side plates, welding them together one by one. This time he worked much faster than before. Each little metal box was about 5 centimeters square and 4 centimeters tall. Suwon welded 5 of them, then checked each seam one by one to make sure there were no places he had missed. After that, Suwon used sandpaper to smooth all the rough welded edges on the cabinet and the small metal boxes. Aluminum alloy was soft, so it sanded down quickly. Before long, all the seams had become smooth and rounded, no longer sharp to the touch. Suwon lined up the finished items neatly on the workbench and used a rag to wipe away the aluminum shavings and dust from the surface. The little cabinet sat square and proper, its silvery white aluminum surface reflecting a soft metallic sheen under the light. The ring on top swayed gently twice. Finished? Zhou came over for a look, his gaze sweeping across the row of little metal boxes. Finished. Thanks, Brother Zhou. You really helped me out. No need to be so polite. Zhou waved his hand, then glanced at the little cabinet with the ring on top again. But didn't he ask what it was for? If you want to use the tools again in the future, just come by anytime. Just let me know in advance. All right. Suwon wrapped the newly made little cabinet and the 5 metal boxes in a clean rag and tucked them into his coat pocket. After saying goodbye to Zhou, Suwon walked back along the corridor to the elevator. He took the elevator back to his room, pushed the door open, walked in, and casually shut it behind him. Suwon first placed the aluminum alloy cabinet and the aluminum alloy boxes on the table. Then he took the metal box from his pocket. Opened the lid. The giant python impatiently shot out. The tip of her tail was still in the box, and hadn't even had time to pull free. But her head was already right in front of Suwon. Her vertical pupils gleamed brightly as she said, "Human, where's my pig? It'll be here soon." Suwon soothed her, patting her on the head. Oh, the giant python sounded a little disappointed. Her head slowly drew back and rested by the bedside. Suwon sat down in front of the computer and pressed the power button. He suddenly felt a chilly sensation behind his neck. Turning his head, he saw the giant python's head stretching over from the edge of the bed, her vertical pupils fixed unblinkingly on the Windows startup screen. "What is this?" the giant python asked curiously. "A computer," Suwon explained. "What SA computer?" The giant python was still curious. "Something you can play games on," Suwon replied casually, then sat there and started playing a game. The giant python curiously craned her head over and stared at the screen. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, there came a knock from outside the door. "Who is it?" Suwon asked. "The supplies you applied for have arrived." Human, is my pig here?" the giant python asked expectantly, her voice full of barely restrained excitement. "That's right." Suwon nodded and pointed at the metal box on the table. "Go into the box world first. Don't let anyone see you." "Great." The giant python looked thrilled and immediately dove into the metal box. Suwon went to open the door. The person standing outside was still the same middle-aged man who had delivered supplies before, dressed in dark blue work clothes. "The supplies you applied for." Behind him, the middle-aged man was pulling a small stainless steel trolley. On the trolley were stacked 2 huge white foam insulation boxes, their bodies wrapped horizontally and vertically with several layers of clear tape. A bit heavy. The uncle patted the trolley handle. "I'll carry them in for you." "Thanks." Suwon thanked him, then carried the insulated boxes into the room with the middle-aged man. "Sign here." The uncle pulled a signature pen and a receipt slip out of his pocket, pointing at the blank space in the lower right corner. Suwon took the pen, signed his name, and handed it back. "All right, then I'll be going." The uncle tucked the receipt back into his pocket, pulled his handcard, and headed toward the other end of the hallway. "See you." Suwon waved as well. After seeing the middle-aged man off, Suwon closed the door and casually turned the lock. The giant python immediately crawled out of the iron box and said, "Human, where's the pig?" "Right here." Suwon pointed at the 2 foam boxes. The giant python stared at the foam boxes and fell into thought. They didn't quite look right, but whatever. She opened her blood-filled maw and lunged at the foam boxes. "Wait a second." Suwon quickly stopped her. "What is it, human?" the giant python asked in confusion. "You can't eat the boxes too. The pork is inside the insulated boxes." As Suwon spoke, he tore off the transparent tape on one of the insulated boxes and opened it up. Inside were a lot of ice packs, and a wave of cold air rushed out. He pushed aside the ice packs on top, revealing a fat pig inside, already gutted and clean spotless. "Pig." The giant python's vertical pupils lit up at once. She almost started drooling on the spot. "What a huge pig." Suwon grabbed the pig by its hind legs, pulled it out, and tossed it to the giant python. The giant python opened her mouth and caught it precisely in midair. The whole pig slid straight down her throat with almost no pause. Only a small bulge briefly rose at her neck, then moved all the way down her body before disappearing. The giant python closed her mouth and swallowed. Her vertical pupils narrowed in satisfaction. Then she looked at Suwon expectantly again. Suwon opened the other insulated box and threw the Dressport carcass inside to the giant python. She caught it again and swallowed it down. Full yet? Suwon asked. MHM. The giant python thought for a moment, then said, I'm full. I also want cola. Suwon nodded and held a cola summoning ritual toward the aluminum alloy cabinet on the table. He opened the cabinet door, took out the cola inside, popped the tab, and poured the cola into the giant python's mouth. The giant python closed her mouth and swallowed, and her vertical pupils brightened a little more. Human, I want more. Suwon performed the ritual a few more times. The giant python drank several bottles of cola in a row, then yawned and said, Human, I'm going to sleep. Go ahead. Suwon not that. The giant python coiled up in the room, rested her head beside Suwon, and slowly closed her eyes. Suwon sat back down at the computer and continued playing games. After playing for a while, Suwon took a bottle of glucose solution from the box nearby and drained it in one gulp. His body was filled with energy again, but it was like tossing a small handful of firewood into a massive furnace, a drop in the bucket. It would be used up again very soon. Better than nothing. Suwon raised his left arm and checked the time. It was already a little past 11 at noon, about time to eat. He tossed the empty bottle into the trash can nearby and patted the giant python on the head. Her scales felt cool to the touch, with a smooth texture like jade. Human, what is it? The giant python asked drowsily, half asleep. Her vertical pupils only half open and showing nothing but a narrow amber slit. Snake, go back into the box world first. I'm going to eat, Suwon said. Oh, still groggy, the giant python nodded. Her head lifted less than 10 centimeters. Then the tip of her tail automatically reached toward the iron box on the table and slipped right into it. Suwon put the lid back on the iron box and slipped it into his pocket. Leaving the room, Suwon went to Lingti's room and knocked on the door. Captain, it's time to eat. Okay, wait a moment. The room was quiet for 2 or 3 seconds before Lingti's voice came from inside. After a while, Lingti opened the door. The two of them walked side by side toward the elevator and rode it with Suwon down to the cafeteria on the second floor. After the meal, Suwon returned to his room and looked at the aluminum alloy boxes on the table. He should go get some dirt and fill a bottle with lake water. Then turn all these aluminum alloy boxes into unactivated box worlds. Thinking that, Suwon picked up several aluminum alloy boxes. Then he noticed the aluminum alloy cabinet. After thinking it over, he found a rope, threaded it through the ring at the top of the cabinet, and hung the aluminum alloy cabinet from his waist. Then Suwon took the Python's iron box out of his pocket and held it up against the aluminum alloy cabinet. It fit perfectly inside. Suwon first put the Fire Toad's iron box from the table into the little cabinet. Then he stacked the Python's iron box on top of the Fire Toad's iron box. The cabinet door closed perfectly tight and seamless. Suwon nodded in satisfaction, picked up his phone, opened the map app, searched for nearby lakes, and zoomed the map out. There was an artificial lake nearby, about 3 kilometers away. On the map was an irregular patch of blue labeled Uehu Park. It was an artificial lake inside a park, not very large. From the satellite view, it looked like an oval coin with a bite taken out of it. Did water from an artificial lake count as lake water? Could it be used? Logically, an artificial lake was still a lake. Even if it was man-made, the water had still been brought in from somewhere else. But what if the system didn't recognize it? Then again, even if it didn't he could at least give it a try. If it didn't work, he could look somewhere else. Suwon was a little doubtful, but he still found an empty mineral water bottle. He took the elevator downstairs and glanced at the off-road vehicle nearby. He seemed to be able to drive there, but he didn't have the key. The key should be with Lingti. Should he ask Lingti to lend it to him? Suwon hesitated, then decided it would be better not to bother Lingti. He walked over to the off-road vehicle for a look, only to find that the door wasn't locked, and the key was still inside the car. Great! Suwon was delighted. He would have to walk there after all. That artificial lake was pretty far away. Suwon opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, shut the door, adjusted the rearview mirror, started the engine, and drove to the artificial lake. The entrance to Uehu Park was a narrow iron fence gate, with several hollies trimmed into round balls planted on both sides. Suwon parked in a spot by the entrance, turned off the engine, got out, and walked in carrying the aluminum alloy boxes and the mineral water bottle. The lake wasn't large, about the size of soccer field by eye. The water had a greenish tint, and he could see a few dead leaves floating on the surface along with scattered bits of duckweed. A stone-paved walkway circled the shore, and beyond it was a neatly trimmed lawn. Suwon crouched by the lake, unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle, filled it to the brim with lake water, tightened the cap, and set it on the bank for the moment. Then, carrying the aluminum alloy boxes, he went over to the landscaped area nearby. A row of low shrubs had been planted there. The surface of the soil was covered with a layer of dry grass and fallen leaves, and underneath was dark brown humus. Suwon brushed aside the top layer of dead leaves with his hand, took out the small aluminum alloy boxes, and filled them with dirt one by one. Each aluminum alloy box was filled halfway with soil. Last came the roots. There was no shortage of trees in the park. There were several willows by the lake, along with several broadleaf trees whose names he didn't know. Some trunks were so thick that one person couldn't wrap both arms around them. Their roots sprawled across the ground in large raised, net-like structures. The thicker roots were as thick as an arm, while the thinner ones were packed densely like fingers drilling into the soil. Suwon chose a willow tree near the lakeside, crouched down, and selected a section of exposed root about as thick as a finger. Suwon grabbed a section of root and bent it hard twice. With a crisp crack, he snapped off one piece, then broke off several more in succession. Suwon picked up the mineral water bottle beside him, took those things back to the off-road vehicle, put them in the trunk, and drove back to the Management Bureau building. Suwon parked the off-road vehicle back in its original spot, turned off the engine, and pulled out the key. Suwon pushed open the car door, walked around to the back, opened the trunk, and took out the small aluminum alloy box. The mineral water bottle filled with lake water and several pieces of tree root. Suwon closed the trunk and walked toward the Management Bureau building. He got into the elevator and pressed the button for the 12th floor. The elevator stopped once on the 3rd floor. The doors opened, and outside stood a girl in a white nurse uniform, holding a folder and looking down at something. The sound of the elevator doors opening made Dongyu lift her head. Her gaze met Suwon's, and her eyes lit up at once. Suwon, long time no see. A long time no see. Suwon also greeted her. They had apparently just met yesterday. Strictly speaking, it hadn't even been 24 hours. Suwon, where did you go? Dongyu noticed the small metal box in Suwon's hand, several sections of tree root, and a bottle of mineral water. It looked a bit cloudy, so it was probably filled with something else. Dongyu also noticed the silver little cabinet hanging at Suwon's waist. This little thing is pretty unique. Just went out for a walk. Where are you headed? Suwon said, I'm taking a file upstairs. Then I'll go back and continue my shift. Dongyu shook the folder in her hand. Suwon nodded and chatted with Dongyu for a while longer. The elevator arrived at the 12th floor. Suwon was about to leave when Dongyu called out to him and said, Suwon, let's add each other on WeChat. It'll be easier to stay in touch later. Suwon thought about it. He might need to get glucose solution from her again in the future, so adding WeChat really would be more convenient. Suwon took out his phone and added Dongyu on WeChat. Then I'll get going first. Suwon put his phone back into his pocket, carrying the aluminum alloy box, several sections of tree root, and the bottle of mineral water as he walked out of the elevator. MHM bye-bye. Dongyu stood in the elevator and waved at Suwon. Suwon also waved goodbye to Dongyu, then turned and walked deeper into the corridor. Hee. Dongyu stood in the elevator, looking at her phone screen and grinning foolishly. Suwon returned to his room and shut the door behind him. He placed the several aluminum alloy boxes filled halfway with soil, the bottle full of lake water, and the sections of tree root in the corner by the wall. Then he took off the aluminum alloy little cabinet hanging at his waist and set it on the table. Suwon opened the cabinet door of the aluminum alloy little cabinet and took out the giant python's iron box from the top. He opened the lid of the iron box. The oval-shaped lake shimmered with tiny ripples under the faint light. The brown land along the lakeshore was covered in a thin layer of pale green. For trees were scattered around the lake, their branches and leaves swaying slightly. The giant python was coiled beneath a tree near the shore, its body curled into a ball, its head resting on its coiled body, sleeping soundly. Suwon didn't wake the giant python. He just set the box on the table, stretched lazily, returned to bed, slowly closed his eyes, and took a nap. Who knew how much time had passed before knocking came from outside the door? Suwon, time to eat. It was Lingti's voice, as cool and clear as ever. Suwon moved groggily, still drowsy. He felt something cool poke him, so he opened his eyes. The giant python was coiled beside him, its head leaning close, poking Suwon with the tip of its tail. Human, there's a little skinny monkey outside, the giant python said nervously. It's knocking on the door. It's fine. Suwon sat up and patted her head. That's the captain, not an outsider. Go back into the box first. Oh. The giant python nodded and didn't ask more. The tip of her tail reached toward the iron box on the table, whose lid was half open. The next second, her entire body turned into a flowing streak of light and was drawn in, obediently slipping back into the world inside the box. Suwon picked up the iron box on the table, closed the lid, and put it back into the aluminum alloy little cabinet. Then he picked up the aluminum alloy little cabinet, threaded the nylon cord around his waist, adjusted the position, and let the cabinet hang naturally at his side. After that, Suwon walked to the door, twisted the doorknob, and pushed the door open. Lingti was standing outside, waiting for him. Took a nap? Lingti asked. Yeah, dozed off for a bit. Suwon closed the door and walked beside Lingti toward the elevator. What time is it? 5:30. That late? Suwon was a little surprised. He felt like he had slept for less than an hour, but nearly 3 hours had actually passed. Suwon and Lingti ate dinner together. After returning to the room, Suwon took off the aluminum alloy little cabinet from his waist and set it on the table. Suwon opened the cabinet door of the aluminum alloy little cabinet, took out the giant python's iron box from the top, and opened the lid. The giant python immediately crawled out impatiently. Human, is it okay now? Yeah, it's okay now. Suwon set the iron box on the table. Oh. The giant python rested her head back on the edge of the bed, the tip of her tail swaying lightly in the air. Are you still going out? No. I'm staying in the room tonight. That's great. The giant python nodded in satisfaction, curling the tip of her tail. Suwon reopened the computer and casually clicked into a small game. On the screen, a little pixel character hopped and ran forward, continuously jumping across floating platforms. Suwon pressed the direction keys with his left hand and held the mouse with his right. His attention stayed fixed on the screen, jumping whenever there was an opening, occasionally stopping to pick up a few items. The giant python was coiled on the floor by his feet, her head resting on the edge of the bed, her vertical pupils staring at the screen without blinking. The giant python watched very seriously. The tip of her tail moved slightly now and then, as if eager to try. Human, I want to play too. The giant python said expectantly. All right. Suwon thought for a moment. He really couldn't picture how a giant python over 40 meters long was supposed to operate a keyboard and mouse. But since she had asked, it wouldn't be good to refuse her outright, so he gave the keyboard and mouse to the giant python and said, give it a try. Hee. The giant python immediately put her hands, well, tail, to it. Imitating Suwon, the giant python poked around on the keyboard with the tip of her tail, occasionally taking the time to tap the mouse too. The little character in the game jumped one step to the left and fell into a pit. A huge message popped up on the screen. Failed. The giant python shrank back the tip of her tail, then stretched it out and poked twice more. Why is this different? When you pressed it just now, it clearly jumped over. You pressed the left key. You should press the space bar to jump. Holding back a laugh, Suwon pointed to the longest key on the keyboard. This one. Space. Oh. The giant python moved the tip of her tail over and accurately tapped the space bar. The little character on the screen jumped up again, cleared one obstacle, and then ran straight into a wall. Failed. This is so hard. The giant python drew back the tip of her tail in grievance. Why does it keep dying? It's fine. I'll find you an easier one. Suwon comforted her while thinking about what kind of game would be simple enough, and whose buttons would also be easy for the giant python to press with the tip of her tail. Got it. Snake. It only needed the up, down, left, and right directional keys. Suwon found a snake game and gave the giant python a simple demonstration. On the black background, a small green snake made of several blocks moved slowly across the grid. At the bottom of the screen were operation prompts for the 4 directional keys, marked with arrow symbols for up, down, left, and right. This is simple. Suwon pointed at the screen. Use the arrow keys to control the snake and move forward. Eat the little red dots, and the snake will grow longer. Don't hit the wall, and don't run into yourself. The giant python narrowed its eyes and watched for a while. On the screen, the little green snake twisted around a corner, ate a red dot, and its body immediately grew by 1 segment. It looked really fun. The giant python's eyes lit up, and the tip of its tail swished back and forth. Give it a try. Suwon gave the keyboard to the giant python. MHM. The giant python nodded and used the tip of its tail to poke the arrow keys on the keyboard, controlling snake as it kept turning. I'll eat. The giant python was very happy. The snake's body kept getting longer. Human, look, I got bigger. After playing for a while, it was already completely dark outside. Suwon checked the time. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Suwon Jondo. He actually wasn't that sleepy. But based on his previous habit of entering the dreamscape, it was about time to get ready to sleep. Suwon lay on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. Would he still enter the dreamscape today? He had already brought out the dreamscape core from the world of torrential rain, so it should have already dissipated. Would he enter a new dreamscape? Suwon let his mind wander, then after a while, suddenly opened his eyes. Holy crap, why was he sleepy at all? He couldn't fall asleep whatsoever. Could it be because his nap had been too long? No, I have to fall asleep soon. Suwon lay on the bed, forcing himself to sleep, but he still felt no drowsiness at all. Could it be that he wouldn't enter the dreamscape tonight? Suwon felt a little bored, so he could only keep his eyes closed while trying to control the yang energy circulating through his body. On the screen, the little snake had already grown so much that it occupied nearly half the screen. It was winding around over the background, carefully avoiding its own increasingly long body. The giant python's vertical pupils were fixed on the screen. The tip of its tail hovered above the keyboard, trembling slightly, ready to press the next direction key at any moment. The giant python, who was playing snake beside him, turned back to glance at Suwon and asked softly, Human, are you going to sleep? Yes, Suwon said. Oh. The giant python hesitated for 2 seconds, the tip of its tail still hanging over the keyboard without pressing down. On the screen, because there had been no input for a long time, the little snake kept moving straight in its current direction and was already about to hit the top border. The giant python lightly lifted the tip of its tail and poked the power button in the upper right corner of the keyboard, shutting off the computer. Then it slowly moved its body and carefully rested its head beside Suwon. The next morning, Suwon suddenly opened his eyes. The speed of the yang energy circulating in his body abruptly increased. That warm current was several times faster than it had been before he fell asleep last night. like an engine driven by some instinct, surging rapidly along its circulation path inside his body. So hungry, Suwon quickly grabbed a bottle of glucose solution from the side and chugged it down. After putting down the empty bottle, Suwon took 2 deep breaths, then reached out and grabbed a glucose tablet from the table, tore open the wrapper, and stuffed it into his mouth. If he kept eating sugar like this all the time, would he get diabetes? As Suwon was thinking that, he felt something pressing against his waist. It was cool and slippery. He looked down and saw a thick snake tail covered in net-like patterns wrapped around his waist. The giant python's tail tip was coiled around him, and the very end of it rested loosely on his body. Suwon pried the tip of the giant python's tail off. "Human, are you awake?" The giant python raised its head and asked groggily. "Yeah." Suwon not that, sat on the edge of the bed and moved his waist a little. It had gone somewhat numb from being wrapped up. Last night, he had kept trying to control the yang energy until he accidentally fell asleep. In the middle of the night, he seemed to have woken up from hunger several times. But apparently, he and T entered the dreamscape. Suwon felt a little disappointed, then quickly cheered up again. After last night's practice, his control over yang energy had improved another step. Before long, he should be able to compress yang energy. Suwon's gaze fell on the several small aluminum alloy boxes nearby. Right, he still had to turn these boxes into worlds within boxes. Suwon pulled open the curtains, looked outside, and let out a sigh of relief. Good, the sun still hadn't risen yet. Suwon looked at the windowsill. This room didn't have a balcony. Would it work if he put the little boxes on the windowsill? He thought about it. The windowsill was too narrow. He was worried the aluminum alloy boxes might fall off. If the wind blew them down, that would be a real problem. And the sun apparently couldn't shine there all day either. It could only reach a small patch of the windowsill, and by the afternoon, it would be blocked by the shadow of the building itself. "Snake, I'm going downstairs for a bit. You can play on the computer here for a while first," Suwon said to the giant python. "MHM." The giant python nodded and used the tip of its tail to turn on the computer. Suwon didn't give any extra reminders. He took the aluminum alloy boxes and went down to the plaza below. He looked around, found an open spot, set down the little boxes and removed the lids. Suwon nodded in satisfaction. Hopefully no one would pick them up. There were only people from the administration bureau in U City. The people from the administration bureau shouldn't be that idle, right? And the boxes were placed on the concrete at the edge of the lawn in a spot that wasn't very conspicuous. Unless someone deliberately walked over to look, they would be hard to notice. Suwon returned to the building and took the elevator back to the 12th floor. When the elevator doors opened, Suwon saw Ling-Ti standing at the door to his room. "Hi, Captain." Suwon greeted her. "You weren't in your room?" Ling-Ti walked over and asked. "No, I went downstairs to move around a bit," Suwon explained. "Just now, I heard some sounds coming from inside your room." Ling-Ti looked puzzled. "Haha, when I left earlier, I didn't shut off the computer. It was probably the computer making noise." Suwon's heart tightened, but he brushed it off. "Want to go eat together?" Suwon suggested smoothly. "Oh." Ling-Ti didn't think much of it and went with Suwon to the elevator, heading to the 2nd floor. "By the way, U-City's dreamscape disappeared. It's possible someone took the dreamscape core." "Suwon, do you have any clues?" Ling-Ti asked it casually. In the U-City Administration Bureau, only she and Suwon were field personnel now. The logistics staff generally wouldn't leave the Administration Bureau base while inside a dreamscape. Who could have done it? If it wasn't Suwon, then could it be? I don't know either. After all, I'm just a newbie who only recently came into contact with dreamscapes. It couldn't possibly have been me, right? Suwon shook his head, his expression perfectly natural. MHM, maybe it was done by that person who slipped in from outside. Ling-Ti said. Suwon let out a sigh of relief inwardly, though his face showed nothing. Now that U-City's dreamscape is gone, the Administration Bureau might have the evacuated citizens move back, Ling-Ti said as she carried her tray to a seat by the window and sat down. It's good if they come back. A city this big can't just be abandoned for nothing. Suwon nodded and sat across from her. By the way, what about this building? Does it have to be returned to? The Administration Bureau already bought this building. Ling-Ti shook her head and said, "We'll probably keep using it from now on." "I see." Suwon not that. However, the logistics staff may be replaced with a new group, Ling-Ti continued. "Why?" Suwon's heart tightened and his movement paused. He thought of that nurse. If she left, then who would get him glucose solution? They'll be replaced with ordinary people who can't enter dreamscapes. Since U-City no longer has a fixed dreamscape, it might randomly connect to some more dangerous dreamscapes. Ling-Ti continued. "All right." Suwon sighed, then lifted his spirits again. "Captain, where are we going next? Will we leave U-City? Our vacation isn't over yet, right? We want to be assigned the next mission until the vacation ends," Ling-Ti said. "How long is our vacation?" Suwon asked, a little confused. 1 month, Ling-Ti said, glancing at him. 1 month. Suwon was deeply shocked. "And do we still get paid?" "Of course," Ling-Ti said. "It's actually paid vacation. The Bureau's benefits are way too good." Suwon was thrilled and continued asking, "Then how often do we get a vacation?" "After completing 1 mission, you can take a vacation." After completing 1 mission, Suwon not that. Finding the core of a dreamscape, or failing to find the core of a dreamscape at all, only then would it count as completing 1 mission. During that time, It might take several months. Oh right. Lingti seemed to remember something else and said, the reward for the notes you submitted last time has already come through from the bureau. The notes. Su Wen Zembet. It was Feng Yuan's diary that he had found inside the Union Dreamscape. You can choose 10,000 yuan or one method of obtaining a tag. Lingti continued, 10,000 yuan and one method of obtaining a tag. Su Wen has da. 10,000 yuan didn't sound like that much, but it could buy a huge amount of glucose tablets that could keep him alive for a very long time. I suggest you choose the method of obtaining a tag. Lingti said, if you don't have money, I can lend you some. Captain, Su Wen made his decision. Then I'll choose the method of obtaining a tag. All right. Lingti nodded and sent over an extraction code. Just copy the extraction code into the Bureau's exchange function. The exchange function? Su Wen raised his left arm and searched around on the screen for a while before finding the exchange function. Tap into it. Then paste in the extraction code. Please select your reward, 10,000 yuan or one method of obtaining a tag. Su Wen chose one method of obtaining a tag. The page changed and a dazzling variety of tags popped up. Pointy head. Tag quality, white common. Effect. The shape of your forehead becomes sharper. Food guarding. Tag quality, green, excellent. Tag effect. While you are eating, if no one comes within a 3-meter radius around you, food digestion efficiency increases by 50%. Hunger resistance. Tag quality, blue fine. Tag effect. Without eating, the body's energy consumption decreases by 70%. Super beast's pain sense. Tag quality, white common. Tag effect. Your pain perception threshold greatly increases. Minor injuries and pain are almost impossible for you to notice. Toad King's blessing. Tag quality, purple, epic. Tag effect. No matter when or where, you can summon a toad that will be helpful to you. Sorrow of ending war. Tag quality, green, excellent. Tag effect. When treating a target to a hamburger, there's a certain probability of reaching reconciliation with them. Kill, kill, kill. Tag quality, green, excellent. Tag effect. Anyone who comes into conflict with you will be threatened by phantom illusions until he treats you to a hamburger. Great strength. Tag quality, white common. Tag effect, strength doubles. Seek fortune and avoid disaster. Tag quality, gold, legendary. Tag effect, you will unconsciously avoid potential danger. Materialist warrior. Tag quality, gold, legendary. Tag effect, you are a steadfast materialist warrior. You can physically touch ghosts normally and are unaffected by any curse. Which one should I pick? Su Wen felt conflicted again. These tags had everything, and the gap in strength between them was extremely obvious. Some looked absurdly useless. What kind of thing was pointy head? Who would want a sharper head? Others looked ridiculously overpowered. Seek fortune and avoid disaster was gold quality. Being able to unconsciously avoid danger. That was practically a causal, law-level warning ability. And there was also materialist warrior. That one looked very strong too. These tags are only for reference. The tag you get after completing the method is randomly related, and the same method only works the first time for each person. Think it over carefully, Lingti explained from the side. The more Su Wen looked, the more dazzled he felt. He simply turned off the screen, then looked up at Lingti. Can I go back and take my time looking through this? Of course. The extraction code is permanently valid. You can choose whenever you want. Lingti nodded slightly as she spoke. Su Wen nodded and went back to the 12th floor with Lingti. Don't rush. It's fine if you think it over a bit more before choosing. Lingti reminded him again before returning to her room. Opportunities to obtain tags aren't common. I got it. Su Wen nodded, returned to his room, and closed the door. The giant python poked its head out from the box and glanced toward the door. Only after confirming that the door was shut did it let out a sigh of relief and carefully say, Human, you're back. I'm back. Su Wen pulled out a chair and sat down at the computer desk, thinking about what kind of tag he should choose. Just now, a little skinny monkey came knocking on the door, so I quickly shut off the computer and hid in the box. The giant python's head leaned over, its nose tip nearly touching Su Wen's shoulder. Shut off the computer? If the sound suddenly stopped, wouldn't that make it even more suspicious? Su Wen caught the key point, but he still patted the giant python's head to comfort it. You did well. Hee. The giant python lightly rubbed its head against Su Wen's palm, and the tip of its tail turned on the computer. I want to play a new game. All right, I'll find you one. Su Wen opened the 4399 minigame site and let the giant python choose for itself. So many games. The giant python's eyes sparkled as it eagerly started playing. After dealing with the giant python, Su Wen continued thinking about what type of tag he should choose. One that could control toads? Su Wen thought of his fire toad. The fire toad had already been in the box world for many days, and he didn't fed it anything. He didn't know whether it was hungry. Su Wen searched for related tags and found frog speaker and amphibian affinity. But getting a tag like that felt a bit wasteful, Su Wen thought. Or maybe a tag that could strengthen control over special energy. Energy perception. Tag quality, white common. Tag effect. When your eyes are closed, you can vaguely sense special energy fluctuations around you. Energy shaping. Tag quality, blue rare. Tag effect. You can condense special energy into simple solid forms. Blades, shields, ropes, and so on. These traits look pretty good, Su Wen thought. Especially energy shaping. If he could condense his yang energy into solid forms, his combat power would directly rise by a whole level. Attack, defense, control, he could do almost all of it. Still, if he kept practicing controlling his yang energy, it might not be impossible even without that trait. Suwon then remembered his biggest problem right now. His yang energy kept circulating non-stop, and the energy consumption was way too high. Although after obtaining a trait related to energy control, he might be able to stop the yang energy's automatic circulation. Suwon was worried that once it stopped, it might never enter that automatic circulation state again. The consumption was a bit high, sure, but the self-circulation of yang energy should be an extremely rare effect, and its usefulness was probably huge as well. There might even be ghosts or monsters appearing in future dream phantasms. With a body full of yang energy, he should be able to resist them a little, or become even more delicious to them. In short, Suwon still didn't want to stop the spontaneous circulation of his yang energy for now, but he also wanted to reduce the trouble it caused as much as possible. He could get a trait that improved food utilization efficiency, or one that could continuously absorb energy from the surrounding environment. Chew slowly. Trait quality, white common. Trait effect, after thorough chewing, nutrient absorption efficiency from food increases by 15%. Eat small meals frequently. Trait quality, white common. Trait effect, with the same amount of food intake, the energy gained increases by 25%. Everything is edible. Trait quality, gold, legendary. Trait effect, you could draw nourishment from anything. Photosynthesis. Trait quality, blue, elite. Trait effect, when standing still under sunlight, you can slowly recover energy. Kinetic absorption. Trait quality, purple, epic. Trait effect, when attacked, absorb 30% of the impact force and convert it into your own energy. Suwon hesitated again. Should he choose a trait that improved food utilization efficiency, or one that could continuously absorb energy from the surrounding environment? In the end, Suwon made up his mind. Better to choose the food utilization trait. After all, Suwon had no idea how much energy a trait that continuously absorbed energy from the surrounding environment could actually provide. What if he spent an hour under the sun and still got less energy than from eating one meal? Suwon tapped the everything is edible trait, and a prompt box popped up. This trait is for reference only. After selecting it and completing the corresponding action, there is only a small probability of obtaining this trait. Continue selecting? Confirm. Suwon chose to ignore the risks and continue anyway. As long as you eat food equal to half your body weight within 1 hour, you can obtain a random related trait. Note, this must be done within the dream phantasm. A line of text appeared on the screen. Suwon read it carefully. Eat food equal to half his body weight within 1 hour. It didn't sound that hard at first. That was only about 200 hamburgers, or 400 steamed buns. Alright, it was still a tiny bit difficult. I'll try it next time I enter the dream phantasm, Suwon thought. Want to see if there were any other amazing traits. Unexpectedly, the page had already jumped back to the homepage with only a single input box. Damn it, the administration is way too stingy, Suwon grumbled. He fumbled around inside for a while, but unfortunately, he couldn't find a way to enter the trait database again. The only thing he found was the prompt for obtaining already redeemed traits in the personal center. Suwon looked at the giant python. At the moment, the tip of her tail was flying across the keyboard at high speed. She seemed to be playing a fighting game. Ultraman fighting? The giant python was fully focused, controlling the pixel Ultraman on the screen as it fought fiercely with the AI opponent. The tip of her tail moved faster and faster. Sometimes she could even chain together a full combo and beat the opponent into a corner. Although she occasionally got counter-killed after pressing the wrong button and failing to use her ultimate move, overall, her improvement was obvious. Suwon watched the giant python play for a while, then picked up his phone and started scrolling through videos. Before he knew it, it was evening. The sun was gradually setting. Suwon, who was currently playing the two-player game Fireboy and Water Girl with the giant python, suddenly snapped awake. He was supposed to go pour lake water into the little aluminum alloy boxes outside. The aluminum alloy boxes were still sitting on the open ground downstairs, dry in the sun all day. If he didn't pour in the lake water now, they would miss the step of sitting under the moon overnight, and the whole process would be delayed by another day. Snake, keep playing by yourself for now. I'm heading out for a bit, Suwon said to the giant python. The giant python nodded, the tip of her tail rapidly tapping the keyboard twice without her eyes ever leaving the game screen. Go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back. Suwon picked up the mineral water bottle full of lake water from the corner of the wall. He took the elevator downstairs, then quickly crossed the lobby and walked out the main entrance. On the cement ground beside the lawn, Suwon found the little aluminum alloy boxes. He raised his head and looked at the sun in the sky. After waiting for the sun to fully set, he poured lake water into them one by one. Dusk was spreading rapidly. The sky was shifting from pale blue to deep blue, and the first star had already lit up low in the southeastern sky. Suwon looked at the gradually rising moon, stretched lazily, and returned to his room. Human, you're back. Hurry and play with me. The giant python invited. Controlling 2 characters by herself, she had gotten stuck on the 3rd level. Fireboy was standing on a floating platform at the edge of a pool of lava. Across from him was a row of spikes he couldn't jump over. Water Girl, meanwhile, was trapped on the ice on the other side, being pushed back and forth by a sliding ice block. Suwon shook his head helplessly. The giant python was becoming more and more like a little internet-addicted snake. Come on, look here. Suwon pointed at a spot on the screen. First, have Watergirl step on this switch. Then the door on Fireboy's side will open. After Fireboy jumps over, step on the switch over there. And the door on Watergirl's side will open too. You have to alternate them. Oh, the giant python suddenly understood. The tip of her tail immediately poked the movement key for Watergirl. Like this? I'm done playing. I'm going to sleep. After playing games with the giant python for a while, Suwon lay down on the bed, getting ready to sleep. Oh! The tip of the giant python's tail tapped the keyboard twice in unwillingness, but when she saw that Suwon had really lain down, she had no choice but to put away her tail and obediently coil herself at the foot of the bed. Then I'm sleeping too. Hope I can enter the dream phantasm tonight, Suwon thought as he slowly closed his eyes. Damn! After a while, Suwon, still completely unable to fall asleep, opened his eyes again. Looks like he still couldn't enter the dream phantasm today. Suwon sighed and focused his attention on the endlessly circulating yang energy inside his body. All he could do was keep trying to control its movement. Suwon slowed down the circulation speed of the yang energy, letting that warm current flow gently through his body at a steady rhythm. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. He carefully sensed the subtle changes each time the yang energy passed through a point in his body, occasionally trying to adjust the angle and direction of its flow. Early the next morning, Suwon suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the glucose solution beside him, and drained it in one gulp. Suwon let out a long breath and glanced out the window. The morning light was still faint. The sun had not fully risen yet, and the eastern sky carried a pale golden glow that slowly spread along the outlines of the buildings. Right, it was time for the next step with his box world. Suwon pushed aside the giant python-esque body that was draped over him, then picked up a few sections of tree root from the corner of the wall. The giant python drowsily opened one eye. Human, where are you going? Going downstairs for a look around, Suwon said. Oh, reassured. The giant python closed its eye again. The tip of its tail unconsciously hooked around Suwon's ankle for a moment before loosening. Suwon picked up the root segments he had snapped off earlier from the corner. The broken ends had already dried completely. When he got downstairs, Suwon found several small aluminum alloy boxes. He put the tree root into one of the boxes, then closed the lid. Holding both sides of the box with both hands, he shook it 3 times according to the steps. On the first shake, Suwon clearly felt the liquid inside the box slosh. The sound of water hitting the aluminum walls came from within, carrying a heavy sense of weight. On the second shake, that sloshing sensation disappeared. The thing inside the box seemed to suddenly become denser, and the flowing sound inside turned muffled, as if the water had thickened. On the third shake, the box in his hands became much lighter. That sense of weight seemed to have been sucked away by something, leaving only an empty aluminum shell. Suwon stopped, took a deep breath, then slowly lifted the lid. Inside the box, the original water and soil were gone. In their place was a chaotic gray vortex, slowly rotating like a nebula locked inside the aluminum box, with occasionally tiny specks of light flickering at the edges. It worked again. Suwon let out a breath of relief. He put the tree root into the remaining small boxes one by one, then closed the lids and shook each of them 3 times. Should he make one for himself? Suwon looked at the row of box worlds waiting to be activated in front of him. Make one into a portable shelter he could carry around? A box world probably didn't have any negative side effects. If he ran into danger, maybe he could hide inside the box world. But it also seemed kind of useless. He had no idea what would happen to the box world if the box was destroyed. Most likely, he'd just get lost in the void directly or be torn apart by the chaotic currents of the void. That would be a little dangerous. Thinking that, Suwon picked up the aluminum alloy boxes and walked back. He'd find a chance to test it later. Use one box world, put some unimportant animal inside, then destroy the box and see what happened. Suwon returned to his room. The giant python was already awake and was lying over the computer playing games. I wonder if the giant python will get nearsighted, Suwon thought as he set the aluminum alloy boxes on the table. Next, he de-waste one box world first and test what would happen to the living creatures inside if the box was destroyed. Suwon picked up one box world. Where should he go find another living creature? Right? Suwon remembered something and quickly opened a drawer. From inside, he took out a small box and opened the lid. Croak! The frog, seeing daylight again, squatted in the box for 2 seconds. Then, with a sudden leap, it couldn't help jumping out and landed on the tabletop, puffing up its belly as it warily looked around. Suwon grabbed the frog. Its 4 legs kicked wildly in the air for a while before he pinned down one of its hind legs. He took a drop of blood and dripped it into the box world, then threw the frog inside. Its entire body was pulled by that invisible suction and rapidly shrank, whooshing in as it was sucked inside. Inside the box, a little frog had appeared beside the pool in that miniature world, squatting on the shore and blankly looking around. Croak, croak, croak. A burst of frantic croaking rang out. Snake, I'm going out again, Suwon said, patting the tip of the giant python's tail. MHM. The giant python nodded, still playing its game. Suwon took the frog box world and went downstairs. Where should he go to test it? He had no idea how much commotion destroying a box world would cause. After thinking it over, Suwon decided to go to the artificial lake again. Standing in front of the off-road vehicle, Suwon hesitated for a moment, but still sent Lingti a message. After all, he might be gone for quite a while this time. If Lingti came out to do something and couldn't find the car, Captain, I'm borrowing the team's off-road vehicle, Suwon sent. Sure, the key S in the car, Lingti agreed readily. Great. Suwon drove to the area near the artificial lake. He got out of the car and walked to the lakeshore. There was no one around at all. It was very quiet. At the center of the artificial lake was a small island, overgrown with weeds. Calling it an island was a bit generous. It was really just a small mound of earth, rising about 2 meters above the water. It was covered with waist-high weeds and a few low shrubs. Looking at it from the shore, the vegetation on the island grew densely. The middle area should be fairly concealed. It would be easy to see the center of the island while standing on the bank. After thinking it over, Suwon decided to test it on the island. It looked pretty well hidden. He looked around nearby, but couldn't find a path leading to the island, and there weren't any small boats by the shore either. Suwon stood at the water's edge and thought for a moment, then decided to swim over directly. He bent down, took off his jacket and shoes, and set his phone on top of the pile of clothes. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt and long pants, Suwon clenched the frog's box world in his hand, took a deep breath, and stepped into the water. The lake water was cooler than he had expected, but not to the point of being biting. He walked forward a few steps. Once his feet left the soft silt at the bottom of the lake, his body floated up, and he started swimming toward the island. When he reached the island, it was even more barren than he had imagined. The weeds were nearly waist-high, and the ground beneath his feet was soft soil mixed with dead branches and fallen leaves. Suwon pushed deeper into the weeds. He brushed aside the grass in front of him, walked a few steps toward the center of the island, and stopped at a relatively open spot. This was hidden enough. From the shore, all anyone could see was a dense mass of grass and tree canopy. The center of the island was completely out of sight. Suwon took a deep breath, picked up the aluminum alloy box, grabbed the edge, and gave it a light snap. A huge amount of soil gushed out of the void, instantly burying Suwon beneath it. The small island itself was expanded several times over. Right after that, several large trees appeared out of the void, followed by a large amount of lake water pouring out. Croak, croak. At last, a frog fell out of the void. It sat there in a daze for a moment, then leaped straight into the artificial lake. It kicked its legs twice and swiftly swam toward the deeper part of the lake, quickly disappearing beneath the green surface. Suwon crawled out from the pile of soil and looked at the frog's departing figure. He hadn't expected that after destroying the box, everything inside the box world would actually spill out. Looks like he really could prepare a box world for himself. If he ran into danger, he could just hide inside the box world. And if the enemy destroyed the box, the huge amount of soil that burst out would probably scare them too. Standing in the middle of the island, covered in mud and dirty water from head to toe, Suwon slowly showed a satisfied smile. Thinking that, Suwon jumped into the artificial lake and swam back toward the shore, washing off the mud stuck to his body along the way. He swam to the shore, braced both hands against the concrete embankment, and climbed up. After getting ashore, he used the lake water again to wash off the remaining dirt on his body. Suwon lay down on the nearby lawn, flat on his back with his limbs stretched out, letting the sun dry his body. The sun had already risen, slanting down from above the eastern treetops, and the warm light covered Suwon's entire body. After the shirt on his body dried, Suwon put on his coat, drove the SUV back to the Administration Bureau building, then took the elevator back to his room. The giant python was playing a game. The tip of its tail was bouncing rapidly across the keyboard, the dense clatter of keys sounding like a string of raindrops. On the screen, a pixelated little character was weaving through a huge pack of monsters. Its health bar kept rising and falling. The fight looked pretty intense. Human, you're back. The giant python took a moment to glance back at him, but quickly turned to stare at the screen again. I'm about to clear the level. MHM, keep playing first. Suwon picked up the small aluminum alloy box from the table beside him, found a needle, took a deep breath, aimed the tip at the pad of his left middle finger, and gave it a light prick, piercing his finger. He squeezed out a drop of blood. The bead of blood left his fingertip, fell straight down, and dripped into the aluminum alloy box. Looks like it worked, Suwon muttered. Then he reached out a finger and poked the opening of the aluminum alloy box. The next second, an invisible suction force surged out from inside the box, like a gentle but irresistible hand grabbing his entire body. Suwon was instantly sucked inside. Suwon opened his eyes and looked around. In front of him was a clear lake. The lake water was emerald green, the surface calm as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding trees and the brown soil under his feet. The lake was a bit bigger than he had imagined, about half the size of a basketball court. The shoreline was naturally rounded, and a few clusters of short grass grew along the edges. A few trees were scattered across the land. Their trunks were thicker than a person, and their leaves were lush green. So amazing. This is the world inside the box. Suwon circled the area in astonishment. The soil under his feet felt soft yet solid when stepped on, with a slight springiness to it. It felt no different from real soil in the outside world. Suwon crouched down and touched the grass by the lakeshore. The blades were tender and moist, and a clear, real sensation came back through his fingertips. He bent down, scooped up a handful of lake water, and watched it flow down through his fingers. It was cold and clear, just like the water outside. There's no sun in the sky. I don't know where the light is coming from. And the trees, the soil, the lake, they all seem real. Suwon walked along the lakeshore for about 200 to 300 steps, then suddenly bumped into an invisible wall. What the hell? There's even an air wall. Suwon rubbed his head. His palm touched a completely transparent, completely solid barrier. Smooth, flat, utterly unmoving, it was like a glass curtain wall embedded in the air. Suwon felt along the barrier to both sides and discovered that it formed a closed wall along a square boundary, confining the entire space to an area roughly 200 to 300 meters in both length and width. How do I get out? Suwon looked up. Above his head was a layer of invisible light screen. On the light screen was the ceiling of his room. The light screen was not very high, only a little over one person's height. Suwon gave a light jump and touched the light screen above his head. The next second, he was sucked straight out. Human, you've got your own box now too? The giant python took a moment to glance at Suwon, who had just climbed out of the box, while the tip of its tail still danced rapidly across the keyboard. MHM. Suwon nodded and continued thinking. Could he bring things into the world inside the box? Just now, his body had gone in and out without any trouble, and his clothes and belongings had gone with him. That meant carried items were allowed. Suwon picked up a box of glucose solution from the side. With his other hand, he reached toward the open aluminum alloy box on the table and lightly touched the opening with his fingertip. The next second, his whole body, along with the box, was sucked inside. Suwon steadied himself and set down the glucose solution. I didn't expect I could really bring it in. Suwon gave a light jump and left the world inside the box, then carried another box of glucose solution back into it. Suwon set down the glucose blocks. Now he could carry a large amount of glucose blocks with him and wouldn't have to worry about running out. Suwon then moved his diving helmet, diving pack, and gas mask helmet all into the world inside the box. I wonder what the largest thing I can carry in is. Suwon climbed out of the world inside the box, walked to the bed, grabbed both sides of the bed frame with both hands, and forcefully lifted the single bed. Then he poked the aluminum alloy box with his finger. The next second, Suwon, along with the bed, was sucked into the world inside the box. I didn't expect even a bed this big could be brought in. Suwon set the bed down. Should I buy some furniture and decorate the world inside the box a little? As Suwon thought this, he looked at the bed. This bed still couldn't stay in the world inside the box. He had to move it back. After all, he still needed to use it. Suwon picked up the bed, jumped out of the world inside the box, and put it back where it had been. Suwon raised his arm and opened the supply request app on the screen. First, stock up on more glucose blocks. Suwon requested 3 boxes of glucose blocks. It seemed like he could also request some practical tools. Suwon hesitated a little. He did not have much quota left. After thinking for a bit, Suwon gritted his teeth. If he ran out of money, he could borrow from Lingdi first and pay it back after he got his salary. Suwon requested a high-lumen flashlight, the waterproof, long battery life model, 120 yuan. A multi-function military shovel, foldable, with serrations and a saw blade, 80 yuan. A windproof lighter with a reinforced metal body, 45 yuan. After thinking about it, Suwon also requested a recliner and a table. Suwon stepped lively, then looked at the few remaining aluminum alloy boxes on the table beside him. What would happen if he brought one world in a box into another world in a box? If he brought box A in a box B, then entered box A from inside box B, what would happen? Infinite nesting dolls? One world embedded inside another? If he got more worlds in a box and nested them one after another, stacking a few hundred layers, then if he ran into danger, he could hide in the world inside the box and enter the deepest one. And if he piled a lot of junk inside the first world inside the box, then even if an enemy destroyed the first world inside the box, a huge amount of junk would pour out from inside it. The enemy would never be able to find the second world inside the box. And even if they did, there would still be a third, a fourth. But beautiful as the idea sounded, maybe it simply would not work at all. 2 independent spatial coordinates overlapping in the same position might cause a system conflict, making both worlds inside the boxes unable to function properly. And in the worst-case scenario, maybe the 2 independent small worlds inside the same space would squeeze against and repel each other, energy tearing apart, space collapsing, and then directly exploding. Suwon was very curious, but he did not dare try it. There are already so many bugs in this world. What if he carried one world in a box into another world in a box? What if the 2 worlds inside the boxes repelled each other, exploded on the spot, and blew him to death? He would find a chance in the future to get someone else to test it for him. By evening, all the supplies Suwon had requested had already been delivered. Snake, get into the box first. Suwon first had the giant python hide, then opened the door. Outside was still that familiar middle-aged uncle, pushing a small stainless steel cart. Several cardboard boxes and several large canvas bags were stacked on the cart. On top of them rested a folded canvas recliner and a folding table wrapped in foam paper. "You've got quite a lot of stuff today." The uncle pushed the cart into the room and casually took down the recliner on top, leaning it against the wall. "Sign here." Suin took the pen and signed his name, saw the uncle out, then locked the door from the inside. "Human, has the skinny little monkey left?" The giant python asked carefully from inside the box. "Gone?" "Suwen not dead." "Gone." "Great." The giant python crawled out of the box, flopped down in front of the computer, and went back to playing her game. For the next nearly half an hour, Suin kept going back and forth between the room and the box world, moving all of those things into the box world. The giant python occasionally turned back to glance at him, the tip of her tail still tapping the arrow keys on the keyboard. On the screen, the pixel character she controlled was rapidly weaving through a jungle. Suin stretched lazily. Next, all he had to do was wait to enter the dreamland again. Then he would try eating food equal to half his body weight. But there probably wouldn't be that much food inside the dreamland, so he had to prepare in advance. As Suin was thinking, he yawned, and a strong wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over him. So sleepy, no wait. This seemed to be the sign of entering the dreamland. "Snake, get into the box, quick," Suin hurriedly said to the giant python beside him, who was playing the game. Then, forcing himself to fight off the drowsiness, he quickly put on his uniform, hung the aluminum alloy small cabinet at his waist, and placed several box worlds into it. Oh, the giant python was right at a critical moment in the game. Hearing Suin's voice, she turned and looked at him. Seeing how rushed he looked, she had no idea what was happening, but she still quickly pressed the pause button on the keyboard with the tip of her tail, then skillfully reached toward the small aluminum alloy box on the desk. "Human, what happened?" The giant python's voice came from inside the little box. Suin picked up the giant python's box, lay down on the bed, and said, "I'm about to enter the dreamland." "Dreamland?" The giant python sounded puzzled. An even stronger wave of sleepiness crashed over him, and Suin slowly closed his eyes. Suin opened his eyes in a forest and looked around at the surroundings, but he couldn't see anything. "So dark. Where's this?" The giant python's voice came from the little box. All around them was pitch black darkness, where he couldn't even see his hand in front of his face. Only the giant python's little box gave off a faint bit of light. "Don't come out yet," Suin said in a lowered voice to the giant python. "Wait until I confirm the situation." Then Suin reached toward his waist and touched the aluminum alloy small cabinet hanging there. Opening the cabinet door, he thought, "Which slot did I put my own box world in again? Seems like the second from the end." Suin pulled out the second to last small aluminum alloy box. He opened the lid. The little box emitted a faint glow, and inside was a small lake world. Suin let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to enter the box world, he remembered something and set the giant python's box aside. Then he stuck a finger into the box opening and climbed into the box world. Inside the box world, it was still daytime. He had no idea where the light was even coming from. Suin found the high-powered flashlight he had just moved in, then picked up the multifunction entrenching shovel. He stuffed the lighter into his pocket and grabbed a handful of glucose cubes as well. Suin jumped back out of the little box and turned on the flashlight. The powerful beam instantly lit up the surrounding environment. This seemed to be a mountain forest. The ground under his feet rose and fell unevenly, and in the distance he could see a few old crooked neck trees. Their leaves were somewhat yellowed, as if it were autumn or winter. Now and then, he could spot patches of exposed rock, their surfaces covered in dark gray lichen. The air was cold and dry, and when he exhaled, a faint white mist could be seen in the beam of light. Suin picked up the giant python's little box from his side. "Where's this?" The giant python asked curiously from inside the box. "I don't know." Suin shook his head. "No idea what kind of dreamland this is." Holding the high-powered flashlight, Suin carefully explored forward and found a small path. It seemed like a lot of things had passed along this road. Maybe wild beasts, maybe something else. The shrubs on both sides of the path had been shoved into disarray, and some of the broken branches and bent marks still looked fresh. After walking for a little over half an hour, the sounds around him gradually became more varied. In the mountains, Suin could hear all kinds of animal cries. "Coo! Coo! This should be a pheasant," Suin thought. "Woo woo! This should be some kind of small wild beast." "Oh woo!" Suin's heart tightened. What kind of cry was that? Could it be a snow leopard? After walking in the mountains for over an hour, the sky gradually began to brighten, and the surrounding trees also became much sparser. Suin turned off the high-powered flashlight and put it away. His vision was already good enough to clearly see the road ahead. "Looks like I'm almost down the mountain," Suin thought. He continued forward along the path. At the horizon, a red sun was slowly rising. The surrounding trees became even fewer, wild grass grew thickly, but the road beneath his feet grew a bit wider. A building appeared up ahead, encircled by a courtyard wall of green bricks, with bluish-gray tiles laid across the top of the wall. Overall, it looked like a rural residence from the late Qing to early Republican era. There's actually an intact building? Suin was a little curious and quickly walked toward it. When he reached the entrance, the two heavy vermilion-painted wooden doors were shut tight. Along the edges of the door panels were some faint dents and impact marks, as if something had rammed into them, but the overall structure was still intact. The paint was somewhat mottled and faded, but it didn't look abandoned. Suwon looked up. Hanging from the lintel was a wooden plaque with a black background, carved with two large characters. They seemed to be traditional characters, but Suwon didn't recognize them. They looked somewhat similar to the writing in Fong Yuan's diary. Two plain white paper lanterns hung beneath the eaves, each with two black characters printed on it. Yellow talismans were pasted along the side of the doorframe. Suwon tried pushing the door. It did not budge at all. It seemed to be barred from the inside. Could there actually be someone inside? Suwon hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and knocked 3 times on the door, cautiously rapping on it. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, a steady sound of footsteps came from inside the gate, drawing nearer and nearer, followed by a full, powerful voice. Who was outside? There really was someone? Suwon was greatly startled. After quickly thinking over his wording, he made up an identity for himself and said, I'm an adventurer. I got lost in the mountains and came to ask for directions. The door bar was pulled away. Creak, 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 creak. The gate opened. Behind the door stood a middle-aged man with a straight, upright figure. He wore a bright yellow Taoist robe, or rather, some kind of robe somewhere between a Taoist robe and a ritual robe. The fabric looked thick and sturdy. The collar and cuffs were trimmed in dark blue, and several faintly visible talismanic patterns were embroidered across the robe with silver thread. His eyebrows were especially striking. 2 thick black brows nearly joined together, stretching across above the brow bone like a single horizontal stroke of ink pressing over his eyes. His nose bridge was straight, and his jawline was clean and sharp. He looked to be around his early 40s, but his vitality and spirit made him seem much younger than his actual age, like someone who had practiced martial arts or cultivated the Tao for many years. Such strong young energy. Ime Fashi looked at the young man before him. What an excellent seedling for cultivating the arts. He wondered whether this young man already had a master. Ime Fashi decided to test him a little and gave Suwon a Taoist salute. Suwon quickly copied Ime Fashi's movement, returned the salute, and said, Daozhong, I got lost in the mountains. May I ask where this place is? Ime Fashi nodded in satisfaction. So he really had no master yet. As it happened, he was just missing an inheritor for his Yiding lineage. No need to call me Daozhong. Just call me Ime Fashi. Ime Fashi waved his hand, his tone kind. This is Rinjia Town. Little brother, where do you come from? Ahem, I'm an adventurer. I like exploring all over the place. I just came out of that mountain. Suwon's thoughts spun quickly. Then he coughed twice and answered vaguely. Come in and sit for a while. Have a cup of hot tea, Ime Fashi invited warmly. An adventurer. Just hearing that made him sound like someone who wasn't too short on money. Maybe he might even be willing to take him as his master. Suwon followed behind Ime Fashi. After entering, there was a small front yard. The ground was paved with bluestone slabs, and a few short clumps of wild grass grew between the cracks. On the left side of the yard was a small vegetable patch, planted with several rows of greens and scallions. On the right side stood a bamboo rack. A few dried loofah vines hung from it, and several clay jars sat beneath the vines, their mouths covered with gauze. It was impossible to tell what was inside. When they reached the main room, an 8 trigrams mirror hung from the middle of the beam overhead. The air was filled with the mixed scent of incense, cypress leaves, and mugwort. On the wall directly ahead hung a painting of 3 Taoists, likely a portrait of the 3 pure ones. Beneath, it was an altar table with an incense burner, candlesticks, a small wooden figurine, and a few simple offerings. Come, have a seat. Ime Fashi led Suwon to a square table at the side, lifted a purple clay teapot from the table, poured a cup of hot tea, and pushed it in front of him. Thank you, Fashi. Suwon accepted the teacup with both hands and took a sip. The tea tasted bitter at first, with a trace of sweetness afterward. He wondered whether Ime Fashi really had any skill, whether he had mastered some kind of miraculous bug, and whether he could become his disciple and learn from him. Little brother, just call me Suwon, Suwon said hurriedly. Ime Daozhong said kindly, this mountain road is remote and full of een and evil. Did you run into any evil spirits or monsters on the way? No. Suwon shook his head. Other than some animal cries in the mountains, there wasn't anything else. Ime Fashi felt a bit regretful. He had originally wanted to use this chance to show off some of his ability and make this young man interested in him. But since the other party hadn't encountered anything, there was no way to show what he could do. He had to think of some other way to rope him in. Just as Ime Fashi was about to find another topic and chat a bit more, Ime Fashi. A hurried shout came from outside. What is it? Ime Daozhong frowned slightly, set down his teacup, and got up to leave the main room. A middle-aged man in a gray cloth short shirt stood in the yard. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he was panting heavily, as if he had run quite a long way. Ime Fashi. The man gave a respectful salute and said, something strange has happened at the Rin family. Master Rin sent me to invite you over. Something strange? Ime Fashi thought for a moment, then looked at Suwon. Little brother, want to come with me and take a look? Sure. Suwon readily agreed. He still didn't understand this dream realm very well. Following a local Taoist around to look at things was much better than wandering around blindly by himself. Ime Fashi turned and went into the inner room. When he came out again after a while, He had an extra cloth bag in hand. The bag was bulging, stuffed with several things. One corner revealed part of a luopan's edge and the hilt of a peachwood sword. A palm-sized bronze 8 trigrams mirror also hung at his waist. Its surface had been polished bright enough to clearly reflect a person's image. Lead the way. The man led Ime Fashi and Suin into town. Rinjia town was not big, but it had everything it needed. They followed the stone-paved road for about 10 minutes. The buildings on both sides gradually grew denser. Gray brick, gray tile shops stood one after another. Some selling cloth, some grain, some doing blacksmithing, some selling oil, salt, and sundries. Several bamboo poles stretched out from the shop entrances, hanging all kinds of cloth banners and signboards that swayed gently in the morning breeze. There were a few vegetable stalls by the roadside, displaying fresh greens and radishes. The stall owners sat on small stools with their hands tucked together, lazily calling out whenever someone passed by. There were also more and more pedestrians on the road. Several women with bamboo baskets walked side by side, quietly chatting about household matters. A peddler carrying a shoulder pole came from the opposite direction, with a wooden bucket hanging from each end, the scent of Dufuno drifting out from them. Several children around 7 or 8 years old squatted by the roadside, using branches to draw something on the ground. Ime Fashi, where are you going so early? Passers-by greeted him one after another. Morning, morning. I'm going to the Rin family's place. Ime Fashi replied to each in turn. After passing some hawker stalls, they arrived in front of the Rin family estate. A ring of onlookers had already gathered outside the gate, men and women, old and young alike, all stretching their necks to peer inside and whispering among themselves. Make way, the man called out as he cleared a path in front. Ime Fashi is here. Ime Fashi? The crowd of onlookers all turned around and greeted him. Morning. Ime Fashi. Ime Fashi is here. Now there's a way to solve this. I heard what happened to Master and S family is really eerie. Morning, morning. Ime Fashi responded with a smile. They squeezed through the crowd and smoothly entered the Rin family estate. Ime Fashi, you must avenge my afu. A rich madam cried out. Master Ain, Madame Lei. Ime Fashi cupped his hands in greeting. What happened? Who is Afu? Master Rin sighed and said, Afu is the watchdog my family raised. We've had him for 5 years, and he has always been fine. For some reason, he barked the whole night yesterday. When we got up this morning and looked, he was dead. That's right, and the way he died was terrible. There wasn't a drop of blood left in his body. The rich madam added from the side. Take me to see him. Ime Fashi said it without much reaction, his expression barely changing. Master Rin nodded and led the way. The group passed through a corridor and circled to a side room in the back courtyard. The door stood open. On the ground at the entrance, something was covered by a white cloth. Underneath it, the curled outline of a body could vaguely be seen. Afu's corpse is under the cloth, Master Rin said. Ime Fashi walked over and crouched down, reaching out to lift one corner of the white cloth. Suin stood behind him, looking past his shoulder. His heart tightened slightly. It was a dog's corpse. Its skeletal outline was clearly visible. Its fur clung tightly to the bones, and its entire body was shriveled, as if all moisture and blood had been sucked out of it. The dog's mouth hung slightly open, revealing half of its dried gums. Its eyes were half closed, and its pupils had already turned into a cloudy, grayish white. The strangest thing was that there were no external wounds anywhere on its body. Its fur was intact, no claw marks, no bite marks, no bloodstains. Completely clean. Ime Fashi took a look, covered it back up with the cloth, then looked at Master Rin and asked, were there any other strange incidents before this? There were. Master Rin nodded. A few days ago, the several orioles I kept were the first to have a problem. They were still chirping just fine the night before. But when we got up the next morning, they were all dead. Then on the third day, it was the chickens raised in the back courtyard. All 12 chickens died within a single day. There was a drop of blood left in their bodies. Has my family run into some kind of evil spirit? Let me take another look. Ime Fashi stroked his chin, his brows slightly furrowed, not rushing to make a conclusion. He took out the luopan from his cloth bag, held it in one hand, and began walking slowly around the courtyard. Ime Fashi walked around the Rin family estate with the luopan, then returned to the room where Afu's corpse was. Ime Fashi, did you find anything? Master Rin, who had been following the whole time, hurriedly asked. Hard to say. Ime Fashi frowned. Seeing this, Master Rin pulled out a bulging red packet from his sleeve and offered it with both hands. Ime Fashi, just a small token of appreciation. You must accept it. No. Ime Fashi tried to decline, but Master Rin insisted on stuffing the red envelope into his hand. After pushing it back and forth a few times, Ime Fashi let out a sigh and could only accept it helplessly, tucking the red envelope into his sleeve. Master Rin, after putting away the red envelope, Ime Fashi's expression turned serious again. How long has your honored father been buried? It's already been 5 years. Master Rin did the math and said, 5 years. 5 years. Ime Fashi looked thoughtful. It's possible there's a problem with your honored father's grave. Where is he buried? Can you take me there to have a look? Of course. Master Rin nodded repeatedly, then turned and called for several servants to prepare a carriage and horses. Fashi, I'll take you there right away. The group came out through the back gate of the Ren residence, crossed a patch of vegetable fields at the edge of town, and followed a yellow dirt road toward the hillside outside town. There were even more onlookers than before. Quite a few people put down the work in their hands and followed behind, whispering and discussing as they walked. Suwon walked at Ime Fashi's side, silently calculating in his heart. He wondered what the core of this illusory dreamscape was. If he took away the core, would this illusory dreamscape disappear directly? And if the illusory dreamscape disappeared, what would happen to the people inside? These people didn't look fake. On both sides of the dirt road were fields that had already been harvested, with withered yellow weeds growing along the ridges. In the distance, the mountain ridge showed a dark bluish outline in the morning light. A few crows flew up from the treetops, circled twice, then dropped back down again. The group arrived at a bare mountain ridge. My father's grave is just ahead. Master Ren pointed forward as he spoke. Ahead was a sunken hollow in the hills, where sunlight could not shine directly. It stayed cool and shady all year round. Behind it, the mountain body blocked the wind, while low earthen slopes on the left and right curved around it. Right in the center of the hollow stood a tomb built from bluestone. The protective stone wall around it was about half a person's height, built from whole blocks of bluestone. The stone's surfaces were smooth, and the gaps were filled with fine white mortar. The workmanship was quite meticulous. The wall enclosed a square graveyard, and at the very front of it stood a tall tombstone. The monument itself was a single piece of light gray granite, its surface polished smooth. Cloud patterns were carved into the top of the steel, and in the center of its face was a vertical line of large characters, the script upright and hard-edged. Ime Fashi stepped up to the tombstone, looked at it, and then read out the words carved on it. On the Jicho day, the 16th day of the 10th month of early winter, in the Renzi year, the first year of the Republic, Ren Wanfa underwent Shiji here. Shiji. Suwon was a little curious. He seemed to have seen that term before while scrolling short videos. It should be some ancient method of becoming immortal. Could it be that old Master Ren had also wanted to become an immortal? This was what my father asked to have carved before he died. Master Ren nodded repeatedly from the side and explained. Ime Fashi's brows twitched slightly, but he did not respond at once. He circled the tombstone once, his gaze shifting from the steel to the protective wall around the graveyard. Then he raised his head to look at the direction of the earthen slopes on both sides and the curve of the mountain behind them. Looking thoughtful, he asked, which feng shui master chose this burial site? My father chose it himself. Master Ren looked somewhat embarrassed. Before his death, my father liked researching some feng shui secret arts. He picked this grave site long ago. This is a 4-in hidden chi landform. The strange incidents in your home may be related to your honored father. Ime Fashi nodded. 4-in hidden chi landform? Suwon was a little puzzled. What was that? All he knew was entwining dragon. Dividing gold, look to the winding mountain. One layer of winding, one layer of pass. Then what should we do? Master Ren looked panicked. Ime Fashi, you must help me. Master Ren took out several more red envelopes and stuffed them into Ime Fashi's hand. Ime Fashi looked a little helpless, but could only accept them and said, if the situation is good, moving the grave will be enough. If the situation is bad, then we may have to fight it out. Master Ren, first find some men to dig open the grave. I'll take another look at the situation. Yes. Master Ren answered repeatedly and waved at the servants following behind him. You lot, go back to town and call some strong young men. Bring shovels and pickaxes. The faster, the better. The servants answered and quickly ran down the mountain. Very soon, a group of young men came over carrying shovels, and behind them came even more curious spectators. They stood far outside the graveyard, stretching their necks to look this way. Under Master Ren's direction, the digging began. These young men worked efficiently, with clear division of labor. Those digging dug, and those hauling earth hauled. Before long, they had dug a pit behind the tombstone that was waist deep. After digging for a while longer, a shovel struck something hard, producing a dull impact. There is something here. One of the young men bent down and used his hand to scrape away the loose surface dirt. Beneath the soil, a patch of gray-white stone surface was revealed, flat and smooth, with neat edges, like a stone slab that had been artificially polished. More people crowded around and cleared along the edges of the slab in all directions. Very soon, a complete stone door appeared before everyone's eyes. The stone slab was a little taller than a person and about as wide as 2 outstretched arms. There were no patterns on its surface. Only in the center was a pair of bronze door rings embedded, already rusted into a dark green color. Open the door, Ime Fashi said. Several young men grabbed the door rings together and pulled outward. The stone door let out a dull, scraping sound and slowly opened outward. A stale, rotten air, tinged with the smell of earth, surged out from the crack and spread through the surrounding air. After the door was fully opened, what was revealed was a narrow stone stairway descending downward. At the end of the stairs was a burial chamber built of stone bricks. After waiting a moment, Ime Fashi took out a fireful from his cloth bag and blew it lit, holding it in front of himself as he led the way down the stairs. Suwon followed behind him. Master Ren hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage and followed behind Suwon as well. The others wanted to follow them inside. But the ruined family servants blocked them at the door, so they could only crane their necks and peer inward. The stairway was not long. It reached the bottom in about 7 or 8 steps. Inside was a room built from stone bricks. The burial chamber was not large, about 3 to 4 zhang square. The 4 walls were built from orderly stone bricks, and the gaps between them were filled with fine white mortar. The workmanship was no worse than that of the tombstone outside. In the center of the burial chamber rested a blackwood coffin lacquered vermilion. The coffin had been raised on 4 wooden wedges, with all 4 corners hanging in the air, not touching the ground. There were also murals carved on the 3 sides. On the left wall was carved a scene of cicada, shedding, and feigned death. A Taoist used a wooden staff and treasured sword as substitutes for his body, while the fleshly body vanished, leaving behind only vessels to house the form. On the rear wall was carved the diagram of greater Yin refining the body, white bones growing flesh, moonlight nourishing the body, the Hun and guarding the corpse. On the right wall was carved the diagram of the 9 heavens immortal palace receiving the ascended, feathered beings and immortal officials holding jade registers in waiting, while the heavenly gate opened wide above a sea of clouds. Ime Fashi looked over the other arrangements as well, fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Your honored father wanted to become an immortal." "Become an immortal?" Master Rin stepped closer, his face carrying a half-believing, half-doubting expression. "Do you know about Shiji immortals?" Ime Fashi explained. In ancient times, some Taoists wanted to become immortals through Shiji, but most of them failed. Shiji immortals. Suin looked thoughtful. He wondered whether this counted as some kind of bug too. But why in T he triggered a system notification? Could it be that the information still wasn't T enough? Then did he succeed or not? Master Rin asked anxiously. What a pity. He was just a little short. Ime Fashi shook his head. First, have someone carry the coffin outside. Master Rin hurriedly called several young men in from the doorway. Those young men hesitated at the entrance for a moment. But under Master Rin's repeated urging, they still braced themselves and walked into the burial chamber. The men tied hemp ropes around the coffin, then fastened them to thick wooden poles. Several of them took positions at the 4 corners of the coffin, shouldering the poles, and with a united shout, lifted it up. The coffin was carried out of the tomb chamber and set down on the open ground outside. Priest May had them open the lid. The few young men carrying the coffin looked at each other, their faces turning a little pale, but they didn't dare refuse. 2 of them stood on either side of the coffin, grabbed the edge of the lid with both hands, and heaved upward at the same time. The coffin lid let out a muffled thud. It was pried open a crack. With another shove, the entire lid was fully opened and dropped onto the grass beside it. The young men instinctively glanced into the coffin. It was as if they had seen something horrifying. With a scream, they collapsed to the ground. Curious, Suin moved closer. Inside the coffin lay an old man around 60 or 70 years old. His face was full, and his skin carried an unnatural rosy luster, without the gray pallor and withered dryness a dead person should have. His hair was very long, spread across the bottom of the coffin. What was strange was its color. The upper half near the scalp was pure white, while the lower half near the ends was a heavy, pure black, with a clear boundary between black and white. His lips were lightly pressed together, his expression peaceful, as if he were asleep. His fingernails were also very long, more than 10 centimeters, as if they had kept growing after he was buried in the coffin. Dad! Master Rin's eyes turned red as he lunged forward. You're not dead. Priest May grabbed his arm and stopped him in place. Your father died long ago. Now he has probably turned into a corpse ghoul. A corpse ghoul? Master Rin looked confused. If corpse liberation fails, and the body is occupied by a lone ghost or wandering spirit, it can turn into a corpse ghoul, Priest May explained. A corpse ghoul can pass through walls and burrow through the earth. The animals in your home were all drained of blood by it. Corpse ghoul. Suin looked at old Master Rin's condition and fell into thought. Could there really be such a bug as a corpse liberation immortal? It was just that old Master Rin hadn't fully grasped the information. He wondered if there were still any related records in Master Rin's house. If he could see more detailed information, maybe it would trigger a system prompt. Then what do we do? Priest May, you have to help me. Master Rin said fearfully. Master Rin, I advise cremating him on the spot to eliminate all future trouble forever. Priest May said. No, my late father feared fire most when he was alive. I absolutely cannot let him be burned after death. Priest May, think of another way. Master Rin stuffed over a few more red envelopes. Fine. Then have the coffin carried to my Yizhuang first, and I'll find a way to suppress it there. Priest May let out a sigh, sounding somewhat helpless. Thank you, priest. Thank you, priest. Master Rin thanked him repeatedly, then turned and ordered the young men, quick, carry the coffin to Priest Ime's Yizhuang. Be careful. Don't bump it. The 4 young men, trembling all over, lifted the coffin, adjusted the weight on their shoulders, and shakily made their way down the dirt road toward the foot of the mountain. The onlookers consciously moved aside to make a path. Their eyes followed that vermilion-painted coffin the whole way, while hushed discussions rose and fell one after another. The group carried the coffin into Priest Ime's Yizhuang. Priest Ime directed the young men to carry it into the largest room in the middle, the mortuary. The mortuary was cool and shadowy. The windows were narrow, and light filtered through the lattice, casting several long strips of light onto the blue brick floor. Along the wall stood several rows of wooden racks, all empty, with no other coffins placed there. An open space was left in the center of the room. The floor there was paved with neat square bricks, with fine sand packed into the cracks. Put it here. Priest Ime pointed to the center of the room. The coffin was carefully set down. A blue brick was placed under each of the four corners, leaving the bottom of the coffin suspended above the ground with a gap about the height of a palm. The young men who had carried the coffin straightened up and wiped the sweat from their foreheads, then unconsciously backed away 2 steps. That's enough. You can all go out first. Priest Ime waved them off. The young men felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. They quickly left the mortuary and gathered together in the courtyard, whispering among themselves. Priest Ime walked out into the courtyard and cupped his hands toward the onlookers still gathered at the entrance. Fellow villagers, let us stop here for today. I've already taken over Master Renes's matter. Tomorrow I'll help him choose a new burial site. You can all come again then. For today, please head back first. The crowd continued discussing it for a while, but seeing that Priest Ime was firm and that there was no more excitement to watch, they gradually dispersed. A few nosy ones lingered a little longer, but when they saw the courtyard had truly quieted down, they could only turn and leave. Master Ren stood at the entrance and exchanged a few more words with Priest Ime, setting a time to look at the new burial site early the next morning. Then he left as well with his servants. Only Priest Ime and Suwon remained in the mortuary. Do you believe there are ghosts and monsters in this world? Priest Ime looked at Suwon beside him. Ah, I do. Suwon hesitated for a moment, then nodded. After all, he had already transmigrated. And there was also that miraculous dream realm. A few ghosts and monsters weren't all that strange. Priest Ime felt a little helpless. Why was he, this young man, playing by the script? So young, yet already believing in ghosts and spirits? You're supposed to say you don't believe. Then at midnight the corpse ghoul starts causing trouble and scares you half to death. Then I step in, easily wipe it out. And in the end you bow your head and beg to become my disciple. Then I reluctantly take you in. No, no, no. That is not how taking a disciple is supposed to go. I refuse to accept this. This corpse ghoul may start causing trouble at midnight. Priest Ime thought for a moment, coughed lightly, and changed strategies. Do you dare keep watch through the night with me? Sure. Suwon agreed at once, though he would probably return to the real world tonight. Let us make some preparations first. Priest Ime led Suwon to the storeroom. We'll make a few preparations first. Priest Ime turned and walked out of the mortuary, with Suwon following behind him. Priest Ime first went into the main hall, picked up a wooden doll carved from wood, and hung it at his waist. The two crossed the courtyard and entered a smaller side room opposite. Inside were several wooden racks and a few earthen jars. In one corner were piled sacks of grain and medicinal herbs. The air carried a mixed scent of aged wood and herbal medicine. This was the storeroom where Priest Ime usually kept all kinds of ritual tools and materials. Glutinous rice can absorb baleful corpse chi. It's the best choice for dealing with zombies and ghosts. Priest Ime walked to the corner, bent down, and patted a bulging burlap sack. He untied the hemp rope around the opening, scooped out a handful of rice grains, spread them in his palm for Suwon to see, and explained. Suwon, note that. Could glutinous rice, being able to deal with zombies, also be some kind of bug? Or was it simply an original trait glutinous rice already possessed? Fresh glutinous rice is best. It works the best. Dried glutinous rice can still barely be used. Priest Ime continued explaining. Then he and Suwon each carried a sack of dried glutinous rice back to the mortuary. This time we'll use dried glutinous rice. First, this corpse ghoul has only recently taken form, so it's not too powerful yet. Dried glutinous rice is enough to suppress it. Second, this glutinous rice is only meant to weaken the corpse ghoul. It's not the main attack. Priest Ime bent down, picked up a sack of dried glutinous rice, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. The sack was not small, at least 30 or 40 jin, yet he carried it as easily as if he were lifting a bag of cotton. Suwon followed suit, shouldering the other sack and following behind him. The two returned to the mortuary and set the rice sacks beside the coffin. Open the coffin lid. The two stood on opposite sides of the coffin and exerted force at the same time. The coffin lid gave a heavy scraping sound as it was lifted and set on the ground beside them. The inside of the coffin was revealed. Ren Wanfa's body still maintained that same rosy, full condition, lying quietly at the bottom of the coffin. His expression was peaceful. His hands were folded over his abdomen. In the dim light, his fingernails gave off a faint, eerie, dark gleam. Priest Ime didn't waste any time. He lifted that sack of glutinous rice and poured it straight into the coffin. White grains cascaded down onto Ren Wanfa's body. The instant the glutinous rice touched old Master Renes's body, it immediately turned black, as if it had been corroded. Suwon even heard faint crackling pops. Priest Ime's expression didn't change as he continued pouring. Very quickly, the whole sack of glutinous rice covered Ren Wanfa's upper body. Pour yours in too. Priest Ime signaled to Suwon. Following his example, Suwon grabbed his own burlap sack and tipped it into the coffin. The white grains poured down in a rushing stream, covering Ren Wanfa's lower body and limbs. In the end, a thick, even layer of rice formed at the bottom of the coffin, burying his whole body inside it, leaving only the outline of his shoulders and face exposed. The grains touching the skin were still continuing to turn black, but the speed had obviously slowed down. Suwon had seen glutinous rice used against jiangshi in movies before, but this was the first time he had seen someone directly poured into the coffin, and so much of it too. That really gave a full sense of security. Priest Imei and Suwon put the coffin lid back on, but glutinous rice still isn't completely safe enough. Priest Imei added, black dog blood mixed with cinnabar can also effectively restrain ghosts and monsters. Black dog blood carries the utmost yang of Shutu, innate pure yang. It suppresses corpse chi, in souls, and baleful chi. It can burn the flesh of evil entities and neutralize corpse poison. As he walked, Priest Imei explained to Suwon, cinnabar powder is pure yang and suppresses evil. It locks in yang chi, stabilizes talisman patterns, and breaks illusions. It can suppress sinister in souls. Used alone, it can only bind, but when paired with black dog blood, it greatly amplifies its killing power. Suwon followed behind Priest Imei, nodding thoughtfully. Black dog blood provides flowing pure yang fire chi, while cinnabar locks the yang chi in place so it won't disperse. Once the two are fused, the effect is several times stronger than before. The two arrived at the storeroom. Priest Imei walked to a wooden rack, crouched down, and searched around the bottom shelf for a while before pulling out a flat iron basin and an oil paper packet the size of a palm. He opened the packet. Inside were several pieces of dark red mineral, sharply edged and faintly glimmering across the surface. This is cinnabar. Priest Imei set the cinnabar on the table, then felt around the bottom shelf again and pulled out a syringe. Come with me. The two crossed the courtyard and went to the backyard. The backyard wasn't too large. There were some chickens, ducks, and geese being raised there. By the wall stood a crude wooden shed, and beneath it was tied a large black dog. The dog was completely black from head to tail, with glossy fur and not a single stray hair. It was lying on the ground dozing. Hearing footsteps, it raised its head. When it saw Priest Imei, it immediately stood up wagging its tail and let out a few excited whines. The black dog must be completely black, without a single stray hair. A 3-year-old male dog, unmated. Just take a small amount of fresh blood from the hind leg. Don't hurt the dog. Priest Imei explained to Suwon. Suwon nodded. Gulme, Van Dukai. Priest Imei crouched down and rubbed its head. Wonkai affectionately licked the back of his hand, its tail wagging like a fan. Don't move, Wonkai. Priest Imei grabbed Wonkai as hind leg and drew a little blood with the syringe. All right, this much is enough. Priest Imei pulled the syringe out. Inside it had collected a little less than half a tube of dark red blood. He let go of Wonkai as hind leg, patted its head, then bent down and picked up a large bone from the nearby wooden basin, still carrying plenty of meat on it, and handed it over. Wonkai happily ran back under the shed with the bone in his mouth and lay down, crunching away at it. Priest Imei returned to the storeroom with the syringe and first set it on the nearby table. Then he opened the oil paper packet, took out the cinnabar pieces, and picked up a small stone grinder, probably made specifically for grinding cinnabar. Priest Imei began grinding the cinnabar. Dark red powder gradually piled up in the grinder, bright as coagulated blood. After about the time it took to burn one stick of incense, the cinnabar had been ground into fine powder. Priest Imei gathered up the powder and poured it into the iron basin. Then he scooped a ladle of clean water from the water vat beside him and poured that in as well, stirring it evenly with a wooden stick. The clear water quickly turned into a murky dark red suspension, with a layer of fine cinnabar particles floating on the surface. Then inject the black dog blood from the syringe into the iron basin and mix it evenly. Now it's done. Priest Imei nodded in satisfaction. He had Suwon carry the basin of blood ink to the mortuary, while he himself took an ink marker and a great many marker strings. When they arrived at the mortuary, Priest Imei first poured some of the blood ink into the ink marker. Then together with Suwon, he snapped the strings soaked in blood ink all over the coffin, not even sparing the bottom. All 4 sides of the coffin, the top, the bottom, including the seams of the lid, all of it was covered in dense red grid lines, crossing over one another. It looked like a tightly woven scarlet net wrapping the entire coffin inside. With this, the corpse ghost will be locked inside the coffin and 1T be able to come out. Priest Imei explained as he set the ink marker aside. Then he placed a large bundle of marker string into the iron basin to soak in the blood ink. After that, he tied the soaked string to the iron bolts embedded in the floor. Suwon looked around. Similar iron bolts, almost like iron nails, were embedded in the walls, floor, and ceiling all around the room. Priest Imei tied the blood ink-soaked strings to one iron bolt after another, pulling out a crisscrossing square grid. Even if the corpse ghost escapes from the coffin, it'll still run into this heavenly net and earthly snare. It won't be able to get out. Too professional. Suwon nodded. But if the corpse ghost really broke out of the coffin and then got trapped in the room with no way out, what about the two of them? By now, it was already midnight. The flame in the oil lamp flickered, casting swaying shadows on the walls. Suwon leaned back against his chair and let his gaze rest on the coffin in the middle of the room, under the dim, yellow lamplight. The dark red ink lines gave off a faint, eerie sheen, crossing over each other and wrapping the coffin like a cocoon tightly wound in red silk thread. The coffin sat there quietly, without a sound, without even shaking, like an ordinary old piece of furniture forgotten in the middle of the room. Most importantly, Suwon actually didn't feel sleepy at all right now. What was going on? Suwon was a little puzzled. Why hadn't he returned to the real world yet? At times like this before, he would already be drowsy, sleepiness washing over him. He would close his eyes and fall into a deep sleep. So, are you scared or not? Priest May at his side seemed to have noticed Suwon's concern and asked. Not scared. Suwon shook his head. Why not? Not scared means not scared. Suwon answered instinctively. Priest May felt Suwon's answer was a little strange and was just about to keep asking, when the coffin beside them suddenly began to shake violently. The blood ink net snapped across the coffin, lit up with golden light. Priest May, what is going on? The coffin's moving. Is the corpse ghost trying to come out? Looking at the constantly shaking coffin beside him, Suwon felt a little worried. The circulation speed of his yang qi suddenly accelerated by several degrees. Don't panic. Don't panic. Unhurriedly, Priest May took out a bundle of incense and held it to the flame of the oil lamp to light it. A wisp of white smoke rose from the tip of the incense, slowly spreading through the air. Holding the incense in both hands, Priest May gave a slight bow in the direction of the coffin. Then his lips moved, and he chanted an incantation. Heavens clear, earth bright. Sun and moon divide their forms. Wandering lonely soul, quietly heed my command. The dust and suffering of life before, all wiped clean with a single stroke. Bear no anger. Harbor no murderous heart. There's a road to the yellow springs. Peace awaits on the farther shore. 3 souls return to stillness. 7 spirits fall to rest. Burn incense to send you off, so you may soon escape the netherworld. Divine soldiers guard your path. Quickly, rest your soul. Ding. Bug discovered. As long as you light something that can produce smoke, then sing your favorite song, you can soothe incorporeal beings. There was actually a new bug. Light something that can produce smoke and sing your favorite song, and you could soothe incorporeal beings. Incorporeal beings. Did that mean ghosts and monsters? Suwon fell into thought, and Ime Fashi hadn't sung anything either, had he? Ime Fashi continued chanting the soul-calming mantra. The coffin's shaking weakened a little, but it was still trembling nonstop. Could this mantra be Ime Fashi's favorite song? It was a little strange, but Suwon had heard that Taoist priests had to attend morning lessons and chant spells and scriptures. Maybe after chanting for so long, the only thing left in their heads was mantras, so naturally it became their favorite song. Ime Fashi, you have to sing it. Suwon thought for a moment before reminding him. Don't interrupt. Ime Fashi ignored Suwon. In a setting this serious, was it really appropriate to start singing? That was what Ime Fashi thought, but he kept chanting the soul-calming mantra. Yet as he chanted, he couldn't help but start singing it. Heaven clear and earth bright. The sun and moon take form. Wandering lonely soul, quietly heed my command. The mortal dust and bitterness of life, wiped clean with one stroke. Harbor no resentment. Stir no vicious heart. The yellow springs has its road. The other shore is at peace. The 3 souls return to stillness. The 7 spirits calm. Burn incense to send you off, so you may soon escape the netherworld. Divine soldiers guard your path. Quickly, rest your soul. He hadn't expected that the ancestral soul-calming mantra he had recited for so many years would sound this smooth when sung. That was what Ime Fashi was thinking. When to his surprise, the coffin's shaking vanished at once, like someone had flipped a switch. The glow of those golden ink lines also stabilized with it, like a net that had finally been soothed, gently covering the surface of the coffin. What's going on? Ime Fashi was somewhat shocked. Normally, when he recited the soul-calming mantra, he had to do it at least 3 or 4 times before he could calm the unrest inside the coffin. If he ran into a ghost with heavy resentment, he might even need to chant dozens of times. But today, this was only the second round, and it was already calmed. And the effect was even better than all the countless times he had recited it before. Could it be because he had sung out loud? How had Suwon known? Ime Fashi looked at Suwon and asked, how did you know it had to be sung? Suwon scratched his head. Instinct. Instinct. Ime Fashi chewed over the word twice in his mind. If this boy hadn't been guided by some expert before, then he must have been born with unusually sharp spiritual perception. The way Ime Fashi looked at Suwon carried approval. What a good seedling. He absolutely had to rope him in. Ime Fashi silently plotted in his heart. This young man was bold yet careful, spiritually perceptive, and full of abundant yang energy, with a solid natural foundation. And he didn't seem to have any preconceived rejection toward the Taoist path. Most importantly, he seemed to have no master. There wasn't the slightest trace of any sect in the way he spoke or carried himself. He was completely an uncut jade. He had to think of a way to make him take him as his master. Ime Fashi cleared his throat, just about to say something to ease into the topic, when a shrill cat's cry suddenly came from outside. Perched on the high window lattice was a cat black from head to tail. Its pupils were locked on the vermilion-painted coffin in the center of the room. A series of low, rumbling growls came from its throat. Its tail was raised high, all four claws gripping the edge of the windowsill tightly, like a drawn bowstring ready to fire. Not good. Ime Fashi's expression changed. That cat was drawn here by the baleful corpse Chi leaked out by the corpse ghost just now. Stop it. As he spoke, he had already taken a huge stride toward the windowsill, arms spread wide, trying to block the black cat's path if it jumped down. The black cat's ears flattened backward for an instant, and it let out an even sharper cry. Then all four legs pushed off at once, and it leaped down from the sill, landing on the mortuary floor, its body as light as a falling feather. Suin also moved in from the other direction. One on the left, one on the right, the two of them gradually tightened the encirclement. The black cat crouched between them, its tail slowly sweeping across the floor. Its pupils contracted, then widened, as if judging which direction would be easier to break through. Slowly. Don't startle it, Ime Fashi said in a low voice. Suin responded and lightened his steps, one step, then two, slowly closing in. The black cat tilted its head, looked at Ime Fashi, then at Suwon, and let out a short, low sound from its throat. Meow, the black cat cried out once, then suddenly leaped, easily slipping right through the middle of the two of them. After landing, the black cat didn't pause at all. It nimbly darted around the ink lines on the ground. Those dark red inker's lines crisscrossed over the floor. For Suwon, every step required care to avoid them, but for the slim black cat, they posed no obstacle at all. It moved freely through the grid, like a stream of black mercury flowing through cracks. Ime Fashi bent down to chase after it. The hem of his Taoist robe swept across the ink lines on the ground, and he nearly tripped over himself. He staggered, steadied himself, and when he looked up again, the black cat had already used the wooden rack in the corner as a foothold, kicked off twice, and jumped onto the top of the coffin. Meow. The black cat crouched right in the center of the coffin lid, tail curled around its front paws, then licked one paw, as though it had found a bed entirely to its liking. This is bad. A black cat startling the corpse, an omen of great evil. Ime Fashi's expression changed drastically as his hand grabbed for the small wooden puppet hanging at his waist. Bang! The coffin lid was violently flung open by an invisible force and slammed into the ceiling. The black cat standing on the coffin had no time to dodge and was crushed straight into a lump of minced flesh. Inside the coffin, a black shadow suddenly shot out and flew toward the ceiling. Then it slammed into the inker's line, strung across the ceiling. The ink line, soaked in black dog blood and cinnabar, exploded into a dense spray of golden sparks the instant it touched the black shadow. Crackling bursts like firecrackers erupted overhead. Then the shadow was knocked straight back. Inker's lines covered all four sides. The black shadow couldn't fly out at all. It charged left and rammed right. But each time it was bounced back, flying through the sky and burrowing through the earth. It really is a corpse ghost. Ime Fashi gritted his teeth and said this, then hurled the wooden puppet in his hand to the ground. The moment it hit the floor, the puppet instantly grew larger. The little puppet, originally only palm-sized, became a wooden giant over 2 meters tall in the span of a breath. Go, Ime Fashi commanded. The wooden man took heavy steps and slowly walked toward the black shadow that was still crashing around everywhere. What was that wooden man? A bug Ime Fashi had mastered? Suwon was a little curious, but there was no time to think. He tore open several glucose packets and stuffed them all in his mouth at once. He controlled the yang energy to circulate rapidly through his body. A large amount of yang energy quickly formed and spread outward from within him. After crashing into the walls several more times, the black shadow finally stopped. It floated above the coffin at about the height of a person, with dense black mist surging all around it. In the center of the mist, a withered humanoid outline could vaguely be seen. Master Ren's originally ruddy and full skin had now become dry and sunken, like old tree bark dried by decades of wind, clinging tightly to the bones. Where the eyes should have been, only 2 pitch-black hollows remained. His hair hung loose over his shoulders, and the upper half white and lower half black looked especially terrifying within a mist. Be careful. Ime Fashi drew a peachwood sword and stood ready. That wooden man slowly advanced toward Master Ren. As if enraged, Master Ren suddenly smashed toward the wooden man. Bang! Old Master Ren slammed hard into the wooden mannequin, but the mannequin didn't budge an inch. Instead, he was sent flying back. Old Master Ren floated up again, changed targets, and rushed straight at Ime Taoist and Suwon. Ime Taoist raised the peachwood sword in his hand and stood ready. The wooden mannequin slowly turned around and continued chasing after Old Master Ren. Wrapped in black mist, that shriveled body charged straight at Suwon, so fast it looked like a bolt of black lightning. Suwon swallowed hard, his heart pounding wildly. The moment Old Master Ren crashed into the dense layer of yang energy around Suwon, he let out a hoarse, piercing shriek, like metal scraping across glass. As soon as the black mist touched the area overflowing with yang energy, it rapidly evaporated and scattered, crackling and popping like ice water splashed into a pot of boiling oil. The corpse ghoul was blasted away by that scorching pure yang power, smashed into the wall, bounced back to the ground, rolled twice, and only then floated up again. Ime Daoist let out a breath of relief. Only now did he realize that, for some unknown reason, the yang energy on Su Wen's body had suddenly grown several times stronger. It was practically like a blazing great sun. Old Master Ren was clearly unwilling to give up. He paused in place for less than 2 breaths, then charged at Su Wen again. Su Wen jumped in fright and hurriedly stuffed glucose tablets in his mouth, desperately driving the yang energy inside his body into motion. The yang energy spun faster and faster. By the end, it was even spinning 10 times in a single second. A massive amount of yang energy poured out from his body like a flood bursting through a broken dam. Around Su Wen, it looked as if a ring of golden light had appeared. Ding! You have comprehended a way to use yang energy and have randomly obtained a related trait from heart to form. Trait quality, white common. Trait effect. The more special energy your body contains, the higher your physical defense. From heart to form. The more special energy his body contained, the higher his physical defense. Su Wen felt a little excited. What a strong effect. But why was the quality only white? Could it be that the conversion ratio wasn't high? Old Master Ren kept tirelessly charging at Su Wen, only to be knocked back every single time. The black chi on his body was also growing weaker and weaker. Seizing the moment, Ime Daoist stabbed Old Master Ren with a single sword strike. A huge amount of black chi surged out of Old Master Ren's body, even briefly suppressing the surrounding yang energy. Su Wen quickly stuffed a few more glucose candies into his mouth. The yang energy surged again and burned away the black chi completely. Then a cluster of golden flames actually ignited on Old Master Ren's body, quickly burning the corpse into a pile of ashes. Ding! You have killed a ghostly creature and randomly obtained a related trait. Ghost Monster Nemesis. Trait quality, green, excellent. Trait effect. You produce an intimidation effect on all ghostly creatures. Any ghostly creature that sees you will instinctively feel fear. Another trait triggered, Ghost Monster Nemesis. The effect seemed pretty average, Su Wen thought. Ime Daoist also let out a breath of relief and waved his hand. The wooden mannequin, over 2 meters tall, jumped once. When it landed, it turned into a small wooden puppet only a dozen or so centimeters tall. Ime Daoist put away the peachwood sword, bent down to pick up the palm-sized puppet from the ground, and looked at Su Wen. He felt a little awkward. This time, he really hadn't been much help. It had almost entirely been solved by Su Wen's absurd yang energy. Do you know about corpse release immortals? Ime Daoist coughed lightly, deciding to salvage a bit of face. A little. Su Wen was somewhat puzzled. Ime Daoist seemed to have mentioned something about corpse release immortals before. The secret method Old Master Ren grasped for becoming a corpse release immortal was probably fairly complete. His physical body had already transformed. It's just a pity that his soul never returned and was occupied by some wandering ghost instead. So all his efforts fell short of the final step. Ime Daoist explained. It wasn't that he was weak. It was just that corpse ghouls happened to somewhat counter his Een soldiers. His Een soldiers had not yet been refined into roaming spirits. They couldn't fly, couldn't jump, and were rather clumsy. Su Wen not that Tao Gu Fun. If he infiltrated Master Ren's house and found some record related to the secret method of the corpse release immortal, maybe he really could get the system to hand over the complete corpse release immortal bug. Ime Daoist cleared his throat, his gaze falling on Su Wen. The yang energy on your body is extremely vigorous. I don't need to say much about that. You should know it yourself. Ime Daoist's tone turned more serious than before. But vigorous is one thing. You don't have a proper method to use it. It's like holding a fine sword in your hand, but not knowing how to draw it. As for the power of that yang energy, I'm afraid you're not even bringing out 1/10 of it. That is true. Su Wen nodded in agreement and did not argue. Ime Daoist was telling the truth. He really could force the yang energy to speed up in critical moments, but that was completely brute force. It couldn't be called technique or method. If there was some systematic method to gather, guide, and refine that power, then the combat strength Su Wen could bring out would increase by at least several times. It just so happens that my lineage has a method that can help you truly make use of that dense yang energy in your body. Su Wen looked at Ime Daoist curiously. What was Ime Daoist trying to do by saying this? Ahem, are you willing to take me as your master? Ime Daoist asked somewhat awkwardly. Ime Daoist actually wanted to accept him as a disciple. Su Wen's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Ime Daoist to bring it up on his own. He had always thought that in this kind of master-disciple plot, he would have to be the one to ask first for anything to happen. After all, he was a stranger who had appeared out of nowhere, with an unclear origin and unknown background. For ordinary people, being guarded against him would have been normal. But Ime Daoist had actually said it so directly. Still, this is a good thing. Master. Su Wen immediately bowed his head and knelt. Ime Daoist quickly helped Su Wen up and said, "Good disciple. No need for so much ceremony. Our sect doesn't have that many rules." Su Wen stood up along with emotion and patted the dust off his knees. "I once went up Maoshan to take a master and learn the arts," Ime Daoist said, recalling the past. "Although I didn't learn any especially profound abilities, I still did learn one secret method." "Master, what secret method is it?" Su Wen asked curiously. The method of refining in soldiers. In soldiers? Suwen Pondo. ISNT, that basically raising ghosts? What raising ghosts? It's in soldiers. Ime Daoist blew his beard and glared, lifting the puppet at his waist. That wooden mannequin, just now, was the in soldier I refined. I see. Suwen nodded. Refining in soldiers consumes yang energy. At the highest realm, what you get is the legendary roaming spirit. Ime Daoist continued. Then master, what level are your in soldiers at? Suwen asked curiously. Ahem, don't ask nonsense. Ime Daoist continued. Roaming spirits are divided into day roaming spirits and night roaming spirits. Day roaming spirits are a bit stronger than night roaming spirits. If you carefully refine one, using your own yang energy for decades on end, you can form a day roaming spirit. It can travel in broad daylight, soar through the sky and burrow through the earth, be immune to blades and spears, untouched by water and fire, possess immense strength, and be free of all taboos. Ime Daoist looked somewhat yearning. What about night roaming spirits? Suwen asked at the right time. A night roaming spirit can be formed by gathering a large amount of the scattered yang energy of the common people and refining it continuously for more than 10 years. It can soar through the sky and burrow through the earth, be immune to blades and spears, untouched by water and fire, and possess immense strength, but it fears the noon sun and heavenly thunder. Suwen not that Tao Fun. This one looked a bit easier. Are you literate? Ime Daoist asked again. I can read. After thinking about it, Suwen still nodded. He could read, but only a little. Suwen recognized the writing of the real world, but not the writing of the dreamscape world. But through the bug, he could still understand the meaning of those characters. That is fine then. Ime Fashi nodded and did not dwell on the issue. I'll give you the secret art later. Study it carefully, and if there is anything you don't understand, come ask me. For now, clean up the room first. Okay. Suwen nodded, then suddenly remembered something. Right, Master. Old Master Rene's corpse has already turned to ash. If Master Ren comes tomorrow and doesn't see the body, what do we do? I have my own way. Ime Fashi looked completely confident. Oh, Suwen nodded and, together with Ime Fashi, removed all the ink string lines wound around the area. Then they swept up the small pile of ashes left by old Master Ren, poured into the coffin, and closed the lid. Ime Fashi then found some yellow paper, dipped it into the remaining black dog blood and cinnabar in the iron basin, and began drawing talismans one after another. The liquid made from cinnabar and black dog blood left dark red patterns across the yellow paper. The strokes bent and twisted like some variant of an ancient script. Ime Fashi drew very quickly, without pause or hesitation. He finished each one in a single smooth motion, then neatly pasted them onto the coffin lid. Suwen leaned in and watched for a while before asking, Master, do the symbols on these yellow talismans have any special effect? Ime Fashi glanced down at the talisman he had just pasted on, thought for a moment, and honestly said, no special effect. They just look nice. Oh. Soon, the coffin was covered in yellow talismans. The whole thing really did look like it had been properly handled, with a strong sense of ritual to it. All right. Ime Fashi stepped back 2 paces, looked it over and clapped his hands. Let us go to the main hall. Ime Fashi led Suwen out of the morgue and into the main hall. Come, offer a stick of incense to the 3 pure ones. Ime Fashi pulled 3 incense sticks from the incense tube and lit them at the candlestick. Then he lightly flicked his wrist, and the open flame immediately went out, leaving only 3 thin trails of white smoke curling upward. When offering incense, you do it like this. Ime Fashi handed the incense to Suwen, then demonstrated the hand posture beside him. Use the thumb of your right hand to press at the base of your middle finger. Then pass the thumb of your left hand through the tiger S mouth of your right hand and press the base of your right ring finger. Cup both hands together into the shape of a taiji circle, forming a natural ring between the left and right hands. Suwen copied Ime Fashi's movements, took the incense, and slowly adjusted his hands into that posture. Bow 3 times toward the portrait Ime Fashi prompted from the side. Suwen raised the incense before his chest as instructed and bowed 3 times to the portrait of the 3 pure ones. Insert the incense into the burner with your left hand. First the middle one for Yuan Shi Tianzuan, then the one on the right for Lingbao Tianzuan, and finally the one on the left for Taishan Laojun. Following Ime Fashi's guidance, Suwen inserted the incense sticks into the burner one by one. Good. Ime Fashi nodded in satisfaction, fished out a small booklet from beneath the offering table, handed it to Suwen, and said, This is the secret method for refining in soldiers. It also records some other techniques. I'm giving it to you today. Suwen took the booklet. Ime Fashi yawned. It's getting late. Rest early. Whatever it is, we'll talk after we wake up. Ime Fashi led Suwen out of the main hall, crossed the courtyard, and stopped at the door of a side room on the east side. He pushed open the wooden door. You can rest here for now. Ime Fashi stood at the doorway. Okay. Thank you, Master. Ime Fashi nodded and turned to leave. Suwen closed the door, opened the booklet, and fixed his eyes on the densely packed vertical, brush-written characters. Then he narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, Suwen could not recognize a single word in it. But that was fine. Suwon still had his bug that let him directly understand written text. He pressed his index finger against the characters and tried tracing them according to the stroke order. After several tries, the pad of his index finger grew warm, and he suddenly understood the text. At the start was a lofty-sounding introduction. Soldiers borrow yang energy to nourish spirit, transforming dead matter into living divinity. This method was passed down from Aoshan, with yang energy as the foundation and a wooden puppet as the medium. When cultivated to the highest level, one may command ghosts and gods and suppress evil and calamity. Those who practice it must keep their hearts upright and not fall onto the wicked path. The general meaning was that soldiers were essentially made by using yang energy to nourish a wooden puppet until it developed spirituality. At the highest level, it could command ghosts and gods and suppress evil entities, but the cultivator had to keep proper thoughts and could not go astray. Suwon quickly skimmed past this introduction and flipped directly to the chapter with the actual method. Take a section of locust wood and soak it in clear water for 3 days. Remove it and bake it over a fire for 3 days. Then toss it into the air 3 times, and you will obtain wood that can change size as desired. If you wish it to grow, throw it down and it will grow. If you wish it to shrink, throw it down again and it will shrink. Ding! Bug discovered. As long as you place a piece of wood in water for 3 days, bake it over a fire for 3 days. Then throw it into the air 3 times and let it fall freely. You can get a piece of wood that can change size as desired. Drop it once and it gets bigger. Drop it again, and it gets smaller. Suwon carefully read the system prompt. A bug that can make wood grow bigger and smaller. It seemed unrelated to soldiers. No, wait. Suwon recalled what Ime Fashi had done earlier. Ime Fashi had slammed a wooden puppet onto the ground once, and it grew larger. Then in the end, the puppet had jumped by itself and shrunk again. Could it be that the wooden puppet had been carved from wood made through this bug? So that wooden man couldn't jump. The moment it jumped, it would automatically shrink. If it shrank during an intense battle, then to make it grow again, it would need to be thrown down once more. That was far too troublesome. Thoughtful, Suwon continued reading. Carve the prepared locust wood into human form. It must be carved by your own hand and may not be entrusted to another. Between knife and brush, infuse yang energy into the grain. While carving, there must be no stray thoughts. When carving the eyes, they must be left for last. When carving the left eye, recall the good deeds you have accumulated in your life. When carving the right eye, recall the evil deeds you have committed in your life. At the instant the right eye is completed, prick the tip of your right middle finger with a needle and drip blood onto the puppet's right eye. The wooden puppet will then gain spirituality and be able to move according to your will. Ding! Bug discovered. As long as you personally carve a piece of wood into a wooden puppet, think of one good deed you've done while carving the left eye. Think of one lie you've told while carving the right eye. After finishing the right eye, immediately prick the tip of your right finger with a needle and drip 1 drop of blood onto the puppet's right eye. The puppet will become a truly living thing and can be directed according to your will. This was another bug. It really was getting closer and closer to a true soldier. Suwon carefully compared the information recorded in the booklet with the system prompt, and there were indeed some subtle differences between the two. The booklet said good deeds and evil deeds, while the system prompt said a good deed you had done and a lie you had told. The meanings were similar, but the wording was not exactly the same. The booklet's good deeds and evil deeds covered a broader range, while the system prompt narrowed evil deeds down to lies told. Suwon continued reading. A newly completed soldier may have spirituality, but it has no soul and can only carry out basic commands. If you wish the soldier to commune with the divine, you must find a lonely wandering ghost of pure and kind nature. Help it fulfill its final wish from life, and after it does so willingly, use the secret method to let it possess the wooden puppet body. Ding! Bug discovered. Make a soul circle a freshly dead corpse once to the left and twice to the right, and it can enter the body and use the flesh to move around, though the corpse will gradually decay. This seemed like a bug for borrowing a corpse to return the soul. Suwon kept reading. Use stovecore earth, riverbank mud, and red clay mixed with water to make clay. Shape it into a pottery jar. Leave it under the noonday sun for 7 days. Then toss in 1 copper coin to create a yang storing jar. Discovered bug. As long as you use soil of 3 different materials, mix in salt water and mud. Shape it into a clay jar. Leave it under the sun at 12 noon for 1 minute. Keep this up for 7 days. And then drop in 1 copper coin. After taking the copper coin back out, the clay jar will continuously absorb the special energy around it. If the copper coin is placed back inside, it will stop absorbing. This was a bug that could store yang energy. Suwon kept reading. After the yang storage jar is completed, have soldier enter the jar and guide it to use the method of soul breath breathing to absorb the yang energy stored inside. This can accelerate its growth and build up the power needed to break through. Discovered bug. As long as a soul takes deep breaths, it can absorb the special energy around it to strengthen itself. Different energies have different strengthening effects. It was actually another bug, but this bug looked very simple. A soul just had to take deep breaths, right? But how are you supposed to make a soul take deep breaths? Suwon kept flipping through it. The method for refining soldiers ended here. Suwon closed the booklet, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath, feeling a bit emotional. These several bugs had actually been cleverly combined together to form a method for refining soldiers. The wisdom of the ancients really was something else. If you split these bugs apart, each one was useful on its own. Suwon continued, flipping through the booklet. The section after that contained minor secret arts. The first one was the same bug Priestime had used earlier to soothe the wandering souls. Take 1 drop of cow's eye tears and drip it onto a fresh willow leaf. Stick the willow leaf onto the center of the forehead. Close your eyes for 3 breaths. When you open them again, you'll be able to see the invisible ghosts and monsters of this world. Suwon turned the page and continued reading. Discovered bug. As long as you drip cow's eye tears onto a willow leaf and stick the willow leaf onto the center of your forehead, you can see invisible things. Another bug. Sticking a willow leaf to the forehead. Was this supposed to open the heavenly eye? Suwon thought for a moment and kept reading. There were no new bugs in the rest of the booklet. The content in the next few pages no longer revealed any new bugs. They were all records about the properties and uses of various materials. How to collect black dog blood, and when to collect it for the best effect. How the place of origin and purity of cinnabar affected the power of talismans. Why peachwood swords had to be made from peach trees grown on sunny hillsides. How different amounts of glutinous rice were needed to deal with jonksure of different ages. There are also some forms of greeting, how to indicate which sect you belong to, and how to tell what sect someone else belonged to. The content was very detailed and written very seriously. Every bit of it was highly practical notes. Suwon closed the booklet, put it into his pocket, then leaned back in the chair, stretched, and yawned. He was getting a little sleepy. Could it be that this trip through the dream realm was about to end? Suwon felt somewhat regretful. He still hadn't gone looking for the corpse release immortal secret method in Master Ren's household. And he still hadn't had time to use the method for obtaining entries that he had exchanged for in the administration bureau. Suwon slowly closed his eyes. He wondered what Priestime would do after he suddenly disappeared. Would he look for him everywhere? Would he enter this dream realm again in the future? Once he returned to the real world, he had to first try making a soldier. Dong dong dong. Knocking came from outside. Suwon turned over, pulled the blanket over his head, and kept sleeping. Priestime! Priestime! Someone outside shouted loudly. Suwon opened his eyes. Why the hell were they yelling so early in the morning? Suwon sat up in bed, stretched, and rubbed his eyes. Then he suddenly realized something was wrong. He seemed to still be inside the dream realm. He hadn't returned to the real world. What was going on? Suwon felt puzzled. He threw off the blanket, jumped out of bed, pushed open the door, and walked outside. The noonday sunlight shone straight down from overhead, spreading a bright, glaring white glow across the blue brick courtyard. Priestime was just walking toward the courtyard gate. His bright, yellow Taoist robe hung loosely on him, as if he had just climbed out of bed and hadn't had time to tie his belt properly yet. Yawning, Priestime walked toward the main gate. Master, good morning. Suwon greeted him. MHM. Priestime responded as he removed the gate bar and opened the main gate. Standing outside were Master Ren and 2 servants. Master Ren wore a brand new silk long robe. On his face was a smile mixed with expectation and nervousness. He was also clutching a neatly folded white handkerchief in his hand, using it from time to wipe the fine sweat on his forehead. Priestime, how's my father? Master Ren asked with a forced smile. Your honored father was making quite a fuss last night. Priestime yawned and rubbed his brow. None of us slept very well. Huh? Master Ren's expression immediately tightened. My father. He's all right, isn't he? It's fine, it's fine. Priestime waved his hand and casually reassured him. It's already been handled. Come with me. Priestime turned around and led Master Ren across the courtyard toward the morgue. Suwon followed behind. The morgue door was pushed open and light flooded into the room. The coffin was still resting quietly in the middle of the room. Its lid was plastered all over with yellow talismans, layered one over another like an outer robe woven from talisman paper. Master Ren hesitated at the doorway for a moment before carefully stepping inside. He circled the coffin once, his gaze repeatedly sweeping over those yellow talismans. His fingers stretched out and then pulled back. In the end, he still didn't dare touch the coffin lid. Will my father be uncomfortable like this? Master Ren asked in a lowered voice. Relax, he's very comfortable. Priestime said this with a straight face. Lift the coffin. Today we'll find an auspicious burial spot and bury him. Master Ren visibly let out a sigh of relief and quickly waved to the servants behind him. Come. Lift the coffin. The servants hurried forward and lifted the coffin. The coffin was a bit lighter than they had expected. The men exchanged glances, but said nothing. After adjusting it on their shoulders, they steadily carried it outside. A peachwood sword and a wooden puppet hung at Priestime's waist, and he held a compass in his hand as he led the way up front. Master, what's this compass used for? Suwon asked curiously. This compass was brought down from Maoshan by me. It can detect the surrounding energy, baleful energy, and corpse energy. Unfortunately, I don't have the method to make it. Oh, Suwon not that Tao Fun. Suwon walked to the side as the group passed through the fields at the edge of town and followed a dirt road toward the hillside outside town. Master Ren walked at the rear of the group, glancing back from time to time at the coffin covered in yellow talismans, his expression complicated. After walking for about 2/4 of an hour, Priest Ime stopped in front of a gentle slope. Priest Ime raised the compass and gave it a fake-looking glance, then circled the area 3 times. Finally, he stopped on a relatively level patch of ground at the top of the slope and tapped the earth with his foot. Here will do. Master Ren came over and looked around. Priest, how is this place? Backed by the mountain and sheltered by the wind, with open ground in front, a gentle slope at the back for support, and earthen mounds embracing it from left and right. Priest Ime spoke with complete seriousness. This is a rare and excellent burial site. If your honored father is buried here, he will surely bless his descendants with great wealth and high office. Master Ren grinned from ear to ear. He pulled out a bulging red packet from his sleeve and stuffed it into Priest Ime's hand. Many thanks, Priest. Many thanks. Priest Ime made a show of refusing once, then accepted it helplessly and tucked it into his sleeve. Then Master Ren came over to the side and enthusiastically directed the servants to dig the pit. Sure, Fu. Is this feng shui stuff real? Suin stepped closer and asked in a low voice. Of course it's fake, Ime Daoist said quietly as well. It's just for a good omen. This place is completely ordinary. It makes no difference where he is buried. The key is that he feels better about it. Then he wants he come looking for trouble with me later. Suin nodded, feeling that this logic was extremely practical. The servants quickly dug a square pit, carefully lowered the coffin into it, filled it back in with earth, and piled up a small mound on top. Master Ren took 3 sticks of incense from a servant, lit them, and planted them in front of the grave. Then he bent down and bowed 3 times, his eyes faintly reddening. Ime Daoist stood to the side and recited the soul-calming mantra several times before turning to Master Ren. All right, that's it for today. I'm heading back first. I barely got any sleep last night, so I need to catch up on some rest. Master Ren quickly said, Daoist, you've worked hard. I've already prepared a banquet in town. Would you like to? No need. Ime Daoist waved his hand and politely declined Master Ren's invitation. Another day. Master Ren did not insist. He took the servants and several long-term workers following behind him and headed back toward town along the dirt road. Even from far away, they could still see him repeatedly turning back to look at the new grave. Ime Daoist and Suin returned to the Yizhuang by another path. On the way back, Ime Daoist's steps were much lighter than when they came, and he seemed to be in a very good mood. After walking for a while, Ime Daoist suddenly turned to look at Suin. Have you read that secret manual yet? I've read through it once, Suin said. Ime Daoist nodded. You must do your morning lessons every day. It's not as strict here as is on Maoshan, but reciting the soul-calming mantra 10 times in the morning and 10 times at night is mandatory. All right, Suin note that. Although he knew that the soul-calming bug only needed singing and didn't have to be the soul-calming mantra specifically, he still didn't argue with Ime Daoist. Good. Ime Daoist nodded. Yin soldiers are not easy to make, and the soul-calming mantra is also an excellent method for protecting your path. If you encounter vicious gods or evil ghosts, light a stick of incense and recite the soul-calming mantra, and you'll be safe and sound. Of course, it may not work at first. You must practice diligently. Yes, sure, Fu. Suin note that. The reason it might not work at first was probably because the soul-calming mantra still wasn't the bug's favorite song. After reciting it for decades, he'd probably start chanting the soul-calming mantra automatically even in his dreams. Good. Ime Daoist was very satisfied with Suin's attitude. Next, practice your skill at carving wooden puppets first. They don't need to be especially exquisite, but they must at least roughly resemble a human. After returning to the Yizhuang, Ime Daoist took Suin into the storeroom, rummaged out a small bundle of locust wood and a set of carving knives from the bottom shelf of a wooden rack, and handed them to him. The wood was dry and pale yellow, with fine grain on the cut surface and a faint fragrance. These are just some ordinary locust wood. Practice with these first. Once you're skilled enough, you can use Rui wood for carving. Suin took the wood and carving knives, sat down by the wooden table, and started working. At first, Suin's technique was a little stiff. He couldn't control the strength of each cut very well, and several times he almost chipped the edge of the wood. But gradually, his fingers found a coordinated rhythm. With a light twist of his wrist, the blade slid along the wood grain, neither too deep nor too shallow. After about 2/4 of an hour, a rough wooden puppet with a human shape had begun to take form. The facial features had not been carved yet, but the overall body proportions were already quite balanced. The curve of the shoulders, the taper of the waist, the placement of the arms, all of it carried a sense of harmony. Did you study carpentry before? Ime Daoist came over for a look, somewhat astonished. No. Suin shook his head. This is my first time doing it. Ime Daoist picked up the puppet and examined it several times from every angle before setting it back on the table. His expression showed undisguised admiration. To carve it like this on your first try, you really are gifted beyond ordinary people. Among all the puppets I've carved in half my life, not many have reached your level. Suin scratched his head and thought of the handy and dexterous trait he had obtained earlier in the stormy illusory dreamscape. This was probably the effect of that trait. It had increased the dexterity of his hands by 30%. And the boost was especially obvious in this kind of fine manual work. Suwon continued carving several more puppets, and his technique improved more and more. By the last one, he only spent 1/4 of an hour finishing the outline, and even the direction of the hair strands and clothing folds had been carved with complete clarity. All right, let us carve directly with Rui wood now. Daoist nodded and took out a piece of locust wood from the side, handing it to Suwon. Suwon accepted the wood. This time, he carved with even greater precision, pouring more focus into every stroke. The human figure gradually emerged from the wood bit by bit. From the strands of hair, to the folds of the clothes, to the joints of the fingers, every detail was outlined clearly and accurately by the blade. Then came carving the eyes. Suwon took a deep breath and brought the blade down at the position of the left eye. At the same time, he quickly recalled a good deed in his heart. The blade turned to the right eye. At the same time, he quickly recalled a lie he had told in his heart. The moment the right eye was finished, Suwon picked up the carving knife beside him and lightly pricked the tip of his right finger. A bright red bead of blood seeped out and was smeared onto the position of the puppet's right eye. The instant the blood seeped into the wood grain, the entire surface of the puppet gave off a faint glow. It was as if a small cluster of warm light had lit up inside it, then swiftly sank deep into the grain. The puppet seemed to come alive. Suwon felt a subtle connection form between himself and the puppet. Suwon tried controlling the puppet to move. Jump once. The puppet lightly bounced on the ground. The instant it landed, it suddenly expanded, turning into a wooden figure over 2 meters tall. The wooden joints gave off faint clicking sounds. Its arms lifted slightly, as if adapting to its body. Jump again. The wooden figure leaped up, and the instant it landed, it rapidly shrank, turning back into something small enough to fit in the palm, so it could grow and shrink. Suwon fell into thought. It seemed like it could pull off some pretty amazing moves, like shrinking to dodge an attack, then suddenly growing larger to strike back. Suwon tried controlling the puppet to perform all kinds of actions: spinning, somersaults, backflips, cartwheels, squatting, and rising, doing the splits. He had a great time with it. In front of Suwon, the puppet moved and twisted like a miniature acrobat, so nimble that it hardly seemed like a block of wood at all. Daoist nodded, but felt somewhat depressed. Why was Suwon's puppets so agile, while his own puppets were clumsy and couldn't he be controlled as naturally as his own arms? Could it be because Suwon's puppet looked better than his? Tonight we can go select the Ean's soul. Rest well during the day. Oh right, I'll give you the Yang storing jar first. Start building up Yang Qi in advance. As if remembering something, Daoist turned around and took out a clay jar from deep inside the storeroom. The clay jar was a little over 10 centimeters tall. Its mouth was slightly narrower than its base. The surface was dark brown and uneven, and faint traces of hand shaping could still be seen. Suwon took the clay jar and returned to his room. Looking inside, he saw a copper coin resting within it. Suwon reached in and took out the copper coin. The clay jar immediately began rapidly absorbing the Yang Qi, dissipating from the surroundings. Suwon closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment. It seemed that the jar could not directly draw the Yang Qi inside his body. It could only absorb what leaked into the surrounding air. Suwon stuffed a glucose tablet into his mouth and began speeding up the circulation of Yang energy inside his body. Large amounts of Yang energy were rapidly generated, drifting into the air and being quickly absorbed by the clay jar. The glucose tablets were consumed at an astonishing rate as well. One after another swallowed into his stomach and converted into a continuously surging flood of Yang energy. Suwon stuffed another glucose tablet into his mouth, then felt around in his pocket. There were not many left. He needed to go into the box world and get some more. He had no idea how long he would remain in this dream realm. Would the 2 boxes of glucose tablets he had brought be enough? He also needed to find a chance to obtain the exchanged entry. Thinking this, Suwon took down the small aluminum alloy cabinet hanging at his waist. He opened the cabinet door and took out several box world from inside. Then he opened the lid of the giant python box world. Human, you finally let me out. The giant python crawled out of the box and said pitifully. We're still inside the dream realm. Suwon quickly soothed it. It's not very convenient. Human, I want to drink cola, the giant python said. Suwon performed the ritual toward the cabinet and obtained several bottles of cola. He fed a few bottles to the giant python and kept one for himself. Suwon took a sip of cola, opened his own box world, and carried up a whole box of glucose tablets. Then he started eating glucose tablets while rapidly circulating his Yang energy. 10 cycles in one breath. 20 cycles in one breath. 30 cycles in one breath. The giant python coiled around Suwon, comfortable as it narrowed its vertical pupils and enjoyed the Yang energy bath. After about an hour, Suwon stopped circulating his Yang energy and opened his eyes, only to notice something was wrong. Why was the clay jar absorbing Yang energy more and more slowly? And there were some fine cracks appearing on its surface. Could it be full? It wasn't he going to explode, was it? Suwon was startled and quickly put the copper coin into the clay jar, preventing it from continuing to absorb Yang energy. What now? Suwon scratched his head, carefully placed the clay jar at the corner of the table, then stood up and stretched his stiff waist and legs. The giant python was still coiled beside Suwon, half its vertical pupils closed and half open, looking dazed and satisfied like it had been basking in a sunbath. Human, what's wrong? The giant python sensed the warm feeling weakening and opened its eyes to ask. Nothing. Suwon shook his head. Go back into the box. I need to go out for something. Oh. The giant python reluctantly crawled back into the box. Suwon crossed the courtyard and came to the main hall. Ime Fashi was sitting by the table drinking tea. Seeing Suwon enter, he raised his brows slightly. Master, do you have any more yang storage jars? No. The one I gave you was my spare. What do you want a yang storage jar for? Ime Fashi was a little curious. One yang storage jar was enough. Even if Suwon's yang energy was abundant, it should still take a week to fill one. What if it breaks? I want a spare. Suwon scratched his head. There was no way he could say that after chugging several gene of glucose, he had directly filled the yang storage jar to the brim. Then you'll have to make one yourself. Ime Fashi shook his head. All right. Suwon felt a little helpless. It would take 7 straight days to make one yang storage jar. He did not know whether he could stay in this dream realm for 7 days. Master, can I go to town for a trip? After thinking for a moment, Suwon decided to first obtain the entry he had exchanged from the Administration Bureau. You can. Ime Fashi nodded. Thank you, Master. Suwon happily returned to his room, hung the small cabinet at his waist, picked up the half-finished bottle of cola from the table, left the Yizhuang, and headed toward town. Only halfway, there did Suwon suddenly remember. To obtain the entry, he needed to eat food equal to half his body weight. But he did not seem to have any money to buy food. Go back and borrow from Ime Fashi? 40 kilograms of food. Even if he only bought mantu, it would still cost quite a bit. If Ime Fashi asked what he needed so much money for, could he really say he wanted to buy 40 kilograms of mantu? Suwon felt troubled. Did that mean he could only obtain the entry in the next dream realm? Suwon took a sip of cola. Looking at the cola bottle, his eyes suddenly lit up. He could sell cola in exchange for mantu. After all, he could obtain cola endlessly through the ritual. It did not cost money, and people in Rinjet Town probably had never drunk cola in this era. This kind of sweet fizzy drink might actually sell for a decent price. Suwon looked around by the roadside, then turned and walked into a small grove nearby. The grove was not deep. After walking a dozen or so steps, he reached a relatively hidden clearing. The surrounding bushes and wild grass were waist-high, and from outside, it was hard to notice anyone inside. Suwon untied the small aluminum alloy cabinet from his waist and hung it on a low tree branch. Then he began performing the ritual toward the cabinet, repeating it 20 times in a row. On the grass by his feet, 20 cans of cola were lined up neatly. The beads of water on the aluminum cans were slowly evaporating under the midday sun, leaving faint streaks of moisture on the surface. Suwon climbed into his box world and poured out the glucose tablets from the cardboard box. Then he climbed back out, holding the cardboard box, and packed the cola cans into it one by one. Suwon hung the aluminum alloy cabinet at his waist, hugged the box, and walked toward town. How much should he sell the cola for? Suwon did not really understand prices in the Republican era either. Would 1 silver yuan per can work? That seemed a little expensive. Once he got to town, he would ask about the price of mantu, then set the cola price based on that. Suwon arrived at the center of town. Shops lined both sides of the street one after another. Cloth shops, grain stores, general stores, blacksmith shops. The banners hanging in front swayed gently in the breeze. There were quite a few pedestrians on the road. There were women carrying baskets, traveling merchants with shoulder bags, a few old men in short jackets squatting by the roadside basking in the sun, and a group of half-grown children chasing a yellow dog past the corner of the street. Suwon stopped in front of Manta's stall. Sir, how many would you like to buy? The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s with flour on his apron. How much are the mantu? Suwon asked. 1 fun and 5 li. The stall owner lifted the white cloth covering the basket, revealing the steaming hot mantu inside. He picked one up and weighed it in his hand. Big and affordable. Just look at how well the dough rose. Suwon took a look. The mantu were rather small, and their surface was slightly yellowish. Then he asked, how much does one weigh? The stall owner hesitated, not knowing why Suwon was asking this. About 1.5 liang. Suwon nodded and left the stall. Sir, don't go. I can make it cheaper for you. Suwon asked around at several other mantu stalls. The prices were all about the same, each mantu fluctuating between 1 fun 5 li and 2 fun, and the weight was roughly the same as well. The price level across the whole town was basically uniform, without much variation. 1 mantu was 1.5 liang. 1 jin was 16 liang. 2 jin made 1 kilogram. 1.5 liang was 47 grams. 40 kilograms meant more than 850 mantu. He only had 20 cans of cola. 1 can of cola would have to be exchanged for 42 mantu. 1 mantu cost 1 fun 5 li, so 1 can of cola would need to sell for 64 fun. Would anyone buy it? After thinking for a moment, Suwon went to a fairly bustling street and began shouting, selling cola, authentic Western soda. Some passers-by glanced at him, while others did not even stop. Suwon shouted 3 or 4 times before a middle-aged man in a gray short shirt came over. He bent down to look at the row of aluminum cans in the cardboard box, then looked back up at Suwon. How much per bottle? 70 cents. The man shook his head. So expensive? The Western soda I drank in the city was only 50 cents a bottle. Yours is even more expensive than the ones in the city. That person turned and left. Sue didn't get discouraged and kept shouting. After shouting 5 or 6 more times, a burst of laughter and conversation suddenly came from the crowd across the street. A few young men and women dressed in silk clothes were walking this way along the roadside. Leading them was a young man in a moon-white long gown. Beside him were 2 girls in Western-style dresses and a tall, thin young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. They laughed as they walked, each holding a sugar figurine they had just bought, looking very much like they were out strolling and having fun. Su's eyes lit up, and he raised his voice. Cola, authentic Western soda, the only one in all of Ringia town. Those young people really did stop. The young man in the moon-white long gown was the first to turn his head. His gaze landed on the cardboard box by Su's feet, and his eyes brightened slightly. Cola? He stepped closer, bent down, and carefully examined the aluminum cans. In this era, in Ringia town, the color and texture of aluminum cans really did stand out. The metal surface reflected the sunlight, completely different from the pottery jars and clay pots around it. We actually have someone selling cola here? Could be fake. One of the girls in a Western dress tilted her head and looked at the box, her tone full of doubt. I heard this kind of Western soda only exists in big cities. Ringia town has never had it before. One thing we know if we go take a look. The tall, thin young man with gold-rimmed glasses pushed up the glasses on his nose bridge and came over too. The few of them formed a circle around the box, their gazes moving uncertainly over the row of aluminum cans. Where did your cola come from? The young man in the moon-white long gown asked. Sue had already prepared his story. The expression on his face immediately changed into just the right amount of helplessness and embarrassment. I was originally just passing through here on a trip, but I didn't expect my money to get stolen. These few bottles of cola are all I have left on me, so I thought I'd sell them for some travel money to get home. Oh, the young people exchanged glances. The girl in the Western dress showed a sympathetic expression. That's way too miserable. How much for one bottle? The young man in the moon-white long gown asked. 70 cents. The group discussed it for a moment. The girl in the Western dress counted the money in the pouch she carried with her, then asked how much her companions had left. In the end, the young man in the moon-white long gown patted Sue on the shoulder. All right, we'll take all of them. He pulled out a handful of silver dollars from the money pouch at his waist, counted out 14 of them, and lined them up one by one on top of the cardboard box. The sound of the silver dollars clinking together was crisp and clean, and under the afternoon sunlight, they shone with a warm silver-white luster. Thank you, everyone. Sue was deeply moved. He quickly put the silver dollars into his pocket, then stepped aside to let those young people carry the box away. The young people left laughing and chatting as they carried the cola cans. After walking about a dozen steps, the girl in the Western dress turned back and waved at him. Sue raised a hand in response, then turned and quickly walked across the street. Watching those kind people leave, Sue then came to the steam bun stall and said, "Boss, I want all the steam buns here." Sir, really?" The stall owner was a little hesitant. Of course. Sue took out the silver dollars and weighed them in his hand. The stall owner's eyes lit up. He quickly counted the remaining buns. "Sir, there are still 72 steamed buns left. 1 yuan data will do. Only 72 steamed buns." Sue was a little disappointed. He was still far from his goal. He handed 1 silver dollar to the stall owner. The stall owner packed the buns and handed them to Sue. Sue took them, went to an empty corner, and entered the world inside the box carrying the buns. After putting the buns inside, he went to several other places that sold steamed buns, bought all of theirs too, and stored them all in the world inside the box. Some shops had more stock, over 200. Some had less, only 40 or 50. After making a full round, the world inside the box had a pile of about 800 steamed buns, with a combined weight of nearly 40 kilograms. Sue left the town and slipped into a small grove nearby. Now, inside his world in the box. The open ground by the lakeshore already had a pile of steamed buns and xiaobing wrapped in straw paper and coarse cloth, like a small hill of grain. As long as he ate all of this, he could get a tag. Sue took the steamed buns out. He wasn't sure whether eating inside the world in the box would trigger the tag. He moved all the buns out and placed them on an open patch of ground nearby. Squatting beside the pile, he picked up a steamed bun and took a bite. The bun was cold, but the texture was all right, soft and dense, though the wheat aroma wasn't very strong. After eating a few, Sue was choking too badly to continue, so he performed a ritual and summoned a few cans of cola. He took a big gulp to soothe his throat. The icy bubbles exploded in his mouth. So good. Sue couldn't help letting out an exclamation. Ice cold cola was way too delicious. After eating a few more, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Discovered a one-time bug. As long as you eat food equal to half your body weight within 1 hour, you will obtain 1 random related tag. The bug triggered. Sue's heart jolted, and he continued crazily stuffing himself with buns. With a body strengthened by 3 points of constitution, the strength of his stomach was also 3 times that of a normal person. Large amounts of steamed buns were eaten, then compressed in his stomach and rapidly digested. After struggling to eat the 804th steamed bun, Sue felt that his body had reached its limit. He couldn't eat another bite. Ding. You have eaten food equal to half your body weight and obtained a random related tag. Big stomach. Tag quality, green, excellent. Tag effect. Your digestive ability is greatly enhanced. Excess energy produced through digestion can be stored for use when needed. Big stomach. Suwin's eyes widened. Excess energy produced through digestion could be stored? How would it be stored? It wouldn't turn into fat, would it? That would be way too brutal. As he thought this, the steamed buns in his belly, compressed by his powerful stomach to a density nearly approaching steel, were rapidly digested. Suwin gradually felt a subtle warmth gathering around his stomach, as if an invisible container inside his body was being slowly filled with the energy produced by digestion. That container didn't seem to be in his stomach, nor in his intestines. It was like he had gained an extra phantom organ. All the energy produced through digestion was being stored in the stomach pouch. It wasn't turning into fat. Suwin let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know the principle behind it, but as long as he wouldn't get fat, that was enough. Suwin picked up the scattered straw paper and cloth wrappers from the ground one by one, folded them together into a pile, hugged them in his arms, and entered the world inside the box. He tossed the straw paper and wrappers aside and stretched lazily. Since Big Stomach could store excess energy, then he could completely eat all the glucose tablets in advance and slowly use the stored energy later. From now on, inside the dreamscape, he wouldn't need to pull out glucose tablets and stuff them into his mouth every half hour anymore. If he got hungry, he could directly draw energy from Big Stomach. That was much more convenient. He just didn't know how much energy Big Stomach could store. Enough for one day of use? Or a whole week? He still had one full box and more than half another box of glucose tablets left. If he ate all of them, he didn't know whether Big Stomach would even be able to store it all. Thinking this, he kept stuffing sugar tablets into his mouth, one pack after another, faster and faster. He tore open the package, poured it into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. The whole process was shortened to just a few seconds. He finished the remaining 1.5 boxes of glucose tablets in less than a quarter of an hour. The energy converted by the tablets inside Big Stomach pouch built up into an increasingly massive warm current, heavily stored inside that invisible container. But Big Stomach pouch still hadn't reached its storage limit. It was as if there was still a huge amount of empty space left unfilled. The energy from 1.5 boxes of glucose tablets was probably enough for his normal consumption for 1 week, and it still wasn't full. Just how large was the capacity of Big Stomach pouch? Suwin climbed out of the world inside the box, closed the lid, and put it back into the aluminum alloy cabinet. Then he hung the little cabinet back at his waist. Suwin walked out of the small grove, followed the path he had come by back to the main road, and glanced at the sky. The sun was still hanging at an angle overhead. There was still some time before it set. Should he secretly sneak into Master Ns' house and see if he could find any information about the corpse release immortal secret art? But in broad daylight, it seemed easy to get discovered. Should he wait and try again at night? But Suwin also didn't know how much longer he could stay inside this dreamscape, or whether he could even wait until nightfall. Better head back to the mortuary first. Thinking that, Suwin followed the road back to the mortuary. The courtyard gate was half closed. Through the crack in the door, he could see the green brick ground inside the yard and the shadow of that old locust tree. Master May wasn't in the main room. He had probably already gone back to catch up on sleep. Suwin crossed the courtyard, pushed open the door to his side room, walked in, and closed the door behind him. The light in the room was soft. The afternoon sunlight filtering through the window paper spread a patch of warm light over the green brick floor. Suwin walked to the table and sat down, took off the aluminum alloy cabinet from his waist and placed on the tabletop, then took out the iron box holding the giant python and opened the lid. The next second, the giant python emerged from the mouth of the box, swiftly uncoiled her body inside the room, swept her vertical pupils around the surroundings, then turned back to look at Suwin, her tone carrying obvious disappointment. Human, when can we go back? Go back where? Go back. The tip of the giant python's tail lightly tapped the edge of the bed. Play on the computer, play games. I only made it to stage 10 in that Ultraman fighting game. Suwin couldn't help laughing. He reached out and patted the head she leaned over. How long have we even been out? And you're already thinking about games again? But it's so boring here. The tip of the giant python's tail drooped, hanging listlessly over the side of the bed. Human, I want to drink cola. All right. Suwin performed a ritual toward the aluminum alloy cabinet on the table. Opened the cabinet door, took out a can of ice cola from inside, popped the tab, and poured it into the giant python's open mouth. After the cola went down, the giant python's vertical pupils brightened a little, but that dispirited mood still hadn't completely faded. The giant python rested her head on the edge of the bed. The tip of her tail swayed lightly without purpose, her eyes half narrowed, as if she were spacing out, or perhaps thinking about something. Toward evening, Master Ime came and knocked on the door once, calling Suwin to the main hall for dinner. 1 bowl of white porridge, 1 plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers, 1 basket of steamed buns. It was extremely simple. After dinner, Master Ime didn't leave right away. Instead, he sat by the table and slowly drank a bowl of tea. Only after the sky had completely darkened did he stand up and call to Suwin. Let's go. We're heading out to find soldiers. Outside, the night was dark and the wind fierce. The clouds were thick, covering the moon completely. In the courtyard, Only the dim yellow light from the paper lantern in Master Ime's hand cast a swaying circle of warm-colored glow over the green brick ground. Suwon followed Master Ime out the door and left the mortuary. Master Ime carried the lantern in front, and Suwon followed behind him as they walked along the small path outside the town toward the outskirts. The fields on both sides of the road had turned into vast, dark outlines in the night. Occasionally, a chirp or two of insects came from the grass, then quickly vanished into the darkness. After walking for about half a quarter of an hour, an uneven stretch of sloped land appeared ahead. Scattered across it were mounds of various sizes, casting shadows of different depths under the lantern light. This was the graveyard of Rinjia Town. Master Ime stopped outside, took out a small jade bottle from his robe, then pulled out a handful of fresh willow leaves. The edges of the willow leaves glistened with a moist green sheen under the lantern light, as if they had just been picked from the tree. First, open your heavenly eye. Master Ime poured out a drop of liquid from the small jade bottle onto one willow leaf. He pressed the willow leaf to the center of his brow, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. So this was probably that bug with ox tears and willow leaves opening the heavenly eye. Suwon copied what he did, took a willow leaf, dripped that transparent liquid onto its surface, then raised his hand and pressed the leaf to the center of his brow. A cool sensation brushed across his skin. Suwon looked again at the grave mounds around him. In the originally dark graveyard, many blurry, semi-transparent human-shaped outlines had appeared. Most of those outlines were squatting beside grave mounds. Some leaned against gravestones, some curled up into balls. Their movements were all different, but they all looked dull and stupid, and it was impossible to tell what they were doing. Master, these are? Suwon asked curiously. That's right, they're all Ian's souls. Master Ime nodded. This time, we need to find one that can communicate normally. Carrying the lantern, Master Ime walked toward the nearest grave mound, and Suwon followed beside him. The grave mound wasn't too large. A few clumps of withered grass grew on the dirt pile. A blurry, thin little figure was squatting at the side of the mound, its lips moving rapidly, as if it were repeating something over and over. Suwon stepped a little closer, wanted to hear clearly what this Ian soul was muttering. But the moment he took one step forward, it was as if the Ian soul had encountered some irresistible force. Starting from the edges, it rapidly turned transparent and blurry. Like mist under the sun, it directly dispersed. Master, what happened? Suwon asked, somewhat confused. Aya, your yang energy is too vigorous. It directly scattered the Ian energy on this Ian soul. Master Ime turned and glanced at him as he spoke. Ah! Suwon froze for a moment. So had he just killed someone? A ghost probably didn't count as a person, right? Can it come back? It dispersed this cleanly. So no, it can't come back. Master Ime shook his head. But this kind of Ian soul already lacks spiritual intelligence to begin with. It only has a few fragments of obsession left, replaying over and over. There is not much use in keeping it around anyway. Suwon note that. After thinking for a moment, he took the initiative to lower the circulation speed of the yang energy inside his body. The generation speed of yang energy also decreased accordingly, and the amount leaking out was greatly reduced as well. Master Ime looked at Suwon in surprise. He hadn't expected Suwon to be able to actively lower his yang energy. That was way too absurd. He could understand increasing yang energy, but actively reducing it? Could it be that Suwon could freely control yang energy? In this world, everyone contained yang energy within their body, but someone like Suwon, he had never even heard of such a thing. Still, Master Ime didn't ask further. He simply carried the lantern and continued forward, leading Suwon to find the next Ian soul. The second Ian soul was sitting on a low grave mound. Its form was incomplete, with only the upper half of its body. Everything below the waist had completely vanished, and at the broken section was a blurry, grayish-white cloud of mist. It kept repeating the same sentence over and over from its mouth. My butt hurts. Suwon took a careful look. He hadn't expected this Ian soul to have only its upper half, with the lower half vanished without a trace. No wonder its butt hurt. But if it didn't even have a butt anymore, how could its butt still hurt? Fellow villager, Master Ime called out. My butt hurts. The Ian soul didn't turn its head, nor did it respond, as if it had no awareness of the outside world at all. Daoist Ime shook his head helplessly and led Suwon to find the next Ian soul. The third Ian soul was curled up behind a larger grave mound, making vague humming sounds through its mouth. The fourth was hanging from the edge of a tombstone, swaying back and forth like a tattered old flag in the wind. They found several in a row, but not a single one could communicate normally. Only when Daoist Ime came to a relatively isolated dirt mound near the southern side of the graveyard did things change. That grave mound was slightly smaller than the surrounding ones. In front of it stood a bluestone stele about half a person's height, with several lines of text carved into its surface, though they couldn't be seen clearly in the lantern light. A female Ian soul in old-style clothes was squatting beside the grave mound with her back to them. Her hair hung loosely over her shoulders, and her figure was thin. Before Daoist Ime could speak, the young woman seemed to sense something and suddenly whipped her head around. The moment she saw Daoist Ime, her whole face turned deathly pale. Then she spun around and ran, circling the grave mound at high speed like she had run into a ghost wall. Stop running. You can't get out anyway. Taoist Ime said as he walked to the grave mound and looked at the Een soul spinning in circles. Taoist Ime, don't kill me. I've never harmed anyone. The Een soul kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. I want to kill you. Taoist Ime's tone was calm as he reassured her. Do you have any unfulfilled wish? Unfulfilled wish, the Een soul muttered. Ding. A one-time bug has been discovered. As long as you fulfill one Een soul's final wish, you can randomly obtain one related entry. A one-time bug. He could get another entry again. Suwon felt a little excited. My name is Baigi. I'm Master Rin's illegitimate daughter, Baijia said. Madam, Rin has always bullied me. I want revenge. This Baijia's final wish seemed to be connected to the Rin family, Suwon thought. Maybe he could use this chance to look for the corpse dissolution immortal secret art too. How do you want to take revenge? Taoist Ime asked with a slight frown. I want Baijia to show a carefree smile and scare her hard. Taoist Ime froze for a moment, then nodded and said, good. Suwon, you can help her fulfill this wish. Take out the puppet and let her stay in it for now. Oh. Suwon quickly took out the puppet and said, Miss Baijia, hurry and get in. I'll take you to fulfill your wish. Baijia rolled her eyes at Suwon and floated toward the puppet in his hand. Unexpectedly, she passed straight through the puppet, slammed into Suwon's palm. Loud a faint ah, and bounced back half a foot. Baijia flopped onto the ground, looking a little annoyed. You're so hot, and I can't touch this puppet at all. Forgot to mention it. You should circle the puppet to the left 3 times first, and then, This time, Baijia circled the puppet several times. Her body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, rapidly shrinking and condensing before being sucked into the puppet's wooden shell. The puppet in Suwon's hand suddenly turned warm, and it felt soft to the touch. Its originally stiff facial lines became gentle and lively. The corners of its mouth lifted slightly, and a faint glimmer flashed in its eye sockets. I have a body again. Baijia's excited voice came out from the puppet's mouth. The puppet's waist kept twisting, and Suwon quickly loosened his grip and let the puppet stand on his palm. So amazing. Baijia looked up at Suwon's face, then lowered her head to look at her own hands, letting out a heartfelt sigh. Then she controlled the puppet body and moved around on Suwon's palm, clearly finding it all very novel. Ahem, enough. Taoist Ime coughed twice. Go fulfill Miss Baijia's wish. Okay. Suwon drew his hand back in front of him and let the puppet stand on his shoulder. Baijia carefully climbed along his arm and sat on the edge of his shoulder. Her 2 little wooden legs dangled and swung as she craned her head around to look below. So high. Baiji got Suwon et gola. Her voice carrying a trace of nervous excitement. Taoist Ime walked ahead with the lantern, and Suwon followed behind. The 2 of them, plus 1 puppet, walked back along the road they had come from. The night was still heavy. Occasionally, the outline of a half moon would show through the clouds, only to be quickly covered again by drifting cloud layers. The fields on both sides of the road stretched into broad dark plains in the night. In the distance, the outline of the town could vaguely be seen, with a few scattered lights dotting the darkness like sparse stars. Very soon, Taoist Ime led Suwon into town. At midnight, not a single person was on the streets. 2 men and 1 puppet passed through 3 streets and alleys before stopping in a patch of shadow outside the wall of the Rin family estate. The courtyard wall was a little taller than Suwon had imagined. The surface of the wall, built from blue bricks, was flat and smooth. The top was covered with gray tiles, with not many protrusions to use as footholds. Go in. Don't cause extra trouble. I'll cover you from outside. Taoist Ime instructed. Got it. Suwon nodded, then jumped straight up. Both hands caught the tiled edge of the wall, and with a burst from his waist and abdomen, he flipped himself over. His movements were clean and swift. He made almost no sound when he landed. His feet touched the blue brick ground inside the courtyard, and his knees bent slightly before he steadied himself. The courtyard looked even more spacious than it had during the day. The main hall's doors were tightly shut. The corridor pillars cast lines of parallel shadows. Most of the moonlight was hidden behind the clouds, leaving the entire courtyard wrapped in a dim silver-gray gloom. Relying on his earlier memory, Suwon first went to the study, preparing to search for the corpse dissolution immortal secret art. When he reached the door, he gave it a tentative push. It was T-locked. As the wooden hinge turned, it let out a very faint, drawn-out creak that sounded especially clear in the quiet night. Suwon paused, listened carefully for several breaths, and only after confirming that no one had been alarmed did he push the door open enough to slip through sideways. Bookshelves stood against all 3 walls, packed full with books of all sizes. Thread-bound books, handwritten copies, scrolls, loose pages, old and new were stacked together. Some spines were worn so badly the writing could no longer be read, while others were still fairly well preserved. Suwon looked over the shelves, but he didn't recognize any of the characters. He pulled out a book and opened it. Finding one character he often gestured, he quickly traced its strokes and used the bug for understanding unfamiliar writing. After his fingertips grew slightly warm, Suwon completely recognized the words on the page. This was a local gazetteer recording the customs and geography of the dozens of li surrounding Rin family town. Suwon closed the book and put it back, then pulled out the next one. He began searching through the shelves, opening every book and taking a look, but he found no record related to the corpse dissolution immortal. Suwon had practically gone through all the books on the shelves and still found nothing about the corpse dissolution immortal secret art. He stepped back and moved his gaze away from the book spines, sweeping it across the bookshelves themselves. Carved wooden shelves, dark brown lacquer, meticulous craftsmanship. Every divider layer had precise mortise and tenon joints. If old Master Ren had really hidden the corpse dissolution immortal secret art in the house, then the safest place. Suwon fell into brief thought. Maybe the corpse dissolution immortal secret art was hidden in a secret compartment inside the bookshelf. Suwon started knocking here and there on the shelves, carefully distinguishing the differences in the knocking sounds, trying to find a hidden compartment. Hey, where are we going to find that old woman? The young woman on his shoulder was starting to get impatient. She leaned half her body out from his shoulder, her wooden chin resting against his collar as she asked. Very soon, Suwon answered casually, his fingers not stopping as he moved to the vertical side panel fixed between the floor and the ceiling. The panel looked no different from the others, same dark brown paint, same with grain, but when Suwon rapped his knuckles against the dong, the echo was hollow. Suwon felt around for a bit and, sure enough, opened a hidden compartment. Inside lay a thin booklet. Its cover was made of coarse dark yellow paper, with no title and no label. It looked completely ordinary. Overjoyed, Suwon quickly picked it up and read carefully. I have traveled far and wide, studying the Tao of corpse liberation immortality. After 30 years, I have gained a little understanding. I record it here for future generations to reference. Whoever obtains it by chance should know that this path is fraught with danger. Without great perseverance, one must not attempt it lightly. This seemed to be old Master Ren's notes. Suwon thought and kept reading. Though the flesh turns to ash and rots away, the blood sinks and the vessels scatter, the 5 viscera still remain of themselves, and the white bones become like jade. It may emerge after 30 years, 20 years, 10 years, or 5 years, as it pleases. The highest class sheds the body and ascends into the void, and is called a heavenly immortal. The middle class roams the famous mountains, and is called an earthly immortal. The lower class dies first and sloughs off afterward, and is called a corpse liberation immortal. This seemed to be some explanation about corpse liberation immortals. Suwon kept flipping through. The next few pages were ancient cases of corpse liberation immortals collected by Run Wanfa. The handwriting was much neater than before, as if copied down from various old texts. Li Xiaojun, a Fengshi during Emperor Wu of Han's reign, died without illness and was buried. Emperor Wu became suspicious and had the coffin opened. It was empty, with only robes, hat, shoes, and socks left inside. The physical body had completely vanished, determined to be a case of clothing liberation, corpse liberation. Fei Changfeng followed, who gone into the mountains and cultivated the Tao for many years, then feigned death and was buried. Several years later, Fei Changfeng returned home alone. His family opened the coffin and found only a bamboo staff inscribed with cinnabar writing. He had transformed the bamboo staff into a substitute body to remain in the coffin while his true self escaped. Staff liberation, corpse liberation. Bao Liang, Sitai Nim Bao Dai Susung. Gohong's father-in-law and governor of Nanhai obtained Yin Chongqing's blade liberation art. After his death, he was buried at Shizigang. During Su Jun's rebellion in the Eastern Jin, grave robbers dug, opened his tomb. There was no corpse in the coffin, only a large blade left behind. When the thieves tried to take it, wind and thunder suddenly erupted from the tomb, and the crowd fled in terror. Sword liberation. Gu Xian, immortal Lord Gu, Gohong's granduncle, informed his disciples beforehand that he would undergo corpse liberation on August 12th. When the day came, he sat upright in proper robes and quietly ceased breathing, his complexion still like the living. After burial, the coffin was opened and only his clothing remained. His physical body had dispersed. Clothing liberation. Ye Hong, Pusi, at the age of 81, sat upright in eternal sleep on Luofu Mountain. His complexion was like the living, and his limbs remained supple. When the coffin was lifted, it was astonishingly light, as if it contained only an empty set of clothes. The world widely acknowledged that he had departed through corpse liberation. These seemed to be people from ancient times who had successfully completed corpse liberation. Suwon kept reading. What came next was old Master Rin's efforts running around everywhere, gathering information related to corpse liberation immortals, and in the end, organizing a secret method he believed to be feasible. Choose an auspicious day, an hour, feign death, and be buried. The tomb must be placed in a site where the chi of the 4 yin is stored, embraced on 3 sides and facing the sun on one. A Te body refining talisman must be drawn on the body to absorb the lunar radiance of great yin and protect the nascent soul from invasion by yin evil. What followed was a section on a pill formula and how to use it. Take 5 materials: gold, cinnabar, wood mercury, lead powder, and yellow earth. An appropriate amount of each. Gold is taken for its hardness, cinnabar for its yang, mercury for its change, lead for its sinking, and earth for its thickness. Grind the 5 into fine powder according to the numbers 1 gold, 2 cinnabar, 3 mercury for lead, 5 earth, mix with honey into pills, and take them. This can cause the flesh to rot quickly and nourish the bones. Ding, bug discovered. Take a corpse and, according to the ratio of 1 gold, 2 cinnabar, 3 mercury for lead, 5 earth, grind gold, cinnabar, mercury, black lead, and yellow earth in a fine powder. Mix with dew into a paste and smear it over the corpse. Then bury the corpse at least 10 meters underground. After 7 days, the flesh will rapidly decay, and all the essence of the flesh and blood will be absorbed by the bones. The white bones will become smooth and lustrous like jade, and as tough as steel. Suwin read it carefully. This seemed to be a bug that sacrificed flesh and blood to strengthen the bones. A necromancer would probably be thrilled. Suwin continued reading Old Master Ren's notes. Inside the tomb, 7 lamps must be lit, using the number of the 7 stars to fix the orientation, and a bronze mirror must be set into the coffin lid. Ding, bug discovered. Take a complete skeleton with not a shred of flesh on it. Place 7 lamps around the skeleton and use a mirror to reflect the lamplight across every part of the white bones. Then the skeleton can regrow flesh and blood. The strength of the newly grown flesh and blood is related to the strength of the bones. This was a bug that let white bones regrow flesh. And the strength of the newly grown flesh was directly tied to the strength of the bones. In other words, if the bones were hard enough, the newly regrown body would also be tough enough. Combined with the previous bug, first use the pill to refine the bones until the white bones became like jade, then use the mirror to regrow flesh. Strengthen the bones first, then regrow the flesh. If the whole process was completed, it really could create a new body far beyond that of an ordinary person. Suwin continued checking the rest of the notes, but no new bugs were triggered. He flipped a few more pages. There were still no new bug triggers. What remained were miscellaneous notes and annotations, supplemental explanations on feng shui site selection, records on calculating the proper time, and several passages on his ideas for improving the Tay body refining talisman. The handwriting was messy, and some parts had been repeatedly crossed out and revised. The last few pages were blank, as if he had stopped writing before he could finish. Suwin closed the booklet and slipped it into the inner pocket of his coat, then carefully pushed the panel of the hidden compartment back into place. When the wooden board shut, it made an extremely faint click, as if it had slotted back into its groove and returned to a perfectly seamless state. Suwin fell into thought. The secret corpse liberation immortal method organized by Old Master Ren seemed a bit unreliable. For example, the most crucial part, the Tay body refining talisman meant to protect the soul, wasn't a bug. There was no telling whether it actually worked. But judging from Old Master Ren's condition, it seemed to have been useless. Or perhaps the version Ren Wanfa drew was incomplete, causing his soul to be exposed during the process of the body rotting away and letting wandering lonely ghosts seize it. He would have to find a method that could truly protect the soul before he could safely use this secret technique. Still, he probably had no use for this secret technique anyway. Suwin shook his head. After all, he'd have to die once first. What if he couldn't come back to life? Done yet? Bai Jia lay on Suwin's shoulder, her 2 little wooden legs swinging. Seeing that Suwin had stopped reading, she asked, Done. Suwin nodded, lightened his steps, pushed open the study door, and slipped out. He quietly left the study and closed the door behind him. Which room are Master Ren and Madame Ren staying in? Suwin asked in a low voice. In the east wing, the young married woman Bai Jia said excitedly, pointing with her hand. Suwin crept over to the window of the east wing, crouched below the sill, reached out to grip the edge of the window frame, and cautiously lifted. The wooden window wasn't latched. With a light pull, it opened a crack 2 fingers wide. Go inside and scare her, then we'll leave right away. Suwin turned his head and whispered to the puppet on his shoulder. Okay. Bai Jia's tone carried irrepressible excitement. She stood up on Suwin's shoulder, bent her little wooden legs slightly, then leaped. She accurately grabbed the window ledge, flipped over, and slipped inside. Madame Ren was lying on her side in bed, the blanket pulled up to her shoulders. Her breathing was even and long. She was sleeping soundly. Bai Jia climbed lightly along the edge of the bed. Her wooden feet, stepping on the blanket, left almost no trace. She crawled to the side of the pillow, then bent down, reached out, grabbed a strand of Madame Ren's hair, and gave it a light tug. Stop it. Madame Ren, Motsutwigli. She raised a hand and slapped toward the pillow, but the back of her hand touched something hard and icy. What is that? Mrs. Ren felt that something was off. She opened her eyes and saw a palm-sized wooden puppet sitting on the pillow, an eerie smile still hanging from the corners of its mouth. Give me back my life, Bai Jia said in a ghostly voice. Ghost? You scare me to death. Mrs. Ren rolled her eyes back and fainted on the spot. So lame. Bai Jia curled her lips, jumped down from the pillow, and quickly ran along the edge of the bed toward the windowsill. What ghost? Master Ren was jolted awake. He lit the lamp and looked around, but found nothing at all. Ding, you have fulfilled the final wish of Ian's soul. Randomly obtained related entry. Money can make even ghosts push the mill. Entry quality, blue elite. Entry effect. After giving money to a ghostly being, you can forcibly command it. The money must be currency that has circulated. The more times it has circulated, the better the effect. On entry, Sue and S spirits lifted. Could it be that Baijia had already fulfilled her final wish? While he was thinking that, Baijia climbed out through the window, lightly jumped onto Sue and S' shoulder, sat down steadily, and grabbed his collar. Let us go quick. Okay. After catching Baijia, Sue didn't hesitate. He went to the wall, took 2 steps back for a running start, planted his foot on a protruding brick seam for leverage, hooked both hands onto the roof tiles at the top of the wall, and flipped himself over in one motion. Did it work? Daoist asked. It should have. Sue looked at Baijia on his shoulder. That was awesome. Baijia nodded, swinging her 2 wooden legs excitedly. By now, noisy shouting had already started inside the courtyard. Some people ran out from the side rooms, while others carried torches and rushed back and forth through the corridors. All right, let us head back to the mortuary first, Daoist said, turning toward the direction of the mortuary. Okay. Sue nodded and followed behind him. Only on the way back did Sue finally have time to look over the entry he had just gotten. Money can make even ghosts push the mill. The more times the money had circulated, the better the effect. This entry looked expensive as hell. Sue's salary was already not enough to spend. He needed to buy glucose, and he still had to buy pork for the giant python. He had to find a way to make more money. The 3 of them quickly made their way back to the mortuary along the small path at the edge of town. The night was still thick, but the eastern horizon had already begun to take on a faint gray-blue tint, as if ink had been diluted just a little. The air carried that chill, damp feeling unique to the hour before dawn, mixed with the scent of roadside plants and soil. When they arrived at the mortuary, inside the main hall, Daoist looked serious as he turned to Baijia, who was standing on the table. The little wooden puppet was sitting on the edge of the table, swinging her legs, clearly in an excellent mood. Benefactor, since you fulfilled your final wish, you can no longer remain in this world. Then where am I supposed to go? Baijia asked cautiously while standing on the table. Of course to the underworld, to be reincarnated, Daoist said. Can I not go? Baijia asked pitifully. If I reincarnate, would I still even be me? I wouldn't have any memories. Better to live badly than die well. Staying inside this wooden puppet actually felt pretty good to her. It's not impossible, but Daoist fell into thought. But what? Baijia asked nervously. But you must stay by my disciple's side and protect him. Daoist finally revealed his true intention. Okay, I'll serve young master, Sue well. Baijia looked at Sue, agreed immediately, then jumped onto his shoulder and sat down. Good. Daoist nodded in satisfaction, then yawned. All right, it's getting late. You 2 should rest early. Sue nodded and turned toward the door. But when he reached the doorway, a powerful wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over him. So sleepy. Wait, no. Sue immediately sensed that something was wrong. This time, it seemed like he was really about to return to the real world. He turned back for a look. Daoist was quietly drinking tea. Was this world really just an illusory dream realm? Sue fought against the sleepiness. Every single person here felt so real. If he left, what would happen to Daoist? He had finally managed to accept the disciple. No, I have to say goodbye before I go. I can't let Daoist worry. Gripping the doorframe, Sue forced himself to endure the mounting drowsiness and turned back toward the table. What is it? Daoist asked, somewhat puzzled. Master. Actually, Sue didn't really know how to explain it. I'm not from this world. I know. Daoist nodded, unsurprised. No, that's not it. Sue thought he had misunderstood, so he shook his head and tried hard to make his words clearer. What I mean is, to me, this world is a dream. I'm about to wake up now. I might never come back again. Ha ha ha. Daoist suddenly burst into loud laughter. Go on, my good disciple. I also learned all my skills on Maoshan within an illusory dream realm. After you get to Maoshan, give my regards to Grandmaster for me. What? Sue was stunned. But the surging drowsiness hit him even harder, leaving him no time to think. He could only reach up, grasp Baijia on his shoulder, and slowly close his eyes. As he watched Sue's body gradually fade until it disappeared completely, Daoist let out a faint sigh. When the false is taken for true, the true becomes false. When non-existence becomes existence, existence returns to non-existence. Erga! Sue suddenly opened his eyes. The ceiling above him was the familiar white. He had already returned to his room in the bureau. Sighed Sue let out a breath, feeling a little empty inside. Daoist, the illusory dream realm. A tiny movement came from his palm. Baijia was squeezing her way out between his fingers. Her wooden body twisted twice in Sue's palm. Then she forcefully broke free of the restraint of his fingers and sat on the edge of his hand, curiously turning her wooden head around. White walls, blue curtains, a computer screen glowing with its standby indicator light. Baijia curiously looked at everything around her. What place is this? Baijia asked curiously. This is the world I live in, Sue replied, stretching lazily. Baijia jumped down from his palm, landed on the edge of the bed, steadied herself, then leaped again onto the windowsill. Grabbing the window frame, she poked her head outside, her wooden fingers hooking over the edge of the sill as her whole body leaned slightly forward. Traffic on the street moved slowly beneath the morning sun. Buses, sedans, electric scooters, and pedestrians crossed back and forth. Most of the roadside shops were already open. Steam from freshly made buns drifted out from the entrances and was scattered by the wind into a light mist. So many cars. Baijia pressed herself against the window glass, the tip of her wooden nose almost touching the cold surface. And we're so high up too. Suwon got out of bed and glanced outside. There were actually pedestrians out there now. Could it be that during the past few days he had spent in the illusory dream realm, the Bureau had already allowed the evacuated residents of U City to return? At the same time, in a residential building several blocks away, a little girl with twin ponytails pushed open the door to her room. Her room looked like it had been ransacked. Even the password lock on her diary had been broken. Holding the diary, the little girl ran out with hurried footsteps and rushed into the kitchen. Mom, a thief broke into our house. What? Did you lose anything? Nothing missing. The girl raised the diary and waved it, but my diary got damaged. Her mother let out a breath of relief and comforted her. There wasn't anything written in that notebook anyway. Mom, how do you know I didn't write anything in it? The little girl looked confused. She had never shown her diary to her mother. Ahem. It's nothing. Hurry up and eat. Bureau headquarters, 12th floor. Suwon came to the computer desk, untied the small aluminum alloy cabinet from his waist, and set it on the desk. Baijia, who had been on the windowsill beside him, jumped down and landed lightly on the tabletop. Her wooden feet made faint tapping sounds against the smooth surface. She walked up to the computer screen and stopped, tilting her head up at the black-framed monitor. Then she lowered her head and looked at the things on the desk that she couldn't name at all. Mouse, keyboard. What is this? Baijia pointed at the computer screen and asked curiously. A computer. You can watch the news and play games on it, Suwon explained. Computer. Baijia looked thoughtful, then carefully stretched out a wooden finger and poked the edge of the screen. Suwon opened the small cabinet, took out the giant Python S boxed world, and lifted the lid. The giant python immediately crawled out of the box. After looking around, she chirped excitedly. Human, we're finally back. A snake. Such a huge snake. Baijia was so startled she let out a short cry. Her whole body bounced off the tabletop and flipped in midair. She leaped from the desk onto Suwon, grabbing his clothes and climbing upward, but she was still a step too late. The tip of the giant python S-tail had already stretched over with nimble speed. With a light hook, it wrapped around Baijia's waist, plucked her off Suwon's shoulder, and lifted her in front of its face. What is this? The giant python sniffed curiously. Don't eat me. Baijia struggled wildly. I don't taste good. My meat is sour. Would? Unfortunately, the giant python couldn't understand what she was saying and kept sniffing her back and forth. To the giant python's senses, Baijia was just a moving piece of wood, strangely shaped and able to make odd noises. Baijia, this is my partner. She wants to eat you. Suwon reached out and patted the tip of the giant python's tail, then turned to the python and said, Snake, this is my friend. You can't eat her. Friend, can't eat. The giant python seemed to think it over. The tip of her tail loosened and set Baijia back onto the desk. Then she turned toward the computer screen, and the tip of her tail skillfully pressed the power button. The screen lit up, and the giant python quickly immersed herself in the world of games. The tip of her tail moved the mouse with great dexterity and found a side-scrolling adventure combat game. After clicking it open, she leaned her whole body toward the screen, her vertical pupils following the pixel character on the screen as it bounced around. Baijia sat on the desk for quite a while, rubbing the waist that had just been pinched and making sure she hadn't fallen apart. Then she slowly calmed down. She was wood now, not flesh and blood. No animal would eat wood, right? Baijia carefully shuffled to the edge of the desk and curiously watched the giant python focus on tapping the keyboard, the tip of her tail dancing rapidly between the keys. On the screen, a little character darted through a large swarm of pixel monsters, the health bar rising and falling, the flashy effects almost dizzying. After watching for a while, Baijia gradually stopped being afraid. Instead, she was drawn in by the images on the screen. Without realizing it, she edged 2 steps closer and craned her head from the side to look at the screen. Suwon didn't disturb the two of them. He bent down and fished his phone out of the bedside table drawer. He plugged it into charge and turned it back on. A bunch of new notifications popped up, most of them system alerts and ad pushes. Suwon scrolled through them and saw a WeChat message Dong Yu had sent him. It was from yesterday. Suwon, I'm being transferred. Suwon quickly tapped into the chat. The next message had been sent an hour later. Tell me, what if I transfer into field personnel? Dong, you want to transfer into field personnel? Suwon was shocked, and then he remembered the illusionary dream realm he had just experienced. Now it seemed the illusionary dream realms had developed new types. They were no longer just simple wild beasts. There were also people, all kinds of demons and monsters. They were getting more dangerous. The types of illusionary dream realms were becoming more and more varied, more and more complex, and more dangerous. If a logistics staff member with no combat experience rashly transferred into the field and entered a dream realm of that level, the consequences would be unthinkable. He had to talk her out of it. I stayed in the illusionary dream realm for a pretty long time this round, so I didn't get the chance to reply. Suwon explained first. It's fine. Danya replied immediately. The illusionary dream realms seem to have undergone new changes lately. They're getting more and more dangerous, so don't transfer into field personnel yet. Danya was silent for a long time before finally replying. All right. Suwon let out a sigh of relief, then suddenly thought of something. Danya had already left, so who was he supposed to get to replenish the glucose solution he was short on? Knock, knock, knock. There came a knocking sound from outside the door. The giant python was just using the tip of her tail to hammer the attack key on the keyboard. On the screen, the pixel character was swinging a huge sword at a group of slimes. The instant she heard the sound, the tip of her tail froze, and her vertical pupils shifted from the screen to the door. Then, with astonishing speed, she retracted into herself and turned into a streak of light that shot into the iron box on the desk. Human, who is outside? Her cautious voice came from inside the box. No idea. I'll go check. Suwon shook his head and walked toward the door. Baijia off to the side had no idea why the giant python was hiding. She glanced at the iron box, then at the computer screen, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Her chance had come. She hurried over to the front and awkwardly tried to control the game character, copying the giant python. Suwon opened the door. Outside was Lingdi. She was wearing a light gray short-sleeve shirt today, her hair tied into a high ponytail. She was leaning against the hallway wall with her hands in her pockets. Suwon, you're back. Lingdi sounded a little pleasantly surprised. Suwon had already spent 2 nights and 1 day inside the illusionary dream realm. Yeah, Suwon, not that. I stayed in the illusionary dream realm a bit longer this time. Let's go eat. Lingdi nodded, then continued. I heard some people recently ran into natives inside the illusionary dream realms. Suwon's heart stirred. He stepped out of the room, closed the door, and followed her toward the elevator. What happened? What natives? After entering the illusionary dream realm, some people encountered humans inside. They said normal communication was possible. Those people have their own language, history, and complete social structure. It doesn't seem like something generated on the spot. Then what about the core of the illusionary dream realm? If the core is found, will that world disappear? This illusionary dream realm seems to have no core. Lingdi shook her head. The previous dream realms were more like small worlds built around mystical items. Once the core disappeared, the world disappeared too. Some worlds were even replicas of real cities. But the Bureau's judgment this time is that this illusionary dream realm is a real world. A real world. Suwon looked thoughtful. Did that mean he might still have a chance to meet One Brow Priest? That's right. That world is in the early Republican era, with demons and monsters running rampant. As Lingdi spoke, she stepped into the elevator. After Suwon left, the giant python cautiously slithered back out of the box. When she saw Baijia pressing keys all over the keyboard, the tip of her tail curled around Baijia, moved her to one side, and continued playing the game. Hey, what are you doing? Baijia puffed up in annoyance. Unfortunately, she and the giant python didn't speak the same language, so they couldn't communicate at all. Suwon arrived at the cafeteria. Even the lunch ladies serving food in the cafeteria had been replaced. Suwon got himself some breakfast and sat down with Lingdi. The lunch ladies got replaced too. Carrying his tray, Suwon walked over and sat down across from Lingdi. All of them. All the logistics personnel had been transferred away. Lingdi picked up a bun with her chopsticks, took a bite, chewed twice, and swallowed. Now all logistics positions in your city are being handled by ordinary people. Then will that Republican-era world descend into the real world? Suwon continued the previous topic. If it really descended successfully, would it be possible to use modern weapons to fight in World War I and World War II? After dinner, Suwon returned to his room. The giant python was still playing games, the tip of its tail rapidly bouncing above the keyboard, while Baijia sat on the edge of the desk with her arms folded over her chest. Her wooden face was clearly unconvinced, but she still stared at the screen without blinking. Right? Suwon suddenly remembered that he still hadn't let Baijia absorb yang energy to grow stronger. He had to give it a try. Suwon slipped into his boxed world and took out the yang storing jar. He picked up Baijia, who was watching the giant python play games, and said, "You should cultivate now." "How do I cultivate?" "I don't know how." Baijia looked confused and swung her little wooden legs while hanging in midair. "Just take deep breaths." Suwon put Baijia into the jar. "There are so many flames in here. Let me out." Baijia looked at the golden flames around her with some fear. But those golden flames were blocked by the wood and did not burn her. "This is all yang energy." "Take a deep breath," Suwon said from outside. "Yang energy." Only then did Baijia remember that she was now a female ghost. She had to absorb yang energy. Baijia took a deep breath. To her surprise, the golden flames were actually sucked into her body in one go. Warm. Ever since becoming a ghost, she had never felt this warm before. Baijia began taking deep breaths over and over, absorbing strand after strand of yang energy. The golden yang energy gathered, circulated, and settled inside her body. The somewhat illusory outline of her soul body gradually became more solid inside the puppet, like a blurry mass of mist being compressed into a more substantial form. The yin energy in her body combined with the pure yang energy, giving birth to a new kind of energy. After a while, Baijia took another deep breath, but it felt as if she had been burned by flames. All the yin energy in her body had already been used up, and she could no longer absorb any more yang energy. What is going on? Have I reached my limit? Bai Jie crawled out of the clay jar. Her little wooden face carried a faintly abnormal warm tint, like she had eaten too many heating foods, and her whole body felt a little dizzy. How is it? Did you absorb all the yang energy? Suwen asked expectantly as he picked her up. Only then did he realize that Bai Jie's originally icy wooden body had actually become warm. With that much, how could I possibly absorb it all? Bai Jie shook her little head. I only absorbed a small part of it, and then it felt like I was stuffed full. I couldn't swallow anymore. Oh, Suwen was a little disappointed. We'll try again tomorrow. You should still be able to keep absorbing it. Did you gain any abilities? Abilities? Bai Jie thought for a moment, then spread open her palm. A wisp of green smoke curled around it. This is hunky. Suwen remembered what was recorded in the secret manual given by Ime Fashi. After absorbing pure yang energy for several years, Yin soldiers could give birth to hunky. Hunky was formed from a mixture of Yin energy and yang energy. It could restrain ghost chi, corpse chi, and Yin energy. What is that? Bai Jie scratched her head. What does it do? It can control object from a distance, and it can also create illusions. Suwen recalled the contents of the manual. Oh. Bai Jie stared at the wisp of green smoke for a while, then reached out a hand and tried to make it wrap around a pen on the table. The green smoke wobbled its way over, circled the pen twice, and then she tried lifting it upward. The pen trembled as it rose about a finger as height off the table, then dropped back down with a slap. So amazing. Bai Jie's eyes lit up at once, and she began controlling the wisp of green smoke to practice lifting the pen again. Once, twice, 3 times. Each time, she lifted it a little higher than before, and each time she kept it raised a little longer. As Suwen watched Bai Jie play around with moving objects from a distance a few times, he began planning his next step. Relying on Bai Jie alone, absorbing all of his excess yang energy would probably be a bit too slow. He could make more Yin soldiers, and, at the same time, he could also make more yang storing jars to store the yang energy leaking from his body. The problem was that the materials were somewhat hard to find. He didn't know whether the administration as supplies had them. Suwen raised his left arm and opened the materials request page, then searched for Huai wood. The page changed, and various specifications of Huai wood popped up. Suwen selected a suitable batch of lumber and submitted the request. Then there were 3 different types of earth: clay, yellow earth, and sandy soil. He selected some of each. Finally, he searched for ox tears. Unexpectedly, they were also in stock, labeled as a byproduct of the livestock department and preserved chilled. Suwen also bought a box of glucose cubes, and after that, he only had 2,000 yuan left in his quota. Yet only half the month had passed, so he had to think of a way to make money. The supply should arrive this afternoon or tomorrow. When the time came, he would first soak the Huai wood in clean water, then mix the 3 kinds of soil with salt water into mud and shape them into clay jars. Then take them out at noon to bake under the blazing sun for 7 days. A yang storing jar needed to be sun-dried for 7 days before it could be used. But Huai wood only needed 3 days of soaking and 3 days of baking. 6 days would finish it, so the timing should line up pretty well. By evening, the supplies arrived. Even the delivery uncle had been replaced with a different person. Suwen put the Huai wood into a bucket, filled it with clean water, and pressed it down to the bottom. Then he poured the 3 kinds of soil into 3 iron basins separately, added salt water, mixed them evenly, and kneaded them into smooth lumps of mud. Suwen sat at the table and, like molding clay figurines, shaped each lump of mud into the form of a clay jar. 5 clay jars were lined up side by side on the table to dry overnight. At noon the next day, Suwen carried them downstairs to the edge of the lawn and let them dry in the sun for 1 shurchen, then carried them back. On the night of the 3rd day, he took several pieces of Huai wood out of the water and baked them over a small fire. Over the next few days, his life became extremely regular. At noon, he carried the clay jars out for 1 shurchen of sun exposure. Morning and evening, he changed the water in the Huai wood bucket once. Every day, he let Bai Jie absorb yang energy from the yang storing jar 1 time. This continued until the evening of the 6th day. Suwen took down the Huai wood that had been baked for 3 days and tossed each piece 3 times, letting it fall freely every time. Then Suwen picked up the carving knife and began carving. With the experience from the previous few times, his hands moved much more smoothly this time. The outline of the body, the joints of the limbs, the subtle changes in expression, every cut landed cleanly and decisively. Suwen carved 3 puppets. Each one was completed according to the steps in the secret record, including the carving of the eyes and the blood-dropping procedure. The 3 puppets stood side by side on the table. Their features were clear, their postures upright, as if waiting for something to move into them. Done. Suwen looked at the puppets in front of him with satisfaction. He had not carved all the processed Huai wood into puppets. He had left a few pieces aside as spares. Tonight, I'll go look for Yin souls. As long as they lodge inside the puppets, that LL do, right? Where could he find Yin souls? A graveyard? A hospital? Suwen decided to check the graveyard first. Young Master Su, Bai Jie said ingratiatingly after watching from the side for a long time. Could you help me with something? What is it? Suwen asked curiously. Bai Jie gave 2 silly laughs. Could you carve me a little prettier? It should be possible. Suwon wasn't sure whether carving the puppet again would make the bug lose effect, but even if it did, he could just carve another one. Suwon picked up Bai Jia's wooden body and asked, "How do you want it carved? Trim my waist a little slimmer and make my face prettier too." Suwon nodded and picked up the carving knife, starting to carve. After a while, Suwon placed Bai Jia in front of the mirror and asked, "How does it feel?" "Young Master Su, your craftsmanship is really good." Bai Jia was very satisfied. Then she suddenly remembered something, grabbed a little white dress from the side, and put it on before showing off in front of the mirror. She had made that dress herself in secret, using a small piece of Suwon's bedsheet. Suwon packed up his tools, hung the small cabinet at his waist, put the willow leaf he had picked by the river earlier and the ox tears and the eye drop bottle into his pocket, and put on his coat. "Young Master Suwon, where are you going?" Bai Jia asked from the mirror, still showing off. "To the graveyard. I'll see if I can raise a few more Een soldiers." "Young Master Suwon isn't having me alone enough?" Bai Jia looked like she'd been struck by lightning. "Gleefschlicken, whose fault is it for absorbing yang energy so slowly? Have you considered that your yang energy is just too vigorous, young master?" Bai Jia sounded aggrieved and indignant. She had already been trying her best. "I'm going with you." Bai Jia leaped onto Suwon, grabbed his clothes, climbed up, and sat on his shoulder. "All right." Suwon nodded and didn't refuse. "Snake, do you want to come?" Suwon looked at the giant python playing games nearby. "Why bring her along? Just let her stay home and play games." Bai Jia shouted arrogantly from Suwon's shoulder. The snake hogged the computer every day, leaving her barely any time to play. The giant python looked at the game, then at Suwon. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. "Human, I'm going too." The giant python slipped into the little box. Suwon stuffed the little box sideways into his coat pocket, leaving half of it exposed so the python could see outside through the opening. Suwon left the room and took the elevator down to the ground floor of the bureau building. The night wind blew in his face, carrying that distinctive mix of city street smells, car exhaust, sewer dampness, and the cumin aroma drifting over from barbecue stalls. Following the directions shown on his phone map, Suwon walked for about 20 minutes and arrived at a public cemetery in the outskirts of U-City. The cemetery's iron gate was half open. Inside were neatly arranged gravestones and trimmed lawns. The streetlights glowed dim yellow, casting uneven shadows across the surfaces of the gravestones. The night wind passed through, making the branches and leaves of the cypress trees rustle softly. Suwon stood at the entrance, took out the willow leaf, dripped ox tears onto it, pasted it to the center of his forehead, and looked around. His vision was as clear as usual. The cemetery was still the same cemetery. The gravestones were still those gravestones. Cypress trees, lawn, streetlights, concrete paths, nothing had changed. Suwon circled the cemetery once, walking past every row of gravestones, his gaze sweeping over every corner, trying to find those half-transparent, blurry Een soul figures crouching beside the graves. What's going on? Why aren't there any Een souls? Standing in the middle of the cemetery, Suwon was a little confused. He had seen so many Een souls in the graveyard of Rinjia Town. Why couldn't he find even one in the real world? Suwon left the cemetery along the same road he came by. On the way back, he also stopped by a nearby hospital. Maybe there would be newly formed Een souls there. Using the willow leaf to open his eyes, he snuck in and wandered around for a while but still found nothing. Suwon couldn't make sense of it no matter how much he thought about it. Could it be that there were no ghosts in the real world? That only the illusory dreamscape had them? Then hadn't the 3 puppets he worked so hard to make been made for nothing? Suwon sighed and turned toward the bureau building. Back in his room, Suwon closed the door behind him and took the iron box containing the giant python out of his pocket, setting it on the table. Ha. Bai Jia had already sprung off his shoulder. She kicked off the edge of the table with her little wooden legs for momentum, flipped once in midair, and landed precisely in front of the keyboard. Her 2 little wooden hands smacked down on the arrow keys. The giant python crawled out of the box, and her vertical pupils instantly locked onto the tiny wooden figure in front of the keyboard. The tip of her tail paused for a second, then dropped to the floor with obvious anger. "Damn it, you stole my computer." Unfortunately, Bai Jia couldn't hear her. Without even turning her head, she kept poking at the keyboard with her little wooden hands, humming an off-key tune, clearly in an extremely good mood. The giant python coiled in place and watched for 2 seconds. Then the tip of her tail drooped onto the edge of the bed, looking deeply wronged. Suwon sat back down by the desk, his gaze falling on the 3 silent puppets. If he couldn't find Een souls in the real world, then for now, that path was blocked. His only hope was entering the illusory dreamscape again. He didn't know whether he would be able to get in tonight. The pattern of this passive dream entry had never been very stable. Sometimes he couldn't enter for several days in a row. Sometimes he got in the moment he closed his eyes. Suwon stretched lazily, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. The next morning, Suwon yawned. Last night, he still hadn't entered the illusory dreamscape. He was in a hurry. After getting up and washing, he went downstairs and had breakfast as usual. When he came back, he spent a while looking at his phone in the room, then played a few rounds of 2-player minigames with the giant python and Bai Jia. Only when the sun had risen directly overhead did Suwon carry several clay jars downstairs. He set the jars under the sun to bake. Today was the 7th day of sun exposure, the last day. After they had sat there for a while, Suin took out 5 copper coins from his pocket and dropped one into each jar. The yang storage jar should be finished by now, right? Suin was a little doubtful. According to the records in the secret manual, as long as the copper coin fell smoothly to the bottom and the jar body didn't crack, then the yang storage jar was considered complete. I'll go back and test them. Carrying the jars, Suin returned to his room. Upstairs, the greyhound who had been secretly watching by the window withdrew her gaze. What had Suin been doing lately? Every day, he took out several clay jars and left them under the sun. Could it be some kind of tag? Back in his room, Suin prepared to test the effects of the newly made yang storage jars. He glanced at Bai Jia, who was playing a 2-player game with the giant python. According to the manual, when using yang storage jars to store yang energy, it was best not to have anyone else nearby, or it would affect the purity of the yang energy. Thinking this, Suin entered his box world. It was very clean here. There wasn't any other special energy at all. It could only absorb yang energy. Suin took the copper coins out of the 5 clay jars one by one and placed them on the ground beside him. The clay jars began continuously absorbing the yang energy dissipating around them. Suin stretched, closed his eyes, and took a short nap on the recliner. After waking up, he picked up his phone and read for a while from the novel he had downloaded in advance. Before long, night arrived. This time, Suin didn't forcibly drive the circulation of his yang energy. He only let out a small amount of the yang energy naturally dissipated by the yang storage jars. It was enough to let the 5 jars slowly absorb the naturally overflowing yang energy. Even though the speed was slower, bit by bit, they would eventually fill up. It was better to save some glucose cubes. He really didn't have much quota left. The next time he entered the illusory dreamscape, he had to bring out some silver dollars and exchange them for money. Suin yawned, and a wave of sleepiness surged up. His heart tightened. He was probably about to enter the illusory dreamscape again. Suin immediately sprang up from the recliner and leaped out of the box world. Snake, get in the box. Quick, Suin said to the giant python. The tip of the giant python's tail was already expertly reaching toward the box opening as she slipped into the little box. Suin put the box into the small cabinet, then hung the little aluminum alloy cabinet at his waist. He grabbed Bai Jia from the side, put her in his pocket, lay down on the bed, and slowly closed his eyes. Suin suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and looked around. He was lying in the middle of an enormous square paved with massive bluestone slabs. Suin wasn't the only person in the plaza. Nearby, 3 men and 2 women were sprawled on the ground in all directions. Closest to him was a man in a gray Zhongshan suit, around 30 years old, with a flat-top haircut and sharply defined features. His lips were pressed tight, and even in unconsciousness, he carried a steady, composed air. His clothes were neat, but the cuffs and collar showed signs of wear, as if he had been wearing them for many years. A little farther away, a middle-aged man in a dark blue long gown was lying on his side. He was rather thin, wore a pair of round-framed glasses, and held a dark brown leather bag in his arms, its strap tightly wrapped around his wrist. Next to him was a young woman in a dark navy cheapao. Also lying on her side, her hair was pinned into a tidy bun, and her figure was slender. The cheapao was plain, without any pattern, but it was well tailored, tracing a soft outline in the dim light. Another man in a short shirt looked somewhat younger, around 25 or 26, with a sturdy build. The last woman was on Suin's other side. She was dressed in Miao-style clothing, with a large amount of silver jewelry on her head. You're awake. Among this batch, your aptitude is the best. The one speaking was a clay figure, over 2 meters tall, its whole body made of surging mud. Brownish mud continuously welled up from within and sank back down. Its surface shifted between smooth and bulging, like a pot of thick liquid being heated without pause. Who are you? Suin asked. What place is this? No need to hurry. I'll answer together once everyone is awake, the clay figure said. Suin didn't press further. He stepped back 2 paces and waited quietly off to the side. Bai Jia poked her head out of his pocket curiously, looked around, and asked in a small voice, Young Master Suin, what place is this? I don't know either. Stay hidden properly, Suin also whispered. Oh, Bai Jia nodded. Not long after, the others woke up one after another. This is the trial ground of the Wangu sect, the clay figure said. All of you came here through the credentials issued by the Wangu sect. Wangu sect. Suin heard that name again. The Fong Yuan diary he had found earlier in the Union Dreamland had mentioned this sect as well. That ancient sect deep within the 100,000 mountains that had been destroyed, the one regarded by the Gu sects of southern border as the source and root. And credentials issued by the Wangu sect? What credentials? How come I didn't know about that? Suin was puzzled. He looked at the others. They all seemed to have known already. There are 9 trials here in total. Each time you pass 1 trial, you can obtain 1 secret art. Everyone begin the challenge. After saying that, the clay figure sank into the ground and vanished. The plaza fell quiet again. Only the 6 of them remained, standing or sitting on the stone slabs, sizing one another up. The silence lasted several seconds. The man in the gray Zhongshan suit was the first to pat the dust off his knees and stand up. He cupped his hands slightly toward the others and said, Everyone, we all came here to obtain secret arts. The Wangu sect's trials are extremely dangerous. We can work together and pass the first stage first. I agree, said the man in the long gown, pushing up the round-framed glasses on his nose. I agree too. The man in the short shirt replied in a rough voice. His palms were broad and calloused, his knuckles thick, as if he had done physical labor for years. I agree as well, the cheapao-clad woman said with a slight nod. I'm fine with it too, the meow girl said with uncertain hesitation. Then everyone's gaze turned towards Suwon. The way he was dressed was a little strange, different from all of them. I have no objections either, Suwon said quickly. He still didn't understand what was going on with this dream realm, so it was better to follow the others and see first. Good. The man in the Zhongshan suit nodded slightly. Since no one objects, then let us move together. How about we introduce ourselves first? It'll make it easier to address each other later, the woman in the cheapao suggested softly. Better not, the man in the long gown said, shaking his head. Names aren't important. All right. The cheapao woman looked a little disappointed. The six of them still kept a proper distance from one another. No one had fully let down their guard. The man in the Zhongshan suit took the first step toward the edge of the plaza, and the others followed one after another. Suwon walked near the back of the group, observing the terrain ahead as he went. At the edge of the plaza was a low stone railing. Beyond it was a huge sunken pit. The edge of the pit formed an irregular arc, as if something had hollowed it out from beneath the ground. The walls of the pit were made of rough stone, their surfaces covered in dark green moss, looking damp and slick under the gray-white daylight. The pit was about 3 to 4 zhang deep. Its bottom was covered with a thick layer of dark brown soil, and over the surface of that soil crawled a dense mass of creatures, centipedes, scorpions, venomous snakes, spiders, and several kinds of multi-legged insects whose names he didn't know. Their bodies were all kinds of colors, jet black and glossy, dark red with markings, emerald green, threaded with golden lines. Woven together across the soil, they formed a constantly shifting, twisting living carpet. Suwon could even hear the rustling sound of shells and scales rubbing against one another, like countless dry leaves being rolled together by the wind. The distance to the other side of the pit was about 7 or 8 zhang. On the opposite side, the edge of the plaza was likewise bordered by a low stone railing, and behind it was a flight of steps leading upward. The pit itself wasn't especially wide, but its depth combined with the sheer number of living creatures inside, it created enough psychological pressure to make one's scalp go numb. As long as we pass through the Wanggu pool and reach the plaza on the other side, that counts as clearing the first stage. The man in the Zhongshan suit said. The Wanggu pool? The man in the long gown pushed up his glasses, bent down, and took a closer look at the situation below. It truly lives up to its name. The others also each went to the edge of the stone railing to examine it. After watching for a moment, the cheapao woman calmly stepped back and took a small paper packet from the little bag she carried with her. The man in the short shirt directly untied a cloth pouch from his waist and shook it open, revealing a small white porcelain bottle inside. The man in the Zhongshan suit also took out a packet of powder wrapped in oiled paper from his pocket. The man in the short shirt had already opened the white porcelain bottle and poured the grayish-white powder into his palm, then began smearing it over his exposed skin, wrists, neck, ankles, even along the seams of his pant legs. The powder instantly gave off an intense smell, spicy with a hint of bitterness. It could be smelled even from several feet away. What is that? For repelling insects? Suwon scratched his head. You all came this well prepared, right? He still had an anti-poison helmet and gloves in his box world. Should he go in and take them out? But that would seem to expose his box world. You didn't bring realgar powder? The meow girl beside him asked. No. Suwon shook his head awkwardly. Then borrow this packet of realgar powder. The meow girl reached into the embroidered cloth pouch at her waist, felt around for a moment, and took out an even smaller cloth bag, holding out to Suwon. Thank you. Suwon was a little moved as he accepted the cloth bag. Then he slipped into the box world. Suwon wasn't sure what would happen if, with his current physique of 3 points, he got bitten by a venomous insect. Would he be poisoned? If exposing it meant exposing the box world, then so be it. His life was more important. The others watched as Suwon turned into a distorted halo of light and drilled into a small box. They were all dumbfounded. The man in the long gown had been breathing onto his glasses and wiping the lenses, but his hand froze halfway in the air. The woman in the cheapao widened her eyes, her lips parting slightly. The man in the short shirt was just about to screw the cap back onto the white porcelain bottle, but his movement halted. The man in the Zhongshan suit first stiffened, then a deep, appraising look flashed through his eyes. The meow girl was still clutching the unsealed bag of realgar powder in her hand, staring at the spot where Suwon had vanished for several seconds. Could it be that he has already mastered some secret art? The man in the long gown said in a low voice, his tone uncertain. No one answered him. A few seconds later, Suwon came back out of the world inside the box, now wearing his gas-proof helmet. He put the box world away in the small cabinet, closed the cabinet door, then looked up at the others. The man in the Zhongshan suit gave him a deep look, but in the end he asked nothing. He withdrew his gaze, turned, stepped down the stairs beside the stone railing, and was the first to set foot on the soft mud at the bottom of the myriad goo pool. The others followed one after another. Suwon walked near the middle of the group. The visor of the gas-proof helmet formed a soft transparent border around his field of vision. and it filtered the outside sound slightly, making everything sound muffled. The realgar powder worked immediately. The poisonous insects that had been crawling all over the muddy ground scattered to both sides as soon as they caught the smell of the realgar. Centipedes and scorpions burrowed into cracks in the mud to hide. Venomous snakes swiftly slithered toward the distant corners, and spiders crawled up the walls of the pit. Within about 1 meter in front of them, the poisonous insects parted on their own, as if an invisible comb had swept through them, opening a path. The group let out a sigh of relief and kept moving forward, but Suwin noticed that although the insects had retreated, they had not truly gone far. They stopped about 2 or 3 feet away, writhing their bodies, their antennae and fangs swaying tentatively in the direction of the group, as if waiting for the scent of the realgar powder to fade before surging back again. Some of the larger venomous snakes had not even fully retreated. They merely raised the front halves of their bodies and stared coldly at the passing group with amber eyes. Midway through, the group sprinkled more realgar powder on themselves. They quickened their pace, crossed the final stretch of the pit bottom, climbed the stone steps, and made it safely onto the plaza platform on the other side. Suwin turned back for a look. At the bottom of the myriad goo pool, the densely packed swarms had already gathered together again, covering every inch of ground they had just stepped on as if nothing had happened at all. Congratulations. You have passed the first trial. You may now choose one basic secret art. From the cracks between the bluestone slabs, not far in front of them, brown mud surged up from beneath the ground like a spring flowing in reverse, reforming in the air into the 2-meter-tall clay figure. With a wave of its hand, several slender streams of mud poured from its fingertips and landed on the stone slabs before the 6 people. The instant the mud streams touched the stone surface, they rapidly hardened and flattened into 6 pale, gray stone tablets of similar size. Dense lines of tiny text appeared across the surface of each tablet, as if growing out from inside the stone itself. Suwin lowered his head and looked at the stone tablet in front of him. The words were packed tightly across the surface, and the script looked highly similar to the archaic characters he had seen before in Rin Family Town. The others were all reading intently, with focused expressions, as if they could fully understand what the text meant. Without changing expression, Suwin withdrew his gaze, lowered his right hand to his side, and quietly stretched out his index finger toward the edge of the tablet. He lightly traced the outline of the nearest character. The first time, there was no reaction. Suwin changed the stroke order and traced it a few more times. Finally, a familiar burning sensation rose from his fingertip. Success. Suwin looked at the stone tablet. Goo attraction art. Iron scale curse. Dormant spirit seal. It recorded the names of several secret arts, but only the names. There was not even an introduction. Which one should he choose? Suwin hesitated, judging by the names alone. Goo attraction art sounded like something for controlling goo insects. Iron scale curse seemed like something that strengthened defense or hardened the skin. Dormant spirit seal sounded like it concealed one's aura or allowed one to lie low and wait. While Suwin was still struggling over which one to choose, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the others had already made their choices. The man in the Zhongshan suit reached out and took a light yellow parchment sheet from in front of the clay figure. The man in the long gown followed, right after him. The man in the short shirt hesitated for the briefest moment, then took one as well. The woman in the cheapao was the most decisive. After the Meow girl received the parchment, she did not even spare it another glance before rolling it up and stuffing it into her embroidered cloth bag. The man in the Zhongshan suit pulled out a handful of dark red powder from his sleeve and suddenly flung it at the others. The powder burst apart in midair, forming a fine mist of dust. Suwin was standing at the edge of the circle and only got brushed by the edge of it. With the gas-proof helmet blocking it, he felt nothing unusual at all. There was only a faint red haze over his vision. The man in the long gown reacted extremely quickly. Almost at the same moment, the man in the Zhongshan suit raised his hand. He pulled a handkerchief from his upper pocket, swiftly covered his nose and mouth, and stepped back half a step. With his other hand, he pulled a small cloth bag from his waist and flung a handful of powder back toward the man in the Zhongshan suit. That powder was grayish-white. When it hit the ground, it let out faint sizzling sounds, as if it were corroding tiny bubbles into the surface. The man in the short shirt was not so lucky. The instant he inhaled the dust, his expression changed. His eyes went wide, and his dark face rapidly turned ashen. He pulled a short blade from his chest and tried to step toward the man in the Zhongshan suit, but after only 2 steps, he stumbled and fell stiffly to the ground. The short blade slipped from his hand and struck the white stone floor with a clear, crisp clang. At the end, his whole body curled up and twitched twice before going completely still. The woman in the cheapao did reach into her clothes for something, but the moment her fingertips touched the inside of her lapel, they froze. Her whole body went limp as if all strength had been drained from it, and she collapsed weakly to the ground on her side atop the stone slab. The hem of her cheapao spread out like a dark blue flower, slowly closing, her eyes still half open and gleaming with a strange light. Before the dusk could fall on her, the Meow girl had silently retreated to the very edge of the plaza, shrinking behind a stone pillar and showing only half her face. Suwin, who had still been agonizing over what to choose, looked up and saw that several people had already dropped. He was completely baffled. What the hell happened? Mudman, aren't you going to do something? Unfortunately, the clay figure remained unmoved, looking completely unconcerned. The man in the Zhongshan suit and the man in the long gown exchanged a glance and decided to deal with Suwen first. The two of them turned at the same time and slowly closed in on him. What are you trying to do? Suwen demanded, taking half a step back and adjusting his stance. Unfortunately, neither of them responded. The man in the Zhongshan suit made the first move, throwing a punch straight at Suwen. Suwen instinctively sidestepped to dodge, then snapped out a kick that landed squarely on the man's chest. The man in the Zhongshan suit's chest caved in. He was blasted backward, crashed heavily onto the ground, and could not get back up. The man in the long gown's expression changed slightly at the sight, but he did not retreat. He pulled a small cloth bag from an inner pocket of his outer robe and hurled it hard at Suwen. The bag burst open in midair, and another cloud of grayish-white powder came pouring down over him, blotting out the air in a dense cloud of dust. Suwen didn't dodge. The transparent visor of the anti-poison helmet kept all the dust outside. Not even a trace of smell could get through. The powder fell onto Suwen's shoulders and arms, only covering them with a thin layer. It had no effect at all. When the man in the long robe saw that the powder was useless, his pupils contracted for an instant. He reacted extremely fast. At the same time, the powder fell. He had already shifted half a step to the side, trying to use the moment Suwen's attention was drawn by the powder to attack from the flank. Unfortunately, Suwen punched him in the temple, and he dropped to the ground, lifeless. Suwen looked at his own hands in disbelief. It seemed like he had instinctively used the movements from the radio calisthenics. Could radio calisthenics really be some kind of martial arts manual? Suwen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked toward the Miao girl at the edge of the plaza. My name is Long Shidia. The Miao girl suddenly began introducing herself. Suwen was dumbfounded again. Why are you introducing yourself at a time like this? My family was killed by the dog warlord. The Miao girl continued. That dog warlord again. Suwen thought. Dog warlord, you've really done all kinds of evil. I came here to avenge my family. And then? Suwen asked. I've already placed a Tongshan Gu on you. If I die, you'll die too. When did that happen? Suwen was shocked, but looking at the Miao girl's attire, she seemed pretty authoritative. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Suwen comforted her. Can the Tongshan Gu be removed? No, the Miao girl said warily. All right, I want to ask, why were they killing each other? Suwen was a little helpless. He had no idea how far the Tongshan Gu could work. Could it even take effect across the illusory dream realm? Of course it was for this. The Miao girl raised a sheepskin parchment in her hand that recorded a secret art. Why didn't they clear a few more stages before making a move? Then they could accumulated more secret arts, Suwen asked, puzzled. The first trial is the easiest. The later ones are very hard to pass, the Miao girl replied. Shaking her head, hurry and choose a secret art. The clay figure at the side spoke up again to remind him, its voice still devoid of any emotion. Oh right. Only then did Suwen react. He still hadn't chosen a secret art. He immediately picked up the stone slab, thought for a moment, and chose wait. He could first see what secret arts the others had already chosen, then make his own choice. That way, he would pick a duplicate. The more skills, the better, but learning the same secret art twice would just be a waste. The Miao girl, Long Shidia, handed over a stack of sheepskin parchments from her arms. Just now, she had silently collected all the scattered secret art parchments. There were a total of 5 sheepskin parchments. Thanks. Suwen nodded and took them. They felt slightly cool to the touch, flexible in texture like some kind of specially treated animal hide. Suwen quickly flipped through them and found that the 5 sheets only recorded 3 secret arts in total. Iron Scale Spell, 2 copies. Poison Dissolving Saliva, 2 copies. Dormant Spirit Seal, 1 copy. Suwen didn't hesitate. He directly raised the stone slab toward the clay figure. I choose Guiding Gu Art. The clay figure gave a slight nod. An arm condensed from mud emerged from the ground, handed a sheepskin parchment to Suwen, then silently sank back beneath the stone slab as if it had never existed. Suwen began carefully reading the contents on the sheepskin parchment. Guiding Gu Art. Use blood as the guide and qi as the medium. Take a withered branch and that its eyes with dripping blood. In the form of a living being may be recorded. Once 4 forms are recorded, waving the branch can command its movements and stillness. He was still pondering the exact meaning of those lines when a familiar prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, bug found. As long as you take a dry branch, drip your own bodily fluid and the bodily fluid of another unintelligent creature onto it. Lightly tap the creature once, point the branch up, down, left, and right, and make the creature perform 1 action for each direction. Then whenever you wave the branch in a given direction, the creature will perform the action assigned to that direction. Suwen Bodinket. Wasn't this just recording and replaying commands? He had originally thought the Guiding Gu Art directly controlled the mind of a Gu insect. Now it seemed more like setting up a conditioned reflex for a creature. Although wasn't quite the same as the mental control he had imagined. The barrier to entry was extremely low. The ability to control other living things might have miraculous effects in certain situations. Suwin silently put away the sheepskin parchment and picked up the next one. Iron scale spell. Ding, bug found. As long as you mix rust powder with water. First apply it along the grain of the scales, then against the grain, then vertically, and finally dry it with flame. The scales can become as hard as steel. This is kind of interesting. Suwin was intrigued. It seemed like it could be used on the giant python. The defensive power of the giant python's scales didn't seem very strong. If he could reinforce all of its scales with the iron scale spell. A picture appeared in Suwin's mind of a giant python covered in metallic cold light, impervious to blades and spears. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Suwin eagerly opened the next sheepskin parchment. Dormant spirit seal. Ding. Bug found. As long as you hold a fallen leaf under your tongue and blow a breath at an insect, you can put the insect into a dormant state. It only works on insects. This doesn't seem very useful. Suwin continued to the next sheepskin parchment. Poison dissolving saliva. Ding. Bug found. Press the tip of your tongue against the roof of your mouth until your mouth fills with saliva. Then suck on the poison wound and swallow the saliva, and the poison can be removed. Suwen thou win. The imagery of this detox method was way too strong. He imagined himself lying over some thigh bitten by a venomous snake and sucking hard, and he couldn't help shivering. Still, gross as it was, the effect of poison-dissolving saliva was definitely real. According to the description, what it could remove should be poison in the broad sense, not just snake venom. As long as there was a wound, it should be able to detoxify it. In the 100,000 mountains filled with poisonous insects and the ruins of the Wangu sect, an antidote ability like this might save his life at any moment. After Suwin finished reading all the sheepskin parchments, he handed them to Long Shijia and said, "You should take a look too. F for me?" The meow girl froze for a moment. Her large black and white eyes were full of disbelief. Suwin had resolved that chaotic battle all by himself just now, so the spoil should have belonged entirely to the victor. Not only was this man not angry about the danger of the Tongshan Gu she had placed on him, he was even willing to share secret arts, even though the Tongshan Gu was just something she made up. Of course, don't you still want to take revenge on that dog warlord? Learning one more secret art gives you one more chance at winning. Thank you. You're really a good person. Long Shijia was a little moved. Suwin scratched his head. He had inexplicably been handed a good person card, and he felt a little baffled. He turned and walked toward the front of the plaza. At the end of the stone platform plaza, where the first stage was located, there was a stone bridge. But the stone bridge was only half there. In the distance was another stone platform plaza. How was he supposed to cross a half bridge? Did he have to fly over? Just as Suwin was thinking this, the sound of light footsteps came from behind him. Long Shijia had already put away the sheepskin parchments. She walked to Suwin's side and took the initiative to explain for the second trial. "We have to use the Gu insect token we used to enter this place and fight the phantom Gu master of the Wangu sect. Only if we win can we cross the stone bridge." "What exactly is the token?" Suwin finally couldn't help asking. "You don't know?" The meow girl was a little surprised. "I don't." Suwin shook his head. So these were the Gu insects everyone fought over after entering the illusory dream realm of the 100,000 mountains. The meow girl thought for a moment, then explained. "Wait, the illusory dream realm of the 100,000 mountains?" The meow girl thought for a moment and explained, "Where I come from, there's an illusory dream realm that is permanently open. Every year, 12 Gu insects appear there. As long as you catch one, you can enter this place and obtain secret arts." So that was it. Suwen not that Tao Gu Fun. He remembered the fire toad he had caught. It should be one of the so-called 12 Gu insects. Back then, he had spent quite a bit of effort welding an iron cage and drawing blood with iron wire before finally managing to store it inside the box world. He hadn't expected that by sheer accident, he had actually obtained a ticket to enter the Wangu sect ruins because of it. But he had forgotten about it inside the box world for quite a long time. He wondered if it was hungry. Every year, at least over 100 people come to the 100,000 mountains to compete for the Gu insects. But in the end, at most only 12 can get one. And among those 12, usually less than half can walk out of the trial alive. Long Shijai's gaze dimmed slightly. Over 100 people fighting for 12 spots. And then nearly half of them die after entering the trial. The inheritance of the Wangu sect is indeed precious, but the price is just as heavy. "I see." Suwin slowly nodded, then asked, "Can you tell me about the illusory dream realm?" The illusory dream realm has existed for a very long time. As long as you sleep, there's a chance you might enter it. But only 1 in 10,000 people actually has a chance of entering an illusory dream realm. The illusory dream realm seems to be our past history. I once entered an illusory dream realm from the Great Tang. Suwen not that Tao Gu Fun. He hadn't expected that even people inside an illusory dream realm could enter an illusory dream realm themselves. That one-brow Taoist priest seemed to have been in that kind of dream realm too. So what exactly was an illusory dream realm? A parallel world? A projection of history? Or the creation of some higher dimensional existence? Suwin sank into thought. Seeing that he stayed silent for a long time, Long Shijia carefully asked, "Are we going to challenge the second stage?" Of course. Suwin came back to himself and temporarily suppressed those chaotic thoughts. No matter what the true nature of the illusory dream realm was, the most important thing right now was to clear the trial and get more bugs. Oh, the meow girl responded and untied a small bamboo jar from her waist. The mouth of the jar was tightly sealed with wax. She used a small knife to pick open the seal, then gently tilted the jar. A small black snake poked its head out from the opening. It was only as thick as a chopstick, pitch black all over, and its scales gave off a faint purple sheen in the dim light. This is the token I caught. I'm planning to try using the goo attraction art to control it. Suin nodded. He was also planning to use the goo attraction art to control the fire toad. Suin took out the fire toad S-Box World from the aluminum alloy little cabinet at his waist. When he opened the lid, the fire toad was lying on the ground without moving. Its belly rose and fell slightly, as if it were sleeping. It hadn't been fed for several days, and its body seemed to have shrunk a little. Its once round belly had even gone slightly flat. A practical problem came next. Suin didn't know how to get the fire toad out of the box world. The rules of the box world were very clear. Only the person who had acknowledged ownership with blood and the creature stored inside could freely enter and exit. Suin couldn't reach in and scoop the fire toad out himself. He could only wait for it to jump out on its own. After thinking for a moment, Suin walked to the edge of the square. Come here. Suin called up several venomous snakes from the large pit below. Don't move. Several venomous snakes froze in place. Suin bent down, pinched one of them 7 inches below the head, lifted it up, and dangled it above the fire toad S-Box World. Inside the small world, the fire toad, lying on the rock, suddenly opened its eyes. Its bulging eyeballs shifted, accurately locking onto the lively venomous snake above its head. The fire toad had been hungry for several days and couldn't resist the temptation. It let out a low rumble from its throat, the muscles in its limbs tightening instantly, and then it leaped with all its might. A crimson blur shot out from the mouth of the box. Its long tongue whipped out like lightning, wrapped around the venomous snake, and brought both snake and body crashing down onto the stone-paved ground. The moment it landed, the fire toad didn't pause at all. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the entire venomous snake in just a few bites. Its swollen cheeks wriggled back and forth, and it let out a satisfied croak. Suin let out a breath of relief. The fire toad was out, so he could move on to the next step. First, he needed a branch. Suin looked around the square. At the edge of the square stood a few old crooked-neck trees. He stepped forward, snapped off a branch, and returned. After eating the venomous snake, the fire toad started crawling all over the place. This thing was as big as a wash basin, its entire body covered in poisonous lumps. Suin didn't dare touch it recklessly. He took the puppet out of his pocket and said, "Bai Jie, help me catch the fire toad." The fire toad? Bai Jie turned her head and swept her gaze around. She quickly found the red toad that was hopping toward the stone bridge. The corners of Bai Jie's lips lifted. She volunteered eagerly, showing a smug smile. "Young Master Suin, just watch me." Standing in Suin's palm, she raised her hand and pointed at the fire toad, which was cautiously crawling around. Wisps of cyan soul chi stretched out from her fingertips, wrapping around the fire toad like invisible hands. Like living things, they twisted and swam through the air, accurately catching up to the fleeing fire toad. The fire toad sensed something approaching and instinctively tried to leap away, but the soul chi was faster than its movements. Several wisps of smoke wrapped around its limbs and body, lifting it entirely off the ground and suspending it about 1 foot in the air. The fire toad croaked unwillingly, kicking all 4 legs wildly in midair, but those cyan wisps of smoke looked ethereal while actually being incredibly tough. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break free in the slightest. "Young Master, should I put it down?" Bai Jie asked with a grin, controlling the fire toad as it floated in front of Suin. "Just hold it like that. Don't let it move." Suin found a needle, pricked his index finger, squeezed out a bead of bright red blood, and dripped it onto one end of the branch. Then he looked at the fire toad, suspended in midair by Bai Jie. Expose one of its hind legs. Bai Jie understood at once. The smoke shifted slightly, letting one of the fire toad's hind legs slip free from the restraint. Suin grabbed that frog leg, gently pierced the skin with the tip of the needle, squeezed out a little pale red blood, and dripped it onto the dead branch as well. The 2 drops of blood slowly spread through the dry wooden fibers, merged together, and then, as if absorbed by some unseen force, quickly seeped deep into the wood grain and disappeared. Suin took a deep breath and gently tapped the fire toad on the head with the end of the dead branch. The first movement, Suin looked around, then grabbed another venomous snake from the wall of the pit. He signaled Bai Jie to release the fire toad, then tossed the venomous snake into the distance. The venomous snake twisted its body in midair. Before it even hit the ground, the fire toad's eyes had already locked onto it. Driven by hungry instinct, the fire toad kicked off hard with its hind legs, and its whole body shot at the venomous snake like a red cannonball. At the same time, Suin sharply swung the branch in his hand upward. In the dark, Suin felt a strange connection form between the branch and the fire toad, as if an invisible thread had bound his movement and the fire toad's action together. The first movement recorded complete. swing the branch upward equals attack. From now on, as long as he swung the branch upward, the fire toad would attack. Next was fleeing. Su Wenhadbai Jia placed the fire toad farther away, then deliberately made a bit of noise to startle it. The fire toad kicked off the ground with its hind legs and jumped to the side, its whole body sliding about 2 feet across the stone surface. The branch and Su Wen's hand swung left along with it. Second movement, move left, recorded complete. Then came moving forward. Under Bai Jia's control, a snake slowly moved in front of the fire toad. The fire toad pushed itself up with its forelimbs and took 2 steps toward the snake. The branch and Su Wen's hand swung downward with the motion. The third movement, advance, had been recorded. Last was stillness, which was relatively simpler. Su Wenhadbai Jia wrapped the fire toad's body in soul chi, limiting its range of movement. The fire toad struggled for a while, then realized it couldn't break free. It simply gave up resisting, lay on the ground, puffed up its belly, and stopped moving. The branch in Su Wen's hand swung once to the right. The fourth movement, stillness, had been recorded. At the same time, Long Shijia also finished her own goose summoning art. The little pitch-black snake was now coiled docilely around her wrist. "Let us go," Su Wen called out to the Meow Girl. He lowered his head and looked at the plain, unremarkable dead branch in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he swung it downward. The fire toad, lying on the ground, looked as if an invisible hand had given it a shove. Its 4 short legs moved in turn as it crawled unwillingly toward the stone bridge. Ignoring its protest, Su Wen carefully stepped onto the bridge. The bridge was about wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast, and there were no railings on either side. Su Wen carefully took a few steps, but the Goo Master Phantom the Meow Girl had mentioned did not appear. "When does the Goo Master Phantom show up?" Su Wen asked. "I'm not too sure either." Long Shijia shook her head, sounding a little embarrassed. "I only heard people mention it in a small town in the Shirwanda mountain range. They said the second stage involved fighting a Goo Master Phantom, but they didn't explain exactly how to trigger it." All right. Su Wen didn't press further. The girl looked even more nervous than he was. If he kept asking, he was afraid he might make her cry. Su Wen directed the fire toad to keep moving, all the way to the end of the stone bridge. The instant the fire toad's wet foot stepped onto the last blue stone slab, a deep rumble sounded in the distance. Su Wen abruptly raised his head and saw that on the stone plaza across from them, shrouded in mist, a new stone bridge was slowly extending outward from the edge. Su Wen was dumbfounded. Could this be some kind of bizarre bug? Or was it just some miraculous ancient mechanism? Long Shijia also quickly walked over to Su Wen's side. That new bridge surface stopped right in front of them. The 2 sections connected seamlessly, without the slightest gap. Even the stone patterns lined up perfectly, as if they had always been one whole piece. Ahead of them, a translucent figure appeared. It wore a dark gray robe, had a lean build, and a dark red sash tied at its waist. Its face could not be seen clearly, as though viewed through frosted glass. Only the rough placement of its features could be made out. This had to be the Goo Master Phantom Long Shijia had mentioned. Su Wen watched the phantom before him warily. The phantom waved a hand, and dense masses of black things suddenly surged onto the bridge. Su Wen's pupils shrank sharply. Spiders. They were fist-sized spiders, completely black, with circles of dark red ring-like markings on their backs. Their 8 furry long legs skittered rapidly across the bridge, producing a dense, rustling sound. They poured out endlessly from behind the phantom like a flood after a broken dam. In the blink of an eye, they had covered more than half the bridge and came surging toward the 2 of them. Su Wen felt his scalp go numb, his hair standing on end. Startled, Su Wen hurriedly swung the branch in his hand and controlled the fire toad to attack. The fire toad kicked off hard with its hind legs, launching its whole body into the air. Its long tongue shot out like a red bolt of lightning, accurately wrapping around the foremost spider and yanking it back into its mouth. Crack! The fire toad's huge mouth snapped shut. The spider's shell was crushed to pieces, and thick fluid splattered from the corners of its mouth. One by one spider, the fire toad rapidly devoured the oncoming spiders. Crunchy, tastes like chicken, bursting with juice, 10 times more nutritious than beef. The fire toad's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the puffing of its cheeks became faster and faster. It had never enjoyed such a satisfying buffet in its life. Back in the boxed world, it had been starving so badly its belly nearly flipped over. But now, unlimited spider supply. Eat as much as it wanted. The fire toad was practically in heaven. Beside him, Long Shijia looked at the fist-sized spiders all over the ground, then lowered her head to look at the little black snake in her palm, only as thick as a chopstick. She hesitated for a second, but she still gritted her teeth, raised the branch in her hand, and swung it forward. Receiving the command, the black snake slid down from her palm. Its slender body traced an S-shaped curve across the bridge as it bravely charged toward the nearest spider. The little snake wasn't slow, and its movements were agile too. It accurately circled to the side of spider, opened its tiny mouth, bared 2 thin venom fangs, and bit toward one of the spider's legs. Then that spider casually lifted a leg and delivered a huge flying kick right into the little snake's head. The little snake was kicked flying backward, its whole body tumbling several times through the air before landing with a smack beside Long Shidia's feet. Its forked tongue was even hanging crookedly out of its mouth. Long Shidia's eyes reddened with distress. She quickly crouched down, picked up the little snake in both hands, and carefully checked whether it was hurt. The little snake drooped weakly in her palm, but fortunately, there were no wounds. The Meow Girl looked up toward the bridge surface. The fire toad was feasting heartily, its cheeks swollen into two balls, its tongue still firing out nonstop. They were both goo creatures, so how could the gap between them be this huge? Long Shidia fell into deep thought. Those spiders were clearly no pushovers either. Enraged by the fire toad's devouring, they began attacking from all directions. A few circled around to the fire toad's side, trying to climb onto its back. But the pus-filled blisters on the fire toad's back burst on their own the instant they made contact. Dark red liquid splashed onto the spiders, and white smoke immediately rose from them. They curled up into balls and tumbled off the fire toad's back. Suin even caught the smell of cooked meat. Finally, the last spider was wrapped up by the fire toad's long tongue, pulled into its mouth, and crushed apart with a crack before being swallowed. Satisfied, the fire toad let out a full belch. A scorching puff of white smoke spurted from its mouth and dispersed into the air like a tiny mushroom cloud. The bridge fell silent once more. Not a single spider corpse remained. They had all gone in the fire toad's belly. If not for the scattered traces of sticky fluid still left on the bridge, that wave of spiders just now would have seemed like an illusion. The phantom ahead had also vanished, as if it had dispersed on its own after completing its mission, leaving not even a trace behind. Is the second stage over? Suin cautiously looked around. It should be over, right? Long Shidia didn't sound very certain either. She was still holding the little snake in her hands. Only now had it recovered a bit, pulling its crooked tongue back into its mouth. That doesn't seem all that hard, Suin said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. Of course, that was all thanks to the fire toad. Those spiders were not individually strong, but there were simply too many of them. If someone without an area attack method had come instead, they probably would have been drowned by the sea of spiders long ago. Suin lowered his head and looked at the fire toad, which was still belching from being too full, then waved the branch and had it continue forward. The fire toad lazily moved its four short legs. Its belly was practically dragging against the ground, not because it was tired, but because it was stuffed. The two of them carefully crossed the remaining stretch of the stone bridge, and the rest of the way was tense but uneventful. Only when both feet stepped onto the solid ground of the stone plaza on the other side did Suin finally let out a long sigh of relief. Congratulations. You have passed the second stage and may choose one guart. The familiar voice rang out. The clay figure rose from the ground at the center of the plaza once more, still wearing that same expressionless face. With a wave of its hand, two stone slabs appeared in front of Suin and Long Shidia. The slabs were carved all over with densely packed writing. Long Shidia took her slab, lowered her head to read it, then moved closer to Suin and whispered, "What goo technique do you want? I can help you choose." "No need. Just pick what you need," Suin said with a wave of his hand. The bug that let him understand unfamiliar writing had already expired. Suin could no longer read the text on the stone slab. He assumed the slab recorded secret arts, just like the last one had. So he generously told Long Shidia to choose first. The Meow Girl nodded gratefully and lowered her head to carefully browse the contents of the slab. Taking advantage of the moment, Suin activated the bug that let him understand unfamiliar writing again. The strange characters before his eyes began to change. Those winding strokes rearranged themselves in his vision and turned into Chinese characters he could understand. Golden silkworm goo, ukat, ghost goo, snake spirit goo, fire toad goo, black snake goo. There were more than a dozen goo technique names listed on the stone slab, but once again, only the names. Suin's eyes widened. The secret arts recorded on this stone slab seemed different from the previous one. The previous slab had recorded secret methods like the goo guiding formula, iron scale curse, dormant spirit seal, and poison melting saliva. Those had all been support type arts. But this slab seemed to record real goo techniques. Suin even saw fire toad goo. Could this be the bug for refining fire toads? He had thought fire toads were naturally born exotic beasts. Suin glanced at the Meow Girl beside him. Was it still too late to tell her to choose the goo technique he needed instead? He shook his head. Forget it. He couldn't bring himself to say it. Words spoken were like water spilled. Going back on it now would be way too embarrassing. What should he choose? Suin searched through the slab, but he did not find the name, Shared Life Goo. Could Shared Life Goo be Long Shidia's family inherited bug? After thinking it over, Suin chose Snake Spirit Goo. He had the ability to speak with snakes and communicate with serpentkind. The giant python had trusted him because of that ability. If he also learned Snake Spirit Goo, then maybe his ability to control snakes could be raised to a whole new level. Having made up his mind, Suin looked up at the clay figure and said, "I choose Snake Spirit Goo." The clay figure nodded and handed him a sheet of parchment. Suin immediately lowered his head and read, "Take a venomous snake and first control it with the goo guiding formula. At midnight, use a blade to sever its head. Middle, and tail, then attach yellow talismans. Wrap it in its shed snake skin, place it into a fire-burning willow wood, and burn it until it turns to ash. At the same time, chant, by the decree of Supreme Lord Lao, let the Big Dipper shine with clarity. Let the snake's soul not scatter, but transform into a spiritual form to be driven at will. The spiritual body has no flesh or blood, passes through walls and gaps without obstruction, and can also inflict snake venom, causing sudden death. Ding! Bug discovered. As long as you cut a snake at 3 points, the head, the middle of the body, and the tail, wrap it with its previous shed skin and burn it to ash in a great fire, the snake will turn into a soul state. This time, the bug had simplified the original cumbersome process to the extreme. There was no need to wait for a specific hour, no need to find willow wood, and no need to chant a spell. And the effect was written very clearly as well. It would turn the snake into a soul state. A snake in soul form. Wasn't he that basically a snake version of Ian's spirit? Suwon fell into thought. It seemed very useful to him. As Ian's spirit, Bai Jie could reside inside a puppet, absorb yang energy to grow stronger, and use soul chi to move object from a distance. If the soul snake refined through snake spirit Gu had similar properties, then couldn't he raise it the same way he raised Bai Jie? Feed it yang energy and make it stronger, then release it as a surprise trump card at a critical moment? Just as Suwon was making plans. A timid voice suddenly sounded beside him. Here, this is the Gu technique I picked. Long Shijie held out a sheet of parchment with both hands, looking somewhat nervous. Like an elementary school student turning in homework. Suwon came back to himself and took her parchment. Sleepiness Gu. The main text rambled on for quite a while. The general idea was to first use the Gu guiding formula to control fly. Then grind several dozen calming medicinal herbs in a powder and feed it to the fly every day for 3 straight months. At the end, yawn at the fly 3 times, and it would gain the ability to make people drowsy. Ding! Bug discovered. Tie up a fly with a strand of hair, soak it in aged tea water, and yawn at it 3 times, and the fly will gain the ability to put people into a deep sleep. This was a drowsy bug. Suwon remembered now. It was that thing Sun Wukong had used in Journey to the West, at Lion Camel Ridge. It had put all the little demons in an entire cave dwelling to sleep. At Wuzhuang Temple, even the 2 Taoist boys Qin Feng and Mingyue had not been able to resist it. They had slept soundly, impossible to wake no matter how they were called. He had always thought drowsy bugs were just something Mr. Wu Cheng-in had made up out of thin air. He never expected such a thing to really exist in the world. And the refining method was so simple: fly, hair, aged tea water, plus 1 yawn. The cost was practically 0. If used well, this thing was practically a divine tool for infiltration, escape, and causing trouble. Just imagine it. If he ran into an enemy he couldn't beat in the future, he could toss a drowsy bug onto the back of the guy's neck. Within 3 seconds, the man would collapse in his sleep. After that, whether to tie him up, kill him, or loot him would be entirely up to Suwon's mood. Sleepiness Gu. Suwon couldn't help muttering under his breath. Then he looked up at Long Shijie. What you picked is really strong. Sneak attacks, infiltration, control. Basically, as long as the target is a living thing, it can be used. Long Shijie blushed slightly after being praised so directly. After thinking for a moment, Suwon handed over his own snake spirit Gu parchment as well. You can take a look at this too. It might come in handy someday. You're letting me see it? Long Shijie froze for a moment. She did not open it right away. Instead, she stood there holding the edge of the parchment for a while, as if processing some complicated emotion. Only then did she carefully unfold it and glance through it. After reading it, the Meow girl fell silent for a few seconds, then folded the parchment and handed it back to Suwon. Why are you willing to let me see so many secret arts? She asked in a somewhat complicated tone. Maybe I'm just a good person, Suwon said casually. He needed to find a chance to have her remove the shared life Gu. Suwon did not want to die without even understanding why. Long Shijie's emotions were in turmoil. She said nothing more, only lowered her head and retied the cord on her embroidered cloth pouch. Suwon stood at the edge of the stone platform plaza and looked around at the surroundings. This plaza was even larger than the first 2 stages combined. The ground was paved with whole slabs of bluestone. The erosion of time had left dense cracks across the slabs, and clumps of unknown wild grass had sprouted from the gaps. On the opposite side of the plaza stood a lone peak rising straight from the earth. Its gray-white rock wall was nearly vertical to the ground, its surface covered in weathered fissures of various sizes and dark brown water stains. Suwon did not see any bridge. He turned to the Meow girl and asked, "Where's the 3rd stage? How we get there?" "I'm not really sure either." Long Shijie shook her head. The people in the town in the 100,000 mountains never talked in detail about the 3rd stage. Most people stop at the 2nd stage. I heard very few can pass the 3rd. All right. Suwon was not too surprised. Just like him, this Meow girl had also entered this trial ground for the first time. Knowing the rough situation already counted as pretty good, Suwon circled the plaza again, but still found nothing. In the end, his gaze landed on that mountain peak. Since there was no exit in the plaza, then the only possibility was on the mountain. When he arrived before the towering peak that reached into the clouds and parted a patch of wild grass half a man's height tall, a narrow stone stairway suddenly appeared before his eyes. These stone steps had been carved directly into the mountainside. There really was a path. Suwon looked up at the endless stairway, took a deep breath, and thought, the third stage is climbing up from here? I wonder what kind of danger we'll run into. Suwon pulled out the dead branch from his waist and waved it toward the stone steps. The fire toad unwillingly moved its 4 short legs and hopped onto the first step. Suwon brought the Meow Girl and started climbing the steps. The two of them went up 1 step at a time. The first few hundred meters went smoothly. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of the wind remained. Although the mountain path was steep, the steps themselves were fairly solid, with no sign of loosening when stepped on. As he climbed, Suwon kept an eye on the surroundings, ready at any moment for possible danger. But after walking for nearly 20 minutes, nothing happened. The fire toad had climbed a huge number of steps and was completely exhausted. Its speed had clearly slowed. Its belly pressed against the ground while its 4 short legs propped up its body. Every time it climbed 1 step, it had to gasp for breath. The bumps on its back gave off wisps of white smoke because of its rising body temperature. From a distance, it looked like a little walking steamer. Finally, after climbing another step, the fire toad's 4 legs gave out. Its whole body flopped onto the stone step and stopped moving. Its tongue lolled out of its mouth, and it let out a weak croak. After thinking for a moment, Suwon took out the box world and put the fire toad inside. After settling the fire toad, he continued climbing with the Meow Girl. After roughly an hour of climbing, gaps began appearing in the stone steps beneath their feet at regular intervals. The edges of the gaps were jagged, not like natural weathering, but more like they had been forcibly bitten off by something. Some of the gaps even had several deep scratch marks embedded in them, like traces left behind by something sharp scraping against stone. What kind of thing could leave marks like this on bluestone? Suwon felt a faint unease in his heart, but there was no way back now. He could only keep going upward. After climbing for about another half hour, Suwon could already vaguely make out the outline of the mountain summit. The peak did not look like a naturally formed point. Instead, it looked as though it had been sliced clean across by a giant blade, forming a platform so flat it was almost perfect. Could it be that reaching the summit meant passing the third stage? Suwon thought to himself that this stage seemed a little too easy. The difficulty was obviously far lower than the first 2 stages. Could this be a reward stage? A chance for those clearing the trial to catch their breath after the exhaustion of the first 2 stages? Be easy, just as Suwon was thinking that. He suddenly heard a buzzing sound, like some kind of insect flying, except the sound was a little too loud. What is that? Suwon warily looked around. One hand unconsciously moved toward the aluminum alloy mini cabinet at his waist. Not good. The Meow Girl beside him blinked in confusion at first and listened carefully for 2 seconds. Then her expression changed drastically. It was as if she had suddenly remembered something, and she said, "It's a 6-winged flying centipede." A 6-winged flying centipede? Before Suwon could react, the Meow Girl grabbed him and dragged him into a desperate sprint toward the summit. The buzzing behind them grew closer and closer, changing from distant background noise into a deafening roar right beside them, so loud it made their eardrums ache. As he ran, Suwon looked back once. Just that one glance made his pupils contract sharply. A centipede more than 10 meters long slowly stuck its head out from the woods on both sides. 3 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings grew from its back. When spread, the 6 wings were over 10 meters wide, vibrating at a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch and producing a piercing buzz. It was those 6 wings that held up its heavy body more than 10 meters long, as it chased after the 2 of them like a flying centipede train. It can actually fly. What a huge centipede! Suwon felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Without another word, he scooped up Long Shijia and held her in his arms. His legs exploded with force as he sprinted toward the summit several times faster than before. Suwon's physique had been strengthened by entries, and when he burst out with full power, his speed was astonishing. It was almost as if he were kicking himself up the stairs and flying upward. The Meow Girl only felt the scenery around them retreating at high speed. The mountain wind roared into her ears, and her whole body felt like it was being carried by a humanoid beast flying along the edge of a cliff. But the 6-winged flying centipede was even faster. With just a light beat of its 6 wings, a distance of more than 10 meters vanished in an instant. Its massive body weaved nimbly through the forest. Ancient pines were snapped in half by its collisions, and the airflow stirred by its wings sent broken stones flying. The rumbling sounds echoed back and forth through the valley. Very soon, it caught up behind Suwon. Its side-like mouth parts suddenly opened and viciously bit towards Suwon's back. Suwon felt the fierce wind coming at the back of his head. He stomped hard with one foot and rolled to the side while holding Long Shijia. The mouth parts brushed past his back and bit into empty air, then slammed heavily into the very stone step where Suwon had just been standing. With a boom, the entire bluestone step was bitten to pieces. Fragments of rock flew everywhere, and a gap the size of a wash basin was left in the step. Suwon scrambled up and continued fleeing. Holding someone in his arms while running seriously limited his agility, but right now he absolutely did not dare set Long Shijia down. The The Meow Girl was obviously less capable than he was. If he let her run by herself, she would probably be snatched away by that flying centipede as a snack within 3 steps. How am I supposed to deal with a centipede this huge? Suwin's mind raced. Should I let the giant python fight it? No. The giant python might be dozens of meters long, but it was still an ordinary creature, and its defense was not that high. This centipede could already fly. Maybe it was some kind of extraordinary creature. Suwin was afraid the giant python would get eaten like spicy strips. The 6-winged flying centipede shook its head, scattering the stone fragments stuck to its mouthparts. Its 3 pairs of wings vibrated again, and its huge body rose back up from the stone steps. After adjusting its direction, those dark green compound eyes locked onto the 2 running figures and accelerated in pursuit once more. Young Master Su, don't panic. I'll help you. Bai Jie poked her tiny head out from Suwin's upper pocket, her carved wooden face full of eager excitement. Without another word, the little puppet jumped straight out of the pocket. The moment she landed, the palm-sized puppet body rapidly swelled, turning into a wooden giant over 2 meters tall. Take one of my punches. Bai Jie scolded. Cyan smoke wrapped around the wooden giantess fist, dragging the punch and giving it upward momentum at the same time. The wooden giantess' right arm swung from bottom to top, tracing a fierce arc through the air and smashing hard into the 6-winged flying centipede's jaw with a sharp tearing sound. Rising dragon punch. Bang! With a muffled thud, the millstone-sized head of the 6-winged flying centipede was punched sharply upward. Its body more than 10 meters long flipped in the air, and only by frantically beating its 3 pairs of wings did it barely steady itself. Bai Jie lifted her chin, hands on her hips, looking immensely pleased with herself. BZZ, the 6-winged flying centipede merely shook its crooked head and charged over again. Bai Jie instinctively raised both arms to block. Then she and her arms were sent flying together. The wooden figure, more than 2 meters tall, was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. It traced a miserable arc through the air and slammed onto the stone steps more than 10 meters away with a bang. The instant it hit the ground, its huge body rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned back into that palm-sized puppet, lying face down on the ground. The 6-winged flying centipede had no interest in it at all. After knocking Bai Jie away, it didn't even spare her a second glance. Its 3 pairs of wings vibrated again as it circled past the obstacle in its way and continued chasing after Suwin and Long Shidai. Bai Jie pushed herself up from the ground, shook her little head, and looked forward. The 6-winged flying centipede had already closed in on the 2 of them again. Its huge mouthparts opened once more and bit toward them. Holding Long Shidai, Suwin rolled again and barely dodged it. Young Master Su, wait for me. Bai Jie panicked and ran after Suwin on her 2 tiny carved wooden legs. With one step, her body swelled to more than 2 meters tall. With the next, she shrank back down to palm size again. She alternated between big and small as she bounced forward across the stone steps, looking like a jumping ball that kept changing size. But even so, she was still too slow. There was no way she could catch up. Damn it. Watching Suwin roll once more to avoid the 6-winged, flying centipede's attack, Bai Jie felt annoyed. Right now, she simply couldn't catch up to young Master Su. Then Bai Jie suddenly remembered something. Her soul chi could move objects from a distance. Usually, when she helped young Master Su carry things or catch fire toads, she did it remotely with soul chi. Since soul chi could move other things through the air, then it should be able to move her own body too. Just like when she threw that punch earlier, she had wrapped soul chi around her fist and controlled it to fly upward, stacking extra momentum onto the punch. Bai Jie acted at once. She wrapped the cyan smoke around her body, leaped again, and this time actually sailed dozens of meters before landing. It worked. Bai Jie was overjoyed. She could fly. No, not fly. It was more like using soul chi to give her body an extra burst of speed, creating an effect similar to gliding, or like a super invincible triple jump in a game. There was still a gap between this and true flight, but her speed was now countless times faster than before. Bai Jie leaped up again, soul chi erupting with full force. The wooden figure traced arc after arc above the stone steps as it rapidly chased after Suwin. At the same time, Suwin's situation was getting worse fast. He rolled again to dodge the 6-winged, flying centipede's lunge, but this time he didn't avoid it completely. One of the centipede's fangs scraped across the side of his waist, tearing a slit more than 10 centimeters long in the bureau uniform. Suwin climbed up again and looked at the plaza on the platform above. It was only dozens of meters away now. He ran a few steps, then felt dizzy. The stone steps in front of him began to blur into double images, and the ground beneath his feet felt like marshmallow, soft and squishy with every step. He lowered his head and looked. Not only had the 6-winged flying centipede's fang torn his uniform at the waist, it had also cut a small opening in his skin. Most importantly, the 6-winged flying centipede seemed to be venomous too. A large patch near the wound had turned dark blue-black. The skin around it had already become a horrifying mass of that color. Suwin looked down at the 6-winged flying centipede below, which was pulling its mouthparts out of the stone steps, and felt despair rising in him. Looks like I really can't escape. Do I have to risk my life and fight? With his current 3 points of constitution, He had tested it before. A single punch could only produce 3 tons of force, and his skin could barely defend against a small knife. "You're hurt." Long Shi-Dai, still in his arms, noticed something was wrong, and panic crept into her voice. When she leaned over and saw that blue-black patch, her face instantly turned pale. The six-winged flying centipede's venom is extremely vicious. Once it sees blood, it seals the throat. Fine. Suwon shook his head and gritted his teeth as he continued forward, but he was getting weaker and weaker, and his head felt heavier and heavier. "Put me down. I'll help you stop it." The Meow Girl seemed to have made up some kind of decision as she spoke. "What kind of joke is that?" Suwon shook his head. "If you die, I'll die too." Actually, the Meow Girl parted her lips to speak. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the six-winged flying centipede shook its head and chased after them again. "Stop talking. Let us go." Suwon cut her off and forced himself onward through gritted teeth. But he had slowed down a lot. The six-winged flying centipede was getting closer and closer. It was about to catch up. Suwon felt despair creeping in. "Don't you dare hurt my..." Bai Jia had finally caught up. She grabbed the six-winged flying centipede by the tail and swung the entire centipede, more than 10 meters long, up into the air. It drew a half-circle overhead before she smashed it hard into the stone steps behind her. "What is that?" The Meow Girl was shocked. That little wooden figure from before? Wasn't that little figure only palm-sized? How had it suddenly grown this huge? Could this be another one of Suwon's secret arts? "Nice one, Bai Jia." Suwon was overjoyed. Staggering forward, he crossed the final dozens of meters. When he reached the mountaintop platform, it felt as though all the bones had been pulled out of his body. He could no longer hold on and collapsed flat on his back in a spread eagle position, as if it had lost its target. The six-winged flying centipede shook its head and burrowed into the nearby mountain forest. So tired Suwon felt dazed and heavy-headed. He yawned, wanting nothing more than to sleep. "Wake up. Hold on a little longer. You can't sleep." The Meow Girl panicked and shook Suwon's body. Once the six-winged flying centipede's venom entered the bloodstream, it spread extremely fast. If the poisoned person lost consciousness at this moment, the venom would spread even faster and invade the internal organs. By then, not even an immortal could save him. The Meow Girl hurriedly fumbled through the little pouch at her waist and pulled out all kinds of things. Detoxivyin powder, poison despejing plaster, universal antidote pills. She sprinkled the powder over the wound, stuck the plaster around the blue-black skin, and stuffed the antidote pill into Suwon's mouth. Unfortunately, none of it worked. The blue-black color around the wound was still slowly spreading. Suwon yawned again, and Long Shi-Dai grew even more anxious. Then she suddenly remembered something and pulled out a piece of parchment. What was recorded on it was exactly venom-transforming saliva. The Meow Girl hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, bent down, pressed her lips to the wound at Suwon's waist, and sucked once. Then, mixing the poisoned blood with her own saliva, the Meow Girl looked at Suwon's face as he was about to lose consciousness. Gritting her teeth, she bent down and pressed her lips to his. She passed the venom-transforming saliva into his mouth. Suwon's Adam's apple bobbed once as he swallowed. At that very moment, Bai Jia finally climbed up from the stone steps. The palm-sized puppet flipped over the final step and looked up, just about to shout, "Young Master Su, I'm here," when she saw a scene that left her dumbfounded. The Meow Girl was sprawled on top of Suwon, face to face with him, lips pressed to lips. Who knew what she was doing? "What are you doing?" The little puppet flew into a rage. She leaped through the air and sent the Meow Girl flying off Suwon with a huge kick. Of course, she hadn't used much force. When Bai Jia landed, her body expanded at once, instantly turning into a wooden figure more than 2 meters tall. Bai Jia helped Suwon up and let him lean against her chest. One arm shielded him in front of her as she stared at Long Shi-Dai warily, like a mother hen protecting her chick. The blue-black color around the wound on Suwon's waist rapidly faded, and the wound returned to a normal red, though the small cut left by the Fong was still oozing bright red beads of blood. It worked. When Long Shi-Dai saw the change, a look of immense relief appeared on her face. She slumped to the ground and let out a long breath. Only then did the tension and fear from that moment finally fade from her face. Ignoring the wooden puppet that had just kicked him, he simply sat there in a daze, staring at Suwon's wound and grinning foolishly. "What did you feed me?" Suwon opened his eyes, stretched lazily, then looked at Long Shi-Dai and asked. The Meow Girl's face instantly turned red, all the way from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. It was my family's antidote." Suwon nodded. "This family antidote of yours is pretty sweet. So you're detoxifying young Master Suwon. Sorry about that." Bai Jia scratched her head awkwardly. "It's fine." Long Shi-Dai waved her hand indifferently, stood up from the ground, and patted the dust off her skirt. The expression on her face had already returned to calm, but her eyes still didn't quite dare meet Suwon's directly. Whenever she spoke, her gaze kept drifting to the side. "Congratulations on passing the 3rd trial. You may now choose one secret art." A lump of mud slowly welled up from the crack in the stone slab at the center of the platform, as if molded into shape by an invisible hand, gradually forming into the same mud puppet they had already seen twice. At the same time, it handed a stone slab each to Su-won and Long Shijie. After receiving the slab, Long Shijie did not lower her head to look at it right away. Instead, she turned to look at Su-won, her eyes carrying a cautious sort of inquiry. You pick for yourself. Su-won waved a hand generously. Don't worry about me. Just choose what you need. Thank you. The Meow Girl was deeply moved. Holding the stone slab with both hands, she walked to the side, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began studying it seriously. Su-won withdrew his gaze and looked at the stone slab in front of him. He activated the bug that let him understand unfamiliar writing once more. Those winding ancient characters rearranged themselves in his vision, turning into words he could understand. Boundless Tribulation Goo Art, 100 Insect Devouring Refinement Art, Origin Returning Goo Molting Method. Just like before, there were only names, no detailed explanations. Same as the previous slabs, he couldn't see the specific content before making a choice. He had to rely entirely on the names and his own intuition. But just those names alone made them sound far from ordinary. Boundless Tribulation Goo Art. Anything with tribulation in its name was usually related to the heavenly Tao, lightning, or calamities. It sounded like some kind of ultimate killing technique. 100 Insect Devouring Refinement Art. 100 Insects Devouring and Refining. It was probably about making goo insects devour one another to produce a stronger goo. Origin Returning Goo Molting Method. This one was harder to guess. It had the word molting in it, so maybe it was related to transformation, evolution, or rebirth. After thinking for a moment, Su-won chose Boundless Tribulation Goo Art. Boundless. Tribulation. It just sounded badass. A sheet of parchment appeared before Su-won. He unfolded it impatiently and first read through the original text. The densely packed classical writing roughly described using a special ritual to draw in the power of heaven and earth lightning to temper a goo insect, allowing it to break through the innate limits of its species' talent. The entire process was extremely complicated. It required setting up a specific formation during stormy weather, using dozens of lightning-attracting materials as support, and then having the goo master personally control the direction of the lightning. The slightest mistake, and the goo insect would be struck into charcoal. Ding! Bug discovered. As long as it is struck by lightning, it can break through the limit of its body size growth. The smaller its body, the better the effect. This bug is so simple. If you let the giant python get struck by lightning, how big could it grow? But if it got hit by lightning, could it really survive? The original content on the parchment also recorded some methods for reducing lightning damage. For example, draping the goo insect in the hide of a specific animal, or applying a specially made ointment before the lightning strike, or setting up a ring of lightning-conducting copper pillars around the outside of the formation to divert part of the current. Su-won carefully folded up the parchment and put it away, deciding to properly study lightning protection measures after he got back. Just as he was thinking that, the Meow Girl walked over and handed her parchment to Su-won. This is the one I picked. Su-won took the parchment and lowered his head to read. 100 Insect Devouring Refinement Art. At noon on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, the Dragon Boat Festival, take 1 ceramic jar. Place inside 1 each of 12 venomous creatures. Poisonous snake, centipede, scorpion, toad, leech, gecko, spider, millipede, hornet, white forehead ant, red slug, and another centipede. Seal the mouth of the jar and bury it beneath soil at a crossroads, 2 chi deep, then pack the earth firmly over it. It must not be opened or checked within 7 days. Inside the jar, the insects will devour and slaughter one another, until only one survives. The surviving goo insect will fuse the venom and essence souls of the other 11 insects, greatly increasing its toxicity, physique, and ferocity. However, this goo has an extremely violent temperament and is very difficult to control. Those without great resolve should use this method with caution. Ding! Bug discovered. Put 12 different venomous insects into a jar and place the jar between 4 houses with mugwort stuck in them. After 7 days, the surviving venomous insect's toxicity, physique, and ferocity will increase greatly. Su-won fell into thought. This time, the system's bug information seemed pretty different from what the parchment said. The parchment said it had to be done during the Dragon Boat Festival and at a crossroads. But the bug information only required placing it between 4 houses with mugwort. Wait, during the Dragon Boat Festival, didn't every household put mugwort in front of their doors? And around a crossroads, weren't there just so happening to be 4 houses? Su-won seemed to understand something and continued thinking. Could this 100 Insect Devouring Refinement Art be stacked with the Boundless Tribulation Goo Art from earlier? First, use the 100 Insect Devouring Refinement Art to greatly strengthen the goo insect's physique. Then use the Boundless Tribulation Goo Art to let it break through its size limit. After 2 rounds of enhancement, what kind of monster would that goo insect become, right? What about the 4th stage? Su-won stopped overthinking it. He planned to test it after going back and looked around. The mountaintop platform stood there all by itself, with nothing else around. No stone bridge, no path, no entrance of any kind that looked like it led to the next stage. But in the distance, There was another mountain peak, and its summit had also been flattened. Is the fourth stage to reach that platform over there? Su Wen Guet Xin Wai Li. He and the Meow Girl searched for quite a while. They walked a full circle around the edge of the platform, stepped on every inch of ground, and knocked on every stone slab with their feet, trying to find some hidden mechanism or secret door. Unfortunately, they still found no path. Could it be a mechanism that can only be triggered by goo insect? The Meow Girl guessed. That makes sense. Su Wen not that. He took out the box world containing the fire toad from the aluminum alloy cabinet at his waist and opened the lid. The fire toad was currently lying at the bottom of the box digesting the dozens of spiders it had eaten earlier, its belly swollen like a little ball. All four limbs sticking up in the air. Su Wen waved a branch, making the fire toad jump out of the box, then had it walk across every part of the platform. As it crawled, the fire toad let out dissatisfied, grumbling noises. Every few steps, it would turn back and glare at Su Wen, the expression on its face seeming to say, "You're seriously making a toad search for mechanisms for you?" The fire toad passed over every inch of ground, but no mechanism was triggered. Su Wen looked toward the distant mountain platform. That mountain stood directly opposite this one, with a broad abyss separating them. There was no bridge connecting the two mountains at all. Don't tell me this stage requires flying over? Flying, right? Didn't that six-winged flying centipede from earlier know how to fly? Could it be that they had to subdue that six-winged flying centipede and ride it across? That difficulty was way too high. That six-winged flying centipede could bite chunks out of stone in a single mouthful, and it was also highly venomous. Su Wen shook his head, turned, and walked to the edge of the platform, lowering his head to look down into the bottomless abyss below. The mountain wind surged up from the valley, making his hair and clothes flap loudly in the air. Ding! One-time bug discovered. As long as you jump from a height of over 800 meters above the ground, you can randomly obtain a related trait. A trait triggered again, but if he jumped from 800 meters up, could he really survive? Su Wen was a little doubtful. Even if he got a trait, if he died in the process, then it seemed pretty useless, right? He could jump right before leaving the dreamscape. Then he would return to the real world in midair. Wouldn't that mean he wouldn't get hurt? At the same time, since he had completed the act of jumping from a great height, would that also trigger the trait? We're not going to the fourth stage anymore, the Meow Girl asked cautiously. We're not. Su Wen shook his head. The next stage might require flying over. Oh, the Meow Girl nodded. Su Wen sat down cross-legged on the ground and waited for this dreamscape to end. Su Wen stretched lazily, rolled his neck, turned it left and right, then looked up at the sky. The gray-white clouds still hung low, covering the entire sky tightly. Although the sun had never come out, the light filtering through the gaps in the clouds was clearly dimmer than before. It should be afternoon by now. Su Wen reached for the aluminum alloy little cabinet hanging at his waist. His fingers moved through rows of boxed worlds until he found the one with the giant python. He took out the giant python S box from the cabinet. The giant python should have woken up by now. The giant python slept for more than 10 hours a day. It was basically the koala of the snake world. And by Jia was a ghost. So she didn't need sleep at all. Because of that, the two roommates had formed a tacit shift system. When the giant python slept, Jia monopolized the computer. Su Wen even suspected his computer had already entered 24-hour operation. He had no idea if it would wear out early if this kept up. Su Wen opened the box in his hand and looked inside. The giant python was coiled on the grassland inside the boxed world. Its body, dozens of meters long, was curled into a small mountain, with its head buried in the center of its coils and only two eyes exposed. It let out a huge yawn, its jaws opening wide enough to swallow an entire cow whole. After yawning, it blinked its slit pupils. Its voice was still soft and sweet, completely mismatched with its eyes. "Human, are we home yet?" "Not yet." Su Wen shook his head. The giant python yawned again, seemingly not very concerned, then crawled out of the box. Its enormous body spread across the platform, its scales giving off a dark, cold sheen in the dim light. The giant python raised its head, looked around, and took a deep breath. "Where's this place? The air is so fresh." It even stretched its head out past the edge of the platform, letting the mountain wind blow directly across its face, its forked tongue swaying happily in the wind. "This is the dreamscape," Su Wen replied. "Snake, such a huge python." The Meow Girl was startled. One hand clenched the pouch at her waist, while the other unconsciously moved toward the little black snake coiled around her wrist. The little snake had also been frightened by the giant python's aura. It shrank into her sleeve and trembled, not even daring to stick out its head. This python's head alone was the size of a millstone. The thickest part of its body was even thicker than the trunk of the oldest banyan tree in the village. Coiled on the platform, it looked like a small mountain of flesh. Every single scale on its body was as big as a palm, and the edges gleamed with a metallic chill. One look was enough to tell they were unbelievably hard. It even had a pair of faintly glowing golden eyes. "Don't be afraid. This is my partner." Su Wen walked over and patted the giant python's body. "Skinny little monkey." The giant python curiously sized up the Meow Girl. Being stared at up close by this massive creature dozens of meters long, the Meow Girl's heart which had only just settled, tightened again. Those golden slit pupils were less than 2 meters away from her. She could even clearly see her own reflection in those narrow pupils. Every breath the giant python took stirred up a gust of wind, making the loose strands of hair on her forehead flutter. The Meow Girl subconsciously held her breath. Hello Long Shidia gathered all her courage, forced out a smile, and softly greeted it. Unfortunately, they couldn't understand each other. After quite a while, Long Shidia finally worked up the courage to take out a piece of dried rations from her pouch. She carefully held it out a little toward the giant python, as if testing whether it would eat that. The giant python looked at the piece of food, then at Long Shidia. The disdain in its eyes was undisguised. It turned its head away and buried it in its coils, expressing its attitude through action. This snake is not a vegetarian. Night came quickly. A wave of drowsiness rose in his mind, and Suwin yawned. He was probably about to return to the real world. Suwin, I'm leaving too. The Meow Girl yawned as well, tears welling up in her eyes. Suwin nodded, picked up Jia, and put her in his pocket. Had the giant python crawled back in a box, and then jumped off the platform. Suwin looked back at Long Shidia, and suddenly remembered something. All right, can you undo the shared life goo? The Meow Girl suddenly broke into a smile, and said, actually, before she could finish, Suwin had already begun to fall. At the same time, the system notification rang out, and Suwin slowly closed his eyes. Actually, there was no shared life goo at all. Ding. You fell from a high place, and randomly obtained a related trait. Leap of faith. Trait quality, green, excellent. Trait effect. No matter how high the fall. As long as you land in a haystack, a pile of fallen leaves, a snowdrift, or some other soft landing point, you will suffer no injury. Suwin suddenly opened his eyes. He had already returned to the real world, and hadn't heard what the Meow Girl said after that. Bai Jia poked her little head out from the mouth of his pocket. Her carved wooden eyeballs rolled around once, and, after confirming the surroundings were safe, her gaze locked precisely onto the computer screen on the table. What a chance! The little puppet's eyes practically sparkled with stars. She climbed out of the pocket with both hands and feet, jumped up to grab the edge of the table, flipped herself up with agile movements, climbed onto the tabletop, turned on the computer, and started playing games. Suwin ignored her. He stretched lazily, took off the aluminum alloy little cabinet hanging at his waist, and placed it on the table. Then he took out the giant python-esque box from the cabinet, opened the lid, and set it on the table. Inside the boxed world, the oval-shaped lake was as calm as ever. The giant python was coiled beneath a tree by the lakeside, eyes closed as if dozing. The moment it heard the lid opening, it opened its eyes, its slit pupils instantly turning bright, and impatiently crawled out through the opening. The giant python eagerly climbed out of the box. It looked around. Bai Jia was sitting in front of the keyboard, staring at the screen with complete concentration. Her two little hands flew across the keyboard, controlling a character currently slaughtering everything in a dungeon. Her skills had already become quite good, at the very least, much better than Suwin, who was hopeless with his hands. After all, a ghost that didn't need sleep had plenty of time practice. She was at a critical moment. On the screen, the boss's health bar had only the last sliver left. Her character leaped into the air, ready to unleash the final ultimate move. Then a thick tail stretched in from outside the frame, precisely coiled around by Jia's little puppet body, and lifted her straight up from the keyboard like a crane hoisting cargo. Bai Jia kicked her two short little legs in midair, both hands still reaching futilely toward the keyboard. On the screen, since there had been no input, her character stood there blankly and got slapped to death by the boss. The HP bar dropping straight to 0. The giant python flicked the tip of its tail to the side, sending Bai Jia tracing a parabola through the air before she landed with a smack on a pile of old newspapers by the corner of the desk. Then, fully satisfied, she brought her head up close to the computer screen, nudged the mouse with the tip of her nose, and started taking over the game. Damn it! Bai Jia climbed out of the newspaper pile with a crumpled old paper stuck on her head, her little carved wooden face full of indignation. With both hands on her hips, she glared furiously at the back of the giant python's head. Unfortunately, she was too small, in front of the giant python's massive body. Her furious look had no intimidation at all. She looked more like a tiny ant throwing a tantrum at a mountain of meat. Bai Jia's soul chi surged out from inside her body. Green smoke curled around her, then she suddenly charged at the giant python, trying to snatch back her right to use the computer. In the end, the giant python merely flicked the tip of its tail, like swatting away a fly. It gave a light tap, and Bai Jia was knocked right back into the newspaper pile. This time, her whole body got buried inside, with only one little carved wooden leg left outside, kicking around nonstop. Bai Jia struggled out of the newspaper pile, puffed up with anger, then jumped onto Suwin's shoulder. Arms crossed, she wore an expression that clearly said, "I'm upset. Hurry up and coax me." Suwin reached out and patted her little head, and the little puppet let out a displeased huff. "Don't be mad. Let her play for a bit. I have something important to do," Suwin said. This trip into the land of trial had given him more bugs than any previous entry into the dreamscape. The remotely controlled branch from the Goo Invocation art. the steel scales from the iron scale spell, the detoxifying ability from poison-melting saliva, the hypnotic flies from the sleepy goo, the soul snake from the snake spirit goo, the lightning strike evolution from the boundless calamity goo art, and the poisonous insect mutual devouring from the 100 insects devouring refinement art. 7 bugs in total, each with its own unique use. On top of that, there was the green entry leap of faith he had gotten from jumping off from 800 meters up. The gains from this trip could only be described as overflowing. But no matter how much he had gained, if he didn't test them, they were just useless paper. Suwin sat down at the desk, opened the bureau screen, logged into the materials requisition system, and began checking off the things he needed from a list. Rust powder, 10 kilograms, for the giant python to use with the iron scale spell. Its whole body needed to be coated. Flamethrower canisters, too. The final step of the iron scale spell required baking with fire. Venomous snakes, 15 live ones, species unrestricted. 12 different types of live poisonous insects. At least 2 of each. Mugwort 10 bundles fresh. Sealed ceramic jars, 2, medium-sized. A pack of aged tea leaves. No need for anything fancy. Supermarket grade was fine. 2 pig carcasses. The giant python was probably about ready to eat again. His finger dragged across the screen for quite a while, and the cart kept piling up with more and more items. At the end, Suwin glanced at the remaining total balance. It had dropped straight from 4 digits to 3. To be precise, he only had a few $100 left. Next time I enter the dreamscape, I need to figure out a way to make money. Suwin sighed, then tapped the submit button. Luckily, he had previously obtained the big stomach entry, which had greatly sped up his digestion and also let him store energy. Now he could drink more cola to provide energy, though it made him use the bathroom extremely often. If he really wanted to replenish energy, he'd still have to eat chocolate, but chocolate cost even more. Suwin stretched, then headed out with Lingdi to get breakfast. Daily meals had to be eaten. After all, they were free, and he could mooch a huge amount of energy from them. Suwin carried his tray around the food pickup area and took 2 bamboo steamers of Xylong Bao for tea eggs, 3 youtiao, and 1 bowl of soy milk. After thinking about it, he added a plate of fried noodles too. He sat down across from Lingdi with some regret, although he could eat even more. If he took too much at once, he was worried the Bureau would discover this loophole and make him pay for meals in the future. Morning. Suwin mumbled in greeting while stuffing buns into his mouth. Lingdi responded, her gaze resting on his tray for 2 seconds. Ever since Suwin had explained the effect of the big stomach entry, she was no longer surprised by how much he could eat. Lingdi had also finished her pitifully small breakfast. She wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue, then said, Su Qing and Xiao Wu are coming back. Let's go pick them up. Who were Su Qing and Xiao Wu again? Suwin couldn't help falling into thought. Oh right, they seemed to be their teammates. Their vacation had lasted so long that Suwin had almost forgotten about them. Their vacation is over? Suwin asked. Not yet. They probably wanted to come back on their own, Lingti said as she stood up and pushed her chair back into place. Suwin gulped down the rest of his soy milk in a few swallows and followed her downstairs. Once they got to the SUV, Suwin drove. It took about 40 minutes from the Bureau to the high-speed rail station. Along the way, Lingti sat in the passenger seat with her hands folded on her knees, quiet as an exquisite porcelain doll. They arrived at the high-speed rail station and parked outside the waiting hall. There weren't many people outside the station's waiting hall, and the spot where they parked happened to face the exit. After waiting a short while, Su Qing and Xiao Wu emerged from the ticket gate. Su Qing was wearing a bright yellow short jacket and pulling a pink suitcase. Her hair was a little longer than before she had left, tied into a loose braid draped over her shoulder. Xiao Wu followed behind her, wearing a dark blue jacket and carrying a black backpack, his steps steady. Xiaowen, Sister Lingling. Su Qing spotted them from far away and waved high in the air, jogging over while dragging her suitcase behind her. Xiao Wu also quickened his pace to catch up. When he came over, he said, Captain, you've worked hard. Get in, Lingti replied briefly, then turned and walked toward the SUV. Suwin started the car, left the station, and merged into the traffic on the main road. On the way back, Su Qing sat in the back seat and chattered nonstop about her vacation experiences, from seaside sunrises to night market snacks, barely pausing the whole ride. By the way, why did you come back so early? Isn't your vacation not over yet? Suwin asked while driving. My mom thought I was annoying and kicked me out. Suwin said helplessly. Same here, Xiao Wu said, nodding in agreement. What did you two do? Suwin couldn't help asking. Nothing much. Su Qing started counting on her fingers. I just played games too loudly at night, slept in during the day, emptied everything in the fridge without restocking it, and I watered my dad's clivia to death. I broke my dad's fishing rod, Xiao Wu added, and there was actually a trace of hard-to-detect shame in his tone. Suwin fell silent for a second and decided not to comment. When they returned to the bureau building, Su Qing and Xiao Wu went back to their rooms first to put away their luggage. Suwin parked the car and went upstairs. Before he even reached his room, he saw several boxes and sacks of various sizes piled up in the hallway. A materials receipt slip was taped with transparent tape to the largest sack. It bore the red stamp of the logistics department, and in the recipient column was his name. The supplies had arrived. Suwin dragged the boxes into the room one by one and stacked them against the wall. There were 7 boxes in total, 3 sacks, and 2 sealed foam containers. He opened the box, holding the venomous snakes first. The box was divided into 15 separate compartments. Each compartment held a snake, and every one was a different species. There was an emerald green bamboo viper, a grayish-brown pit viper, a brightly patterned kite, and several kinds he couldn't even name. All the snakes were in good condition. The logistics department clearly had plenty of experience transporting live animals. Each compartment was lined with a temperature control pad, and there was even a small water dish inside. The moment they sensed the box had been opened, they all lifted their heads, flicking their tongues as they stared at Sue-Won with a clear "what do you want" look in their eyes. "Don't move," Sue-Won said to them. The 15 snakes froze instantly, locked in the exact positions they had been in a second ago, like someone had hit pause. Sue-Won carried the snake box to the corner of the wall and covered it with a breathable cloth. These snakes needed to be raised for a while first. He had to wait until they completed a shed before he could use them to test the snake's spirit goo. After all, the bug-S trigger condition clearly required the snake's own shed skin to wrap around its severed body. Sue-Won checked the surface of 2 of the snakes. Their scales had already gone a little dull and pale. They were probably not far from shedding. Then he opened another foam box, which contained 12 kinds of venomous insects. Scorpions, centipedes, spiders, venomous bees, leeches. 12 transparent plastic containers were lined up neatly. Each box held a different kind of venomous insect, all lively and active. Clearly in excellent condition. The scorpion among them was pitch black from head to tail, its hooked stinger raised high, carrying itself like it ruled the world. The centipede beside it was as long as a chopstick. Its countless legs crawled back and forth inside the box, making a faint rustling sound. A dark red poison frog crouched in the corner of its container, puffing out its cheeks. Every now and then, it let out a low croak. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried extremely well. Sue-Won set them aside for the time being. The bug description for the 100 insects devouring refinement art was simple. Put 12 kinds of venomous insects into a jar. Place it in the middle of 4 houses with mugwort inserted, and after 7 days, the one that survived would complete its transformation. But what exactly was the middle of 4 houses with mugwort inserted? A crossroads was the most literal answer, but setting a jar in the middle of the road. Leaving aside whether it would be treated as a suspicious explosive, passing cars alone would be enough to crush it to pieces. Maybe a stairwell could work too? The spatial structure of a stairwell was somewhat similar to a crossroads. Rooms were on all 4 sides, which just happened to match the 4 houses with mugwort inserted. If he stuck mugwort into the walls of those 4 rooms, then placed the jar at the exact center, then in theory, it should satisfy the bug description. Sue-Won decided to give it a try. That was how bugs worked in the first place. They had to be verified through experiments. If it failed, he'd lose at most 12 venomous insects. If it worked, he'd get a strengthened goo insect for free. Sue-Won picked up the sealed clay jar and started loading the venomous insects into it. Spiders, venomous bees, leeches, poison frogs. After all 12 kinds of venomous insects had been dumped into the jar, the commotion inside could only be described as total chaos. Buzzing, hissing, croaking, and the clacking of shells colliding all mixed together. Every now and then, there was even a sharp screech of some insect getting bitten. Sue-Won quickly sealed the mouth of the jar shut, wrapped it several times with tape, then reinforced it with another layer of rope. He definitely didn't want to wake up in the middle of the night and find venomous insects crawling all over the room. Then Sue-Won took the mugwort and the jar out the door and headed to the stairwell at the end of the corridor. The stairwell in the Management Bureau building had a square atrium structure. 4 corridors converged from 4 directions, and in the center was a stairwell enclosed by a ring of iron railings. There were several rooms along both sides of the 4 corridors. Lingti's room was on the east side, Su-Ching's on the west side, Chiu-Wu's on the north side, and his own room was at the end of the south corridor. Sue-Won taped a bundle of mugwort onto each of the corridor walls on the 4 sides of the stairwell. The fresh mugwort gave off a strong herbal smell that spread through the entire stairwell. Sue-Won stepped back 2 paces and confirmed that the 4 bundles of mugwort formed a perfect cross, enclosing the central point of the stairwell in the middle. Then he placed the clay jar firmly at the exact center of the intersection formed by the 4 bundles of mugwort. 7 days, 7 nights, 168 hours. When this jar was opened 7 days later, only one of the 12 kinds of venomous insects inside would still be alive. And the one that survived would be the goo insect strengthened through the 100 insects devouring refinement art. Sue-Won stepped back, took out his tablet, snapped a photo, and sent a message in the Lingti squad group chat. The jar in the stairwell is for my entry experiment. The contents are highly venomous. Don't touch it. Lingti replied with a 1. Su-Ching replied with a 1 too, followed by 3 exclamation marks. She had just been kicked out of her home, and was clearly full of the fresh excitement of being reunited with everything in the Management Bureau after so long. Chiu-Wu sent an okay hand sign. After settling the matter of the goo insects, Sue-Won returned to his room and let his gaze fall on the largest sack. Rished powder, 10 kilograms. Enough to coat the giant python from head to tail 3 times over with some left to spare. The people in the logistics department were very straightforward. If they said 10 kilograms, then they gave 10 kilograms, not a gram less.